steps into a wide-open three. Nobody near him. He mugs Klay Thompson. No technical foul. And now it's 111 to 106. Two teams will split their four-game series, each team winning 2 on their home floor. Will this be a playoff matchup? Well, the Warriors are going to have to find a way to win some road games if that's going to happen. Final horn and the final score, 133 to 119.
Oh, baby, Tim Roy sounds dejected on the final call there. Oh, he sounds like all of us. We're all frustrated with the Golden State Warriors as they lost their 11th straight road game. That's the second longest road losing streak by a defending champion in NBA history. Ugh. The Bulls lost 12 straight, 98-99, but we all know. They got rid of Jordan, Pippen, Ron Harper, Rodman. Nobody was on that roster.
Like Scotty Burrell.
Right. Yeah. Who else was on it? Was Tyson Chandler there yet?
No, I think he was the following
the next year. Eddie
Curry and him in the same draft.
Yeah, this was a no-name Bulls team.
I thought Eddie Curry was going to be better.
I did, too.
Not great, but better.
I remember the documentary they had on Fox Sports?
Absolutely.
Back in the day? Yeah. Where did he go? Thornhill High School or something like that in Illinois?
Yes.
I thought he was going to be a beast.
Who was the point guard from Duke in that draft? Number 5.
Was it DeMarcus Nelson from Sacramento?
No.
Chris Duhon?
No. This is going to bug me.
It's going to bug me.
I'm going to look.
Not Caraway. Not Capel. Jeff Capel? No. He's coaching Pitt now. Anyway, while you look that up, Warriors lose their 11th straight game on the road. It's the longest losing streak under Steve Kerr on the road. They're now 0-3 in this 5-game road trip. Who was it?
William Avery. I wouldn't guess forever. But once I heard the name, I'm in.
William
Remember
Avery,
him?
Corey Maggette, Elton Brand. They lost the national championship to UConn, and he left college and did not make it in the NBA. I thought William Avery would be legit. He was good that year.
Yeah.
Anyway, as we go down a random rabbit hole of Duke point guards, the Warriors. You know, Shasky, I said this before the show, and I'll say it right now. We're gonna open up the lines early here tonight or today. 888-957-9570. As I say, good morning, everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift.
Can I guess it? USA Baseball, Trey Turner winning the weekend?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I barely watched the WBC.
It was amazing.
It was. The only at bat I watched was Trey Turner's Grand Slam Saturday against Venezuela. That was pretty cool. But I was watching March Madness. I'm not going to lie. March Madness was pretty good this year.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
The quality of play, whatever. But spirit of the game, the guys are going hard. A lot of upsets. But
what a cover last night for TCU.
What a cover last night.
What about you?
Philly Zoo texted me last night. I woke up to a text. I covered the 4.5. Unbelievable. How about the U? I got the U going far in the tournament. Sam Lubman sends me a text. Hey, Miami plays a 5:40. I'll call you after. It's like, okay, Sam. Locked in on Indiana, huh?
Yeah.
That was a good game. That was blew a lead, but they come back. But anyway, as I say, good morning, everybody getting off the graveyard shift. If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? If you're at work, what is happening? Strippers, baby mamas, baby daddies, cops, firefighters. How about the Daly City Water Department? Boy, Big John saw him at the Starbucks this morning. What up, baby? Good morning, everybody out there. Hopefully everybody had a great weekend. I know the Warriors didn't. They lost Friday and Saturday. They lose to the Hawks as John Collins hits 4 of his first 5 threes. And, of course, Dylan, the villain, a.k.a. Dennis the Menace, he hits his all 4 of his three-point attempts. So Warriors are struggling right now. But I said this right before the show, Shasky. They look like a team that does not enjoy playing with each other right now. They just don't look like they are vibing at all. I don't get any of those vibes that we got last June, that we had in Japan, that they had in the lead up to the NBA Finals, the last 6 games of the regular season, the 18-2 start. I don't sense any of those vibes.
Well, so it's interesting that you bring that up because remember, 2 weeks ago, Willard came in during crossover and was basically saying these guys don't like playing with Jordan Poole. Essentially, that's what he was getting at. Do you think it's the core guys, the 3 guys, don't like playing with some of the other guys, or do you think we have some turmoil amongst the 3 core guys?
I don't think it's amongst the three core guys, Clay, Dre, and Steph. There's just something off.
Yeah,
there's something off, and I think it's irresponsible to just say, hey, they don't like playing with Jordan Poole.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think that's too simplistic.
Right.
Their problems are much deeper than that.
It's the youngsters and the vets. And look, by the way,
thank God they had that youngster Kuminga playing. They lost by 25.
Well, no doubt. Kuminga looks fantastic.
Yeah.
But here's something I go back to, and I'm not blaming the veterans for the struggles. But the veterans Saturday night, they were outscored 104-52. The starters. The Warriors starters against the Grizzlies starters. And everybody keeps talking about how great their net rating is and great starts or whatnot. Well, they were down 10 after the first quarter once again. And on this road trip, so they played 12 quarters of basketball, Shasky, on this road trip. 12 quarters of basketball. In 9 of those quarters, they've given up at least 32 points. At least 32.
Why are you surprised?
But in the fourth quarter, 29 in the fourth. So really, 10 of the 12 quarters, you're giving up at least 30. Teams are sleepwalking into 30 points.
Yes.
They're hitting their average from the three-point line. Grizzlies.
They hit three threes in the first minute.
In the first minute.
I mean, I know you like to put out the you know.
Oh, 5 threes in the first quarter. Yeah, Mully's like, yo, how many threes does that team average per game? Well, again, Grizzlies.
I think their first 3 possessions were 3 threes.
Yeah, it was. They hit boom, boom, boom. They were up 9-4 right away.
So, you're asking about all these different things, and I asked this simple question. You know this team inside and out when it comes to the feel, stats, this quarter, that run, and 6 months ago. When was the last time on the road you got a Clay, Steph, and Dre performance?
Maybe January 30th in their last road win.
I can't even remember that. Who was that against?
We were flying back from Philadelphia.
Gotcha.
When they played Oklahoma City.
That's right.
That's their last road win.
Oklahoma City? Wow.
It's been over 48 days. I think it's 49 days since they had a road win.
Wow. Joe DiMaggio's hit streak's coming up.
Exactly.
Jeez Louise.
I mean, you got 2 big-time games here. You can't sleepwalk on the Houston
48
Rockets.
48 days. Are they okay? Are they really going to go?
49 days.
I didn't even know it was 48 days.
It's
Joe
48 or
DiMaggio
49.
had a hit streak 56 days.
Yeah, no doubt.
Essentially 56
games.
Are they going to go? Honest to God, now I want to know. Are they going to eclipse the 56 game hitting streak? What's more impressive?
They might. It just might, Shasky. That's how bad it has been on the road. Houston has just beat the Celtics, Lakers, and Pelicans.
Man.
You think I'm sleepwalking on this game?
No.
It's not a gimme.
No.
And then Wednesday, you go to Dallas, you got to deal with Kyrie Irving.
Are they just getting old? Is that it? Honestly.
Some of it is.
I heard Steve Kerr in the postgame, and he was talking about, and look, man, they've provided us years, memories for a lifetime. I mean, you're going to be talking about this team 30 years from now about how great. This is going to be the Camelot version of the Warriors, the way we talk about the Niners of the 80s. Wouldn't you agree?
Right.
No doubt. And I'm just thinking to myself, is this just how it's going to end? In terms of they've just gotten older and you just can't get up for these road games like you used to?
I don't know why you can't get up when you need to win. You need to win.
You're not as good as you used to be.
You need to win. And let's be honest, man. They miss Andrew Wiggins so much on the basketball court.
Obvious.
Whatever he's going through, we hope he's well. He's been out now, 14, 15 games? I lost count. But he's been out for a long time. And they miss him. They miss his defense. They miss him at the point of attack. They miss him at the elbow when he has a nice little step-back jumper. They miss his athleticism. They miss his corner three-point shot. They miss Andrew Wiggins.
If I told you, forget what the reason is, just he's hurt. Let's just say I said he's hurt.
Right.
Okay? Second best player, last year.
During that title run.
Is out for the rest of the year. Wouldn't your probability of winning the championship go down tremendously?
Absolutely.
Right? I don't care who. Team X loses second best player that got them all the way to the finals last year. We would all say that team's probably cooked. Mm-hmm. And that's the way it feels right now when it comes to the Warriors. Could they overcome it? Sure. I'm sure there's a probability, and I don't want to bury them. That's not what I'm trying to do. But if the guy doesn't come back, which is totally if they're okay with it,
I get business.
Yeah, I get all that. But let's pretend it's an injury. If he doesn't come back, they're done.
Cooked.
And I hate saying that out loud. I don't get any solace. I want them to, I want them to play in June.
Yeah,
but I don't even know if they'll be playing in May.
I don't even know if they're going to get past April.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's go to Duke and San Bruno real quick. Duke, what's happening? You're on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I've been watching these games. I'm not a flag waver for Poole, but I tell you what, man, that guy is good. He's fast. I mean, he's a game changer. Jonathan Kuminga, what a great couple games.
Totally agree.
Kevon Looney just holds it down. And then I watch Clay. Clay should join local 3 brick masons because he's just forcing bricks up one after another, playing no defense. The bottom line is these guys don't play any defense. At least the old guys. Curry's not playing it well. Curry had the one time that he blocked the shot a couple games ago.
He picks and chooses his
spots.
spots.
Right.
The defense isn't there.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Not even close. And you're right about Klay Thompson. He's at a road trip to forget. A road trip to forget. 7-24 so far from the three-point line in this road trip. His 3 games so far. 6-16, 6-14. That's 12-30. It is 6-17. So that's 18-47 in the last 3 games for Klay Thompson.
Has he just hit a wall at the end of the year for not playing for so long?
Maybe
you know what I'm saying? Like not playing this deep?
It could be. 14.5 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists. He's not playing good defense at all. It's just he can't guard Tyus Jones at this point of his career. We all know that. I've never argued that.
Tyus Jones playing.
Tyus Jones is playing really good basketball.
Did you see the graphic they threw up on your NBC?
Yeah, I told
18
him to pull
points,
it up.
basically 7-7 since Ja's
been out. Yes,
that's incredible. I mean, that's
nearly
like all-star level.
And he had another double Saturday night.
He was fantastic.
14 assists, 13 points.
Just in control.
Really good player.
Yeah.
Better than I thought he could be in the NBA.
He's really good. I like him.
So Klay Thompson's not defending, so he can't just pick on Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole doesn't know his role coming off the bench.
Who is defending? No,
right. Nobody's defending.
Okay.
Nobody's defending.
Let's if we're going to phrase this, let's phrase this right.
Listen,
I don't think anyone's playing defense.
You give up 133 to Memphis, and they took the foot off the gas pedal.
I know, with 3 minutes to go.
The Atlanta Hawks cooked you. The Atlanta Hawks scored 39. The Atlanta Hawks game Friday, they're up 16-4. Great start. Hawks are going to 35-15 run in the quarter. I mean, we need that. I don't even know if the answers are on this basketball team no more, but like you said, thank God for Jonathan Kuminga and how criminal does it look that he was getting DNPs early in the season.
What?
How criminal does it look that Wiseman's in a Detroit Piston uniform dropping 22 and 13? But let's look at the plus minus. He was a -6, and they lost. 22-13 is 22 and 13.
And that's one of the things that really bugs me. Kuminga the night before, whatever it was during the week, he had 0 rebounds. Everyone's like, he's got 0 rebounds. He's guarding on the perimeter. Do you know basketball?
He's face guarding Kawhi Leonard.
With his back to the basket, trying to guard one of the best players in the NBA. And then when you don't ask him to do that, magically, how many rebounds did he have yesterday, Bonte? What do you have, 8, 9?
Yeah, he had 8 rebounds off the bench.
When he's
off the bench.
When he's playing a more traditional 4 role, right? Like when you have him basically playing the 2 position, guarding one of those guys, like you have to understand the game on some level. And the thing that really frustrates me is that I'm watching the game and people are like, wow, these teams outlierly shoot unbelievably against the Warriors. Yeah, because they cannot stop dribble drive penetration, which creates a scrambling defense, which creates wide open looks.
Well, yeah.
So I don't care how bad of a shooter you are traditionally. Okay, if you're a 30% shooter, if you're wide open, that percentage is going to go up.
No doubt. I mean, all season long, dribble drive penetration, collapses the defense, and guys are helping from the strong side corner, which is ridiculous.
Exactly.
Then you're helping from the weak side corner. Corner threes are wide open. Wing threes are wide open. The Grizzlies in the last 2 games against the Warriors, just 2 games in the last, in 9 days. The Grizzlies, 36 of 38, 36 of 78 from the 3-point line. It's nearly 50%.
Desmond Bane killed them.
They went 18-40 the last time out against the Warriors just 9 days ago or a couple Thursdays ago. Yeah. And then on Saturday, they go 18-38. They bricked a couple at the end of the game. I mean, they are so comfortable against the Warriors at home. And they don't have Steve. So, and all the excuses that the Warriors don't have Andrew Wiggins, they don't have Gary Payton II. Well, the Grizzlies didn't have Steven Adams, and they didn't have John Morant.
I know.
And they look very comfortable.
Well, Jaren Jackson Jr., looks spectacular. Like, just take a step back, Warriors.
That's the best game I've ever seen him play against the Warriors.
If you play that kind of defense, you are going to be a candidate for Defensive Player of the Year every year.
Yep.
He is anticipation on what the Warriors were going to do. Draymond Green at the rim was so scared to go up with it, and rightfully so, because his ability to alter and block shots is next level. He's outstanding. Offensively, when he starts going downhill, he can finish with either hand, and he's going off the wrong foot. Dude, he's a freak.
He will learn not to take so many threes.
He's 23.
He was 3 of 9 from the 3-point line.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And once he realizes that, you know what? I can go inside and get my game, get my shot all day long. Jaren Jackson Jr. is playing really. The month of March he's having is special.
Is it? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, well, we
highlighted
off the game
I watched.
Yeah, we highlighted it coming into the game center. Yeah. It's like, wow, Jaren Jackson Jr. usually walks off the team bus with 4 fouls, where you didn't have to worry about that Saturday night.
Yeah, full disclosure, didn't watch a lot of the pregame like I normally do.
It's a Saturday.
Well, because it was Venezuela versus USA. And I was really into that.
I'm not mad at you.
I know.
USA!
And honestly, I was surprised the amount of people that were coming up to me, baseball, baseball, baseball. Well, that and like every single person, and I know that on the internet, this is something I want to be serious about for a second. I know on the internet, like if you even whisper Andrew Wiggins' name for whatever, like just say, "Hey, the Warriors miss him on the court." If you say that, people lose their minds, right?
It's scary.
The amount of people in the real world that are asking me, what's going on? Is he coming back? Now you can say that's reckless. I don't know. None of us know. We don't know what's going on. But people do care, and people want to know because they care about him as a person. Like they just want to, is he okay? Yeah. Is he coming back? Now I'm not saying he has to say anything. I'm not saying any of those things. But I think there is a disconnect between real life, like in the real world, people wanting to know if he's coming back, when is he coming back? They're cooked without him, as opposed to the internet of everything's just private. We got to act like he's not here. I think in the real world, a lot of people were asking.
Well, it's scary to even tweet his name out now.
I know.
I on the court they miss Andrew Wiggins.
They're not winning
and
without him.
I was scared to tweet that. I was scared to tweet it because of all the gaslighting that's going on Twitter. People are looking for clout just based off of Andrew Wiggins' name. Saying I'm tired of people screaming at other people saying it's none of your business what Andrew Wiggins is going through. Well, you know what? I know it's not anybody's business, and we never said it was somebody's business of what's going on with Andrew Wiggins. But the same people who are yelling at are the same people that will go out there and tweet about Bad Bunny dating Kendall Jenner. You'll take photos and talk about his dating life. Or don't you think he wants that private?
Or hit retweet on Ja coming out of a rehab facility.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it's interesting how we, like a buffet cart, we pick and choose which areas we want to virtue signal online and what's not. And that's why I keep saying, like, real life is much different.
Yep,
and
it is different.
I prefer to live in the real world.
Yep, and the real world is everybody's concerned about Andrew Wiggins. But you're missing a guy who scores 19 points and 6 rebounds. And they could use him, the connecting that he does defensively and offensively. He's one of your better players.
If I told you Chris Middleton wasn't coming back for the Bucks, most people would say
Bucks are done. Bucks are done.
Exactly.
And the Warriors are done. The Warriors may not even make the playoffs now.
But that's like, let's pretend it's an injury. Like he's out, just out. Period. Right. Whatever the reasons, it doesn't matter. But like if he's out, the team. Now let's pivot to the team. The team has very little shot.
Well, also people they want to know a timeline. They're like, hey, what's the timeline? We don't have a timeline.
That's
we
the
don't
number
know.
one thing.
That's the thing.
When is he coming back?
When is he coming back? Anyway,
if he is coming back, is he coming back?
Let's get to No Cap 757 in Oakland. No Cap 757.
What's up, No Cap?
What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, so I got a couple things I want to say real quick. Okay, so Bonte, I got to come at you real quick. Okay, so it's clearly roster construction. Okay, you got Ryan Rollins, Patrick Baldwin Jr., Ty Jerome, Anthony Lamb, Iggy, J.K., Moody, non-3-point shooters. Every last one of them. J.K. can knock down the 3.
I was going to say, Kuminga's shooting pretty well from 3.
He is. I give you that.
Yeah.
Okay. Dante DiVincenzo on the road, he's horrible as far as 3-point shooting. He don't have a mid-range game. Wait now. Okay, so you got Steph, Clay, and you got just Poole. So Poole having a bad night or Clay having a bad night, where's your offense? Then, hold on, guys. Okay, then you got Draymond. Draymond is our weakest link. Him on the defensive end, he's declining. Trade him for Dorian Finney-Smith at the end of the season, sign and trade. He's going to opt in because I've looked at all the cap space teams for the summer. The only cap space teams is like the Pacers, the Rockets, it's trash teams. So he's going to opt in. Okay, so you lost JTA, Damian Lee, Bielitsa, GP2. You got him back. And you lost Otto Porter. Dante is not on the level of Otto Porter Jr. Poole, the reason why
I would say DiVincenzo's been more consistent than Otto Porter Jr. last year.
Yeah.
Otto Porter Jr. the last 3 months. So, Ryan, No Cap, what's your point? Real quick, because we got to go to break.
The bench isn't as good.
The bench isn't as good?
Okay. I'm going. But what I'm saying is, man, the roster construction is absolutely okay. And also, listen, I tweeted both of y'all just now about Bill Simmons on his podcast after the Clippers game. He talked trash about the Warriors front office. I tweeted y'all, and I tagged both of y'all in.
I'll take a look at it.
Y'all can put the clip on the air. Thanks, guys.
All right.
We'll take a look at it.
Shout out to all the YouTube and Twitch streamers.
Thank you, No
Mobile
Cap.
text line. No Cap. There was a lot of cap there. Otto Porter Jr. DiVincenzo has been more consistent than Otto Porter Jr.
I love you.
All right, no cap. I appreciate the call. We'll check out your tweet.
I'm wearing a cap.
That segment brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. We do succeed. We succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Madeline Kinney, Bay Area News Group, joining us at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. She's on the road with the Doves, and that's what's coming up. Sponsored by 5 Hour Energy.
Replace your afternoon coffee with a 5 Hour Energy. It's perfect when you're feeling coffee.
The Warriors are down 121-109. Thompson misfires on a three. The Warriors are being impatient because they're trying to win this game with 5:48 to go.
I thought we could have done a better job early in the fourth of executing. I thought we got a little quick, took some ill-advised shots, and a couple of them led to transition threes for them. And give them credit. They made 18 threes. They shot 47% from three, and some of them were transition open ones. Some of them were contested and tough shots. And I give them credit for playing a great game. I thought we had our chances, but slipped away there in those first 5 minutes of the fourth quarter when, as you said, we were one possession away and we just didn't execute at that stage.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
It's funny. That was Steve Kerr after the game as the Warriors dropped their 11th straight road game. 11th straight road game, the most by defending champions since the 98-99 Bulls. And we know that was an expansion team. They can't win on the road. They're 0-3 in this 5-game road trip. I was hoping for 3-2. Well, that's out the window. Guru's 4-1 is out the window.
4-1 always felt very aggressive.
Yeah, at 3-2, I was like, hey, maybe you could beat the Hawks.
God bless
to
you,
help
though.
me. Yeah, you could beat the Hawks. You could beat the Rockets. Now, I don't know. I don't even know if they're going to win a game on this road trip.
What?
And Dude, I'm not sleeping on the Houston Rockets. How can I sleep on the Houston Rockets when his team's playing like this defensively? You don't think Kevin Porter Jr. and Jalen Green, look, they beat the Celtics, the Lakers, the Pelicans, all of last week. And they played the Pels tough yesterday. Now they're on the back end of a back-to-back, but they have young legs. I'm not sleeping on this game. Now, Curry sat out the last 5 minutes of change in the third quarter when the Warriors made their run. Going into the fourth. Jordan Poole got going with 17 in the third quarter. And he got to the free throw line.
Yeah.
Nine free throw attempts, 9 makes. Kuminga was doing his thing. So you're down 104-100 going into the fourth quarter. And there was a sense like, oh, man, maybe you got him. Maybe Memphis will cool down. They go on a 25-9 run. Warriors take bad shots. They don't play defense. The timing of the turnovers, even in the Atlanta game. The timing of the turnovers is just like, because they've always turned the ball over, even with Kevin Durant, even with Harrison Barnes. But it's the timing of them, Shasky.
Well, that's my biggest problem with their rebounding. Like, people will point up and they'll be like, oh, they out-rebounded this team, or they only lost the rebounding battle by a couple. And I'm like, no, it's the situational rebounding that has just been a death knell, because they won't secure a big rebound on a big defensive possession, and then that ball will get kicked around, and then what was a one-possession game becomes a 5-point game.
Yeah.
Becomes a 6-point game, right? Because they give up a 3-pointer. And then they come down, and then they throw that costly turnover because the situational offense isn't very good. There were times like I'm telling you, man, there are times where like heat check three from one of the big three, Poole offensively,
Right.
Poole, Steph, Klay Thompson.
Yep.
Oh, only I have the ball and I'm going to dribble, shovel past to Draymond. Predictable, 2 players closing out on Steph as he's hoisting a 40-footer. It's just stale, and it looks old and predictable, and quite honestly, erratic.
It is erratic. I mean, they gave up a 21-3 run in that fourth quarter. They were down 108-106. 108-106. And same thing in the Hawks game down the stretch. I thought they took terrible shots. Forced threes. Klay, Steph, I thought they were terrible shots.
I totally
Now,
agree.
you're not going to tell them not to shoot it because they're 2 of the greatest shooters in the world. They were terrible shots. They were forced. I felt like they could have got a better shot down the stretch against Atlanta. And in that fourth quarter when you're down 108-106, you're throwing up shots and the Grizzlies are getting out and running and guys are wide open. Desmond Bane hits a dagger 3. Dillon Brooks, we'll get to Dillon Brooks later in the show. Dillon Brooks played phenomenal basketball on Saturday. I can't stand the guy. I really can't. But it's starting to feel like he does own some real estate in San Francisco because the Warriors are reacting to him. He's a clown. Just, you know what? You told him 4 rings, leave it alone. But he was face guarding Stephen Curry. He was talking about it. And the worst part about it is that he started hitting a couple mid-range jumpers, and he started feeling good. Then he took his game outside, and then he goes 4 for 4 from the three-point line. Dillon Brooks goes 4 for 4 from the three-point line. He goes 7 of 10 overall. Yeah, that's a recipe for a disaster. That's a recipe for an L. Dillon Brooks goes 7 of 10.
You're not going to like what I'm going to say here.
You like Dillon Brooks now?
No, it's not that I like Dillon Brooks. I actually think he's so annoying, but he's so necessary for what we need in sports. You got to have guys like this. Sports needs this. Like, lean into it. we talk about the regular season not mattering and guys don't care and it's an AAU hug fest after the game. Isn't it refreshing to have somebody different? Like I don't like him per se, but what he represents, I respect.
All right, Memphis loves him. We have Draymond Green.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I respect him. Like honestly, I know a lot of people don't. I know a lot of people don't respect him. It is good for the game.
It's good for the game. Do I respect his game?
He's not a great all-time player. But like the Deshaun Stevensons, Ron Artest, like we can argue about where Dylan is in comparison to guys like that.
There is something refreshing in not having guys just be buddy all the time.
I'm here for it. Right. And I think it's good to have guys that get under people's skin. Not everybody can be, clean cut and get along with everybody and dap dudes up after the game. Like I'm here for this. I think this is good for the game and I embrace this.
No, and you know what? The Warriors could say it's not a rivalry.
It is, B.
They don't talk back like that. They're talking back to Dylan Brooks, so it is what it is. Maybe it's a rivalry if they meet in the playoffs. I'm not there yet either, but Memphis is definitely want to smoke. All right, it's time for Taking Them to School, brought to you by Evergreen Valley College. Make connections that count at EVC. One of the bright spots Saturday night. How about Jonathan Kuminga? 24 points a season high, 8 rebounds, 8 of 16, 4 threes. He's playing hard. How about this dunk?
And again, teams are trading buckets here. Curry fights his way up, gets the ball on Brooks. 2 dribbles to Draymond. Curry will screen for Draymond. Pass over to Kuminga. Dunked it right over the top of Jackson. A right-hand slam. It was savage. A little elevation sensation.
Wow. Watch your head. Jaren Jackson Jr. Jonathan Kuminga with the dunk there. That was pretty cool. 24 points, 8 rebounds. That was Taken Up to School, brought to you by Evergreen Valley College. Make connections that count at EVC.
If you want a small microcosm of the road Warriors this year, it was a fast break. Kuminga going down, no one near him. Ball thrown to him, and he just off the fingers. I'm not mad at Kuminga. I'm just saying, off the fingers should have been like a windmill dunk or something spectacular.
Right.
He doesn't even catch the pass. Ball goes out of bounds.
Yeah, I know.
And he had a great game. I'm not here to rip him.
You talk about the wide open dunk where he was trying to reverse and he fumbles it.
If that wasn't a microcosm of everything that's gone wrong for the Warriors this year, I don't know what else.
What about Fitz? Friday night against Atlanta. They're down 3. Clay throws it away. Atlanta comes down, side out of bounds, and a guy's still wide open on the 3-point line. They know the 3-point line. If Fitz goes into commercial saying, if you want to know what the Warriors on the road look like, go back and watch the last 10 seconds. I tweeted it out ASAP. You can hear the frustration through Fitz. And then the 15 number. When the team makes 15 plus threes and the Warriors are on the road, they're now 1-19. What about trailing after the third quarter? Whenever they trail after the third quarter on the road, they're 0-23. I mean,
it's interesting. B, we do this thing with when team doesn't win the championship. For example, what would it have happened had Jim Harbaugh won that Super Bowl? Kaepernick, Frank Gore, like the woulda, coulda, shoulda. I was thinking yesterday, man, what would have happened? How would the narrative around this team be different this year if they didn't win the championship last year?
You know what?
I think we would have way more heat on the coach, on the players, on the front office, everything.
No doubt.
Now they did win it, and they deserve tons of credit. I'm just asking, out loud, would we be giving them the benefit of the doubt the way now they've earned that benefit?
Yeah, well,
so this is where I'm conflicted.
It's a hypothetical that we don't have to play because they won the championship.
I understand that.
They won the championship, so I don't have to play that game on
so does
what
it
would look like.
insulate them from changes?
No,
because
doesn't.
I think this year, however it comes to an end, if they don't win it all.
Say it. You don't think the punch changed the trajectory of the season? The vibes were immaculate coming out of Japan, coming out of that last preseason game.
I can make an argument that clearly the vibes weren't immaculate if somebody went and punched somebody else.
Well, it felt good.
Maybe there was something under the surface.
Everything in Japan felt good. And then that happened, and you got a string of things happening.
No, it's yeah.
All right. Ryan and James. Ryan, hold on. We got a break, Jesse. Say that thought. Ryan and James, we're coming back to you right after the break. Stay on hold, please. Stay on hold. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises. If you own a small business, you know the value of time. GetRefunds.com does.
to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
What up, Larry? Hope you're doing well. Welcome back to the Roast, as this segment is sponsored by Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Madeline Kinney joining us at 8 o'clock to talk some Dubs. He's in Houston with the team right now as he's trying to get a win on this road trip. 0-3 so far on a 5-game road trip. Shasky, let's go to Ryan in St. Louis real quick. Ryan in St. Louis has been waiting on hold for a while.
What up?
What's up,
What
Ryan?
up, Shasky? What up, Brante, man? It's Ryan from St. Louis. You know me, the Twin Empire on Twitter.
Nice.
But, yeah, man, I just want to talk about the game a little bit. I think lately, man, our philosophy with Steph in the game, I know people might not like this, is that it's changed. I think when Steph's not necessarily playing, the team has more of an inside-out mentality. We've seen that in the last 5-game win streak and also the one win streak early on in the season in December. Our team roster the way they is right now presently without Andrew Wiggins, we can't play the normal way that we're used to seeing the Dubs play. We have to have that mentality to go in, get some hard buckets, play a physical brand of basketball, because just playing that finesse basketball right now doesn't necessarily work.
Nope.
And then our turnovers are so bad that athletically we don't have the guards on the wing. We don't get back on transition. A lot of people say, like, we're giving up all these threes. But when are we giving up these threes? It's when we have those careless turnovers. And when you give up careless turnovers and you give these other teams more opportunity to shoot the ball, and they get in that momentum early on in the game, that's why we see these first quarters where we're giving up 35 to 40 points. We get behind and we're not necessarily a good enough team defensively, and we're not disciplined enough to start, to climb back. And so my thing would be for you guys, I'm asking, why don't we emphasize, whether it's Steph Curry, Steve Kerr, to not only take care of the ball more often, because Ty Jerome just had 13 assists and 0 turnovers, so it's possible, but then also say, hey, guys, let's go inside out, because that's where we see Clay be real productive. We know his numbers are dropped lately, mainly because we're not necessarily doing that anymore when it comes to ball movement and ball control. So I just want to ask you guys how y'all feel about that.
No, I would love for them to go inside out, Shasky. That's a great call, Ryan. I would love for them to go inside out. Here's the problem. When you start Looney and Draymond together, where are you going inside to? Those guys can't finish around the rim at a Looney's been better. He's been a lot better. But Draymond that's not his game, unfortunately. So, you know what was interesting without Draymond Green Friday night? And I'm not saying you don't need Draymond Green. I'm not saying that whatsoever.
It felt like the spacing was better.
But it felt like the spacing was a lot better because you played one big and you had Kuminga starting at the 4. Or you came in with Anthony Lamb at the 4 with Looney at the 5. Or JaMychal Green, who could stretch it out as well and shoot the 3. I like the one big lineup. At time, the one big lineup won you games. Remember game 2 against Dallas? Remember the Denver series? I like the one big lineup, so you can't go inside out when you have Draymond and Looney on the floor together.
Ideally, Draymond's a 5, right? Ideally. But the problem is you can't play him at the 5 for long stretches of the regular season because you're going to wear him down. Like, that's a playoff, specific type of a thing that you want to go to.
Yep.
But when we talk about, like, the clunkiness of the spacing and then them not wanting to drive inside, it's because 2 defenders get to sag off and hang out, either doubling one of the other great shooters or just laying off in the rim as a help defender. Mm-hmm. And you leave someone like JJ. If JJJ doesn't have to stay tight on his man, you're basically allowing him free roam to wreck shop on everything on the inside.
No doubt. No doubt. And we see it with Anthony Davis when he plays the Warriors.
Yes.
He parks in a restricted area.
Good point.
Just go ahead, Draymond, shoot it. The spacing it's just constipated inside. It's congested inside with all the traffic because they're not respecting Draymond Green's shot. Kuminga, they're starting to respect it a little bit. They're like, you know what? We got to get out on this dude because if we give him a full head of steam, he's going to dunk on your head.
Fitz said during the broadcast he's shooting almost 40% from three-point land since January 1st.
There you go.
That's incredible.
It is really, really good. Really good.
I know. And so, like, all these people that want to, like, crush Jonathan Kuminga, I'm getting tired of it.
He's the least of my worries.
Jonathan Kuminga has been one of the consistent players on this team the last couple months.
No, he's the least of my worries, to
exactly.
be honest with you. I like Kuminga where he's at right now with this game. Let's go to James in the city. James, what's happening?
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Everybody, James, everybody out there, we can hear you. We got you loud and clear, baby.
Okay, great. Okay, so yeah, man, the spacing is horrible. Your 2 weakest links are Looney and Draymond on the floor at the same time.
You have no offense coming from none of those guys. Teams do not respect them. They sag off them. You got Curry, and it's a problem. You have to. Okay, let's just say, for example, if you were to trade Kevon Looney for Nas Reed, huge upgrade.
Hey, look.
Huge upgrade.
Listen, I don't want to trade Loon Dog. I like Loon Dog at his contract, but I love me some Nas Reed. Go ahead, continue. Go ahead, continue, James. Nas Reed is legit.
Okay. And if you were to trade Draymond Green for Dorian Finney-Smith with the Knicks, huge upgrade. He can shoot the 3-ball and defend at a high level. That will fix all your problems. You get a couple vet minimum guys, this and the third, you all right. You going into next season. Now,
go ahead, Seth.
And before you continue, this fan base would not accept a Dorian Finney-Smith for Draymond Green trade.
Oh my gosh!
I'm just being real. Being real. Whether you think it's an upgrade or not, there's probably 95% of the fan base is like, what are you talking about? And I'm just being real. I'm not trying to hate on you. I'm telling you what the reaction would be.
I understand that. I know he's a legend. He's a legend in the Bay. I got you.
He's a statue guy. Draymond Green.
But Dorian Finney-Smith is making $12 million next year. Now you can trade Draymond Green. He opts in. He's at $27 million. You can flip him for multiple and get another player back too. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Listen,
he's gonna opt in because.
Listen, James, we're gonna get to the offseason. If the Warriors don't make any noise in the playoffs, this is going to be a fascinating offseason.
I will have a spreadsheet of transactions that I would recommend, but we're not there yet.
We're not even close to being that. And I'm not going to play that game about trading this guy, trade that guy, because, look, Draymond Green could opt in. Now, some team may say, hey, we'll take Draymond Green for a year. But it's, listen.
650, I'll drive Dre to the airport.
Well, we heard a lot of that with Ben Simmons, and we were wrong on that one. Draymond Green's a 4-time champ. We need to put some respect on his name, but if the Warriors don't do anything this postseason, it's going to be just look. We're not there yet, but just think about the offseason. If the Warriors flame out in the first round and don't even make it past the play-in tournament, because right now they're in the box, they're in the play-in tournament. Maybe playing Oklahoma City in a 7-8 matchup, all right? And then you win, you may play Sacramento. But if you don't make it out the first round, or if you don't even make it out the play-in tournament, we could be looking at a new GM and president of basketball operations. Possibly a new head coach. There's not many NBA coaches who come back with 1 year left on their deal. Next year, Steve Kerr would be coming back. If he doesn't receive an extension, he'll be coming back on the last year of his deal. It don't expire after next season. He wants to get paid. He wants more years on that contract. So you could be without a new head coach, or you could have a new head coach, a new president of basketball operations. You may be moving out from Draymond Green. Who the heck knows what happens to Jordan Poole? Andrew Wiggins is, we haven't seen him yet, so hopefully he comes back at some point this season. There could be massive changes with this Golden State Warriors team. So let's just hope that doesn't happen. We'll get there when we get there. But boy, if they flame out early, Shasky, Warriors could look a lot different next season.
I agree with you, but there's always been a sentiment, and we do this in every sport. I don't want player X to play in any other jersey but ours. But then, if you just look at how sports works, sometimes the player still wants to play or play in a different situation, and the organization's ready to turn the page. And did I want Frank Gore to play in another uniform? No. Does that take away from Frank Gore's legacy with the 49ers?
No doubt.
Not at all. Chris Mullin, who you work with all the time, he was a Warrior lifer, all right? And then at the end of his career, he left and he tried to win a championship. And does that take away anyone's opinion of Chris Mullin?
No. I didn't even remember Mullin coming back to finish his career with the Warriors.
Yeah, in the horrible uniform.
In a horrible uniform.
Yeah, and it was depressing.
It was very depressing.
Because he was wearing a uniform that was terrible.
Right.
But that's neither here nor there. But that's my point. I know Dre and Clay and Steph had to stay forever. Well, the Giants did that with Buster and Craw and Belt to a degree. And people were losing their minds at the very end.
Right.
So I've kind of asked this hypothetical question over and over and over. It's okay, you can't have it both ways.
Hypotheticals.
You can't have it both ways. You can't try to compete for championships every single year and stay loyal to people who are diminishing in terms of their abilities. At some point, the rubber has to meet the road. And this feels like one of those types of regular seasons, where I think now everything comes onto the table for fans because they're looking at Steph Curry and they're like, all right, either we're going to get another one with Steph Curry, hopefully, and maybe we tinker and make some moves, or this thing's going to crash even harder.
Well, Steph Curry's playing at an MVP level. So he's playing. There's been no drop-off with this game. Well, struggle Saturday night, back-to-back, the last back-to-back of the season. There will be no more back-to-backs the rest of the way. Steph Curry looks right. Klay Thompson struggled on this road trip. But Klay Thompson was carrying you up until this road trip.
I have a hard time crushing Klay right now because of how well he played for 2 and 3 months straight.
Right. And we know he's not the same defender, but that's why you have Andrew Wiggins. That's why you have Andrew Wiggins and the spacing on the floor he provides. It all goes back to Draymond Green and what he wants to do. Does he want to opt in? Does he want to opt out? And how does it look? How does it look? Can you win this way in the future? I don't know.
I don't think.
I don't know.
Well, you aren't right now.
Well, and you're not wholesome. But
even when they were wholesome, they
weren't playing well. They were not playing well.
Like even when they were wholesome. So look, they've been unbelievable. They've been champions. Like Dwayne Wade is probably the greatest Miami Heat player of all time. I don't think that's a wild statement. He left.
He did.
You know, so like I know we want our guys to be our guys forever and stay with our team, and then like Will Clark. Will Clark bounced around, bounced around at the end. He played for the Cardinals. Will Clark played for the Cardinals.
Yeah, it is a little strange how we honor Will Clark. I'm not going to lie to you.
What do you mean?
Because he did leave, and he had a couple.
They chose Rodney Thompson. They couldn't afford him.
I understand the logistics.
No, I know, but
I understand it. He bounced though.
Texas Rangers,
he bounced though. Baltimore Orioles,
and then the Cardinals.
Right, exactly.
The hated Cardinals,
exactly,
and helped them get into the playoffs.
Exactly. So,
but we love them now.
Strange.
So it's funny. What I'm getting at is like I feel like this is the kind of regular season that will leave a mark on fans. Like, all right, if I want Steph to win another one, I think we've got to make some wholesale changes.
There could be a lot of changes, but. Now that I think of it, you brought up Will Clark, and it just...
What's that?
Buckled my bite a little bit. Matt Williams is a giant longer, correct?
Then Will Clark, I think 9 years for him. I think Will was 8. Will was 86 to 93. 93. Well, they're about the same.
You can make the argument that Matt Williams was a better giant.
But he didn't mean what Will Clark meant to those early versions, because Matt came at a different time. He was kind of second fiddle to Will, third fiddle to Kevin Mitchell in 89, and then second fiddle to Bonds.
Matt Williams is all-time great.
Just go back and look at the numbers. If I told people those...
So why don't we honor Matt Williams in any type of way?
Because he has been managing for so long.
I
don't think we've taken the appropriate time to give him his
just. He won his World Series at the Diamondbacks, and he's been a manager for a long, long time. It just dawned on me. It's like, wow, Matt Williams, kind of just a forgotten about giant.
Oh.
Save his Jeff Kidd.
Should I do
Save
the
his
game?
Jeff Kidd. Save us, Jeff Kidd. All right, you can play the game. We got calls here. We'll get to the calls. You are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM at AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. We don't honor Matt Williams in a way that now that I'm thinking about it,
Let me give you in a row from 1990 through 1996. 33 homers, 34 homers, 20 in the 38, 43 in the strike shortened season, 23, 22. I mean, dude, this guy was unbelievable.
Is it sacrilegious to say Matt Williams is a better giant than Will Clark?
They just meant such different things.
But
I mean, he was a
better
4-time All-Star.
Who?
Matt Williams.
He's a better uniform. I'll say it right now, and I love Will Clark. Matt Williams is a better giant. I don't hear anything about Matt Williams at third base.
I don't know. It's a good man. Will was that dude.
I know what Will meant.
I mean, Will was
I
that
know
dude.
what Will meant. But even when he left the Giants, 32 jacks with Cleveland. All right. He drops down to 20. Then he has 35.
I know.
And then in the twilight of his career, 12, 16, 12, 378 home runs.
He was ridiculous. Matt Williams was one of my favorite players of all time.
Career batting average 268. He was a better giant than Will Clark.
I don't know if I'm ready to say that because Will represented.
I love you,
Will.
Will.
They were so bad in the 70s and in the 80s. He comes in, they win the West.
It flipped the culture. I get it.
You know, like
he was polarizing.
He was, and then sliding into Jose Akendo and fighting right there. Like come on, man. Will, God, it's a tough one.
Matt had
Will had the playoff moments going back up the middle against Randy Myers. Like,
dude,
I don't know, B.
Matt Williams damn near had 100 more home runs.
I know, in a Giants
Will
uniform.
Clark. That's insane.
And
all right.
The Will's attitude, like the Giants' attitude with the eye black, it was him.
It was him, no doubt.
I mean, he was like the Ronnie Lott of the Niners. Of the Giants, excuse me.
All right. Back.
It's a great question, though.
Back to hoops.
Can we have that discussion later on this summer?
Back to hoops. No, I don't need people coming at me.
No, I think it's a fun one.
That was better, Giant. Oreo Cookie, Oakland, what's happening? Oreo Cookie, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, man? Hey, this kind of goes back to the front office, man. It starts at the top. At the very beginning of the season, you saw what Draymond did. And this was always about a culture. You enjoyed playing with each other. Everybody had a smile on their face. When Draymond did that, he had no repercussions. Now, I know we don't live in a what-if, but let's say we got rid of him at the beginning of the season, which a lot of people called for. Wiseman still would have been here. Kuminga would have been getting his minutes. Mosey would have been getting his minutes. I think would have been all right. I'm ready to let Draymond go. The big three, we got to blow them up after this season. I really hope we don't make the playoffs.
Wow.
I'm mad.
Wow. Yeah, I'm off that. I'm off that. I want playoff basketball.
I mean,
I want playoff basketball.
If they didn't make the playoffs, because I don't want to be that guy. Because I heard Joe Spadonian, and I think he makes it. If you don't win the championship this year, it's a massive failure.
It is a failure.
It's a failure, but there's levels to failure. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt. But it's a failure.
No, I agree with that.
It's a disappointment. If they don't win the championship, heck, if they don't get past the first round, it would be one of the more disappointing seasons in the Bay Area in the last 40 years.
Bonte, when you have a generational player, Mahomes, Curry, LeBron James, the bar is raised so high that you could say every year you don't win it is a letdown, a big letdown, right?
This has been a letdown.
But if you don't make the playoffs,
this would be. It may be the biggest disappointment when you throw in the A's, the Giants, the Niners, the Sharks, the Earthquakes, Cal, Stanford, you name it.
What even comes
St.
close?
Mary's.
It has a Harbaugh 2014 feel to it, doesn't it?
It has. That's the first thing I think about.
Year.
Yeah, I was in very.
I was in denial that whole year.
And you know what? They were 7-4 that year.
I know.
They were 7-4. They had the Thanksgiving night game against Seattle and got smoked. This would be the biggest disappointment in the Bay Area
since the Steve Young loss when Garrison Hurst got hurt that year.
No,
98.
but at least they made the playoffs, and you know that injuries kind of derailed it. So this team is flirting with the play-in. I
don't even know what comes close.
I mean, if we're just comparing, they're not even close to the same teams as far as championships. The A's 2014, that collapse after they made that trade, they were the World Series favorites after they made that, and then it was just massive collapse, culminating
where they couldn't throw over to first.
Yeah, John Lester couldn't throw to first.
Yes.
And they traded Cespedes for John Lester. I was in Boston when that trade went down. I happened to be in Boston and saw Cespedes in a Red Sox uniform.
Horrible trade.
Donaldson and Brendan Moss numbers went all downhill because you traded your power.
And I was all in on it, though. I thought that, hey, you got your ace now. It sucks that you lost Cespedes. I understand in hindsight, but I got it at the time.
I couldn't stand that trade. Let's go to Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina. Tim, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Tim?
Guys, I love talking to y'all in the morning, man, because, all you guys know the game. And you think back, all we wanted was for this team to use Kuminga and use Wiseman to best help this team. If you think back to the last dynasty that had an opportunity to usher in a lottery pick or a great young player, when the Spurs brought Kawhi in, he was embraced. They found a way to utilize his talent. I have absolutely no idea how Kuminga still has his confidence the way he does. Can you imagine if the team really somewhat utilized him to the best of his ability, how good his confidence can really be? And I just wanted to, on one more thing, on Wiggins, and I'm not going to go deep into it, fellas, but I'm sure y'all wouldn't, but if those rumors were true that's out there about Wiggins, even if he came back, guys, his head is not going to be in the game, not even close.
I don't even want to go there.
Yeah, I don't even want to.
We don't want to go there.
I'm not Dr. Phil. I'm not going to psychoanalyze where his mentals are at. Hopefully he's doing okay. And hopefully he gets back. Hopefully he gets back.
Forget emotion and mental. That's unfair for anyone to judge.
The
physical part of coming back, there's going to be he would have to ramp up, and he would have to, get acclimated to the team and get himself going. Because when he came back from injury from the abductor, it took a minute.
Is there any way the Warriors can regain your confidence in them chasing a championship? Because last year there was a lot of doom and gloom heading into the last 6 games of the season.
This feels so different.
But what if they do get GP2 and Wiggins back by the last 6?
There was
and they go 5-1 in the last 6 games. What if they do?
Okay, well, if they do, it'd be
because they have 10 games left, and here's the 10 games.
It would be their best
right
stretch
now.
of basketball all year.
All year. So Houston tonight, and this is one of those you better win games.
Yes,
it's not a must win. You better win. Dallas Wednesday, Kyrie Irving, ESPN, NBC. You hope to win. Philadelphia comes to town. The Fighting Kate Scotts Friday night at Chase Center. Sixers playing good basketball. Then you get Minnesota Sunday. You have New Orleans, San Antonio, at Denver, Oklahoma City at home. Then the final 2 road games of the season, Sacramento and the Portland Trailblazers.
This looks like a team
10 games.
This looks like a team that's exhausted and ready to go fishing.
They're going 41-41, huh? They're 36-36 now.
I don't know if I could say they're going to go 500. Okay, you brought last year up. I don't know what's transferable from last year to this year. They're a year older. They had a 20-game stretch at the beginning of last year.
18-2.
That built up equity and at padding. And not only was it a great 20, they looked like the best team in basketball.
Yeah.
And they played it. And then they played a level of defense that was like, oh, yeah, here we go. They were acclimating so many new parts. And then obviously the Clay thing of him coming back. There was a lot that goes into why we were reluctant toward the end of the year last year. Steph got hurt. Draymond had the back injury for a long, long time. This year, they're just not playing good basketball, and they're hurt.
They're not even close. Let's go to Jerry real quick.
And they're older.
Jerry real quick in Indianapolis. Oh, man, we're nationwide today. Jerry, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good.
Hey, so I was just, before everything, I was talking about the trades and, if this season doesn't work out and us trading, we're gonna have to trade everybody because I don't see Steph wanting to stay. If we trade Draymond, Clay, start trading the veterans that got us here, and Steph has made this very clear. The last offseason, you start trading everybody, he's gonna want to go, and we're gonna have to start all back over with fresh players, and we might as well have not got rid of Wiseman. So I fear if we don't get it into high gear, we're gonna have to start all over and pretty much.
Nope.
Go ahead.
That would not be fun, Jerry. That would not be fun. But there's going to be a lot of talk, a lot of chatter in the offseason if the Warriors don't make it out the play-in, if they don't make a run in the postseason. There's going to be a lot of changes here, and we need to brace ourselves for that. We're not there yet. Boy. It's going to be a fascinating offseason. It's going to be the biggest offseason for Joe Lacob since he's been owner of the Golden State Warriors.
I love watching sports, and this has just not been a fun season.
It has not.
Like, I was contrasting, I know you don't want to hear this, but I was flipping back and forth with Rocco because I was over at his house before we went out. WBC versus the Warriors. I couldn't believe baseball was so much more fun than what the Warriors were doing, and I hate to say that.
Just stick to basketball.
It was so boring.
Go watch the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
Think about how much fun they're having.
And the tournament.
It's coming up on a game sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 24th through March 26th for their once yearly red tag.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Jordan Poole, 21 points off the bench Saturday night, 5 of 12 from the floor. 9 of 9 for the free throw line, score 17 in that third quarter. Warriors bench played well. I mean, you got 45 from Kuminga and Poole. Got another 9 from Anthony Lamb. And you got 9 from Moses Moody, 4 for 4. The starters Saturday night. As the Warriors dropped their 11th straight road game, the starters were outscored by the Grizzlies starters 104 to 52. Again, let me repeat that. 3, 4, 14, 24, 38. Wow. Excuse me, 102 to 54. 102 to 54.
You got to be kidding me.
102 to 54. The starters are outscored by the Grizzlies.
That's embarrassing.
I know everybody wants to play the blame game.
I'm just saying.
No. I'm saying, like, it feels like all year it's been a moving target. You know, it's the young players. It's the bench guys.
Oh, the young players get blamed for everything.
It's the veterans. It's the this. It's the that. It's just not their year. They're a little older. They're not as good. They're not playing well. They've had some unfortunate injuries. There's absences that they can't control. It just might not be their year. That happens in sports.
It does. But the way this has happened, the way the season is played out.
You think it was avoidable?
Maybe. The vibes were bad coming in. You get off to the 3-7 start, and everybody's pointing the finger at the youngsters. Oh, it's the youngsters' fault. We need veterans. We need veterans. We need veterans. We need veterans. All right, you bring back GP2, hasn't played a game yet. Wiggins.
I mean, that trade looks really bad right now.
Wiggins hasn't played in over a month.
Yeah.
All right, it is what it is. Hasn't played in over a month. He's a borderline all-star. He was playing like an all-star before he suffered the right adductor strain. He was shooting 45% from 3. 45.
I mean, the reason they gave him an extension and he took it to stay here is because he was an integral part of what they were doing and hoping to compete for championships yearly.
So this season is played out where you trade the number 2 overall pick in James Wiseman. And Wiseman's having fun. I don't give a damn what anybody says. Yeah, I know the Pistons aren't winning games. They don't want to win games. They want to be in the Victor sweepstakes. Victor Wembanyama or Brandon Miller. Kay Cunningham has been out for a long time. But you know what? James Wiseman's balling 22 and 13. 10 and 13 from the floor. So he's playing well. So you trade your number 2 overall pick. You have the Lamb situation. Whether I'm not going to get into the legal case or whatnot, but you got that hovering over the team and the fan base. Curry's been in and out the lineup. Clay started off slow. You got the Draymond Green situation and everything that comes with that. Iguodala was on the roster. He played 8 games. Now he's got a fractured left wrist. All right? Looney's been an Iron Man. It's been enjoyable for me. You say you'd have fun. It's been fun watching Looney play night in and night out, playing his ass off.
Okay, I meant more the overall.
I get it. I get it. No, it hasn't. Trust me, it hasn't.
I mean, people tap in because they want to feel good and they want to have fun and they love the sport, right?
Trust
Obviously,
me, man.
and they love certain players.
I do Warriors pre and post game live. I'm on there all the time, and I'm watching these games with Bully, D. Wright, Fezzi, Kareth, whoever, and I'm just like, damn. And I look at the Sacramento area where Kings fans are watching Kings games, and they're just having a ball. By the way, I walked to my car Saturday night.
Okay.
One of the Kings fans at NBC, I get back to my car. There's a yellow piece of paper from a legal pad, and it says, light the beam. It was on my windshield. I said, look at King fans.
You know what you should have done?
What?
Left one on their windshield that said, you have a 2-hour drive home.
Or they could just be living in Oakland.
Oh, yeah, well, I didn't think about that.
What is that going to do? 2 hour? It's a hell of a 2-hour drive.
Yeah.
You do a lot of things in 2 hours. Stop by Chick-fil-A, stop by Raising Cane's.
Well, if it's Sunday
light
night.
one up. I mean, exactly. Saturday night, go party. I mean, that wouldn't have been a good comeback.
Well,
Thank
it's
God I
about
didn't take your
time the
advice.
Kings are good. I mean, jeez.
All right, let's go to
I'll tell you one thing I'm not here for. I'm already sick of the plucky Kings. I'm just being real with you. Like the love that they're getting from one. Good for the people that have been riding and dying, but I'm already seeing a conversion rate of, and I'm sure this is coming from a Warrior fan who's seen a lot of casuals become Warrior fans, which is good for a fan base. But as a Warrior fan, I look at them, I'm like, oh, I'm already sick of them.
So you know what? The Kings are lovable because they don't talk a lot of trash. The Warriors became hated because we had Draymond Green.
Well, yeah.
And Draymond Green talked that talk.
That's a good point.
And then they signed Kevin Durant and really ticked off the league. People still blame Kevin Durant for quote unquote ruining the league.
Grow up.
Jimmy Jack Bad News Virginia. Jimmy Jack, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys.
Guys, we can hear you. I'm going to drive myself crazy. All right.
All right. The problem is, all right. So, you got Poole, you got Clay, you got Steph, and you got Dante DiVincenzo at home because on the road he's complete trash because he can't shoot. All right. So, the problem is,
Jimmy Jack?
That's your whole team. That's your whole team.
Jimmy Jack, did you call earlier? You sound like the same caller from the 6 o'clock hour.
No. I'm new. I'm new, guys.
All right.
But you have no shooting, and the rest of your roster is completely almost okay. You got Kuminga, but these are all defensive guys. You have no shooting, and
Is this no cap 757? This is no cap 757. This is no cap. Come on, Jimmy Jack. Jimmy Jack. Hey, come on. Same guy. That's had to be the same guy.
Did he tweet you guys the Bill Simmons article?
No, I haven't gotten that yet. No cap. That was the same guy. He said the same thing no cap said. DiVincenzo, which was a dead giveaway.
So who's playing worse defense? Sam Lubman answering phones or the Warriors on the road?
Probably the Warriors, man. These phones, it's tough to tell voices apart, though. I did get a little suspicious. I looked up Bad News Virginia on Google Maps. There's no such thing as the Bad News Virginia, so...
Yeah, that was Jimmy Jack. That was no cap 757.
Sam Lubman, you're riding high. Your Golden Canes are, rolling into the Sweet 16 2 years in a row. You posed a question to me this morning regarding Steph Curry carrying this team. Can you rephrase that?
Yeah, see, no cap. He said it on YouTube. They got me. He knows it. That was Jimmy Jack. I was like, wait a minute. He said the same thing. He sounds like, see, I remember the voice. I remember fans.
You can't have the name No Cap and keep lying. You can't have, come on. That's Cap 757, bro.
Gotta change that name there.
Yeah, you got
I give him props for changing his name, though. Like, not many people go that length to try and sneak on twice, so respect the hustle.
He really wants to get that point across about roster construction. Did you have a problem with the roster construction coming into the season?
No. Last year, can we just go through? Last year, there were times JTA was unplayable. Last year, there were times Bielitsa was unplayable, right? We longingly look at some of these players because they won the championship.
Right.
Bielitsa, months in between moments, and then had a moment in the playoffs, one moment, and it salvaged the whole season.
Well, remember how many times we played Bia? We played Bia about 20,000 times in the first 3 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
We didn't play it more than 10 times the rest of the season.
Yeah, we had to knock the dust off that bad boy to bring it back out for the playoffs.
We couldn't even find it. We couldn't find a salvo.
Otto Porter Jr., I love Otto Porter Jr. He had a horrific couple of months.
Dude, he had a stretch where he made 5 threes in 3 months.
Gary Payton Jr. played 16 minutes a game and missed, a month and a half in the playoffs?
Damian Lee, the best thing that happened was they had to pull him off the floor in game 2. Remember he got into it with Dallas? He was rattled. They were yelling, get Damian Lee up. They were claiming nepotism for him having a roster spot.
Yes, and now we love him. Truly? And now we love him. So I think that we've over-elevated the guys from last year and ripped disproportionately the guys this year, when the reality is the team has not been whole nor playing well from the top. I'm talking about the top 6 guys. If we were right now, who's having an outstanding season?
Looney, Stephen Curry.
Looney's having an outstanding season. He's having a good season. I don't know about outstanding.
For Looney standards, Looney's had 26 games where he's grabbed at least double-digit rebounds. He's had 12 double-doubles, career high there. He's averaging over 10 rebounds a game. He's shooting over 65% from the floor. Looney's been really, really good.
See, I would say outstanding, maybe my definition isn't as definitive, but my definition of outstanding is impact starter on every team in the league. You know what I mean?
Well, that's different. Well, you got to clarify.
Well, but you're paying guys
Stephen
top.
Curry.
And Looney's not a guy paying money like that.
Yeah, Stephen Curry.
Okay, but he's missed 20-something games.
Yes, but when he's played, he's been outstanding.
I hear
he's played at an MVP level.
But he's missed 25 games.
But he's played at an MVP level.
No, I know. Both
you can't do anything about injuries. He's played outstanding basketball when he's on the court.
No, I'm agreeing, but B, you can't say he's had an outstanding season when you've missed 25 games. That's part of the season.
Outstanding.
That's part of the season that you've had.
He's on the court.
Klay Thompson has had a month or 2 of bad basketball, 2 months of great basketball, and I'm not sure what this last couple of weeks is.
Jordan Poole.
Inconsistent.
Is that the biggest disappointment on the roster?
Well, the thing is, I expected another step forward, and maybe I overestimated how easy it was to take another leap forward. Because the numbers are comparable. I would say that there's specific moments in the game now where I'm viewing him differently. There's times where his discernment has not gotten better. His basketball IQ has not gotten better. Inconsistent is definitely baked into it. I don't think he's had an outstanding season at all.
Because early in the year.
And last year, I would say he was.
And early in the season, we were having a conversation about whether or not he should start. Whether or not we should trade guys to open it up, open up more play time for Jordan Poole.
Yeah, it's not even in the cards.
No, not even close.
Right?
Like now, he's the guy that people were talking about trade. A year after we're all having pool parties.
I know.
We're all having pool parties in the month of March and going into the playoffs, and he's a star. I was saying he was a star. And now the conversation is flipped to get him off the roster.
It's a sophomore slump. Like, that's the way I'm viewing it. In terms of if last year was his first premier year, this year he's struggled to find it. Now, you and I have talked about Draymond all year, and you're like, yo, Draymond's having a great year, which
he's having a good year.
Okay, there we go. Because I'm looking at it, and I'm like, he is having a good year. I agree with you. He's having a good year.
Defensively, doesn't have that same impact.
Well, you just saw JJJ over the weekend. Like, Dre was a guy like JJJ who was everywhere all year, every game, no matter what. And he's just not that guy like that anymore. And it doesn't mean he's not a good player. Right. He is. But, like, we're talking truly impactful. No. So right now, you got one truly impactful player who's missed 25 games.
It's tough.
Are we surprised that they're 500? We shouldn't be.
We should be, though, because you still have Andrew Wiggins. You still have Klay Thompson. You still have Looney. You still have the championship culture. And the West has been down.
I know. Which is why I'm even more down on where the Warriors are at this morning.
408.
What's that?
Mobile text line. I'll make myself feel good. We
What's
got
that?
full lines here. The pre- and post-game guys are the only ones having an outstanding season. Does feel like Bully, D. Wright, Fezzi, KB, Body. We're all in our bag.
Yeah,
we are in our bag.
It's the best you've ever been. But here's what I would say. One last thing on this before you go out to the lines. Steph Curry is in no doubt about it. First ballot, unanimous Hall of Famer. Should be,
Where are you going? Oh, boy.
Does he really need to carry the other two Hall of Famers and the entire roster for them to be anywhere close to what they used to be?
He shouldn't have to. No, I don't think he can at this stage of his career. So, as well as he's played, it's tough to carry a team. These other squads have ballers. All right? You can do what you... Steph scored 50 the other night, and they lost going away.
I know.
Let's go away. Well, like, you need help.
So like, okay, so
other guys have to play better.
I agree. And so, like, what I'm saying is, like, I'm not taking away Draymond and Klay's Hall of Fame candidacy. They're both Hall of Famers. They're not playing like it, right? And so to say that Steph Curry needs to carry two other Hall of Famers and the rest of the roster, I think it's just too much now.
But it's also, you look at Jordan Poole and you're giving him money, and you're, again, Andrew Wiggins is not there.
Expecting him to take an ascension.
Andrew Wiggins is not there. And Jordan Poole's been erratic. And at times he looks like he lost his confidence. And defensively, the thing is, the Warriors used to get into offenses. They don't have the physicality on defense. They don't have the lateral quickness. Even when they play zone, they get torched. They're not the same team. So the age is catching up with them.
Oh, for sure.
Defensively. For sure. So there's a lot going on here. Let's get to the lines, man. A lot of people want to talk about the Golden State Warriors. By the way, got the Prep Rally podcast today.
Yes.
Let us know about the biggest games and stories in the Bay Area prep scene. Email us at hss@957thegame.com and be featured on the Prep Rally podcast. First episode is now available. First 2 episodes now available on the Odyssey app. By the way, you know what I can't get out of my head is trading Draymond Green for Dorian Finney-Smith. I've been off and on looking at Dorian Finney-Smith. You can't do that. Dorian Finney-Smith like that.
Just say it out loud.
Yeah.
And think of what the reaction would be.
Well, forget the reaction.
People go crazy.
Dorian Finney-Smith for Draymond Green. All right, maybe it's not that crazy. Just the reaction would be insane.
Real quick, as you brought up the Prep Rally podcast, how can people email us stuff?
hss@957thegame.com.
So high school baseball is really picking up steam right now. B, I don't know if you know this, but this weekend there's a doubleheader. Dante's Boys Foundation is helping the Bay Area youth through activations and participation in sports. We got 2 high school games at Oracle Park on Saturday. 2. The Bruce Mahoney. This Saturday. Bruce Mahoney, Sacred Heart versus SI at noon. They have 7 matches between boys and girls of the 2 schools. It will be decided Saturday. Saturday at Oracle Park at noon. The gates open at 11, and then the doubleheader, Marin Catholic versus San Marin at 3 p.m. Concessions are open, general admission seating, and maybe a chance for kids wearing Little League jerseys to run the bases after the second game.
So Marin Catholic and San Marin are going to play a baseball game at Oracle Park for the first time ever?
I think they might have done it before.
Really?
But anyway,
that's pretty cool. Is that a big rival?
I don't. Someone in the North Bay needs to educate me.
Because I know San Marin and Novato, they're neighbors. That's a big rivalry. Marin Catholic obviously is the big dog in the MCAL. They've been dominant for a long time.
Yes.
Damn, that's pretty cool.
Go to DantesBoys.org, okay, and you can donate. They do a lot of great work. I work with them with the Junior Giants, and the amount of money that they've raised for kids that need stuff, not kids that are already got a family situation that allows them to afford stuff. I know everybody's struggling right now. These are kids we literally gave children their first glove and played catch with them for the first time. Almost made me cry. I'm like, nobody's played catch with you before. Cool. DantesBoys.org. Support it and go out and watch the Bruce Mahoney Saturday noon at Oracle, San Marin at 3 p.m. versus Marin Catholic. I've got a Little League game, but I'm going to try to make it out to both of those things.
No, I'm going to try to make it out to noon to the Bruce Mahoney. That might be cool. I may take Baby Chaz out there.
I've got the hookup on tickets. Joey Nevin, if you're out there, I need a rack of tickets.
Hey, maybe more exciting baseball being played Saturday than what's going to take place
No, don't
during
do
the
that.
season.
Do not do that.
Yeah, I'm going to do it.
I'm optimistic about the Giants. Don't do that.
Oh, you're optimistic
I
now?
am. I enjoyed what I saw yesterday.
Oh, my God.
Casey Schmidt. I am higher.
So now you're optimistic about the Giants because one player made a great play with his glove and threw it to first base. Oh, oh my God. Let's go back to the Warriors.
That was a big ask last year, though. So
Bonte, I'm just
you're always
before you continue.
Last week you were not optimistic about the Giants. Now all of a sudden you're optimistic because of a spring training game
for Giants prospects.
Oh my gosh!
This is
Warriors. Please get to May.
Casey Schmidt looks like the real deal. I'm not here to say
and they're going to start him in the minors.
Before you lose your mind, I haven't been this excited for a prospect in a long time. Maybe Buster. Maybe Buster's the one. Maybe Bumgarner. I don't know. Watching this guy, what little I've seen on live television, his hand-eye coordination at third base.
That's so cap.
And the bat looks legit.
That is so cap.
What do you mean?
You were excited about Kyle Harrison. You didn't want to involve him in a trade. You didn't want to involve him in trade for Shohei Ohtani.
I've only seen one appearance from Kyle Harrison on TV.
Oh, God.
Schmidt's batting .430 in spring training.
When is Fleming
He's playing elite Gold Glove defense. He won a Gold Glove in the minors, which is very difficult to do because of all the levels that they have. Right. He looks legit. Why can't I be optimistic?
Mark the tape.
Why?
Mark the tape.
Why are you trying to
mark
pat down my optimism?
March 20th. Mark the tape.
I'm Jordan Chasky here. I am just as optimistic for Casey
we know
Schmidt.
you
He's
are
a guy
optimistic.
to get excited for.
You know you're optimistic.
The glove is legitimate there.
We know you're optimistic.
7-8 years for a young, regular, everyday player to come through, and this guy looks like he finally will be one of the first fruit off the Farhan tree. If we're going to spend all offseason crushing them, at least when you see something positive, can you say something positive about the team? I'm excited and optimistic to see Casey Schmidt. VR's batting .125 right now in spring training. He's been battling with injuries. Why not break camp with the kid? Let's see him start as everyday third baseman, just like you did back in the day with some of your other guys like Posey and Will Clark. Just start the year off with him. Let's just see where it goes.
Are you done?
I'm telling you, he looks legit. He's 6'2". He's got a big bat.
Okay, keep going.
He looks like he's really worked on his swing. There is a way. The way this kid fields the ball, you just watch it and you go, it looks different. And look, I'm not disrespecting Evan Longoria at all.
You might as well be Mike Schmidt.
No, Mike Schmidt's a 500 home run.
The guy's 24 years old.
What do you mean?
He's 24 years old, isn't he?
I'm telling you.
And he's not even going to start with the big league club.
I'm watching the way he fields the ball at third base. It looks different. It's okay to be happy and optimistic.
We'll see how optimistic you are. We'll see how because we'll see.
All I've ever wanted was for them to show me an everyday player from their own farm. I can live with Conforto and Yaz and all these other guys who are in their 30s if you give me one everyday player I care about. And I care about Schmidt. I'm excited.
You guys flip-flop so hard when it comes to the Giants. I see the thread. I got the text thread with both of you guys. You guys flip-flop so hard when it comes to Giants baseball.
Dude, at Bimbo's on Saturday night, the amount of people that said, I can't wait for baseball was through the roof.
They can't wait for baseball. They didn't say they can't wait for Giants baseball.
No, people were ready for the Giants.
Oh, they're ready for the Giants.
They're ready for that romance
we'll see.
all summer.
We'll see about that energy. Keep that same energy in June. Both of you guys.
Oh,
and
you
all
know
you
I'm
guys
gonna have that same energy. Bonte, we don't hate the Giants as much as you do, so
I
we're
don't
still
hate
on
the
board.
Giants. I don't hate the Giants. I'm a realistic Giants fan. I give it to you raw and real, and you guys can't handle it.
He made a play in the first inning where it's just you either have the hand-eye coordination to make that play or you don't. And they haven't had – look, Pablo was a really underrated third baseman. Longoria, by the time he got here, was older and longer in the tooth. They haven't had a guy this young, this spry, this good at third base in years. Speaking of which, from maybe Matt Williams.
It's so cap.
No, it's not.
Antonio
His glove
Baybridge.
is elite.
Antonio Baybridge. What's happening? What's happening, Antonio? What's happening?
I'm already in the Fillmore. It took forever.
Oh, man. Sorry about that. Yeah, this guy was going off about Casey Schmidt like he was a Hall of Famer. Michael Jack Schmidt, Philadelphia. Go ahead, Antonio.
Bill Miller.
Unbelievable.
Bill Miller.
Oh, my
Let
God.
me know when
Such
Joey
a high
Bart's ready.
bar. Yeah, let me know when Joey Bart's ready. You're right.
All right.
Antonio, what you got?
I came to roast you guys because you guys are crying and complaining about something every team goes through. Every team goes through it. The Lakers, the Spurs, the Heat do it every time they even get close to a championship. Everybody has to hit the reset button. You're not the Spurs because you won't let the young players play. Kawhi played. Tony Parker played. Thiago Splitter played. Right? So it's your own fault, but you can't complain about it. You had Steph. Congrats. Klay Thompson. You should have traded him when you had the opportunity to. Right? You're definitely not trading Dre for Dorian Finney-Smith. You could have got two other players, but you're not playing Kuminga enough. You let Wiseman go before you even give him a shot. And then who knows about Moody if he can even play. But, I mean, you set yourself up, so you can't really complain about it.
Nobody's complaining.
Look at every championship team. Come on now.
We're assessing the situation. We're not complaining. It's been a not so fun season with the Golden State Warriors, and a lot of things have happened. We're just assessing what the team, and we're giving our opinions.
Well, I think they were hoping, not a reset, but they were hoping to weave in younger players into the equation, and it just feels like their tolerance level for the mistakes and the pitfalls of weaving those guys in wasn't tolerated long enough. And now we're here where we're at, and it feels like the situation is beyond repair. And not only have you not developed the young players, now they're just soaking up wasted spots.
But again, there's 10 games left. They're 36-36. What if they do go 73 over the next 10? I know it doesn't seem realistic at all. Trust me. Watch the team every single game, inside and out, watching games back all the time. It does not feel like they can go 73 in the last 10.
I would be surprised.
But if they did, and they're looking good, and they start humming, you telling me they can't flip that switch when you have a guy like Stephen Curry? What if Wiggins does come back in the next 5 or 6 games and he regains that form? What if Clay's just stroking and Jordan Poole all of a sudden is having a pool party again?
If Wiggins came back, I think everyone would feel different. I think we would. Right now, they're a small forward away. Like they miss a perimeter defender dramatically, and they miss athleticism, and they miss the 3-point shooting and the consistency. He's a guy that can attack the rim and can get up and down the floor. Like they really miss him on the court. It's undeniable.
I'm gonna miss Casey Schmidt if he's not in that lineup on opening day at Yankee Stadium. Tell you that right now.
I think there's an outside chance he breaks camp with them.
He should.
I hope he does. I really hope he does.
Got nobody else on this roster. Malik in Oakland, what's happening?
How you guys doing? Good morning. Well, I want to say, man, we missing Mike Brown, man. Mike Brown, he like young players. He talked to the young players. He liked to play young players. He realized Steve didn't want to play them young guys. So he said, you know what, next year I'm going to finally take a job. And another thing, Poole, and I want you guys to really, talk about that. Mike Brown leaving, man. He was a big offensive, he was a defensive coach, but his offensive, coaching wasn't bad either. And he got along with the players. He was more, outgoing than Steve, and he was more connected with some of the guys on the bench. You know what I'm saying? Some of the older players, they really respected Mike Brown. And another thing I want to say, Poole is not going to get better. And this is no disrespect to Poole, if any fans or even if Poole listening. He's not going to get any better. His game is kind of predicated on him playing with the ball, throwing up a wild shot,
not playing any defense. If you guys are basketball fans, and I know you guys are, y'all know a lot of guys that play like Poole. So let's get out the sense that he's an NBA guy. We've seen a lot of wild players do just like throw the ball behind his back, throw it over his head, throw up wild shots. He make a lot of them. He's a good player, but his game is limited. Jamal Crawford, yes, that's Poole, and they end up paying this dude too much money. He's going to get paid next year, and they're going to have to trade him, and the Warriors are not going to win 7 out of 10 games. We've been saying this all year. We might make the play-in. You might win in the play-in and play the number 1 seed and get knocked out the playoff. This ain't our year. And good listening to you guys.
All right, you too, Malik. A call. Can Jordan Poole improve? All right, let's look at something here. All right, so his rookie year, shot 28% from 3. Second year, he shoots 35% from 3. Last year, he shoots 36.5% from 3. Now he's back down to 33%. And he's a volume shooter. I mean, he hits 16 shots a game. I mean, think about when Kevin Durant was here. Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson, it was like 18, 17, 16. Jordan Poole gets his shots. Shooting 42.5% from the floor. 43%, you could say. He's giving you 20, but is he making the team better when he scores his 20? Is he making the team better, Shasky?
Well, there's much need. That's a loaded question because, like, at times they need much needed offense. So, yes, but then at other times he doesn't really set up for others the way you want him to. He shows flashes every 7 or 8 games that he can do it, but it's not consistent enough, B.
Yeah.
And I would also say
that gets into that hot sauce back. You know, when he starts dribbling.
Yes. Doing too much.
Yeah, way too much.
But I also think that the guys that he plays with off that second unit, that doesn't, I don't think that
help.
fits his game either.
No doubt.
And then the money thing. This is interesting because, like, I've thought about this. Everyone's like, he's got paid way too much. Do you know what the average max slot is for this year and next year?
It's going to be 30 around that.
$35 million.
Yeah.
So he's making what next year?
He's making 33.
I thought it was 23.
No, it's like 33.
Is it that much?
Or does it go up each year?
I don't know. I thought it was less than that.
I thought it was.
I thought he was only
33.
making like 3/4 of a max, not a full max. I could be wrong. Oh, yeah. Well, the point that I'm getting at is that you have to overpay on the front end for these guys because you're hoping the ascension comes up. 3 years ago, 2 years ago, when they paid De'Aaron Fox for the Kings did, it was a massive overpay. Today, it looks a lot different. Now,
so next year, sorry to cut you off, $27.4 million next year.
Okay.
29.6 the next year. 31.8 the next year.
Yeah.
And then 34 in the next season. So this is a great contract, in my opinion, because the Warriors, if they decide to do something with Jordan Poole, I'm not saying one way or another to trade Poole.
It gives them flexibility.
Let the front office do what they got to do. But it does give them flexibility because this is a tradable asset.
Absolutely.
And his contract is affordable for his price point. We all say, would you rather have Tyler Hero or Jordan Poole? Well, you know what? 27.4 next year for Jordan Poole is not bad for a 20-point per game score.
And I think that people need to wrap their arms around the concept in the NBA that the max player contracts that are given out, they're kind of weird. So, like, you got the guys on the top end who are underpaid, and then you've got all the guys on the bottom end of these
that are overpaid,
and they're dramatically overpaid.
Right.
Like let's just call it what it is. Like, are there 80 max players in the league? No, but you pay a bunch of these guys to be max players when in reality they're not. Like, Chris Middleton's a great example. He's getting paid, quote unquote, max money. He's not a max money type of a player that's going to change a franchise or anything.
No.
But he's really good, and you have to pay that penance if you want to have a player of that caliber.
No, he's a two-way guy. He's a two-way guy who can. Now this year he's been a little up and down because of the knee injury, but I get your point.
But then Giannis, who's his teammate, makes max money, and he's dramatically underpaid.
Well, the caller just mentioned
so
that
it's
we've
just
seen
weird,
the best.
finances.
He doesn't believe that Jordan Poole could get better.
Like, he's plateaued.
Have we seen the best of Jordan Poole? Do you believe? I don't think so. I mean he's so young. How fair is that? Because he's 23 years old. 23. He'll be 24 later this year. He's already got 3 years in the league. This is his 4th year. I don't think he's hit his ceiling, but how much better can he get? And can he get better on this team with the pieces around him? And that includes the core 3 with Steph, Klay, and Dre.
I don't know. That's a great question.
Because, like, with that contract, I would love to see it work out for Jordan Poole in a Warriors uniform.
How much better can he get defensively? Like, incrementally better? Because he's so horrific. Like, if he can go from horrific to not abused on every single possession,
that's the problem.
That would be a huge step up. Like, forget offense for a second.
defensively, he just gets, even when he's playing zone, he's not moving his feet. He's reaching. I don't know what's happened on that end of the floor. It just does not look pretty.
If he was running his own team, right? Let's say there was no Steph Curry and he was running his, wouldn't we look past the defensive issues a little more because the offensive numbers would be higher?
Yes, but then we'd look at the wins, losses.
No doubt. Like the Monte
wins
equation.
and losses.
Yeah.
And like, are you making the team better?
Yes.
Are you winning games? Are you winning? Are you impacting winning? Right now, he's not impacting winning.
No, I can't deny that.
Even in the third quarter when he's cooking, you got to the free throw line. That was the best stretch of ball I've seen him play in a while. But with that contract, it's a very team-friendly contract, in my opinion. Now you got all the other cash and what's Draymond going to do and what's Clay going to do.
No, but it gives them optionality.
But it does give them options.
And to your point, like there was a sequence, they I don't know, 104, 106, or 106, 108, whatever the score was.
106, 108.
Okay, they're down 2. Curry comes, reckless layup, throws it up in the air, and goes to no man's land. They go down, boom, they bang a 3 in the corner.
Desmond Bane.
Yeah, they come back. Jordan Poole throws a one-armed, cross-court pass
to Steph and Curry that gets turned over.
And it was both players. It wasn't just Steph. It wasn't just Poole. It was both of them. And that was like, boom, microcosm of the entire year on the road. You fight to stay in the game. You cut it close. And then horrific decisions where only one guy touches the ball on one possession and we all love Steph, and only Jordan Poole trying to do a hero pass across the court, and it's like game over. Like literally the game was over right then and there.
I mean, Friday night, same thing.
So frustrating.
Friday night, Clay throws it out of bounds in Atlanta. They have a side out, and it looks like they're running a fast break. I forgot who hit the 3. Wide open. Boom, nails it. And everybody was hitting threes against the Warriors Friday night in Atlanta. Bogdanovich got hot. John Collins, 25% from the three-point line. John Collins shooting 25% from the three-point line. Hits 4 in the first quarter alone. 4 in the first quarter. Dylan Brooks for Saturday night, 4-4. But Fitz said it perfectly. When Clay threw it out of bounds and Atlanta hit a 3, if you haven't watched the Warriors on the road, all you have to do is look at the last 10 seconds. And then when you go look at the Memphis game, same thing. Poole throws a one-hand pass, turns it over. Bane hits a 3. They're up 9, the Grizzlies, that is. Game over.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, so Klay Thompson's making 40 this year, 43 next year.
Well, he's the 8th highest paid player in the NBA right now.
Yeah, 43.
Klay Thompson. I mean, it is what it is, but like he's not playing like the 8th best player in the league.
Not.
But that's my point on like you pay people and then like some are overpaid, some are underpaid based on where they're at in their career and whatnot. Let me ask you a funny question. Desmond Bane, he got pipes, right? Like the dude's cut.
T-Rex arms.
He cut. John Collins is pretty physically imposing. Nice. If you were creating a starting 5 of just guys getting off the bus who look like they could kick the crap out of anybody, I think Desmond Bane's into that starting 5.
Does Desmond Bane look athletic? Our conversation Friday. A lot of people hit me up. What the hell does Shasky mean? The underrated athletic because of Draymond's body. So they have good bodies. How athletic is Desmond Bane and John Collins? They look good. But you also got Ish Wainwright in Phoenix with the Pipes who play football and basketball.
He's humongous.
He is humongous.
So is he in your starting 5?
Probably.
Jokic is not in my starting 5.
Giannis would be in my starting 5. Giannis is ripped.
Yeah, Giannis is in there.
Giannis is ripped.
Yeah, he is. You don't have to be a great player. I'm just talking about bodies. Like NBA chiseled. At one point, Iggy was in that.
Yeah.
Right? Chiseled NBA bodies. Corey Maggette, all time.
I don't even know what
starting
I want to
5.
Let's go to Alex in Atlanta, man. I'm not touching. I'm not. I'm looking at these dudes play basketball. I'm not studying their pipes and how strong they are. I'm just like, they're strong players.
Well, when I look at
looking at
Jokic,
their physiques and whether or not they're bodybuilders.
Jokic is so lovable because his arms look like most doughy white guy arms.
I've been in the locker room with Jokic. Yeah,
and that's what I appreciate about him. He doesn't have
a 6-pack.
It's very relatable, even though he's 7'2" and he's the most skilled player on the planet.
He's underrated athletically.
Yeah, no duh. Yes, absolutely.
Alex in Atlanta. Man.
Absolutely.
Alex, what's happening?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Did you have fun at the game Friday?
Shout out to my guys at KSU for making the NCAA tournament for the first time this year. Go Owls!
Yep.
Gave Xavier a tough fight in the first round, so good for them.
Alex, did you have fun Friday night at State Farm Arena?
Man, I had fun until the first quarter ended and the Warriors gave away that double-digit lead.
Yeah, that was.
But I wanted to talk about Jordan Poole because I know you guys have been talking about him here for about the last 30 minutes to an hour on whether or not it might be a good idea to move on from him. I agree that I think there's areas where Jordan Poole can improve, and I think he has the ability to improve, but you have to ask yourself, is this the environment where he's going to be able to improve? Because we talk about how great Jordan Poole is as a starter compared to when he comes off the bench. He's probably not going to be a starter here unless they keep running these 3-guard lineups in the future moving forward. He's probably not going to be a starter here for the next 2 or 3 years. So he's still going to be, the first guy off the bench as long as Steph and Clay are here. So he's probably not going to see improvement there. His defense has somehow gotten worse year over year because it seems like he doesn't give the same level of effort he was giving last year. Now, you could come up with a dozen different reasons of why that might be, but the fact is it's not there. And then you talk about his contract, and he got a very similar contract to what Tyler Hero got. And I think that's where the question is, would you rather have Tyler Hero or would you rather have Jordan Poole? Tyler Hero is a more complete player and had a bigger sample size of performance to look at to justify the contract that he was given. I think the Warriors paid Jordan Poole a bit too early, and that happens sometimes. You get blinded by the flashes of brilliance you see in one season, and you end up paying a guy too soon. I don't think they're overpaying him because, like you said, the contract is very team-friendly, but I think they just gave him the money too early, and I think that if he is going to thrive and blossom into the player that we hope he can be, it's probably going to be in a different environment. It's probably going to be similar to the James Wiseman situation where you had to move on from him because he didn't fit the system, and now he's doing really well in Detroit. All of Poole's shooting splits are down this year. His shooting efficiency is down this year. So even though he's scoring more points per game this season, it's taking him 2 to 3 more shots to get there. So he's becoming more of a volume shooter. The defensive effort's not there. He can't play with Steph because spacing on the floor becomes an issue with Jordan Poole and Steph out there at the same time. They kind of clog up in the same spots when they're on the floor together. I saw a lot of that in the Atlanta game. So it just feels like it might be the best option for both parties to try to flip him in the offseason.
Oh, boy. You're going to hear a lot of that. A lot of that. And it's insane to me how just over a year ago, the conversation about Jordan Poole was completely different. I mean, that stadium was popping for Jordan Poole. What has gone wrong for the Golden State Warriors? We'll ask Madeline Kinney coming up at 8 o'clock. Now it's time for the injury report. That was a depressing call from Alex in Atlanta. It was depressing. Like, I mean, we couldn't.
Money time! Money time!
We broke that button last season. We couldn't play it enough.
Sometimes the truth hurts.
Damn, we all talk about the rain. Oh, man, it's raining too much. Actually, it was fun to be in the city yesterday with the old school fog and the rain. Felt like a city kid back in the day. It felt like I was back in the city.
Nice.
Like Frisco. It felt good. Didn't depress me as much. That call from Alex in Atlanta about Jordan Poole and the splits, because we all know the numbers. And you can just watch it. You watch it, and you're like, what happened?
Well, that's my biggest thing is the eyeball. It doesn't pass the eyeball test.
The eye test. I love the eye test. And the eye test tells me Wiseman's balling in Detroit.
See, now that's why I'm so high on Casey Schmidt. The eye test.
The eye test. There you go. Casey Schmidt. Lubman.
See how happy Lubman got back there?
Well, no, he's up and down. You guys are both up and down. That's what drives me crazy about Giants baseball. I know what they're going to be, and I enjoy it. You guys go, oh, my gosh, it's 162 games. The pendulum is swinging back and forth. Oh, my Lord. Sorry, he's driving me crazy. Go USA. Hopefully they get Japan. All right, the Houston Astros became the latest team to lose a star player in the WBC World Baseball Classic. Second baseman Jose Altuve suffered a fractured hand or wrist. Wrist or hand? Was it a thumb?
Thumb.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Thumb. He's out. You said fracture something. During Saturday's contest between Team USA and Venezuela, he's expected to undergo surgery and be out. What I saw 6 to 8 weeks. That's tough.
Yeah.
Tough.
Well, you can't grip the bat properly. You can't put the glove on. I think it's on his left hand.
Daniel Bard, Colorado Rockies reliever. I want to see him every game once the Giants play him because he gets rocked.
Did you hear about the Japanese 21-year-old who's blowing 101?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did hear about that.
Sasaki, I think his name is.
They got some dudes. Woo! Daniel Bard, He stunk in this World Baseball Classic.
We will talk World Baseball Classic in like 20 minutes.
Maybe.
I got to squeeze some thoughts in.
Maybe. An injury report brought to you by Boxer and Curzon, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on a game sponsored by Fremont Bake Full Service Baking? No compromises. Madeline Kenny, plus, does anybody care about the WBC? It's been really good, but I want to gauge baseball fans. Do you really care about the World Baseball Classic? Because a lot of players seem like they care a lot more about the World Baseball Classic as opposed to Major League Baseball. We'll do all that coming up in the 8 o'clock hour.
Baseball.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Spring Sale.
Hi, I did my spring cleaning, but I still feel I'm missing something.
Don't worry, our spring sale has offers on everything from
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good to be back on the roast on a Monday morning. What a way to start the week. Warriors lose their first 3 games on this 5-game road trip. We'll talk a little baseball a little later. We'll talk some March Madness a little later. But right now, she just celebrated her 1-year anniversary of being on the Warriors beat. In case you don't know, Madeline Kinney works for the Mercury News. She's been doing a great job for over a year by way of Chicago, by way of Lincoln, Nebraska. She's Nebraska's finest. She traveled with the team in Tokyo. She's followed the Caves all season long. She's written some great articles. She asked some great questions to the presser. Madeline Kinney back on the roast. Back on the roast here on 95.7 The Game. Madeline, good morning. How is this road trip treating you?
Good morning. It's well. I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We're good. What is your favorite stop? Is it Memphis? Is it Atlanta? Is it LA? Is it Houston? Dallas? What's your type of town?
Ooh, that's a hard question. You know what? I do like the Texas cities because I have friends in both of them that I don't get to see often, so it's always nice to connect with, old acquaintances. But LA definitely is the most fun.
Yeah, LA is definitely fun. Now, how much fun are the Warriors having on this road trip, including Saturday night's extravaganza against the Memphis Grizzlies?
Yeah, I think I'm definitely having more fun than they are right now, if I'm being honest. But they're hopeful that they can turn this thing around, and they kind of need to if they want to avoid the play-in.
Hey, let me ask you, because you're around the team way more than any of us, and so maybe you get a better feel for it. What's the vibe like with this team in terms of relationships, in contrast to maybe teams that you've covered or this team that you've covered in years past? Because it just feels, I guess the overall sentiment, it feels to me when I'm watching them play, not only are they not good, it looks like they don't like playing with each other.
Steve has talked repeatedly, or a few times this season, and recently, I believe it was on the last road trip, about there just kind of being a disconnect at times on the court. And so I think it's fair to say that there is a disconnect at times when they're playing. They don't all look like they're in sync, and for whatever reason. And so they're inside the locker room. They're all talking. They all say that the vibes are staying high and that they're not really sweating this whole road home discrepancy. They still believe that when healthy and complete, that they can beat anyone in a 4-game series. Even the new guys that haven't been around this team, Dante DiVincenzo had said the same thing, that once the playoffs come around, this will be a totally different situation with the team. But it's they deserve some benefit of the doubt, of course, because of what they have accomplished. But at the same time, this is a new team, a new year, and they don't have a lot of answers for what is happening on the road right now.
Yeah, I think what's discouraging, as we're talking to Madeline Kinney here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, does a great job covering the Golden State Warriors for the Bay Area News Group. Go check her out. Check out her stuff at the Bay Area News Group, of course. Madeline, that's the problem. It's the 3-point shooting. All right, they give up 15 or more threes on the road. They're 1-19. They trail at the 3 quarters. They're 0-23. Teams are hitting their average. Like Chris Willen always asks me, "Yo, Bonte, what's the average makes per game with an opposing team?" And every team in the first half, they're eclipsing that average. So defensively, how can they get better? Because we don't know the timetable for Gary Payton II and Andrew Wiggins. With this group right now that's on the floor, can they get better defensively?
That's a really good question. I think that there are some changes that they can do. A lot of their issues right now, especially with their perimeter defense, is overhelping and potentially not communicating enough. Draymond Green has talked about, point of attack defense has kind of been something that they've had to struggle with at times this season, especially on the road. And a lot of it too also comes with, good offense leads to good defense and vice versa. And so if Steve always talks about shot turnovers. So if you're taking ill-advised shots and then you're running and trying to get back on defense and you don't have a set defense, it just allows teams to get on run. And once you allow a team to get into rhythm, it's really hard to disrupt that rhythm. And so I think that's kind of the Warriors' issues at times on the road, is that they can't put it together for the 48 minutes. And so they'll have like really strong runs. So they'll have really, good periods where they look like they're in sync. They're playing good defense. They have good offense. And it all seems to be clicking. And then for whatever reason, they have these lulls. And that's when teams tend to go on runs. And then sometimes, and when you're playing an uphill battle, it's really hard to overcome that for an entire game.
Yeah, no doubt. I have long since thought this is a rivalry between the Warriors and the Grizzlies. Everyone has different criteria, and they have different things that they measure it by. Bonte, I think, is coming around on the rivalry. Is that right, Bonte?
I need one more playoff series, but you can definitely tell Dylan Brooks is getting into the head of the Golden State Warriors.
To me, this is a rivalry, and I love it, and I'm happy, and it's created some more must-see moments and sense of urgency in an otherwise mundane regular season overall. Is it a rivalry to you, Grizzlies-Warriors?
Not quite yet. I think there's definitely bad blood there, and both teams try to get up for that game every time that they play for each other. I think there's a little bit more on the line. You don't want to lose the Grizzlies if you're the Warriors, because the Grizzlies are the young, athletic, up-and-coming team, and they have a lot to say, and for the Warriors, you kind of want to put them in their place, but they haven't been able to do that on the road this season. Dylan Brooks, he has it out for the Warriors. I think he's made that pretty clear. So I don't think it's quite a rivalry yet, but there definitely is bad blood tension whenever those two teams.
Madeline Kinney, Bay Area News Group here on the Morning Roast. Dylan Brooks played well Saturday. Played really well.
Why are you acting surprised by that?
What? But Dylan Brooks played well?
Yeah.
He doesn't shoot the ball well. Like John Collins,
Everyone
Madeline.
shoots the ball well
I know,
against
that's
the
the sad
Warriors.
part. Madeline, John Collins shoots 25% from the three-point line. You're there Friday night at State Farm Arena in Atlanta, and he hits 4 threes in the first quarter. It's like, when will it stop? It's like clockwork.
It is insane. Some of these players that get the hot hands against the Warriors, it's some of it feels almost like bad luck, like misfortune, that some of these guys that go off against the Warriors when they're in their own home arena. It kind of is mind-boggling at times.
The Andrew Wiggins situation, no one is trying to pry for exactly what's going on or whatnot. But if he doesn't come back on the court, I just don't see how they can win it all. Yeah. Am I wrong in feeling that way, Madeline?
No, I think you're very valid. I mean, you look at what Andrew Wiggins did for the team last year during their championship run. I don't know if they win that. I don't think they win that championship without Andrew Wiggins and what he was able to do. Obviously, hope the best for him and his situation. Want to respect his privacy.
Of course.
I think it's fair to a degree to wonder or speculate whether he will be back at some point this season. I think those are okay questions to ask. But the Warriors, they need Andrew Wiggins, and I think they know that too.
I wondered, Madeline, we asked Anthony Slater this last week, and I've asked a lot of beat writers, and I'll ask you this. How hard has it been to cover that situation, Andrew Wiggins? Because it's difficult to talk about. We talked about it last week for the first time in over a month, and, we got some traction on Twitter, whether it was good or bad, but it must be difficult for you as a reporter to navigate this situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, I talked to some guys, I think it was on the last road trip, about what are you missing with Andrew Wiggins, not being there. Obviously, we can see what you're missing on the court, but off the court, in the locker room, a lot of them talk about his smile and just how much it brightens up the room and stuff like that. He's not the loudest guy in the room, but, he still is an important part of their team chemistry. And so it is hard. It's a very delicate subject. You want to respect his privacy, of course. But also it is a storyline that we have to follow and continue to stay up on because, the one day that you don't ask what's the latest with Andrew Wiggins is the day that he might be at be at Chase Center practicing or warming up.
Right.
So that's why, we continue to have to ask these questions, even if, some people might roll their eyes and be like, why are they still asking about this?
All right, I'm going to give you $100,000. You have to put. I was going to say 1,000, but it's not enough to move the needle nowadays in this inflation market that we're in.
California.
Everybody's hurting.
It's not Nebraska.
Exactly. All right, $100,000. Over or under 500 for the Warriors this year. And I'm not letting you say exactly 500.
I was going to say exactly 500.
I'm taking that off the board.
They have 5 games at home, 5 games at the road. There's no indication that they could very well win the 5 at home and lose the 5 on the road. They don't want to do that. Okay, I'm gonna be optimistic. I'll take the over. I think they finish one game over 500.
Wow.
Wow. So, boy. Oh, boy.
I know. We all feel the same way.
Have fun in Houston. At least you're having fun on this road trip. Watching it hasn't been so much fun. Glad you're in Texas. Did you? Man, Houston and in Dallas, man, Madeline's living a dream.
Living the dream. That's what they say.
All right, Madeline. Good stuff. We always love you having you on the roast. Keep up the good work there. We'll be reading your work at the Bay Area News Group. Warriors are rocking today. Take care, Madeline. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yep.
Anytime. Madeline Kitty, man. A lot of fun talking about the Dubs and 500.
Why did you laugh when I asked that question?
No, I just that's where we're at.
I won't let you take 500 because that's to me. That's
I'll take the over. I'll take the over.
You'll take the over.
Oh, boy.
You do not feel confident.
I don't. How can I? How can I feel confident?
That's my point. I'm not a betting man. So
I don't know when Gary Payton II is coming back.
And what does he look like when he comes back? Like,
exactly.
Does he, what does he? Let me ask this one because I think we've put a little too much stock into his return. What is he really doing to help them win? Yes, perimeter defense. Is he going to really be that impactful offensively in terms of spacing?
Right. Yeah.
So you're
going to be in a dunker spot. So I don't know what it looks like anymore. I don't know. He played 17 minutes a game last year.
Like he's a weapon. I'm not denying that he will help.
And you know what? He may help Jordan Poole defensively.
So that's an element I hadn't thought of.
Coming in with that second unit, he may help Jordan Poole. Taking some of the pressure off of him.
How does he help them rebound in certain situations? I know he's underrated
rebounding-wise. I mean, they out-rebounded the Grizzlies.
No, but it's situational rebounding.
Yeah, I get it.
You know, when they really need a stop.
I don't know.
And here's the other part about the rebounding numbers. Teams are lighting it up, so there aren't a lot of rebounds to be had. I mean, let's just call it what it is.
They're taking the ball out the net a lot. There's no doubt about that.
I mean, come on.
They're getting lit up.
Look, I love Fitz. I love Bob Fitzgerald. I love him. But he's like, this team can't keep shooting. Yes, they can.
Listen.
They're getting wide open looks.
The Warriors
they can continue to shoot that well.
The Warriors out-rebounded the Hawks 54-45. And offensive rebounds was 16-13. Warriors advantage. But it was the second chance points that did the Warriors in 27-11. It's the points off turnovers that is destroying them. And you know what? And
this is where the numbers. I don't care what the numbers say.
But here's the numbers I care about. No.
133 to 120.
Well, I was going to say these are the numbers that matter. Points scored in the quarter. They played 12 quarters so far on the road. No overtime games. 12 quarters. In 9 of those quarters, they've given up at least 32 points. At least 32. Like the Grizzlies scored 38 in the quarter. No problem. Hawks scored 39 in the first quarter Friday night. The Clippers were dropping 30-plus left and right. The only quarter, so they gave up 23 in the fourth quarter to the Atlanta Hawks. That's one of the quarters you didn't give up 30. Saturday night, they gave up 29 in the fourth quarter. That's one of the quarters you didn't give up 30. You scored 30 a quarter, that's 120.
Yeah,
that comes out to 120. I mean, I'm not a math major, but that's 120 a game.
But they do it consistently.
They've
given up 125 more this year than in the years where they won 19 games. It feels like to me.
It feels like it.
But I know that's probably not accurate.
I mean, they gave up 134 in back-to-back games in L.A. to the Clippers.
Well, but the part that I struggle with
is the Clippers, 28, 33, 38, 38, 35.
People are jumping over themselves to do mental gymnastics regarding statistics that show where they're elite and where they're bad. They're just not a good team right now.
No.
Now, could that change? I guess. Not a lot of time left. I guess it could change. But, guys, your eyeballs tell you everything you need to know. They're erratic offensively, and they score a lot when they're down a lot, and they give up a lot of good looks.
And it's not fair to just pinpoint it at Jordan Poole.
No, it's everyone.
I've heard a lot of that.
No, it's everyone.
It's everyone.
When you're a 500 team, it's not one guy's fault.
You want to do the math? You want some more math? How about these numbers, folks?
Okay, I'll take this for data.
Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Kevon Looney, Draymond Green, and Dante DiVincenzo were starting 5 on Saturday. David Fizdale will say, the data. Wow. Well, Steph scored 16, Klay scored 14, Looney scored 10, Draymond 11. DiVincenzo had 3 points. Scored 3 points.
Wow. DiVincenzo looks tired.
He does look tired.
And I have a hard time ripping him because he has tried so hard.
His role is coming off the bench. That's his ideal role, coming off the bench next to Jordan Poole.
He needs a night off.
The starters of the Grizzlies outscored the starters of the Warriors 102-54.
That's not good.
102-54. Dylan Brooks scored more than Steph. He had 18. Jared Jackson Jr., boy, went off. 31 points, 7 rebounds.
They don't have an answer for him.
How about Xavier Tillman?
He'd look good. Couple pick and rolls.
How about Xavier Tillman going 14, 10, and 5?
Yeah, and he's just a body type that they struggle to defend.
Desmond Bain, 26.
Oh, yeah.
Tyus Jones, 13
Bain,
and 14.
We haven't talked enough. Bain went to the rack more in this game than I've seen him do ever.
He looked at the rack and he was like, "Oh, it's barbecue chicken."
Yeah, because there's no Wiggins out there.
It's food out there.
Yeah, exactly.
It's food.
And he hit threes. Dude, he's nice. He's very nice.
You can outscore 102-54 your starting lineup.
Which one makes you more frustrated, Atlanta or that one? Memphis.
Atlanta, because Atlanta was trying to give you the game. They were trying to give the Warriors a game. They did not want to win. And you gave it away because Steph and Clay took some horrendous shots down the stretch. Clay with the terrible. Steph, Clay, and Jordan Poole combined for 15 of the 17 turnovers Friday night.
Wow. I didn't know that.
You take that for data. You want more numbers? I mean, take that for data. Wow. I mean, they're up 16-4, get out to a hot smoking start. Next thing you know, the Hawks score. They go on a 35-15 run, and next thing you know, you're up 16-4, and you go into the second quarter down 39-31.
Take that for data.
What else you want? That Atlanta game ticked me off. Because it was right there. They played very well. Good spacing, good floor balance. And the turn. Clay was just, he's 7-24 from 3 on this road trip. This team's driving me crazy, dude. I was deflated. I don't know if you guys saw the energy postgame. I was deflated. I begged people. I said, hey, please stick with us today. I said, no, let's go WebEx. We're either going to talk about the 11th straight road loss or we're going to talk about the best road win of the season. It's either or. But please stick with us. Pretty please. Don't flip over to the WBC. Don't flip over to March Madness. Please watch us.
I was flipping over.
I don't blame you.
I mean, you're watching the USA and Venezuela go back and forth with moonshots left and right, and I was loving every second. By the way, the USA's pitching is horrific.
It's terrible.
Nick Martinez cannot be your ace. I mean, get out of here with that. I know that Verlander and Scherzer, these older guys aren't going to pitch. Like, I get all that, but like, geez,
Adam
Louise.
Wainwright's like 50 years old, starting for us in the biggest game.
I'm so done with him.
Well, when you have a lineup like you do,
the
you can
lineup
overcome
is sick.
that.
And there's no Bryce Harper and no Aaron Judge, and it's still a sick lineup.
Trey Turner's batting 9th.
Well, he's ridiculous.
I told you guys, Trey Turner.
Tim Anderson should not be at second base.
I think it's simple for me. I'm keeping Trey Turner as a keeper. That Philadelphia lineup, I love Trey Turner. Love Trey Turner.
Yeah, he's playing great defense.
I've always wanted Trey Turner as a Giant.
0-2.
Gosh.
Turner to left field and deep. Peralta back. It is gone.
Incredible play.
USA!
Who's that? Yonder Alonso? Dave Fleming on the call.
USA!
Major League Baseball Network tonight. Mexico against Japan. Mexico and Japan.
Winner faces the United States in the championship round.
Yep.
I am so excited for this. Look, we're here now.
I'm not gonna lie. We got the calls. Casey, Brett, George, Stanhold. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't watched one full game. I've watched spurts.
Okay.
March Madness is on. I'm a sucker for March Madness.
Well, that's fair.
I am.
I think a lot of people
I thought FDU was going to pull
sided
it off yesterday. Gonzaga comes back. Miami beats Indiana. I mean, Lutman's happy. I mean, March Madness has been really good. So I haven't watched much of it, but from hearing from the players, from USA, Venezuela, Dominican Republic. By the way, David Rubenstein listening to us all the way from DR. What up, David? We got listeners all over the place. They're discussing the World Baseball Classic as if it means more than winning a World Series.
I mean, I think for some people it does. Also, like Trey Turner was talking about how like the incredible moments that he's had in his career, and I was just thinking like I think when you play Major League Baseball for as long as Trey Turner has, and you've been traded multiple times, or at least jumped teams multiple times, there is a like, hey, this is my job element. Like I know people don't want to hear that, but there's a business element of Major League Baseball, and I'm sure if you ask him the same question, if they win the World Series this year, the Phillies, his answer will be slightly different.
Right.
But I'm not surprised guys are loving it. Like it feels so organic and the crowds are going crazy. I think, first off, Miami as a baseball town, they've been trying to capture that magic for the Marlins forever.
I knew it was a good baseball town. It just, David Sampson and them ran the fans out.
Well, there's a variety of things. But,
but
also I think the nationality thing can't be underrated. Like having all of the Cuban people of that area.
the death of Jose Fernandez really took a lot of that.
Of course.
Let's not be in that organization.
Of course.
That was huge.
Of course.
If he's alive and he's pitching every fifth day.
alienated their entire fan base by saying some things.
He said some ridiculous things.
Some things that
David Sampson did some ridiculous things. So the people who've
there's
been running, there's a lot going on down there.
And they dismantled the teams. Like there's a lot that goes into this. But my point being is that when you wave the flags of Venezuela, of the Dominican Republic, of Cuba and all that, I do think it brings the fervor out of the fans. It brings the nationalism out of people. And for these guys that are all like probably grew up playing near each other, against each other, seeing each other, to play on one team together, that's got to be fun.
How much do you think it's captured the American audience?
See, that's a question I don't have an answer to. I've enjoyed it. I've truly enjoyed it. Like, for example, Mike Trout. Watching Mike Trout has been a joy. Like, I remember when Kobe played on the USA team, it was like, great. I could finally, like, embrace Kobe. Like, yes, let's go. And I made me love Kobe. Like, it really did, because I didn't really have an opportunity to truly embrace him until the Redeem team. Watching Mike Trout smile and make plays out there, Goldschmidt has been a beast. Trey Turner's a beast. Mookie Betts. Arenado. I can't root for Mookie Betts. He's a Dodger. But when I'm watching him play second base and right field, dude, he's a stud.
I wonder how much steam he's going to catch in the States.
I don't know.
Because, like, for me, it's competing against March Madness, and I haven't watched one full college basketball game all season long. But March Madness comes around, and I'm locked in. I'm seeing Duke play Tennessee and watching the Dukies get bowed out, get beat. I'm like, man, this is... March Madness still does something to me. It still does something for me. So it hasn't. I've watched spurts of it. Obviously, the Diaz injury stinks. Edwin Diaz got hurt celebrating with Puerto Rico. That's unfortunate. But it feels like it's been really good baseball. Seeing the stadiums packed has been really cool.
It has, but like the problem with the setup right now, there's no spot on the calendar that makes sense for all the pitchers to like want to jump in.
What if you paused the Major League Baseball season and did the World Baseball Classic in the middle of summer? Would teams allow that? Like you do in the Premier League and all these other leagues. You do the Champions League. They pause the leagues for a second. You play the Champions League. Now somebody gets hurt, and all of a sudden you're ticked off.
You know, would you rather have injuries happen in spring training? Would you rather have Altuve get hurt at the beginning of your year or in the middle of your year?
Yeah,
you know, like injuries are going to happen. There's just not a great time on the calendar. I think that's the thing that people need to come to embrace it.
All right, KC, Lamar, Malik, Brett, George, we're going to get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. We'll get right back into the dubs. And yes, Stanford did lose last night to Ole Miss. That was a horrific loss. Ole Miss shut them down. Shut down the Cardinals. So they're not going to go to the Sweet 16. I think it's the first time they haven't gone to the Sweet 16 since 07 or 08.
Wow.
It's been a while. Man, that's a disappointment.
Wow.
Disappointed. Did you hear what Tara said after the game? I know our men's team would be ecstatic to play. We'll tease it. I'll tease it.
Okay.
Okay. We'll come back. We have the Fix It Friday. Are we still giving out the Kirby gift card?
No, we're not doing that.
All right. Never mind. Let us know about the biggest games and stories in the Bay Area. Proceed. Email us at hss@957thegame.com. Be featured on the Front Rally podcast. First episode now available. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by AC Transit. KC, Lamar, Malik, Brett, George. We're going to get to you. You got to hear what Tara Vanderveer said after the loss last night to Ole Miss. That's all coming up here on the Morning Roast.
USA!
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
See, Spadoni, when you're not jaded by Joe Shasky the Butcher and you're just playing Nicotina and Mac Dre all day, you get into your bag and you play something like this.
With so much drama in the SFC,
LBC,
it's kind of hard being the JOE.
Shasky and Monte Hill. It's hard being Monte Hill.
Hey, quick aside, as we rep baseball for a second, I know you're going to go back to the calls. Listen to what happened in our game the other day. Opening day, SFYBL, our little Carl's Beacon team, all right? I've never seen this happen on a field. It's the last inning. We're going to have the last inning. There's bases loaded, 3-2 count. One of our pitchers doesn't come set. We balk in a run on a pitch that would have been strike 3.
Softball?
No, this is a Little League, 12-year-olds. Yeah, Bronco division.
They called a balk?
Balk. So the run comes in. Now we get a chance to obviously bat in the last inning. Kid strikes out on the next pitch. So they're up 1 run. We get a guy all the way around to third base, 1 out. What do you think their kid does?
Balk.
Balks as well.
Jesus.
We end up tying. Both teams got a balk. The Sluggers versus Carl's Beacon. I'm very frustrated. I got a kid thrown out at home because I was a third base coach, and I'm very mad at myself.
Are you like Wendell send him home, Kim?
I'm like Flannery. I should run the bases for them.
So you run the bases with them?
Well, I'm very aggressive. I'm a big believer in hey, make them make a throw, make a catch, tag.
Do you find yourself running down the third baseline?
Well, there's a lot of pressure.
You got to take it easy because we know about your injury history.
What are you talking about, dude? I'm in great shape right now. Feeling great.
Right now.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm just glad we got to play.
Wait till tomorrow.
2 balks in the final inning?
Tyler Miller, I'm with you. I'm with everybody on YouTube. We need to go to St. Warriors and make a run here. I'm not ready for full-fledged baseball season. I'm just not. I'm ready for Atlanta Braves baseball. I'm ready for Baltimore Orioles baseball. They got young prospects.
Giants got a young prospect, Casey Schmidt.
Cedric Mullins, home run yesterday.
Dude, he looked good. What team does he play for? Anyone?
Orioles.
Yeah, the Orioles are good. We just brought up the Orioles. The catcher, Rushman. You got Henderson, who came up late last year.
You.
Orioles are legit.
Flexing your muscle.
Fantasy baseball's coming up. Got the magazine. By the way, Jimmy Garoppolo. We're getting to you in a second. Just hang tight. Because we got Tara Vanderveer as well. But Jimmy Garoppolo, last week, we didn't bring this up.
We're not done with Jimmy?
He sneaked this in Kyle Shanahan.
What?
So he talked about a text message he received from Josh McDaniels a year right before the Green Bay Packers divisional round game. He just said, good luck, I'm pulling for you.
I'm totally teasing.
It should be tampering. But he goes, Jimmy Garoppolo says, my college offense was so simplified. We were running the Baylor stuff when there's no thinking. You're just out there playing basketball, basically. So when I got to the Patriots, Josh, they really raised me as a football player. It was the best thing for me. It was tough at times. I hated it at times, but looking back on it, it was the biggest blessing in disguise I ever had. And obviously, I got to learn a lot from Tom Brady. Plenty of things there, too. So we didn't have a playbook in college, man. I remember Josh running me through protections one of the first few weeks, and I was like, dude, I don't even know what a protection is. Why are we talking about this? Won't the O-line handle that? That's how naive I was. I just didn't know. But they got to have Josh and Jerry and Tom. What about Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy? What about Kyle? Anything to say about him?
I've long since made it very clear that I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo has very high football IQ. But that's neither here nor there. I don't care what he did. I wish Jimmy well. I'm thankful that he was a 49er. Our time to move on. He can say whatever he wants in Las Vegas, and it doesn't move me one way or the other.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Good for him.
I hope him and McDaniels make sweet touchdown love.
He does not have any love for Kyle Shanahan. All right,
Casey's. Honestly, should he?
KC Santa Cruz. Yeah, he made over $100 million.
Yeah, but
KC Santa Cruz. What's happening?
Checkered relationship.
Yo, what's going on, fellas? How you guys doing?
Oh, man, thanks for waiting on hold. We're doing great.
Watching Casey Schmidt highlights on a loop here.
I just had a quick question. What do you guys who's holding these players accountable defensively? Because obviously Draymond Green, he's the vocal leader. Steph Curry, he's the leader. But in that game against Memphis, Klay Thompson is closing out on guys without even putting a hand up.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy what's going on right now.
It is wild, Casey. I mean, it's been a theme of the season. Do they turn it up in the playoffs if they get there? Do they turn it up in the play-in if they get there? I don't know. I'm in wait-and-see mode. I flipped on this team so many times. I just parade down Market Street to, man, maybe they need to break. I just don't know anymore. They look older. especially on the road, they look older where you don't get that juice from the home crowd.
Mm-hmm.
The role players, like, it's not connected at all. It's erratic. They play erratic basketball.
People say things like that, and I'm not mad that he said it, but like we say these cliches like gotta hold people accountable. What if you just aren't good enough to play defense in front of someone? Like holding me accountable is great. Like Joe, I'm gonna hold you accountable until you dunk from the free throw line. Newsflash. I could work my you-know-what off, and it's never going to happen, right? I look at some of the defenders on the Warriors, and I'm like, I just don't think you'll ever be a great defender.
Yeah. Jordan Poole?
Could you try better? Yeah. But at the same time, you're still going to be limited. Like Jordan Poole.
Ty Jerome, Anthony Lamb.
Even
Clay
if
right now.
Jordan Poole did, like, try as hard as he possibly could. There is a physical mismatch that he's going to have against most guys that he's out there defending.
Yeah.
Right? He's not the quickest laterally. His first step offensively, he is quick.
Which is surprising.
What?
Which is surprising because he's quick with the basketball in his hands.
Well, James Harden's a guy that can get to his spots offensively. I wouldn't call him blazing fast.
No, he's not. He knows how to
his spots offensively.
But Jordan Poole looks fat. Like his first step, fast.
Yeah, but he's slow to react defensively.
Very slow.
You know, some guys are just clunky defensively.
Let's go to George in Los Altos. George, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Joe, I got to respectfully disagree with you because you said they weren't a good team. And I don't think anyone can argue with you when you take a look at them on the road. But you don't go 29-7 on your home court if you're not a good team. And they play defense at home. They play it very well. And they're capable of doing what they need to do if they get the pieces back. But I do agree with you when you said about Gary Payton. It'd be nice to get him back. But you're right. What you're going to end up doing in the long run in the playoffs. I think Andrew Wiggins is the key. But what I want to really say is something that I don't want to say, and that's about Jordan Poole. His plus-minus this season is minus 59. Steph's is plus 164. So then you say, okay, well, Jordan should be starting because if he starts, he'll be better, more productive. His plus minus as a starter this season is -2. He just doesn't consistently play within the Steve Kerr system. And that upsets the flow. It upsets, I mean, how many times have we had a close game, we've come back, and then a crucial turnover gets made by Jordan in a crucial time during the game?
Well, I've seen it from
twice.
Hey, you know, George, you make a great point about Jordan Poole, but I've seen it from everybody. Klay Thompson had 6 turnovers on Friday. Round 3, throws it to the 5th row. And then they all don't get back on defense because they're dejected and they're sulking over the turnover, and Atlanta hits a 3 and they're up 6 again, 119-113. So it's not just Poole. Hell, Poole doesn't even always play at crunch time. It's also Klay. It's also Steph. It's also Wiggins when he's on the floor. It's also Draymond Green. It's everybody. It's this whole team. Let's stop pointing fingers at everybody. You're pointing fingers at James Wiseman. Well, he's gone now. Who are we going to point? Oh, let's point the finger at Jordan Poole. Well, the way you guys are talking, Jordan Poole's going to be gone in the offseason. Who are we going to point the finger at now? But
probably somebody else.
Listen, I said this a couple weeks ago and I went crazy because everybody's begging for Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome. Well, you got Anthony Lamb back. How's that helping you?
Well, no, it's not helping you much at all.
So, again, it's about the guys that you pay. It's about the dudes on this team. We know who the dudes are. It's Steph. It's Klay. It's Loon. It's Draymond. DiVincenzo's become a dude. Wiggins is a dude, but he's been missed. He's out. He's out. So we don't know when he's coming back. So the dudes are not performing up to their standards. And the dudes got outscored 102-54 by the Grizzlies starters. So we want to keep pointing the finger straight at Poole. What about Klay? Klay's been awful on this road trip. Steph had a down game Saturday. Dillon Brooks got into him. Dillon Brooks got it to everybody on the Golden State Warriors. He had the last laugh, and he deserved it. So I'm trying to just point the finger at JP's in his 4th year.
No,
he's 23 years old.
No, but he's not the only one. Like, how many times has they've come down and you're like, the second Klay touches it, no matter where he is on the floor, he's going to chuck. How many times does that happen? It's so predictable.
It happens. Everybody. Everybody.
Right?
I've seen Steph Curry look off guys.
He's not the only one. But, like, I'm watching this team, and it just everyone can say, well, their home record. Like, yeah, everybody in the league right now is struggling on the road. Like, there's only a couple of teams, like the Kings are one of them, that's really dynamic on the road, right? There's only a handful of those teams. It's how pathetic they look on the road.
Yeah.
Like they don't even look competitive.
They don't.
At times, and they cannot get stops consistently for long enough stretches for me to buy into the fact that this is a serious contender. Now, hey, GP2 and if Wiggins, like, yeah, we can have those discussions. I don't know, man.
Listen, 0-23. 0-23 when trailing after 3 quarters on the road. 1-19 when you give up at least 15 threes on the road. Atlanta averages 10.5 makes per game. What did Atlanta have in the first half? I think they had 11 in the first half alone. And Mully just starts laughing. We just start, that's another one. That's 7. That's 8. That's 9. That's 10. Teams are cooking them. This is why they're one of the worst teams in the league when it comes to opponents' 3-point percentage on the road. It's the road. But this whole pinpointing, hey, it's all Poole's fault. That's not fair at all. It's not all Poole's fault. It's the whole damn team.
That's too simplistic.
And it's the coaching staff as well.
Yeah, but you're going through everything, and I get the point that you're trying to make regarding Anthony Lamb. I guess my point is that Anthony Lamb, metaphorically, is important because the top 6 are playing so crappy, and that is a sad indictment of where their team is right now, that they do need Anthony Lamb, and they did need to activate him and sign him, and that, to me, is it's not about the Anthony Lamb, the player is going to make the difference.
You need
it's
a body.
The metaphor of, wow, look how dire this is that you absolutely need of Anthony Lamb.
Need Anthony
That's where...
It's so dire, you need Anthony Lamb, and if you need Anthony Lamb, that means you're not going anywhere in the NBA playoffs. That means you may not even make the playoffs.
That's exactly, yes.
That's it.
Yes.
That's it right there. And that's what I was screaming about a couple weeks ago.
Exactly.
When everybody said,
Right.
Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome. Well, if we need Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome to be major contributors and to contribute on the floor, then you know what? You're not going to do anything. You're not going to the playoffs. So everybody watch the game because you want to keep blaming Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole catching the damn game in the third quarter when the game was getting away from you. Steph left the game with 5 minutes of change left in the third quarter, didn't play the remaining of the quarter, and the Warriors were down 104-100. Jordan Poole got to the free throw line. All of a sudden flipped the game.
Can I ask you just a fun question? Because I don't want to get too angry on the Warriors. They've provided so much joy to me. And I'm not saying you are.
Nobody's
Can I ask you this question?
Just being passionate.
No, I love it.
Because I'm tired of the blame game.
Are you starting to see the transformation?
Of what?
There's like a lot of werewolves out there. They're transforming.
Kings fans?
Dude, if the Warriors miss out on the playoffs and the Kings go on a long run, you're going to see a lot of transformations.
Kyle Madsen is lighting the beam.
Is he? I missed that.
He was up there with Kitty.
Did he light the beam?
He was up there with D-Lo and Kitty Friday. Shout out Kyle Madsen.
Is he turned into a werewolf? Werewolves in Sacktown?
Trisha Crick is a Kings fan.
Oh.
Everybody's talking Kings. Everybody's a Kings fan now. Let's go to Brett in Walnut Creek. Brett, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Happy Monday, gents.
What's up, Brett?
Speaking of wolves, I think the Warriors used to be the big bad wolf, and I just don't feel like anybody's afraid of them anymore.
Agreed.
I mean, it's like when you saw the Yankees in the pinstripes. Like, and I forget the famous line, but it's like you already thought you were going to lose. And now when you see Clay, Dre, and Steph, it's just like, well, they're using it as a tune-up game. Atlanta, I agree with you, Bonte. That game, I couldn't even watch it. I mean, they built so many bricks at the end of that fourth quarter, and Atlanta was just trying to give it to them, and they couldn't get it.
And the most unfortunate part is there's such a big housing crisis, they could build many houses with those bricks.
Nice.
Horrible joke.
Yeah, it was horrible. You stole that from White Man Can't Jump. Oh, you should have let Brett continue. It wasn't his fault that Shasky told that terrible joke. White Man Can't Jump. That was great. You're building so many bricks. You can build a shelter for the homeless people. Exactly. Woody Harrelson, he was in his bag.
He was totally in his bag. That's why we don't need a remake.
No, exactly.
The first version was perfect.
What
were the brothers that he owed money to? What were their names?
Oh, I forget.
Not the Kaminsky
Mendoza brothers. Was it the Mendoza?
No,
excuse me. The Mendoza brothers may be
totally different.
Yeah, that may be
genre. Different genre.
Yeah, that was. I don't know. Malik in San Francisco. Malik, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Stookie brothers.
I want to say, I think that.
Sorry.
You hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Sorry, we're having our own convo.
Oh, okay. So I think that, hey, Shatsky, this is for you. Okay, so could you please, Shatsky, please save me real quick. Pull up I tweeted it to you, to your Twitter, the Bill Simmons podcast.
Is that no cap again getting in? Is this the Howard Stern show? What's going on?
Why is he trolling us? Why no cap?
Loveman, you've got the sombrero. 4-time golden sombrero,
That's
doggy.
the third time if it is him, but all these guys
That's a
sound the same on the
sombrero.
phone.
I mean, come on,
no
no
cap. It's a
cap.
hat trick. It's
No
three.
cap, dude.
Sombrero's 4.
You're honestly ruining the show. And it's coming to the point where we can't take calls. What are you doing? We get it. Bill Simmons. Somebody please pull up the Bill Simmons before no cap. Lamar, San Francisco. Lamar, what's happening? It's just unbelievable. That's unbelievable. And he did the same thing every call. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
And I even told him this time that we could hear him.
Hooray, Lamar, what's happening? What's happening?
10 games to go, y'all. 10 games. It's been an up and down season since the punch, man. A lot of adversity. We need Wiggins back, not only for his production on the court, but something that inspired the team, man. Him bouncing back, I love how our team and organization has rallied from that punch and kind of locked in at home from letting that footage get out, and now we keeping things under wraps, what's going on with Wiggs. He's something to rally behind. I called, though, to say something about the youth, man, and us not using them enough. I wanted to see a lineup with Wiseman and PB and J and Kuminga and a vet out there with, like, Clay and Dre. We never got a chance to see the height out there. We never got a chance to see Wiseman catch an alley from Dre because Wiseman can run the court.
Mm-hmm.
He can shoot the three. We never got to see PB and J and that length out there with Kuminga. We never got to see DiVincenzo and the rest of the defensive prowess out there together as a unit. The rotations have been off, man. The shot selections have been off. We're living as the old Warriors, the old core when shooting was going in. Those legs are tired, fellas. You can see it. Shots are short.
Yeah.
They're not off target. They're short. Legs are tired, shooting too fast, whatever it may be. But they're letting them fly. I see frustration with Poole. Everybody, yeah, he has his turnovers. Everybody has their turnovers.
Right.
Let's not get it twisted. But the main thing is that the kid is trying. You see his effort out there. And the problem is he's got the vets, Hall of Famers, they don't even get the calls and respect that they deserve. He's trying to get that same respect, and it ain't happening. I remember last year in the Mavericks series, I'm not sure, it was a Mavericks at a Mavericks game. And I remember, we were out. We were out the game, fellas. We were out. And the next thing you know, our bench had brought us back into the game. This was deep into the playoffs. The youth brought us back into the game, and we put the vets back in to lose it.
Hey,
that was the time that
Lamar, you're on fire, man. I love your passion. I do. He's on a roll. He was on a roll. I still can't get over no cap calling the show 3 times and talk about Bill Simmons out of all people. About what Bill Simmons said. Why the hell do I care what Bill Simmons had to say about the Golden State Warriors? Bill Simmons probably watched 1 game. Maybe 2.
Bill Simmons left the Super Bowl, him and Mark Wahlberg, early. Yeah. I don't ever want to hear about him being, he's the consummate Boston fan. Consummate front runner. Don't get me wrong with Bill Simmons. B.
No cap. No cap. Must really love the show.
You know what? God bless him. God bless him. I mean, just continually to call.
You want positivity this morning? How about Jonathan Kuminga?
Kuminga's been amazing lately.
Talk about playing, guys. How laughable was it at this juncture of the season? Where you go back at the beginning of the year, and he was getting DMPs.
Well, I'm convinced there are a certain segment of people who just hate young players.
Right.
And won't tolerate anything. But if you literally have 8 years next to your name in terms of basketball, it doesn't matter what you do. Like right now, who's been more impactful this year? It's not even a question to me, but I want to ask you. Jermichael Green, Jonathan Kuminga.
Jonathan Kuminga, hands down.
It's not even close.
Not even close.
Not even close. So, explain to me why we treat Jonathan Kuminga at every single turn like he's the worst player in the world. I don't get it. He brings you're talking about
he's 20 years old.
The caller brought up dunks, right? You're talking about alley-oops.
Right.
One of the staple plays of the Warriors when they were humming for the last 6 years has been the Draymond Iggy high-low alley-oop dunk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Sometimes they'd run it with Jermichael Green, or excuse me, JaVale McGee, or one of the other bigs.
Saw it a lot in the heyday.
When was the last time the Warriors did an alley-oop?
It's been a while. Probably since Wiggins played.
That's a good, yeah.
Probably since Boy.
Right?
The little slip with Draymond Green playing 4-on-3, goes to the rack and boop.
How many dunks have the Clay missed a dunk yesterday where he got fouled on Saturday? I said, Clay, yam that thing.
He got hung.
Got hung.
Shout out to Kuminga.
And then they got bailed out with a foul call.
Shout out to Kuminga.
He missed the dunk.
Shout out to Kuminga getting DMPs is laughable. I'm sorry. That was criminal. I don't care. Especially, here's the irony and everything with the Warriors, too, is you hear this all the time with Steve Kerr and the vets. Seeding doesn't matter to us. Doesn't matter if we have home court advantage or not, which I tend to agree with. That.
Oh, yeah.
But you say, hold on, you say seeding doesn't matter. And you say the regular season, we just want to get to the playoffs healthy. Well, the seeding doesn't matter. Why did you pull the plug so quickly on the youngsters after a 3-7 start? 10 games in and everybody was panicking.
That's a good point.
It's like an 82-game season. What are we tripping for? You get back, you get the rolling. Let the youngsters play. But
so who's that on?
I think it's on Steve Kerr, personally. And the veterans, because the veterans probably they'll tell you, hey, we can't play with this guy.
Well, see, no, I think it's actually more on the veterans because the veterans are the ones that need to be able to, these guys are looking up to them, and I think the veterans need to at least come off their stance, their hardline stance, and meet people halfway.
I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
Yep. And the fact is that the youngsters, it was just like, all right, we have two different teams. Starters, you go out. Now we're going to bring in Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody together. But they're not ready to play together. Let them play with some of the stars. I know the Wiseman and Curry minutes didn't go well.
I agree.
Well, let Wiseman play a little with JP and Clay because JP and Wiseman had the two-man game rolling.
How many work situations have you been the elder statesman with someone younger and you... I'm not saying everybody gets paid to mentor. That's not what I'm saying. But there's a responsibility to be one of the leaders off the job site and to help people get acclimated. I'm not saying you got to do their job for them. I'm not saying you got to drill the holes for them to nail into, all right? But you got to have a delicate touch with somebody. Now, look, are you going to get frustrated and want to reel people? Of course, all that. I understand all that. But when I'm paying you maximum money and you're the top dogs, I would expect as you age into your mid-30s to be able to be one of those caring, nurturing people to help usher those next generation of guys in. It feels like they were just so harsh.
Personally, like when I go through this business, and my boy Gio just got accepted to the University of Oregon. Izzy's down in Miami enjoying the World Baseball Classic with his mother, Samantha. Miles, Ralph's son, is up there at Oregon as well. Amani's now working the desk at Cron 4. You talk about being in a position like this. Shasta, all we've done, especially, myself, I speak for myself here, stuff come through the ranks. I've always taken a youngster and say, what do you need? What would you like to know?
Mm-hmm.
What advice would you have? And you take them under your wing. It's just a natural progression. Now in the NBA, when you talk about big boy money and legacies on the line and championships, some of these vets don't want to wait on these youngsters. It's a little bit different, right? It's a little bit different than put your arm around a certain guy. It's like, this guy's not going to be up to speed by the playoffs. I need guys who are up to speed. I kind of get it, but then it's like, well, this is the roster. You guys are great. We know we get to the playoffs. We're going to shorten the rotation. These guys may not even be playing, but at least for the regular season, let's try to get these guys right by the playoffs. Now, thankfully, Kuminga's starting to get minutes, and he's going to be right by the playoffs. He's still going to make those mistakes, but you look back at the first couple months of the season, and the youngsters are getting the blame, and Moody's going back and forth to the G League, and Wiseman's going back and forth to the G League, and everybody said, well, Wiseman reminds us of Hasheem to beat. Well, you look like Hasheem to beat in Detroit?
No.
Does he look like Anthony Bennett or Michael Olowokandi?
But then what's interesting is that...
Play to the player's strengths. I think that's also on
No,
too.
I agree. But what's funny with me is like the discourse, just for a second, like of fans around a Wagner in Orlando or LaMelo or whatever is like, wow, look at the numbers. And we didn't care if they were winning or not. Like a lot of fans didn't care. It was, wow, look at the impact. Look at the numbers of those guys. Now that Wiseman is having some impact in Detroit, what's the narrative now? The numbers are irrelevant. It's only about the winning.
Right.
They're not winning.
Right.
And it's
he's a -6.
You can't have it both ways here. Like, come on. Like, you can't be clamoring for other players in the draft who have maybe helped and then dismiss their team losing.
No doubt.
And then do the exact same thing for Wiseman, but in reverse. Say, oh, the numbers are irrelevant and it's only about winning. Like, you can't have it both ways.
Yeah, no,
it's really frustrating.
I think they
like in the Moody thing. Like, I don't even know
frustrating.
if Moody's any good, but I do know this. I don't even know what they're trying to accomplish with Moody right now.
Don't even know who he is.
Like, when you start at the beginning of a job, right? You put out a blueprint, a game plan, a business plan, whatever you want to call it. Like, at the beginning of every season, I'm doing this right now with this is Little League. We practice a couple times a week. This isn't the pros. But you put out like a flow chart of what you want for each kid. And I want this guy to get better at X, Y, and Z. What do you think that their thought was on Moody? Heading into this year, what do you think it was?
Could give us 15, 20 minutes a game and take a leap in the sophomore season.
And what's his positional versatility heading into this year?
He could guard 2s, 3s, and maybe 4s.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay. What have they actually accomplished this year?
Nothing.
I think he's regressed in every element.
Every aspect of his game. Especially considering he played some meaningful minutes in Game 2 of that Dallas Western Conference Final Series where he basically took Lee's minutes in that series. He came in, played well, looked like he was an NBA player, knew what he was doing, right? The love affair for Moody compared to Kuminga last year. By the end of the year, we're like, yo, Moody's the guy.
I know. So my point being is that I do think on some level, players, the rooks themselves, the younger players themselves, the veteran players, the staff, the organization, the head coach, they've failed at the business plan of what they were trying to accomplish this year. And that's all.
With the youngsters, right?
I'm looking at just him as an example, and you're not going to win every battle, but there's too many failures across the board when you look at their 15-man roster heading into the season.
And the failure with the youngsters looms very large.
And the players themselves, Moody himself bears a big chunk of it because I don't know what he's not doing or whatever, but I'm just looking organizationally. What the hell are you trying to accomplish?
So young players in the NBA, they could get lost if they don't play. Just think about Harrison Barnes' second year. Iguodala gets traded here, and Mark Jackson inserts Iguodala into the starting lineup. Harrison Barnes comes off the bench for the first time probably in his life because he's an All-American in high school, All-American North Carolina. And he comes off the bench. And what happened to Harrison Barnes that second year with the Golden State Warriors? He was lost.
Yes.
Lost his confidence.
Yes.
Was sulking. Didn't know when he was going to play. And so now when you look at Moody, and every time, there was a stretch over the last month where it felt like every time he was in a game, he was scared to shoot. Because if it didn't go in, he's looking at the sidelines thinking, boy, who's about to check in for me now? Am I going to get pulled? Games, Wiseman, he gets called up for the Utah game earlier this season. He's all excited. We're all talking. Remember, he was like, oh, yeah, it's going to be back in the big-ass hotel. I'm happy. Plays 5 minutes in the first half, doesn't play the rest of the way. So these youngsters are playing and looking over their shoulders. You can't play like that. The youngsters should have been told at the outset, Shasky, just go play. Just go play and win. So anyway.
No, it's a great point because I want to say this right here because the 650 is texting in. Come off it. You were leading the charge to ditch the young guys.
Not this show. Not this show.
What did we say on this show? Every time.
I said the youngsters have been mismanaged.
Yes.
Like to me, perfect. All right, Wiseman may not be a winning player on this team, may not have been a good fit.
But I don't think we saw enough of it to make it.
I know we didn't see enough of it. And what we saw his rookie year was a player who was ascending. I don't give a damn what anybody says. You talk to the players, Hall of Fame players, guys who played the game, they said Wiseman was getting better and better and better. They all thought highly. When Wiseman got traded, how many texts did you receive? Why did they trade Wiseman? We go see opposing teams. Man, Wiseman, they gave up on Wiseman a little too early. I would have maximized him. Okay, stop telling me what he isn't. Okay, is he a flawed defender?
Yeah.
Sure. Does he know where to be offensively at times? Gets lost a lot. So let me play to his strengths. He's on my roster. Let me play to his strengths.
Yeah.
What's his strengths? Boy, he can roll to the basket, and he can finish. Boy, he can hit the elbow jumper. He can hit a three. So why don't we just maximize him instead of forcing the read and reaction system onto him? Let's play, hey, Jordan Poole and Wiseman. You guys have a great rapport. What about Kuminga and Wiseman? You guys have a great rapport. Let's play a little two-man game while you're in and maximize your strengths and hide your weaknesses. We do the same thing with Steph when he was a bad defender. We hit Steph, right?
Go guard that guy and stand in the corner.
Yeah. We're going to hide you, but we're going to play to your strengths. Same thing with Wiseman. There was no patience there. Kuminga seeing DMPs. Moody's like, what am I? Am I a 2 or am I a 3? Is Ty Jerome playing over me? And Limp. So the youngsters also on this show, I can't speak for other shows, but on this show, we're team youngsters, man. We want to see these guys develop and play, especially when you're defending champs and seeding doesn't matter. That's what they tell us.
Yeah, well, they tell us that. I would say to them regarding the seeding question, like, maybe it doesn't matter, but boy, it makes it a lot more difficult.
Yep.
I mean, I don't think that's even like deniable.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I look at the landscape that they've got in front of them. Have you seen the movie 1917 yet? Have you seen that? Well, it's like about trench warfare, and it's about World War I. And like, imagine being in the trench and having to like go through the landmines of everything that's out there. That's, as you survey the land, and every time you stick your head up, bullets are flying. That's where they're at right now.
Yeah.
As opposed to maybe had they won some games earlier this year and built up a nice little cushion, they would have a much nicer road ahead of them.
No doubt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game and be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Shout out to YouTube. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. Shout out to Twitch. Hey, we're at hour number 4. This show is flying by today. Thanks to you, the listener, the callers, the interactions on YouTube. Let's go back out to the lines. Let's go to Stockton. Oscar, out in Stockton.
Hi,
what's happening, Oscar?
Man, I'm just here listening to everybody. Like, I got a lot of things to say. I am a coach. I know the youngsters, this and that. But one thing we cannot do is sit here and keep on trying to blame the veterans. Okay, yes, they are getting tired, but that's on the coaching staff to make sure that you input these youngsters, like you say, early in the year. Even right now, they should still be playing more. But the rotation is so flawed because the people that we put in, they don't play no defense. That's the ultimate game. I don't care about what we blame anything on, but every team we play, they shooting everybody making over 15 threes.
Right.
That's because we have nobody to stop the ball handler. If you watching the game, I know you guys are watching the Devontae. You can understand if you cannot stop dribble penetration, your defense is going to be flawed. Offense is not the key. Offense is flawed. Our defense is the number one thing. And I right now, you can say what you want to say, but Mike Brown was the key to our defense. And our coaching staff right now, I don't see them having an attachment to our defense philosophy because right now on the road we don't even like a team. It's very disappointing. And my thing is that I'm not going to never give up on the Warriors. And one thing about the Warriors, we're going to turn it around. And it is on the veterans, but we do need Wiggins. That's my main topic, Wiggins.
Need Wiggins.
One thing about life, we all go through life situations. Death, sickness with a child or with you. That's one of the main things I can understand about being out. But
we don't even want to go down that road. I know you're not trying to, but we don't even want to speculate. I don't even want
let that get over.
I don't even want to just, he's out. We don't know when he's coming back.
Yep. We don't know. No timeline.
When he's coming back.
Let's go to our home girl, Robin. Auntie Robin in the city. What's up, Robin?
Hi, Robin.
Hi, you guys. I just, nothing annoys me more in life than shift blaming. I swear to God. It annoys me to no end, and it motivates me to call. I just want to address a few points. Wiseman, just because he's doing good there, whatever people say, doesn't mean he works in this system. You know what I mean? And so I believe he was drafted at the time because it was situational. And you guys know that. And plus, that draft sucked anyway. Okay? And, it was a crapshoot. And a lot of them were crapshoots, Halliburton and all of them. And so, you missed the 7, if you missed the 6, catch the 7. And then, with respect to this thing about Wiggins, I just find it extremely odd that, all of a sudden, not you guys, I'm not pointing fingers, but I always talk about the fan base. We need Wiggins, but then they dogged Wiggins so much before that. And the same way they used to do Looney. It's just what have you done for me lately? The last thing I want to say is this. This guy who, I'm a coach, they're a coach. The rotations are this. Look, the money dictates the personnel. You understand? And so the money that they have will always get you these type of players. And these players simply don't, I call them pookie in them, okay? And then the lack of facilitators. We don't have any facilitators among the defense. It's just a flawed team. It's a bad year. The personnel sucks. And the last thing I want to ask you, Jeffy, is you say they failed, I guess, what is their goal? Which I agree with, because they failed at their business plan. Well, if they failed at their goal, then Explain to me what their business plan was.
I don't know. What do you think? I think it was to bring those guys along while also trying to win games. I think that's what it was.
Yeah. Robin's gone, just like that. There's a lot there. There's a lot there to unpack. I should say. 888-957-9570. We got the Tara Vanderveer sound we'll get to after the break.
Do you have the Casey Schmidt sound?
I don't have the Casey Schmidt.
The sound that ball makes off the bat when he goes right center with a double, driving in 2 runs? How about that barehanded play he made coming in, throwing across his body? Or the one that he picked going to his left?
Let me say, Casey Schmidt better be David Wright with the way you're talking about him.
Well, David Wright's one of my all-time favorite players.
He better be David Wright. Just tell you that right now. If
injuries hadn't derailed his career, David Wright was going to be one of the special ones.
Trust me, I know. You better be David Wright with the way you're hyping him.
All I'm saying is, you talk about the eye test, this kid, Casey Schmidt, passes the eye test defensively.
Who's the John? They got a Johnson guy, B. Johnson.
Well, there's a McCrary kid I saw yesterday, big skinny lefty, who's got a big long swing. I like him too.
Who's the B. Johnson guy? Some guy, B. Johnson.
Brian Johnson?
No.
1997?
No, we've had him on the show.
Upper Decker home
we
run?
love Brian Johnson.
Stanford?
The Dodgers.
Well, they have the Sable guy.
Bryce Johnson.
Bryce Johnson. So Bryce Johnson. I was tipped off about him over the weekend.
Oh, were you? How about Sable?
You know what Bryce Johnson's doing?
No, what's Bryce Johnson doing?
He leads the majors in stolen bases this spring. 11 steals.
Will Farhan let him steal during the regular season?
And he's playing center field. He's playing center field.
Well, you know who's
Johnson,
not,
I hear.
You know who's not having a good spring?
Who's that?
Yaz.
Well, shocker. Before we get to the break, let's go to Joe Shasky, a.k.a. Casey Schmidt, for the Kirby delivery of the game.
The delivery of the game. Our friends, you know them. Download the app right now instead of a food delivery app, like all the ones that are out there. It's a mechanic delivery app. They bring the mechanic to you to work on your car. It's Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check it out at Kirby, CURBEE.com. And today's delivery from Kirby has Steph Curry doing his usual Steph Curry things as he works through, half of the Grizzlies defense to get to the bucket.
Curry off a screen, gets Tillman. Drives on him. Stops, gets to the other side of the bucket, and in between 3 defenders, flipped it up and in.
Boy, how did he work for that one?
My goodness.
And that is the delivery of the game brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Download the app right now. Check it out at Kirby, CURBEE.com.
Bryce Johnson. That's the guy I'm getting behind. 11 solo bases. I need speed.
I do too.
This team's so slow.
You know where they're really bad,
They're
though?
slow in pace of play, and they're slow in the base paths, the Giants.
Backup shortstop is a problem. Whoa. Estrada cannot be our backup shortstop. That's another reason why Schmidt needs to make the roster.
Just play the young guys. What do you have to lose? You were 81-81 last year. You lucked into that.
Wouldn't you be excited to see his at-bats every day if they broke camp with him?
Sure. I would hope so. What's the point of not having him up with the big league club?
So excited.
What's the argument against him not being with the big league club?
He wants every day at bats.
Well, he should be playing every day on this team.
Well,
Did you see the lineup? We just read the lineup last year, which had me praying to Big Jesus and Jesus.
Well, what's funny is we had the same discourse regarding Joey Bart, and my whole theory on a lot of these prospects, they're not ready. But if they come up and they struggle, they probably weren't ready anyway.
Just want to play.
Some guys are just ready to go, and some guys aren't. Very few go back down, figure it out, come back up. Come on, man. You either can play or you can't.
All right, what's coming up on the game brought to you by Bob's Discount Furniture, Calvin in St. Louis, Vaughn in North Carolina, 888-957-9570. We've been talking Dubs all morning long. We'll play some Tara Vanderveer sound as Stanford women's basketball team got knocked out as a 1 seed. As a 1 seed to get knocked out. They don't advance to the Sweet 16. Talk a little tournament. Don't do that to the ladies. Don't do that to them. Come on, Spadone.
Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's Discount Furniture. Here to let you know that my Bobapedic mattresses offer the comfort and quality of a national mattress brand for half the price. No matter your budget, there's a Bobapedic Memory Foam Hybrid or Hybrid Plus mattress for you. Check them out at mybobs.com.
As CEO.
gotta say, Gonzaga, the Bulldogs are a well-oiled machine offensively.
Gonzaga. Back in familiar territory.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
So I know you're not a gambler, Shasky. I know you're not a gambler. But that TCU shot there at the end, as you heard the fans go crazy, Gonzaga was favored by 4.5. 4.5. So that last shot by TCU, it's a meaningless shot because it wouldn't have got them the victory.
It's not meaningless.
But it's not meaningless if you bet money on TCU.
Did you?
Oh, no, I didn't bet on it. Oh, no. I haven't watched the full college basketball game. Are you crazy?
No,
I didn't touch
couldn't
it.
have been me.
My guy, Philly Zoo, bet on it. He actually had a great week. He took Arkansas. He took, I think he took Miami.
Wow.
He had a big week. Well, he only told me about the wins. He never tells me about the
That's
losses.
every gambler ever,
Yeah. Well,
except
see,
Tony Soprano.
Yeah, that's it. But see, I like to talk about the losses too. I talk about the losses more so than the wins because I don't want people to know how much I won.
Do you like to win more than lose, or do you like to not lose more than winning? Like, I hate losing more than actually winning.
Not lose, because the wins, here's what happened with the wins. You celebrate for like 5 minutes, you're going crazy. Sometimes, some bets feel better than sex, depending on how you cover it, right? And so, but here's the problem with winning.
We'll cut that. Yeah, don't worry.
Here's the problem with winning. That's why I gave you the little time, But when you win, 5 minutes later, you're looking for the next bet. So you really don't enjoy the win. Get what I'm saying? But the losses, they linger.
Yeah, because at some point you root for pushes at some point. If that's the only way, it's like,
Right.
okay, you're rooting for a push. That means you're not going to lose. So it's always rooting against the loss.
There you go.
Isn't there a John Denver song? Know when to fold 'em.
Yeah, there is.
Kenny Rogers.
Kenny Rogers. Why do I always
R.I.P.
mess that up? God.
So
Always mess that up.
Gonzaga was favored by 4.5.
Not the Kenny Rogers who pitched for the Texas Rangers.
No,
Shout
not
out
that one.
Dirkgate. And he had the stuff on his
Detroit
hand.
Tigers.
Yeah, he was with everyone.
And he was cursing everybody out.
Yeah.
He was cursing himself out on the mound during that playoff run.
all right,
so TCU lost 84-81. They were underdogs by 4.5. That last three, they cover the spread. And everybody goes, ding, 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 ding.
Yes. 0.7 of a second left.
That's a bad beat, folks.
Speaking of bad beats, actually, this has nothing to do with bad beats. I'm going to work here to try to get our audience, which I believe is the most creative audience in all of sports talk. I really do. I think that our audience is absolutely outstanding. I want to do some fun videos, and I want to ask an array of questions to various people. So I'm coming up with
let me guess. It has to do with baseball.
Yeah, it's in honor of baseball. As we head into a summer of, not a lot of content when it comes to
the
other
Giants are going to
sports.
provide plenty of content.
Oh, I know that, but I want to do some fun stuff, and I want to enjoy it and lean into it. And so, for example, all right, and I know this was trending last year, but I want to ask you, Bonte, do you call it play catch or have a catch? Because in Field of Dreams, he says, "Dad, can we have a catch?"
Oh, yeah.
And
No, you
I've
say,
never
hey,
called it that.
Let's play catch.
See, it's play catch for me too.
Yeah.
Right? I want to ask questions like that. You brought one up. Who's your favorite swing all time?
Yeah.
Who is it?
It's probably Ken Griffey Jr.
That's
Juan Gonzalez. I love Gary Sheffield's swing.
Yeah, you do love
I
Jeff.
love the bat waggle.
You can only get one. You only get one.
I'll go Griffey since I was a lefty.
Favorite stadium, not including AT&T Park.
I haven't been there yet, PNC Park. I really want to go there.
Okay.
I'm hoping the Niners play the Pittsburgh Steelers in Pittsburgh in the month of September so I can go to that game. I would go to that game.
Nice.
Check out PNC.
Yeah.
Bet Stadium, I'll just
Your
go to
road
the ones that I
record is
attended.
about as bad as the Warrior road record right now.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Yeah. But keep going.
Camden Yards is special.
Okay.
Camden Yards is beautiful.
Favorite team all time?
93 Giants.
Okay. I think that's one of mine. Favorite pitching motion ever?
Hideki Nomo.
See, I'm going to go Lincecum.
Yeah.
There's just
I
something
knew you
about it.
would.
But what else could I ask people that you would be interested in? So send those texts in 888-957-9570 on the Xfinity mobile text line. That's the kind of fun stuff I want to do.
There you go. I like that.
Maybe I'll ask people, is winning a bet better than sex?
Sometimes it is.
I will not be asking people that.
Don't ask people that.
Don't talk about that.
Yeah. Let's not talk about that. I'm telling
Just chew
you.
it and do it.
Sometimes you hit. Ask Guru. Ask Padone. You hit the bets, dude. Ask Lucas.
Fight on. Oh, they lost. Oh.
Yeah, they did lose. They did lose.
Party up.
To Michigan State, right?
Yep.
Michigan State got into them. Shaka Smart lost. Too.
Favorite wrestling intro ever?
Ric Flair.
Okay.
Ric Flair.
Is that a good one? Would you want to hear what other people's favorite wrestler
absolutely.
intros are?
We've done that before.
Undertaker on line one.
Undertaker.
Shawn Michaels.
You love Stone Cold.
Of course. DX.
Yeah. DX.
Are you ready?
Yeah. That's pretty hard. Kurt Angle's very underrated.
Oh, God. You are like such an old white guy.
Dude, this is so good. Come on.
break.
If he didn't get hyped off of this and he came out there walking down the aisle with his hand like this, with the 2 gold medals and a tank top, doing this, showing all his pecs.
Favorite flavor?
Come on.
Vanilla.
Let's go. You don't feel that?
No.
I thought you were American.
That's like the 17th best intro of his own era.
Dude, I thought you was American.
Oh, that's an
Jasky.
all-timer.
That's
No,
an
the
all-timer.
American I represent is, now he's been canceled, but I am a real
Yeah, we don't know.
American.
No.
The Hulkster.
No.
Yeah, we can't.
Kurt Angle, gold medalist.
Come on.
Come on. With a broken freaking neck, Shasky? Come on. Oh, it's true.
Oh,
it's damn true.
True. I love how you had that right on cue. One more time.
The
One more
three
ti-
eyes, Bonte.
One more time for
Intensity,
me. Let's
integrity, and intelligence.
Let's go. The Warriors should be playing this in their locker room.
So now I'm
on the
imagining
road.
Bonte coming out in an all-white Colts uniform, looking like,
Hey.
come on,
Don't
Mike and the
disrespect-
Mad Dog, Mike Francesa, walking out slowly, vanilla music.
Do not disrespect the all-white Indianapolis Colts uniforms and now horseshoe and those socks and the stripes on the side of the jersey. All-time uniforms. Whew. You know the Warriors should be playing this Kurt Head to beat in the locker room right now, getting ready for the Houston Rockets.
Remember the days when they would take flights and Coco would come on and all the different songs and they would do all these great little like videos and memes and haven't seen one of those in years.
Go. I'm in love with the go. Yeah, not many flight videos these days. Not many.
San Jose Jazz fan has a question, Loveman. Is winning a great bet better than a great lunch?
Oh, wow. Calvin St. Louis, what's happening? I'm leaving.
How y'all doing?
I'm good.
Man, I just want to say I woke up this morning so mad, and I'm always looking at all these different sports shows to try to find what they said about the Warriors if they ever talk about them. And then my girl looked it up and found you guys and said I could call them. That's the kind of show I've been looking for. Man, y'all got a new subscriber.
Hey,
and I want to say,
welcome to the roast,
crazy
Calvin.
that y'all guys and y'all subscribers say the same things that all the fans are listening to, but they don't talk about it on the other shows. Man, I just want to say that first and foremost.
Thank you, Calvin. We appreciate that.
What are your thoughts on the Warriors right now?
Man, let me tell you the obvious since nobody wants to talk about it. Since the beginning of the year, they went from a championship team to somebody who all of a sudden they get a million fouls called on them, and then once they get the fouls called on them, as a team, they real soft-hearted, put their hands down, and they don't commit to play. But what I blame it on, since nobody wants to talk about it, is Steve Kerr. How do y'all make the same adolescent mistakes and don't sit there and correct them? First of all, if you got a big lead, stop jacking up the three-point ball, play some inside ball, play some twos to sit up there and finish the game. Especially if your threes ain't dropping. Second point on Steve Kerr again. He sits there and never, if he would have sit there and started highlighting the fact that a superstar like Steph Curry gets called the least amount of calls in the league. And the reason they do that because they know if they gave Steph and Clay their free throws that they deserve, all the games will usually be out of it. They had a guy like Kuminga last year. Everybody in the world bragging on Kuminga and his development. They never really used that man in the playoff till trash time. Steve Kerr still refuses to do that.
Oh, boy.
Then they refuse to give Mike Brown, oh, my God, the coach of the year credit and talk about that. If this was the Lakers, guys, soon as they lose 1 or 2 games, they already ready to get rid of every coach, and it's been like that for years. Nobody's really coming after Steve Kerr as a coach because it seems to be that Mike Brown was the true coach. Now let's get to the next thing.
Calvin, we got to run here. Calvin, give us a call back later in the week. Hell of
Save
a first
some
call.
material for later.
Hell of a first call. I mean, boy, he was on a roll. I said I got 2-3 points, and all of them was about Steve Kerr.
Well, let me ask you about
Steve Kerr does deserve criticism. Great coach, hasn't done a great job this year.
So
maybe
you can educate me because I'm not aware of what people feel around these guys. Did Popovich get crushed in San Antonio in years where they had maybe high expectations and didn't come through?
I think we all crush him, but right now he's going to have that number 1 pick in Victor Wembanyama. And when you win 5 rings in San Antonio, you got carte blanche. It's San Antonio?
What about Phil Jackson?
Lakers?
It felt like whenever there was a little bit of heat, he'd take a year off.
He'd take a year off as sabbatical, and then he'd come back and
But
win a
like
couple.
Laker fans, Spadoni, you're a Laker fan. Was the charged up fan angry at Phil Jackson when they would stumble?
No, it would never be on Phil or Kobe. It would always be on Powell, Bynum, someone else.
Really?
Those guys were untouchable. Lamar Odom, there would be the bench player. Derek Fisher got ran out because they didn't have a true quote-unquote point guard. Everyone else.
Think about Eric Spoelstra, Miami.
Well, Spoelstra's been crushed at times because...
At times?
And also the front office because of, like, giving Hassan Whiteside a maximum extension. And
giving Deion Waiters a lot of money.
Absolutely. And then trading away Goran Dragic. Like, there's trading for Lowry. There have been some things, although he's one of the longest tenured coaches in sports, there have been some things where they've crushed him, but I do feel like he's, especially now, like, he's revered.
The one championship coach who gets a lot of heat every single year is Doc Rivers. He's got the 1 ring.
I look at Doc the way I look at Mike McCarthy.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Like, I consider you good.
He's had really good teams.
Good, not great. That's what I view him.
And he's done a good job this year with Philly.
I mean, Bruce Bochy at the end, to even try to criticize him felt sacrilegious, did it not?
It did.
People would run you out of that town.
And I don't think Bochy did it. I don't think Bochy did a good job in the 2016 postseason. Heck, in some of those World Series years, I thought Bochy...
He was pretty good.
He was good, but in the Philly series against Charlie Manuel, I thought Charlie Manuel was so bad because Bochy had a couple decisions here and there. Charlie Manuel won up to him numerous times.
Having Affeldt stay ready in the bullpen was a big thing when Johnny Sanchez and Chase Utley. But I think like Dave Roberts, the final couple years, it felt like he had more to play with and he was out managing Boch. Boch was like a step slow on Yankee guys.
How much blame can we really give Steve Kerr?
Well, that's why I guess that's my question.
Right.
I do think that it's a little different in basketball because rotations, everything happens in more real time and quicker.
Let's be real. There's been a lot of guys in and out the lineup, whether it's injuries,
you're missing your second
personal issues. Exactly. The youngsters, not a lot of patience there. I don't think Steve Kerr's done a great job this year.
I think some criticism, but overall,
he also looks kind of burnt out by everything. Like it.
Now,
would it shock you? Would it shock you if Steve Kerr walked away after the season? He's got 1 year left on his deal.
No.
I don't think it'll shock anybody.
I think the NBA, too, is just so different than the other sports. Like the NFL, you change your roster over 4. Like, look at the Niners are awesome. How many guys are in and out?
Right.
Like 40% of the roster, right? And that's the NFL because of the unguaranteed contracts. Right. Baseball, there's going to be a bunch of guys on this Giants team that most people have never heard of, right? And that's a lot of teams. Like the Dodgers have a lot of new faces. Like the baseball has a big turnover. Basketball, it's a couple of new guys, but for the most part, it's the same guys. So does that message get more stale more quickly in a power player, player power league? I think so.
They just came off a championship.
No, I know.
They just came off a championship, so I don't know. There's not a lot of NBA coaches who come back for that last year of the deal as a lame duck coach, right? Without an extension, I know he wants that extension. The Warriors haven't given it to him. Bob Myers wants that extension. They haven't given it to him.
Yes.
So there's a lot of things going on here, which will not surprise me if Steve Kerr said, you know what? We had a great run. It's been here since 2014. A long time. Very long time. Rob and San Bruno, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Rob?
I remember I called earlier when they started out slow, and I told you guys the league has caught up with them. Like, their style of play is not surprising nobody. You know, teams, coaches, players, they watch 1,000 hours of film on every pass, every call. I just feel like, and in that last call, I had a great point. I'm blaming Kerr, too, because every great championship dynasty have always had a team they had to reconstruct the way they play basketball. I don't personally think Curry want to reconstruct the way he plays basketball. He want to play one style, and I feel like the league is caught up on that. Plus, you have other teams that have athleticism, they have big, and they have shooting. All the Warriors have is shooting. If they're not shooting well, they're not going to win the game. If they lose a 3-point contest, they're going to lose the game. So I just feel like it's on the GM. I'm putting this on Steph Curry, and I'm putting this on Curry because to me, Steph, if you one of the top point guards of all time, when you got a talent like Wiseman, you make something happen with that. And I feel like he didn't do that.
That is.
I think it's over till next year.
Man, in the offseason, the question will be asked, if it's not asked already. How much of it do you put on Steph? Steph's been great when he's on the court. There's starting to be, and it's a question for a later time, but there's starting to be some people out there who are starting to tweet at me and starting to text saying, how good of a leader has Steph been this season? That question's starting to get floated out there. Because a lot of people are blaming Steph for the Wiseman departure. And I don't know if there's any truth to that. I'm not even going to speculate that.
I think his body of work. His body of work kind of speaks for itself.
Exactly.
Doesn't he deserve the respect and the benefit of the doubt?
But the question isn't
if he hasn't earned it, who the hell has?
But it's a fair question, isn't it? We question hard. I know I question hard all the time.
Perfect. No one's perfect.
CP3.
I mean, think
Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant is an all-time talent.
Absolutely.
He gets played for everything.
Yes.
People come out and crush him and say he's not a great leader.
Yeah, but I do think, forget the leader part. I do think that there is a crossroads here for the team. And Steph can't be relied upon the way that they're relying upon him moving forward because you have to bake in. He's either going to rest or sit out 20 to 25 games a year, right? Now, playoff mode, different. But during the regular season, I do think that they need to adjust how they build the roster, what their offensive principles are, because you can't just run everything around Steph when you know he's not 28.
Right.
He's 35, right? He's going to miss some time. You have to build that in. You have to bake that into the lasagna of the team next year. That's not me saying that Steph can't do this. He can't do that. I'm just saying take a little off his plate. Right, and have him slowly evolve into a different role, not a lesser role, not a less impactful, just some different stuff. And that's where I think when we talk about blueprints or the roadmap to this year, where I think a big mistake was the youngsters weren't ready to take on some of that stuff, and I don't think that they were ready to acquiesce those guys as well. Both are true at the same time.
True. Stacey, Oakland. Stacey, what's happening?
Hi.
Hey,
thank you for accepting my call.
Anytime.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, and I really wish that the organization would be honest with the fans, but I could also understand maybe they don't want to just put all of their laundry out there. But it's very clear that the problem is the punch and the relationship between Wiggins and Poole. Wiggins does not. He did not respect it. He does not. That action was probably the most horrible thing he could have ever even imagined. And it appears to me he's not going to step on the floor with Draymond. So that just simply means he won't be back to next season, and we already know Draymond is leaving. And I don't know why the Warriors won't be honest.
I don't know about all that. I don't know.
That's a slippery slope there.
It's a lot of.
I think it's a lot of speculation.
We're assuming a lot. That's.
I don't think that's fair.
I'm not there yet. All right, real quick. Let's laugh a little bit. Stafford, no laughing matter. They lose as a number 1 seed to Ole Miss last night at Maples Pavilion in the women's basketball tournament. The top seeds usually get the home games in the first couple rounds. So Stafford thought they were on their way to the Sweet 16. Thought they were on their way to another Final Four, which would have been their third straight. Thought they were on their way to possibly another national championship. Lose last night to Ole Miss. Ole Miss. And Tara Vanderveer, Hall of Fame coach, one of the greatest coaches here in the Bay Area. Probably on the Mount Rushmore, to be honest, what she's done at Stanford.
Definitely the most underrated.
Yeah, no doubt. She doesn't get a lot of love. She deserves a lot of love. 3 national championships, all the All-Americans and Hall of Famers. But she was basically asked how tough this loss was. Let's listen to Tara Vanderveer and her answer.
I'm not going to fall into the trap of saying, wow, we had a horrible season. You know, I know that our men's team would be ecstatic to be playing, 2 games in the NCAA tournament, and Bernard would be happy about that too. This is a very young backcourt.
So Haley Jones, last game, Tara basically said, I know our men's team would have been happy to play 2 tournament games. So what you talking about?
Well, they lost one of the holes to the WNBA. Like, they lost some talent, but the thing is you're a better program than the boys team, the men's team, right? Like
the men's team deserves a shot like that.
Way.
The men's deserves a shot like that.
Hey, good for her.
You didn't have to take a shot. I love Tara.
In 95 cents a game, 11 years of history. How many times do you think we've played Tara Vanderveer Sound?
Not a lot.
Under 10?
We've had her on the air.
No, I know we've
had her on the air multiple times.
A soundbite.
Yeah, I don't know.
Good for her.
I was like, damn. I saw that live. I was like, wow.
I've always thought that she could have coached in the NBA, and I wanted to see her get a chance. I know that time is come and gone. I wanted to see her or Pat Summitt get an opportunity. Obviously, that didn't happen, but I really did. I sincerely thought it would work quite well.
They'll be back. Won titles 90, 92, and 2021. Hall of Famer.
I mean,
she's got over 1,000 wins. She's got 1,186 wins. Her winning percentage, 81.7%.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, it's impressive.
That's incredible.
Gold medals, Team USA. No, she's been awesome. A little shot fired. We got the Casey Schmidt highlight. Somebody get the Casey Schmidt. No, we don't have it. All right.
Here's the highlight. Sick stab. Ooh, look at him coming in, throwing across his body, looking like Nolan Arenado. Wow. Oh, runner on second. Pitch away. Oh, he drives it into right center. Double. Damn. Those are your highlights. That was yesterday recap.
You're going to make me hate the Giants.
Why?
You are.
Can't you be excited?
I'm excited about baseball. You're going to make me hate the Giants.
If you're not already there.
See, that's the problem. People say things, and, Steiny gets a lot of hate. Oh, man, you hate the Warriors. No. Steiny doesn't hate the Warriors. I don't hate the Giants.
I've had the question asked a few times.
Oh, I know you have.
So Logan Webb pitched yesterday.
Doesn't look great?
No, how do I phrase this?
See, I've never seen, here's the problem. I'm going to stop you right now.
What's that?
We're putting way too much stock into these spring training games.
Dude, it's not about.
But you are.
What do you mean?
Because I could already tell.
No, I'm going off the body of the work the last couple years. I really like Logan Webb. To me, not every team has an ace, right? And I think that we have miscast him in the ace role here with the Giants. He is their best pitcher.
But on a great team, he's probably a number 2 or number 3.
Yes. And that doesn't mean I don't want to sign him, and it doesn't mean that I don't think he's a really good player.
He looked like an ace in 2021.
No, he did. But that's not an ace is a guy that you hand the ball to year after year after year. And there's only so many of those guys. Yeah, but I think he's a really, really good player, and he's definitely someone that I'm building around.
He pitched pretty damn good in 2021.
I know.
Took over an ace role. Was the ace last year. Had a pretty good year.
And was outstanding in the playoffs.
Yeah, he had a pretty good year last season.
Like, is Urias an ace for the Dodgers? No. He's a great pitcher,
Number 2, number 3.
Yeah, but he's a great...
But he's pitched like an ace.
So has Logan Webb. So is Logan Webb. But, like, when you hand the ball to a Scherzer or a Verlander or an Alcantara, like, it's just different. And I'm not trying to... Like, there's levels to it. You know what I mean? It's like saying someone's a quote-unquote superstar as opposed to just a star in the NBA.
Oh, where's Spinoni at? We got Wiseman Watch. Xfinity Fast 5 coming up in 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Love, man, if you can find a Wiseman Watch open. Wiseman Watch, because Wiseman did something last night. It's going to make Warrior fans ticked off. And we're only going to do this through the end of the year. I promise you we won't do it next season.
Last point on Logan Webb before you move on. It's just... I don't know. It just feels like something's a little off, a little more nibbling this year than last year.
It's spring training.
I'm well aware, but there's an electricity that you see with some guys.
It's spring training,
even in spring training. I know the pitchers are always behind the hitters. I'm well aware.
And the ball travels a lot farther down there in that.
Well, and the weather hasn't been as good.
It's spring training.
How much did we freak out about Tim Lincecum spring training back in the day?
No, I never did.
Yeah, but Lincecum. Okay, look.
I can't even.
We did at first, so we realized, oh no, we don't actually need to freak out about it. But no, I'm agreeing with you though, Bonte, on the pitching.
I'm not freaking out. I'm just saying that.
No, you're freaking out a little bit. I can tell when your jaws are moving the way when you start freaking out. I can tell. I know you too well. You start to turn red a little bit. I can't recall one Lincecum spring training outing. Not one.
Well, he did get lit up in 1 year. I think it was 2011 heading in after the 2010 season. They partied all up.
I mean, come on. Wiseman Watch. Oh, man. On YouTube. I love you too, man. I love you too. Sorry to annoy you this morning. Pistons lose to the Heat, 112-100. Oh, Wiseman. How about this? How about this play right here?
Wiseman to the screen for Corey Joseph. Corey bounces it inside to James. Baby hook, and he hit it.
Baby hook, and he hit it to the 13. 22 points, 13 rebounds. No assists, no steals, no blocks. One free throw. 1 of 1 from the three-point line. But James Wiseman kind of hooping when he's got the Detroit now. They're not winning a lot of games. I think they won, one game since he's been there. The plus minus, you can point to that. It's not really good. But with the Pistons, averaging a double-double.
This is James Wiseman. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Oh, boy. When you look at this season with the Golden State Warriors, and it's a lot of pressure on Gary Payton II to regain that form from last season, and he hasn't even played yet. And they're not saving that much money. Like, a lot of people say, oh, you're saving a lot of... You're not really saving that much money when it comes to the luxury tax by dealing James Wiseman. Would we be thinking about that trade for even? Is that the next Chris Webber deal? No. Like, we talked about Chris Webber for 20 years.
Webber was like rookie of the year level.
Right.
Early on, they went to the playoffs. Like, no. Like, that, there's a different level to this. Like, this is more of a, it reminds me a lot of like a prospect trade in other sports. Like, you're going to have to develop him and whatnot. Like Atlanta, everyone goes to Atlanta. You traded away Brett Favre. Dude, he was a backup at the time. Like, he was nobody knew that Brett Favre would end up being that.
Well, I go, Zach Wheeler. A lot of people said
years.
Took years. That was still a good deal.
Yeah.
It's a great deal.
Did you see on TikTok, Eagle TikTok, I believe it's where it surfaced, but the guy was wearing a Chiefs jersey with a cowboy hat.
I did see that.
And I think this should be our Fast Five question today. And I want to hear how delusional everyone is.
Did you have the sound of it? Can we play the sound? Or was
basically the rules are this, okay? Do you think if you had 4 full quarters in an NFL game as a quarterback, you can't throw smoke screens. You can't do the little
shovel
passes or any of those things.
Jet sweep.
No screens at all. Can you throw for 10 yards in an NFL game?
And this guy said, heck yes, he can.
Oh,
I
he
watched
was
the video.
very, very confident that
Do
he
you
could.
believe you could throw?
No. Now, here's the other question.
See, I'm delusional. Shasky, I'm delusional.
Don't tell me. Don't think you can. Come on. Really?
Finish a game if I played the full game. You have to play the full game, correct?
Monte, I love you. You can barely go 10 yards.
No. Come on, man. I was the best elementary school quarterback in history of elementary schools. Listen. You have to play the full game, right? Let's get the ground rules here.
Yes.
You have to play a full game.
Yes.
Take all the snaps.
Yes.
Take all the hits.
Yes.
And you have to tip. They may call 30
all
passes.
Game, and you have to 1 or 2 slants. Can you do it?
Can I finish with 10 yards in a game? Yes,
First
I can.
off, can you finish the game? That's like the real.
I may not finish the game, but my final stat line, whether I get knocked out in the second quarter, third quarter, first quarter.
1 drop back with them in your face.
I'm throwing for 10 yards, baby. I'm getting 10 yards.
Don't be that guy.
I'm getting 10 yards,
Are you serious?
Run that cover 3.
You're the guy that thinks he could step in and hit 95?
Run that tempo 2, and I'll throw it right between the safety and the corner. Let's go. Fade right down the sidelines, baby. Beat that cover 2.
What's the offense he has? What's the offense he has? If he has CMC, just dump it off to him every single time. Come on, now.
That is true.
Offense.
That is true.
You just dump it off to CMC.
One Texas route. I am 6'4", so I can see over the offensive line. I'm just saying 10 yards.
Give me the Fast Five. I want to hear from the audience. 888-957-9570. No smoke screens. No bubble passes, touch passes, pitch plays. None of that. Can you throw for 10 yards in an NFL game? I'm saying...
And no, Akin, I did not play JV as a junior in high school because you weren't allowed to play JVs as a junior in high school. If they were, maybe I would have been on JVs. Who knows? But I was not on JV.
Like Bonte, they hike you the ball. You're in shotgun. They hike you the ball.
Right.
And Javon Hargraves is coming at you.
I know. It's a problem.
You're spiking that so fast into the ground and moving back.
There's no doubt.
Like, are
no
you kidding me?
Yards.
Bonte, I've stood on these NFL sidelines. Like, Brock Purdy's small. Then I stand next to Brock Purdy. I'm like, oh, he's huge next to me. But on an NFL field, he looks tiny. Eric Armstead would literally break every bone in your body.
I saw
One
Danico Autry hit Geno Smith so hard. So at the Raider game, they don't do it at Levi Stadium, but the old Coliseum when the Raiders were playing in Oakland, they allowed the media to go down to the field for the last 5 minutes of the game. So I would always take it out of it. I was like, I got to get on the field. Geno Smith got hit so hard. I was like, damn, I wouldn't survive one play in this game. But since we're playing the exercise, somebody's got to be a doofus here. I'll be the doofus.
That's the game where they snapped Eli Manning's consecutive start streak, right?
Wow.
Start Geno.
That's right.
Ben McAdoo?
No, he was a Jet. He was a Jet. Geno's a Jet.
Okay.
Geno's a Jet.
Gotcha.
All right. Uncle
Tyler
Rico
Miller.
over here, Bonte Hill. What do you think?
Hey, I'm not comparing myself to Stetson Bennett. Stature-wise, we're pretty similar. I think if he could do it, I could do it. Come on.
Are you guys serious?
He's like 5'11", soaking like 180 pounds.
Probably one of the
soaking
best
wet.
athletes you've seen. Even though he looks mediocre on that field, probably one of the best athletes.
But look at him with all those guys, the Brock Bowers, the Darnell Washingtons, Bonte. Give me those guys. I could do it. Come on. Give me
6'4".
Darren Waller and Foster Morrow.
I'm 6'4".
What does that have to do with anything?
I can see over the line of scrimmage.
He's the Anthony Richardson of the station, is what he's saying.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
I'm the Anthony Richardson.
I don't have the mobility as an AR-15 these days.
Lovman, you don't think you could actually do this?
Do I have to stay in the pocket the whole time?
You pick however you want. You
no,
really
I mean,
think, you
if
guys really
I can get those rollouts, hit those arrow routes going off to the sideline,
You guys
yeah,
are
I think get a
delusional.
little yak there.
Bootlegs every single time, baby.
I think he had 10 yards.
Get outside that pocket.
I'm alone on this.
Yeah, you're alone. Tyler Miller, YouTube. I'm throwing for 10 yards. I'm throwing 10 yards for sure. All slant routes like Mitty G.
You can't throw over the linemen, most of you people. Like, come on.
510. I'm sorry, my man Bonte is the least athletic, zero rhythm brother I've ever met. Do I even know you, 510? That's not fair.
That's not fair.
Then you get this one. Bonte, callers will torch you for 4 hours tomorrow if the Dubs can't beat the sorry Rockets tonight. But they're not show if they lose.
I'm just going to say this.
Okay,
I think people with a real size football, they don't realize how difficult it is to throw a good spiral on the money.
It's
just
tough.
10 to 15 yards. Just 10 to 15 yards in the air. Like, I'm not even trying to be a hater.
You have time to warm up, I assume, right?
No, you're just going to go in all cold in your Dockers.
Let me just say this, though. I'm not going to use my warm-up. I'm going to just throw a couple times and just rest my arm.
Well, I've seen
because a
warm-up,
warm-up, you're going out there, woof, woof, woof. The beat's playing, and Pardon Me is playing over the loudspeakers. You get a little too amped up.
I love how you set the image of you with the helmet on and Pardon Me from Little Yachty or whoever is bumping through the speakers as Bonte is like taking a hike under center from Jake Brendel. You got to be kidding me.
I do this from time to time, man, when I'm at home, dude. Like, man, imagine me on that field. Pardon Me's playing.
What kind of face mask do you have?
Oh, I got the Deion Dickerson. The Dickerson. The Deion.
Do you have the neck roll like Eric Dickerson?
At quarterback? No. They call it the Dickerson face mask, but Deion Sanders wore it when he was with the Niners.
You guys are so delusional. Like, I've watched Nick Bosa is huffing and puffing pre-snap, and he's literally, you would literally pee down your legs.
Ajax 4.
Every one of you.
Ajax 408. I'm hitting a fade to Ayuk 100%.
Hitting a fade that doesn't get picked to the house.
Edward Kim, YouTube. Have good accuracy on 5-yard passes. I agree. And Shasky, nobody's scared. I'm not scared of Nick Bosa coming out that edge.
I'm going to let him know that this spring training.
Let him know that. Hey, Big Bear, I drop back 5 yards. Like Vern Glenn going out there. Come on, let's go.
What was it in Jackass? Jared Allen just killed Johnny Knoxville in Jackass. Was it 2? Oh.
You did kill him. Ask Gruder that question. He go 12 for 15 for 20 yards and have at least one TD drive and rush from 35.
Lamar Jackson.
Xfinity Fast 5.
Patrick Mahomes.
That was
Darryl
Fast 5.
Drew Johnson.
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
Oh, man.
Like, if you actually played high-level football, like, I'm not trying to dismiss it, but I just know the roster here at 95.7 The Game, and I know what the average list, like, if you are a high-level athlete, sure, I think that some of you can. But the majority of people out there are delusional if they actually think they can accomplish that. I think you're underestimating the speed, the skill, the physicality, like everything involved.
I'm throwing for 10 yards. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity Supercharger Home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Hold on.
Okay, keep going.
Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Josh Johnson got folded like laundry, like 2 plays in. Do you know how much bigger, stronger, and faster than Josh Johnson is than the majority of people texting
coming
him?
down, I'd be scared. Oh, I'd be I'd be paranoid, but I'm getting those 10 yards.
Josh,
as soon as listen.
Bonte turned to me in that game. He ain't getting up. Look at him, dog. And he was like struggling to get carried off the field. We shouldn't be laughing.
I'm throwing for 10 yards.
Demolished.
I'm throwing for 10 yards, and I'm leaving with a hamstring injury. I'm going to get my 10 yards.
You're pulling a Tom Brady or Peyton Manning, just spiking it every single time when there's someone in your face. You know what? No.
Yeah, Bonte drops back, and he's got the Brock Purdy elbow injury almost immediately.
See you tomorrow, folks.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart for the hottest new arrivals from Callaway, featuring the Paradigm Woods and Irons. The Paradigm Woods are engineered with forged carbon to have unparalleled distance and forgiveness.
tell you what, one thing we've talked about all year is the Warriors. They got to get it moving. They got to get moving. There's 10 games left. I tell you what, they better win tonight, JD.
You think?
Yes. And, just because it's the Houston Rockets doesn't mean it's not a big game. They have to win this game tonight. Otherwise, they go under 500. And when I say they have to, obviously they don't have to.
This is a must-win. I'm going to say it. It's a must-win.
Listen, you lose to the Rockets tonight. Who are we kidding, right? That's when it becomes, who are we kidding here? They still are 36 and 36. They're in the 7th spot. There's been fits and starts. You go into Houston tonight and lose. What are we doing? Like, what are we really talking about with this team?
The Rockets could be the only team that the Warriors beat twice on the road this season. If they can get it done. You look at the Warriors and they're 7 and now 29 away from Chase Center. Well, one of the 7 is the Rockets, and they have a shot to do it again. And if they don't, I mean, my God, you think the sky was falling Thursday when I was sitting in for Goo, and good to be back with you, Steiny, or after the game Saturday as I'm taking phone calls on Warriors wrap-up. You lose tonight? Whew.
I know.
I mean, it is ugly.
5-1-0. Boston just lost to the Rockets at home.
Exactly.
I know.
No excuses.
I know.
Guess what? You're not 49 and 23. If you were 49 and 23, you could lose to the Rockets and have it be no big deal, like the Celtics just did. Celtics got beaten Utah the other night.
Yep.
It happens. You're 49 and 23. Who cares?
That's right.
I remember a team that used to once in a while have a bad loss when they were in the midst of winning 50 games. Oh, that's right. It was the Golden State Warriors with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green. Not anymore. You need every win you can possibly get.
No doubt. And they're 0-3 to start this 5-game road trip. I don't know if I'm looking forward for Guru coming back or not, but he had him going 4-1.
Well, I had the thought, and I'm not like, Guru's back tomorrow. It's going to be great. Warriors are going to win because I think they're going to win tonight. And then and Guru's going to be back. Like, hey, they're back.
No, you won't.
They're fine.
I wonder.
They're fine. They got momentum.
I wonder. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump in. It's kind of a disastrous start, obviously, to the road trip. They lose in Atlanta and in Memphis. No Draymond Green on Friday against Atlanta. Shame on him. Shame on him for that particular game to miss. And then the next night, they can't get it done against Memphis. Klay and Steph have not played well the last couple games. Obviously, Steph started out the run with a 50-point game, but they just are not. They're not making enough shots. They're not defending. And to me, in the last 2 games, JD, it wasn't. To me, the last 2 games, the big three's got to be better. Like they were the ones that hurt them on Friday and Saturday.
Yeah.
The big boys.
Absolutely. I mean, you get a great game from Jonathan Kuminga, but Klay Thompson, I think you could make the case, was the worst player on the floor. In fact, I don't even think there's much debate. He was a minus 30. He was not making shots. You get bit by it being the first game in the 2 weeks since Steph Curry's come back from his injury where he didn't shoot the ball well and the Grizzlies were really trying to take it away from him. And Jonathan Kuminga played one of his better games of the year, and it winds up not helping you, really. Great for him, great for his development, great for his future, but it's a night where if you have the regulars carry their weight and you get that kind of game from Jonathan Kuminga, then maybe you got a little bit of action when it's 108-106 in a fourth quarter where you've withstood the Grizzlies being as hot as anybody has been this season from 3 against the Warriors. And that's saying something because everybody shoots 41% against the Warriors from 3 anyway. But the Grizzlies had a 47% clip working in that game on Saturday night. But it just on a night-to-night basis, if it's not one thing, it's something else. If it's rebounding and second chances one night, it's turnovers the next. If you clean up the turnovers and the rebounding, as the Warriors did against Memphis, then it's the three-point shot or it's the Splash Brothers having an off night. But no matter what it is, if this team doesn't have multiple parts of what they do well clicking, they just don't beat anybody, which I think makes tonight's game, not to get too deep in the weeds on tonight's game, all the more fragile for the Warriors, even though in the 3 games head-to-head against the Rockets this year, you know why the Warriors are 3-0 against the Rockets this year? Because they've made an average of 25 three-pointers in every game. 26, 25, 24 in 3 games over the Rockets. Made three-pointers for the Warriors. You do that, you're probably going to beat anybody.
Right.
If you don't do that, does that mean all of a sudden you can't beat the Rockets again? But again, it's been, I don't want to make it about that. It's been something different every night, and it's just the big 3 can't carry this team through at this point, and the other players, there just aren't enough quality other players right now to offset the fact that if the big 3 don't collectively have a big night, they can't get the job done on the road. At home, completely different story. Bunch of those shots that go in are clanks. Bunch of the shots that Clay clanks on the road, he makes at home, at least lately, the last couple of months. But this team just can't, and I don't think it's been effort the last 3 games, really. I think they've brought the effort. You could tell they wanted the game in Memphis. They just haven't been good enough, which is telling, but at this point, not surprising, Steiny.
No, and this may sound a little backwards, but after every game, certain guys play pretty well, certain guys don't, and it changes. You're right. It changes game to game. Who's playing, who's consistent, who's not consistent, and then what part of their game is consistent and what part of their game is not consistent. So you have a boatload of inconsistency, but the thing is for more than a decade, some of these things have surfaced with the Warriors, whether it's turnovers, whether it's interior defense, whether it's a little bit 3 happy, but they've never kind of gone this long without overcoming it. And what I'm getting at is they're a 500 team right now, and the reason they're a 500 team is because there are parts of the game that every night gets them beat, different, and then there are players that get them beat every night, and it's different. And they always could overcome this 4 out of 5 times. Like, that's why people are like, well, is it just as simple as they're not as good? It's like, I kind of think, like, that's what we're seeing. We can look deep into it, and we can try to figure out really specifics, but it's showing up night after night that they're not as good. They're not consistent. Their players haven't been consistent, other than Curry for the most part, and they haven't had any consistent part of their game all year. Even their 3-point shooting has dropped a little bit. So that, to me, shows they're not able to quite get it done. But here's the thing. When you're not winning those games, then it becomes the individual pointing fingers. Then it becomes, well, Clay's not been good the last 2 nights. And Jordan Poole keeps turning the ball over. And why can't Kuminga get minutes? But in the past, if you're 15, you're not playing significantly better, but you're winning more games, you tend not to single out what guys aren't doing right. Like, I do feel like coming in here today, it's like, well, Curry, he didn't, last 2 games, he hasn't shot the ball well, and he's turned it over too much. Klay Thompson, I think, has been terrible the last 2 nights. Draymond hasn't been there one night, and then the next night, that's when you start getting into the individual thing. But the bottom line is it's still just an overall team that's not good enough right now.
No, and it's a team that, again, still has to survive with what they have for long enough to be able to hope that they can get others back and then get on some kind of a run. I'll tell you what the 2 losses did as far as the standings go, and you look at it right now. I mean, the Warriors are 7th. You lose tonight and in Dallas on Wednesday night, and 7th may become the highest you can get at that point, given the way things are starting to shake out. But you look at the Warriors, currently 7th, but they are right now a game out of being 11th, out of being out. They're a game ahead of Utah, who's the first team out right now at 11th. You've got the Lakers and the Timberwolves and the Thunder, who all of a sudden are playing good basketball, 7 of the last 10, but are all right there on your heels. On the one hand, it's like, well, Minnesota's Edwards is out, and the Thunder, do you really take the Thunder seriously? The Lakers, I think, are formidable. You want to play the Lakers in a play-in tournament game?
No.
7-8? I think you'd like to try and avoid that. And Dallas has been so bad and injured and not playing any defense that, like, if you're the Warriors, 5 is off the table now because the Clippers have gotten it rolling a little bit. I think 5 of the last 6. So it's just all of these games are still important. This team, as it's currently constituted, can't really do anything in the playoffs, but you're stuck with the team you got now to try and give you that shot to think you could. But then at the same time, I totally get it, and I think this is where you're coming from. I totally get how you look at the last 2 games, and you look at the big 3, and you look at the way it's been on the road all season, and you want to say, well, damn it, who are we kidding? Who are we kidding that think that this team's going to beat anybody, let alone 2, 3, 4 teams in a playoff scenario, even if the team is slightly different?
Right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We knew this was an important 5-game trip. We knew the games that were more winnable than others. The Warriors have started 0-3 on this trip. They lost to the Clippers. They lost to the Hawks. They lost to Memphis. And now they play the Houston Rockets in Houston. And I'd like to know where Warrior fans are at this point. You keep thinking, I actually thought they were going to beat Memphis Saturday. And I got to stop doing that. But the reason I thought they were going to beat Memphis was Memphis came back from 30 down the night before. They had like an unbelievable comeback against the Spurs.
San Antonio. They were down 6 with like 20 seconds left.
Right, so they win that game, and now here come the Warriors, and they got Draymond Green. I just expected the Warriors to play as the team with some energy there. I guess I got to stop doing that because, what do you, if you were a bettor, what do you do tonight? Stay away from the Warriors game?
I'll tell you. Somebody asked me that yesterday, and I said the Warriors are 9.5-point favorites, I think.
Are they really? Wow.
At Houston tonight. I'll be honest with you. I'd bet the Warriors, but I think, I'd bet the Warriors. I'm sorry, I would bet the Warriors to win. Right. I would bet the Rockets to cover, is what I said. Gotcha. Right? I mean, the Warriors probably win, but it's going to be a lot harder than anybody would think that it should be. And so, Warriors probably win by 5. But at this point, that doesn't matter. You'd take that if you're the Warriors because it prevents you from dipping back under 500. Right. And that's been the one thing that this team has been able to do. They haven't, in the last couple of months, fallen down to a point where it's like, they're under 500 and they got to keep playing on the road and they got to, they haven't allowed it to really start to careen in a big way. They're again, and that's because
that's why they have to win tonight because Dallas is going to be tough in Dallas, and then you come home and you play Philly. So you lose tonight, then you got to start thinking about: are we going to be 36 and 39? I know you don't like to get ahead of yourself
but then you have to sweep the next 3 at home, which you could make the case you should: Minnesota, New Orleans, and San Antonio. But anytime you play that game, it tends to bite you when you play that game.
Right. Matt Steinmetz, John Dickinson with you. No Daryl the Guru Johnson today. He'll be back tomorrow. We take it to 2 o'clock, and we hand it over to Dibbs and Willard. And the Golden State Warriors have a game tonight against the Houston Rockets. And the Golden State Warriors are 36 and 36. Let's go to Foon in Oakland. What's up, Foon? How you doing, man? Hello. All right. We'll let Adam try to start us off. What's up, Adam? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Good. How are you?
Doing well.
Hey, I know the Rockets are a tanking team and the Warriors are the favorites tonight, but quite honestly, I have zero faith in the Warriors after everything we've seen on the road this year. I just feel like it's going to be one of those games where the Rockets cannot miss. They're going to make every three-pointer. They're going to score over 130 points. The Warriors aren't going to play defense, and the Rockets are going to take this one from them. And then I just want to speak about Clay and Dylan Brooks. and how Clay's always throwing up the four fingers, talking about his 4 rings and whatnot. You know, as much as I love the Warriors, I love Klay Thompson, I hate Dylan Brooks, I don't like the Memphis Grizzlies. Clay's got to stop using that, because if Memphis has been in the league as long as Klay Thompson has, they have the opportunity to have as many rings as Klay Thompson. So Clay's just got to play better against these teams and prove to them that he's better than them, instead of just throwing up the 4 fingers all day long and telling them that he has 4 rings.
Thanks for the call. And that obviously was something that was on my list, JD. And I was actually thinking of teasing it, but I can't tease it because we can get into it. If you're watching the Warriors-Memphis game, cameras caught Klay Thompson on the bench after the Warriors had pretty much given up on that game. I don't know who he was signaling to. Looked like he was looking down to the other bench, so it's not crazy to think it would have been Dylan Brooks.
It could have been fans. It could have been anybody. I mean, that place is pretty edgy.
Exactly. So if you've ever seen the Kobe Bryant meme where Kobe Bryant's sitting on the bench and he goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, meaning he's won 5 rings. Klay did one of those when the Warriors were down big in the fourth quarter. Somebody was letting him hear it, and he just went 1, 2, 3, 4.
Number 4.
And I didn't think a lot of it, and I tend to think of Warrior fans as unbelievably supportive. So I figured, okay, Warrior fans are probably thinking, good for Klay, who's Memphis. But you were kind of saying,
I think it's more split than you're giving it credit for.
Okay, so you think some Warrior fans are like, you know what, Klay, enough with that.
Yeah, like it's just out of pocket at this point, where you've been an embarrassment this season on the road to just keep going to that card, to keep going to and look, it's one the Warriors always will have in their back pocket. And you can always go to, but it's like, no, why don't you just play better? Why don't you just beat this team this season, as opposed to worrying about the stuff that you used to do as far as that carrying you through? But it's in some ways it's indicative of what the Warriors have become this season. It's kind of their whole season in a nutshell, in the sense that this team this year is not good enough. But yet, why do they get the benefit of the doubt? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, that's the only reason this team does get the benefit of the doubt. So it does, in a fun way, go hand in hand. Personally, I don't care what Klay does, but if you're a Warrior fan and you're thinking, hey, dude, like, we're getting our ass kicked, what are you doing? I totally get it at this point. So others would say, you know what? No, forget that. Dylan Brooks shouldn't be running his mouth saying that he's got real estate out here in the Bay, basically in the Warriors' heads. And then Klay, I mean, God, he fired back in a big way off of that. How about this from Klay Thompson on Dylan Brooks? When he retires, I don't think anyone will ever talk about Dylan Brooks ever again. I promise you. It's sweet right now, but wait 10 years.
Well, in 10 years, somebody will be able to say, remember that game Dylan Brooks was really good? They beat the Warriors.
Exactly. To your point, nobody will remember that.
That's right. But
which you
the
say
bottom
that all
line
the time.
is Dylan Brooks was the second best player on the floor on Saturday night.
And Klay was the worst player on the floor.
415 says the difference with Kobe was he was injured and not playing in that game. Klay's being a sore loser and trying to cope after having another bad road game. That's from the 415. There's something. I mean, there's just, to me, so much go. First of all, Klay and Draymond have been playing that game all year. The leaning on the 4 rings, the leaning on the past. And apparently, the one thing Dylan Brooks does is he just doesn't feel like he's got to give in to the Warriors just because they're champions.
He's fine playing the heel.
Right.
And he's fine with the flack that comes with being on a team that hasn't done squat and being the heel. He's just comfortable with it.
Yeah.
Whatever. That's fine. If that's the role that he wants to play, know that if these two teams play in the playoffs and the Warriors win again, which is still a possible outcome for this season, regardless of what you think of whether the Warriors can win a title or not, the Warriors and Grizzlies could very well play each other in the first round. And if the Warriors win that series, whew, I mean, look out, Dylan Brooks. Like, that would be enough for a guy like me to be like, you know what, I'm going to tone it down against these guys because we may have to play him again, and I sure as hell don't want to lose to him again and have to deal with, exponentially more flack coming back my way, but not Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks is head first, man. Let's go. Bring it. I'll take it. They, as they say in Memphis, they want the smoke.
510. Count them up, Steiny. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Take that for data.
You are right, 510. You are right. 510, stop it. If you're saying they can't use 4 rings, you're definitely a new age Warrior fan. 4 is not an easy feat. So, yeah, you can flaunt it all you want, hate on it, but if you want to shut them up, then surpass them. He was talking to Dylan Brooks. Yes, he was talking to Dylan Brooks. We'll get into more. We'll play some of that sound after 10:30 because it is pretty interesting. But, I mean, Clay's just not the same player. And I don't know why people insist on thinking or saying he is. I mean, last year he played 32 regular season games and played in the postseason, and the Golden State Warriors won a title, JD, and he was a part of it. Like, he was every bit as much a part of it as Steph and Draymond. Like, he wants to talk about 10 years from now. Like, nobody's going to say, well, the fourth Warriors title, remember, Clay was just, he was coming up. No, he earned that title. Like, he was part of it. I think he feels disrespected, like people say he wasn't a part of the title kind of last year, and which is ludicrous to me because they don't win it without him either last year. But I guess what I'm getting at, JD, is he's still, and maybe that's why he's great, he's still out there trying to prove something. And the bottom line is he's not going to be able to prove what he proved 5 years ago or 19 because he's not that same player.
The problem with Klay Thompson is he's either been spectacular or terrible for the most part in games this season. Like, he spent the better part of the first 2 months being mostly terrible. He's been pretty great over about a 2-month span, but lately it's been split. Lately it's been home games he's been really good, road games he's been kind of terrible, but it's the high highs and the low lows, and I think that's the problem as to why this Warriors team can't win with any consistency is because the nights where Clay is bad, he is so bad that it really hurts you. You know, and you need the nights where he's great to help you win, but it just, you're kind of getting both ends of a really wide spectrum as far as his play, and I feel like that's been the case for the Warriors overall as a whole, as a team this season.
Yeah, and you bring up his streaky shooting, and I'm going to go look at some numbers during this break. But you know, if a guy's shooting 40% from 3-point range, which is what Clay's shooting, you know, it doesn't mean he's making 2 out of 5 every game. It means he can go 12 for 16 from 3, but then have 2 or 3 bad shooting nights in a row from 3.
Well, it hasn't been a good trip.
About.
It hasn't been a good road trip. 2 of 9, 2 of 7, 3 of 8 from 3. Overall, though, 6 of 17, 6 of 14, 6 of 16. So he's been 35, 43, 37 in the games on the road, just overall shooting. You go back on the homestand, and it was a lot better than that. I mean, he 8 threes, 4 of 9 from 3. But you go back on the road, last time they were in Memphis, 6 of 14. At OKC, 5 of 13 from 3. At the Lakers, 8 of 18 overall shooting the ball. So it's been the last month or so. Then he has the 27-point game against the Pelicans back at home. It's been a lot more hit or miss for Klay Thompson really since the All-Star break. He's been pretty bad on the road, and he's been pretty spectacular at home, and we're essentially a month now removed from that post-All-Star break portion of the schedule.
And, I'm just looking at his big games. He had a 41-point night against Houston on the road. He was 10 for 13
in November.
From 3-point range, yes.
When he was terrible every other night.
Then he had 54 against Atlanta. But he was 21 for 39, 10 for 21. Those are good numbers, don't get me wrong. But high-volume numbers, 8 for 15 And then, of course, he was 12 for 17 against Houston at home. What I'm getting at is if you take out, and he's always had big nights, but you take out the big nights this year, his three-point percentage is much lower than in years past.
Yeah, the lows are lower.
Much lower.
And
the defense is not as good either.
And his shots, when they don't go in, are like shot turnovers because they're quick shots, they're heat check shots, they're shots that really Steph and Clay are the only two, or among the only two that get to take with the regularity that they do. And I think they hurt an already mediocre to bad defense on the road become even worse.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors start out their 5-game trip 0-3. They play the Houston Rockets tonight. How do you feel about Klay Thompson coming off a bad game, telling the opponent he's got 4 rings, and you don't? He's right, but isn't there a time and place? How you feeling about Klay Thompson's 1, 2, 3, 4? Warriors are back at it tonight against Houston. Warriors Live, sponsored by Xfinity, starts at 4 o'clock, taking you right up to the 5 o'clock tip-off. All action on your home for Warriors basketball 95.7 The Game. This segment also sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture.
Duh. Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's Discount Furniture. Here to let you know that my Bobapedic mattresses offer the comfort and quality of a national mattress brand for half the price. No matter your budget, there's a Bobapedic memory foam.
Warriors on a 3. The Warriors are being impatient because they're trying to win this game with 5:48 to go.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz and John Dickinson with you. Be here till 2 o'clock. Hand it over to Dibbs and Willard. They'll take it to 3, and then they go right to Warriors Live. And I'm sorry, to 4. And they'll do Warriors Live at 4. Tip-off Houston Warriors at 5 o'clock. Warriors have lost 3 in a row. And we're talking about Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson's 1, 2, 3, 4. His Kobe Bryant impression on how many rings he's won. He did that at the end of the Memphis game on Saturday when the Warriors were beat. And I don't know. It's not quite the look of a champion when you do that and you're down 18 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and it's not even, I think, the individual game. I think if the Warriors are 10 games better on their record right now and the Warriors were getting smoked like they were in that game, I don't think anybody would really have a problem with it at that point. But it's the fact that it comes at the end of your 11th consecutive road defeat, and you've just been awful. And you specifically, Klay, on this night, you're the worst player on the floor. Minus 30, casting off from deep, 0 defense. And it's like, all right, well, that's all you got. Well, how about you? And we've seen a lot of this on the YouTube chat. Why don't you play like you've won 4 rings and quit talking about you've won 4 rings? Other people, it's deeper than that because it's Dillon Brooks, and Dillon Brooks broke Gary Payton's arm last year and caused him to miss a good chunk of the playoffs. And he's been kind of a goon for them, and he's always running his mouth back and forth. And so it's, now, you know what? Keep Dillon Brooks down because, you know, he talking about dynasties, and like it galls, I think, Warrior fans. Like, he's public enemy, I don't know, number 1, but he's probably in the top 5 right now of current Warrior opponents. And so maybe there's a little bit of leeway for Klay to do it because he's doing it to him specifically.
Yeah, and listen, Klay Thompson doing that's not going to change my impression of Klay Thompson. I like Klay Thompson. I think he's fighting something, and he's been fighting something.
He just, even when he plays well, he plays with a weight to him. There's just a weight that it just looks like he's just angry. Like there's no everything. Every shot to me is like, I want this shot to go in so I can just point at everybody and or in my mind, like it just.
You know what, JD?
There's just been too many times this year where it's like it's not.
Let's talk about that because I think it's interesting because I think you're right. And you know when they talk about but they just won it last year. And the stats are not bad. You know, some stats are indicting, some stats aren't. But just this is what I mean by every year's different. Klay came back for 32 games last year after he got hurt. And then he played in the playoffs. And they won it. And close your eyes and just remember how Klay was playing. You know, he wasn't as good as he was 4 years ago, but he looked like Klay. And then transpose that with the way he's played this year when he came out of the gates kind of trying to prove something. And I look at his numbers, and they're fine. They are 43-3 from 2-point, and 42 from 2-point and 40 from 3. That's not terrible. But I defy any Warrior fan to tell me, without using stats, that Klay's the same player as last year. He's not. He's not having as much fun. You're right. There's something about Klay where he's feeling more pressure to prove that he's still a great player.
It's proof something that doesn't need to be proven.
Exactly.
I feel like at this point, considering the fact that he does have 4 rings.
Exactly.
And he's had the career that he's had. There's a weight to his game, even when he plays well. Even when he plays well, and he's played well a lot the last couple of months.
Let's go to Couch Potatoes in New Mexico. What's up, Couch?
What's up, fellas? Hey, listen, the problem with Klay is the same problem with everybody on that team that isn't named Draymond Green. And, when you look back on this whole thing, where the Warriors went wrong is when things went down between KD and Dre. At the end of that year, they should have kicked Dre to the curb. He is the problem. And basketball requires chemistry more than any other sport, period. And you remember at the beginning of this year how everyone was talking about the great vibes and all that, and then everything went south the minute he punched Jordan Poole, period. And anyone who still has hope for this year, check it out. If I'm not mistaken, their record against the top 3 or 4 teams in each division, in other words, teams that have legitimate title hopes, there's something like 3-4 or 3-3 at home and 0-10 on the road. They haven't beaten a single legitimate team on the road all year. So what are we going to do going forward? We got to get rid of Draymond Green, Jordan Poole, re-sign DiVincenzo, bring in some names, and we can put it back together for next year. What are we going to do, fellas?
Well, I think DiVincenzo's not going to be here. He's a free agent, and I guess he'll probably make more.
Yeah, I mean, that's irrelevant right now. I mean, it really is. He's going to be gone in all likelihood unless he wants to take a what I would deem to be probably a significant discount. And you can trade Jordan Poole and Draymond Green, and that doesn't mean you have more money to pay DiVincenzo than you would have if those two guys were on the roster. So the two are also independent of each other. But yeah, I mean, let's not get lost in the weeds on DiVincenzo right now. There's plenty of time for that. He has been one of their finds this year, but this team's just got to figure it out. And when you lose, I go back bigger picture to the belief that when the punch happened, right? Because I think that was the crux of the call. The Warriors believed, and I agreed with them at the time, I still agree with them, that their best course of action was to not do anything to Draymond Green. And I'm not saying they should have done anything differently. But the only way that truly works is if you go out and you win at a high enough level to where the mood and the vibes are good to a point where you can you know what? Okay, whatever. It's in the past. We're winning so much it doesn't matter anymore. This team hasn't been able to do that all year. And so they have looked, and I made note of this on Saturday, they looked again, and they always look on the road like they can't freaking stand each other. Like they do. They look like they can't stand playing together on the road. It's completely different at home. At home, it looks like and I don't know whether it's the crowd and it's like there's just such a love that comes from the Warrior fan base that edge melts away a little bit when they're at home. But on the road, it's just they aren't playing well, and there's just a look like the guys that have done it kind of know that the guys that haven't done it as much can't do it. And there's almost a little bit of a for who, for what, like kind of thing on the road. And then they get down with a bad stretch, and it's like, why even fight back? Because we probably can't get over the hump anyway. It's just an ugly, ugly, ugly vibe.
I think it's also safe to say they don't believe in each other, or it's just another way of saying what we've been saying all day. When they're at home, there's Steph Curry and Clay. They're formidable. But I do think that when they get on the road, they just don't believe in each other. Steph thinks he's got to do too much, and he might. Clay, I like this from the 6'9". Clay has an unnecessary chip on his shoulder that's negatively impacting his play. He's manufacturing pressure that he thinks will elevate his game when it's only serving as a detriment.
Yeah, I think that's right on.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I think Clay's just got to go out and play. He's great thing. JD said he's playing with a weight, and I think that's a good way to put it, and it's also impacting the weight of the entire team. Let's go to Steven. Steven's in San Francisco. Wants to talk Golden State Warriors. What's up, Steven?
Hey, good morning. First-time caller.
Cool.
Long-time listener.
Nice.
I think what we need is Wiggins. In the past, when we were winning all these games, when somebody's not playing well, they call this flex offense or something like that. They show up these two hands up and Wiggins come down under the basket where they scream for him, come around and do one-on-one. And he's been reliable in that sense when our threes are not working. That's where we got our two. Now Wiggins is gone and take away that options. And most of the time, ends up ball in the hand of Jordan Poole. And he's a dribble and not doing anything else. And even in the last game, the Memphis Grizzlies, he got caught under the basket and he didn't want to pass it out. And Clay was right in the corner, and didn't get the ball, turned over. They were going down. And Clay just doesn't even go back. He's just like walking back.
Right.
I was like, dude, you're losing. You got to hustle back. And then, Steve Kerr called the timeout right away, and you can see him just showing the finger like, pass the ball, pass the ball, pass the ball. So I think they're losing because I don't think they trust in each other. The team chemistry is not there. And another thing is like Hawk. When I was watching the Hawk, I mean, come on, JP. Got to play better defense. They were picking on him over and over again. I mean, how many times can you rotate? You can help, but we're playing against a team that know how to shoot. I mean, you can't defend a three all the time. Maybe you can start once or twice. You're hustling down to close out these shooter, and after a while, you're going to get tired. You're going to get wear down.
I hear you, Steven. I hear you. There's a lot of issues right now. 510, are you saying Clay's 40% is a fraud 40%? I would never use that word about a professional athlete.
But what the Warriors need is him. Like, they would be better served if it was more consistent.
Exactly. Here's what I mean by the 40% is different. And I do think, so Clay's had 3 games this year. 3 games. This was what he shot for three-point range. For 3 games, 10 for 18, 12 for 16, 12 for 17. You take those 3 games out, he drops 2 full percentage points. For the season, JD, he goes from 40 to 38. Now, the old argument is, well, you can't do that. Well, you're right. You can't. But what you can say is, God, I'd rather have instead of 112 for 16, maybe a couple 7 for, or 6 for 12s. But, balance them out a little, because if he's only shooting lights out, 3 games, but it's unbelievable, what chances are you going to win those 3 games? But now you got a lot of other games where he's not shooting a great percentage. And it's exacerbated because when he does shoot well in particular games, like he shoots really well in particular games. Abdul's in the city. What's up, Abdul?
What's up, Steiny? What's going on?
Hey.
Man, I think you guys talking about a very interesting topic this morning, and it's got me thinking, and I want to take it back to the beginning, from the Jordan Poole punch to the ring night where they didn't give Draymond a chance to grab the mic to just a lot of stuff going on. Klay Thompson not playing back-to-back games, the beef with the grit, not the beef, but the little tension with Memphis, just a lot. Andrew Wiggins not playing. I think there's a lot going on behind closed doors, and I think it's getting to the Warriors. I think they have a lot of issues. There's a lot of elephants in the room that they need to address, and I think they're playing with all that and the media and stuff. So ultimately, I think if they don't win a ship this year, or if they don't make it to the playoffs, there's going to be very hard discussions this offseason, considering the Warriors' future. And you could just see it like you could see it in Klay Thompson throwing up the 4 fingers. You could just tell, like, a long time ago, he wouldn't be doing that. He wouldn't be throwing up 2 fingers, 3 fingers. They'd go to the press conference and be like, okay, we'll see come playoff time. They're not doing that right now, are they? So, I don't know, man. I just think it's interesting. If they don't win a chip, what do you guys think is going to happen? Thank you.
Well, how don't they win the chip? Do they lose in 7 games to the Bucks in the finals?
Or they get beaten 6 by Memphis or something.
Or does the Lakers eliminate them in a play-in game or something like that? I think that is going to go a long way. The other thing is he was kind of listing all the things that the Warriors have been dealing with. And, Wiggins is another one. I mean, this is, it's funny how I look at things a little different. Yes, if the Warriors get Wiggins back, maybe. Of course. There's 10 games left, by the way, though, only. If Wiggins comes back, if Peyton I get all that. But with Wiggins, I mean, there's two things going on as far as I'm concerned with Wiggins. One is he hasn't played in so long now, and it's obviously something, mental. There's something so important that in his life that's preventing him from playing basketball. Like how can he come back and hit the ground running? Like what's going on with Wiggins, whatever it is, it defies logic that he would come back and hit the ground running.
Well, he didn't when he came back earlier in the season.
Right.
After missing time. And I think Steve Kerr even addressed the fact that he's not had a lot of times in his career where he's missed time, so it's harder for him to get back and get used to playing again after he has missed time.
The other thing with Wiggins is I do believe there's a chance that whatever the reason is that Wiggins is missing games, I think there's a chance that in and of itself is now a dynamic of this team, with the possibility that some people are fully supportive of him and some people maybe want him to get back. I think that's possible. It's possible. The dynamic, and even if that's not the specific case, the dynamic of Wiggins not being there is very real.
Well, just the unknown of it.
Exactly.
Like, forget about the reasons why or any of that stuff. It's just the unknown.
I mean, and
he might come back, he might not come back. Like, that is its own thing.
Well,
even if you just leave it at that.
And I've actually taken it a step further in my mind. Like, if there's something that is preventing or that has prevented Andrew Wiggins from playing for 5 weeks, who's to say this isn't a long-term thing? Like, who's to say, oh, he'll just be fine next year? Well, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't. But again, that's kind of like the DiVincenzo thing. It's like, well, let's worry about that July 1st.
Well, see, I'm not worried about DiVincenzo because I don't think he's coming back.
Right. But I'm not at the point where I guess where I'm saying is, and I'll be short because I jumped in on you there, I'm not worried about Andrew Wiggins October 20th of 2023. If it gets to that point, then
I hear you. But what I'm saying is there's a chance this may be a bigger issue than just, is he coming back, for this year? That's all. Adam's in San Jose. What's up, Adam?
Hey, Dylan Brooks knows the Grizzlies are not a dynasty. As much as we don't like him, come on, he's not a dummy. He has no accolades to back it up. All he's trying to do is get underneath the Warriors' skin and live in their heads. And I hate to say it, but he's doing a hell of a job. The last game, he took Steph completely out of his mojo. He got in his face after every shot he made over Steph, or when he made a defensive stop on Steph. And I don't even have to mention the Dylan Brooks effect on Clay and Draymond. They make it pretty obvious. I think the Warriors just need to prove that they're better than Memphis. Quite honestly, Memphis hasn't been fully healthy when they've lost to the Warriors, including the playoffs last year.
Well, I mean, they have to prove that they're better than a lot of teams right now. Like, Memphis is just another team. And I will say this, like, the one thing that I haven't put into the equation enough is, but I do it periodically, is the West isn't very good. There's still, there's no team in the West that, the Warriors wouldn't have a crack at beating. The thing I think's different this year, though, than it's ever been, is that every team is capable of beating the Warriors, when that was never the case during their title run. Like, there were just teams that Portland was not going to beat the Warriors in a series. They just weren't over the years. Last year, Dallas wasn't going to beat the Warriors, as it turns out. And ditto with Memphis. They lose but this year, I got news. That play-in game won't be automatic.
No.
So,
although I think you'd take a home playoff game against OKC, which is what it would be right now. Would you take a home, again, we could do this every day, and every day it would be different, so we might as well do it today.
Home playoff game, and then the Sacramento Kings.
Home playoff game against OKC to play the Kings, and it is the Kings.
Actually, the Kings and Grizzlies are tied.
Yeah, the Kings have the tiebreaker.
Okay.
If the Kings and Grizzlies are tied, it's the Kings.
This is a fun game to play, actually.
You can play it every day. Like, you guys can,
right
hit
now,
the prices right, and just roll with it.
Right now, if you're a Golden State Warrior fan, would you take
home game against OKC
for the play-in
for the 7?
Right.
knowing that you've got another home game for the 8 in your back pocket,
right?
But a home game against OKC for the 7, and then you play the Kings.
Yes. The answer is yes. I take that right now. Absolutely. And I'll tell you why I take it is because if we lose the play-in, we get another play-in.
At home.
That's right.
That's for the 7, you get 2 home games to win 1.
That's why I'm taking it right now because.
But if you lose the first one, then you're going to Denver. You lose the first one
True.
and win the second one, you're going to Denver.
But at that point, is there a difference between Denver and the Grizz or Well,
I mean, yes.
You'd think there would be.
Yeah. The bottom line, though, is, and this relates back to what we were talking about, the Warriors have to freaking play better. Like, we can say, beat this team at home, can't beat this team on the road, would beat the Kings, would not beat Denver, would beat Memphis, would not beat the Lakers. Like, we can get into all of those different things, and they're all true, but none of it freaking matters if the Warriors don't start playing better basketball. I mean, at some point, they're going to have to play a lot better on the road than they've played at any point this season, and certainly at any point here in the last almost 2 months, going back to January 30th, the last time the Warriors won a road game.
It's pretty amazing. What's their losing streak up to? 11?
11.
11 straight losses.
The Warriors' last road, think of it this way. I always like to think of just different things. The Warriors' last road win was the day after the NFC Championship game. So think about that.
That was the Eagles.
The Eagles and Niners.
Okay,
Yeah.
Eagles, Niners.
So Eagles, Niners. The Warriors have not won a road game since the day after that.
Who'd they beat that day?
Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty.
That's a long freaking time.
That is. That's pretty scary.
The other odd one, and I've thrown this out there, and this is just me being me. So every Warrior game. The last 19 Warrior games, the last 19 straight Warrior games, going back to the night before the Super Bowl, have been won by the home team.
One more time?
The last 19 Warrior games have all been won by the home team. The home team has won every single one.
I got you. You are weird. Sometimes.
Every single one of them. For 5 weeks, you watch every freaking Warrior game, the home team wins every one of them. They win every one of them at home, they lose every one of them on the road.
That is interesting. 888-957-9570 if you want to join the conversation. You can also jump in on the YouTube chat. The YouTubers are having a lot of fun right now at my expense.
Yeah,
But,
I checked in a little bit, and it was like, I always like to see how they run and smack about me, and there was nothing. Like, it's just it's solid, whatever.
They say I've had a grin on my face all day because the Warriors are struggling. They don't know anything about me. You don't know Matt Steinmetz. You don't know me.
Well, I'll say this real quick. There's another component. No, not about this. There's another component that I want to get into.
Okay.
The Clay Dillon Brooks thing.
Well, we got to play that sound, too.
And the camera caught something that we haven't mentioned yet.
Okay.
That I think is part of it.
Yes. And we will have that Dillon Brooks and Clay sound on the other side. Also, here's what we got at 1 o'clock. Keith Smith. Keith Smith is a Yahoo writer, Yahoo Sports, and he is very interesting. Here's why he's interesting. He was the guy who proposed the bubble at Disney World. He's a journalist, but he worked at Disney, and he proposed the Disney bubble site, and sure enough, that's what came to fruition. But he is wonderful with numbers. He covers the league. We've had him on a few times, and he's really, really got some insight. Looking forward to talking to him on the other side. Here you go again, 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. We're going to get into what Klay Thompson was doing with the 1, 2, 3, 4. Fair foul on 95.7 a game.
You just stop playing.
If you own a small business, you know the value of time. GetRefunds.com does too. That's why they made it easy, no matter how busy you are, to apply for the Employee Retention Credit, or ERC. Go to GetRefunds.com to get...
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Yeah, my guy.
The chef.
My guy.
The chef. Getting it done.
Boy, we go back so far, Steph and I.
Hey, you go back to that day you always reference, right? Where Monte Ellis was like, this ain't going to work. And
Can't play with him.
Steven Jackson wanted to trade.
Get me out of here. Welcome to the Warriors,
After
Steph.
he had got the bag, right? He ski masked him, Steven Jackson.
Exactly. Keith Smith, 1 o'clock. He's a NBA analyst. He's a contributor to Sport Tract and the Front Office Show. You can follow him. We'll give you all that information at Keith Smith NBA. Coming up at 1 o'clock. Like I said, I want to touch base on the his role in the bubble because I know we've got some of the information right. I'm just not sure if we have all of the information right. If that was his brainchild or not. Anyway. The Golden State Warriors. We have that sound, Evan, of Dylan Brooks? Because that's where I want to start it. Dylan Brooks. Oh, no, I have it. I can play it. This is Dylan Brooks after the Warriors got beat by Memphis on Saturday.
He's got 4 rings. And that's all he was saying. His motivation to us. We want a ring as well, but we need to go through the process of steps that, we did last year and keep going and learning from it all. It's friendly trash talk, but, I just hold a lot of real estate over there in San Francisco.
I mean, he knows his role, which is to be the heel. And fine with me.
Listen,
you got to own it if you lose.
If you're going to do it, you got to go all in, I guess, right?
And he's gone all in. Pretty normal, non-assuming comments, and then got a lot of real estate.
It's a trap. Yeah, he was. I mean, the thing is, if ever he had a game to talk, that was the game. He was terrific.
Well, the last 2 games, really.
Yeah.
I mean, he has owned the Warriors in these last 2 games. All right, regular season games in March,
sure.
Right? Nobody cares, but he out-hustled him. He kind of punked him, honestly, with his play, which is something where the Warriors have been left too many other times not playing well and kind of living in the past.
Yeah, you're right. Steve's in Oakland. What's going on, Steve? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. On my way to work. I really love you guys' show, man. I love listening to it. Just talking about Brooks pucking Steph. I mean, he's not a part of the love fest. So that's how the old NBA used to be. People weren't friends back then, so you got to play through it. It's like a fight. It's a dog fight. You got to be the dog in the fight. But the Warriors have changed the way the game is played on the college level as well. You see a lot of college guys get the ball down low and pass it to the 3-point line every time almost. You have someone go to the basket. You got a free layup. Instead of taking the layup, you pass it to the open 3-pointer. Steph Curry can do that because he's legendary. Klay Thompson can do that because he's legendary, but the game has changed to a point to where the coaches really don't have a game plan. There's no interior scoring anymore. There's no post up. There's no footwork. The art of basketball is diminishing. Warriors as well. Steve Kerr, good coach, man, but we need some more offensive plays. We need some more interior scoring. If your best interior scorer is Steph Curry, your point guard, you got to go back to the drawing board.
Well, Steve, I appreciate your call, but that's the one thing about the great Warrior teams. Even though they weren't big and they didn't have back-to-the-basket players, they got a lot at the rim because they spread the floor and the driving lanes were wider and the defense was more spread out. And so those years that they were at their peak, JD, they got a ton of dunks and layups because the defense was so stretched. So
off of cuts and stuff like that.
And, right now, the interior game that the Warriors are lacking, other teams aren't lacking it because the interior game basically now is offensive rebounds and garbage stuff. And the Warriors lose that battle kind of now, night in and night out. And one of the reasons they're losing that battle is because they're just not quite as quick as they used to be, and that used to make up for a height differential.
I also think they do really rely on Wiggins to get them twos. Like, he is one of the guys that can, and we had the caller bring it up earlier, when the Warriors need to kind of get Wiggins involved, they can isolate him on that left wing and let him try to attack, or use the stretched out defense to be able to attack. But sometimes they have to really get on him to implore him to do it and be aggressive. But he has done that a lot when the Warriors have been the best version of themselves the last 2 years. I'll tell you, the other guy who can do it is Kuminga. He is somebody that can get twos, either his own from short post type areas, or cuts when he wants to play that way, or transition as well. And so it is a part of the Warriors offense that is lacking, but you have to, at this point, look at what you have on your roster and try to use it in that way to get better, as opposed to looking at like changing the team and the roster. Like, that's July. Like, this team, like, what can this team do in these last 3 weeks, plus however long they're going to be in the play-in or the playoffs?
What was the play with Kuminga? Was it the Clippers? I want to say I texted the group thread. I don't know if you were on it, JD.
No, I'm not on it.
There was a play in the last 2 or 3 games where Kuminga basically gave up a dunk and threw it out to the 3-point line.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I just remember texting and saying, now Kuminga's completely messed up at this point. Like, he had an easy layup or dunk. I can't remember exactly. But I just feel, and Steve Kerr uses the singles analogy. I do feel like sometimes they just try to do too much. They just, instead of making the simple type play. Let's go to Matthew. Matthew's in Martinez. Hey, Matthew, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I'm doing great, and thank you for taking the call. I just want to make a comment about Joe Lacob and Steph Curry, and I'll take my comments off the air. And so I think that Joe Lacob's turning into a bit of Jerry Jones, and it started when he let Jerry West leave, and then most recently his comments about, I've offered Myers a contract. I can't believe, it's that rumor that he hasn't gotten one, so he's trying to prove that he's knowing everything, but I think that's really hurting. And then on the player side, because the team has won so much at home, it shows that they have the ability, but I would just like to throw out a hypothetical from a leadership perspective. Imagine you take a 35-year-old Steph Curry off the team and throw a 35-year-old Michael Jordan on this team. He would not have that home and road split, and I would love your comments off the air. Thank you.
So that was Jordan better than Steph?
So it's a shot. I don't know. Yeah,
what you were?
I don't care.
Yeah, 888-957-95.
No, I just thought maybe I was just telling you to be cognizant of this guy might be running material.
Oh, 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the Warrior conversation. Before the break, you said something about something that was caught on television.
Yeah, I look, to me, Curry, this goes back to Clay and the 1, 2, 3, 4 and all of that, and then it kind of pans to Curry, and I thought Curry looked embarrassed. Like, dude, why are you doing this? Like, why are you doing this now? Almost like he, like Clay, we suck, bro. Why are you doing this right now? Like this isn't the time. Second time in a week and a half we've gotten our ass kicked in that building. Those guys are always wound up to beat us. We can't buy a road win since January. And, it's the second time you've done it, because, remember, he did it in Phoenix when he got kicked out, going back to the early part of the season. And
at least he's not a front runner.
Curry was kind of smiling. He kind of smiled, but then it was almost like he kind of smiled, but then you could see, he wanted to shake his head, and he kind of did with his eyes, but then it was just like, I don't know, it looked like he wanted to go in the locker room and hide. Like, this dude, it looked like this dude does not represent me right now with what he's doing. And I just thought, man, is that a little bit of what Steiny talks about when Steiny says, these guys may kind of know, or because really it's like, who cares if Clay and Draymond know? Really, it's about Steph. Does Steph maybe know that too much has got to go right for this team right now? And that's almost one of those realizations, bro, we can dance on their graves, but we got to kill them first.
Right.
It's, I don't know.
I reference this Bob Dylan lyric frequently. There's too much water under the bridge. Too much other stuff, too. That's where this team is, man. It started with Bob Myers, like this. It started with the Myers contract, not finding out he's not under contract for next year. It continued with the punch. Clearly, it's continued with the disconnect between the old and the young players. It's been an issue that the strategy from the start of the season of using more young players more frequently to help the veterans get through the regular season, that didn't work. They ended up trading James Wiseman, the number 2 pick 3 years ago, for a guy who was never even drafted in Gary Payton II. So they made a big trade involving someone they thought was going to be the cornerstone. They've got Wiggins now out for more than a month with personal reasons. I'm sure they had Klay Thompson, who's had a season where his focus has been maybe in the wrong place. Draymond Green has kind of done Draymond things. It's just not like, here's what I think. I think this is one of those years where this summer we're going to find out this thing was done in December. You know what I mean? Like, maybe not December, but if it fizzles out, I think it's. See, here's what
I know what you're getting.
If it fizzles out, to me, it's going to be proof that nothing went right this year, and that things were kind of stacked up against them and from the get-go.
No, we may look back and go,
why did we even think they'd make a run?
Exactly. Like this team never truly had a shot. But the reality is we've all kind of acknowledged that throughout the season. But you also have to still give them the benefit of the doubt as defending champions. That it's not like this team hadn't won since 2018. If this team hadn't won since 2018 and they were having the year they had this year and they didn't win it all last year, the whole tone of this would be they can't get it done. It's over. Like, it would be a different tone. I'll say this about going back to Curry and kind of looking a little embarrassed when the camera showed him and like Klay, why are you doing this, or this isn't the time. I think that shows a little bit of a disconnect between them.
Yeah.
Like I and I do feel like there's just a little bit more of a disconnect even between we've talked about young versus old.
Right.
Is there a little disconnect between Steph, Klay, and Draymond?
I think so.
As to why they're not
I think
able to carry this team a little more than they have? Because they've had all these guys back now for 2 weeks, and they still can't win a freaking road game? And they're still having a fight to win some of these games at home to the level that they are?
And listen, the reality of the situation is this. I don't know if Draymond's going to opt in or opt out. I don't know if the team knows, if the team has a sense, if the team knows but isn't set. Like, the fact that Draymond Green has an opt-out is a dynamic that is not normal for the big three. It's just not normal. They just always know they're going to play together. So, to me, that uncertainty absolutely is another part of this. The fact that the fact that the veteran championship players on this team know it's getting close in and of itself affects the chemistry and the dynamic and the positivity of the team. Let's go to Matt. Matt's in Virginia. What's up, Matthew?
Hey, Matthew. Hey, guys. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, JD, you absolutely just gave me chills just now from what you said out your mouth. You said that when Klay threw up the 4 ring signs, the look on Curry's face, I caught it too. It literally gave me chills through my body. It was so absolutely cringe that I felt so bad for Curry. Curry was just like, just STF you, please. Just like, you just saw all of his face. Steiny, I've been agreeing with you the whole season. This team does not have it. And in January, I actually pinned it to my Twitter account that the Golden State Warriors will not win the championship this year because this roster is so absolutely flawed. Lacob went in a totally different direction than what he went last season. And he actually kind of admitted to it in like a week or 2 weeks. He did an interview with TK, Tim Comets, whatever his name is, TK.
Yep.
But he said that you have to earn your vet minimums, and we kind of did this year. And with the Jermichael Green signing, and Dante's been solid. He's not too good on the road, but yeah. But man, I'm gonna be honest. Joe Lacob, he has to open his pocketbook now. He has to add more salary to this roster because it's currently constructed. They're not going to get it done next season if they run it because Ryan Rollins is guaranteed for the next 4 years. I don't know why they did that. PDJ is also guaranteed. They have to add salary to this roster. They have to add more money.
You know what, Matthew? They're not gonna. See, that's the other thing. I mean, Joe Lacob, if they get run early this year, to me, that's going to say to Lacob, we're not a championship team, and maybe I'm not going to spend crazy money.
Yeah, there was someone in the YouTube chat that said, why would Joe Lacob pay the luxury tax that he's been paying for a team that's going to be 7-10 or fighting to be 7-10 or fighting to be 10? Just get into play. Like, this is contingent on, and I think there has been, he's never specifically said it, but I think when he's been interviewed, I mean, he's kind of hinted around like, hey, I'll do this for a championship contending team. But if we're not that, then it's got to be reevaluated. And so that ultimately, push comes to shove on that based on how this thing ends.
No doubt. No doubt. I think if Draymond Green says to the Warriors, I'm opting out, I mean, I guess to me that would tell me Draymond knows he's got a 3-year offer somewhere else.
Yeah,
but
3 and 80 or something.
The Warriors, are they really going to do a sign and trade?
Well,
will they take back that kind of number again?
Depends.
Or would they just let him walk?
Depends.
I know. And like that's one where we'll find out. Like I don't believe, for example, the Warriors would trade Draymond Green and bring in a guy at his salary who's got 3 or 4 more years left. I like that's just not the direction they're going. I think they're more likely to, you know what? Let's let Draymond go, and it's Jonathan Kuminga's job at this point. I mean,
then you'll be playing for 10th again.
Carlito in Alameda. Hey, Carlito.
But Kuminga will get to develop.
Hello, gentlemen. I'm going to start off with this Klay Thompson thing. I love it. I think, to me, it's like, I'm not going to let these guys intimidate me. And I also think in the back of his mind, he's thinking, let's see what you got in the playoffs. Beat us in the playoffs. But the main question is, are they going to make the playoffs?
Exactly.
I think they're still going to make the playoffs. Thank you, guys.
I mean, that's
everything right now.
I mean, I'm kind of with people when I hear, they'll get it together for the play. Like, they got to make the playoffs. Like, they have to make the playoffs. And that's why tonight's game against the Rockets, you lose tonight against the Rockets and you're a game under 500 with one more on the road against Dallas. That is playing with fire. That is, then you come home and Embiid has 58 and you lose. Then what? I mean,
yeah. Then you got it. Then you start talking about having to run the table just to get in.
Jesus, Goo. I know. Goo's getting a little dicey for you here.
I mean, I think they already have to win. The way I look at it, at a minimum, and who knows where this is going to leave the Warriors. But I look at it right now, Steiny, as the Warriors are 7th at 500.
Okay,
36-36, 10 games to go. You've got Oklahoma City right there on their heels, Minnesota, the Lakers, and other teams below them. I feel like to get 7, and maybe it does 7 or 8, let's just say, you got to, bare minimum, you got to win 4 out of 5 at home. And the one that I'm looking at is the Philly game is the toughest by far. They've got Minnesota, Pelicans, Spurs, Thunder are the other 4 home games. So the Philly game is, you should win all those games. I'm sorry. Minnesota doesn't have Edwards. Like they're again, you got to win 4 out of 5 at home, and you got to win 1 minimum on the road. And the road games are actually tougher. Dallas, Sacramento, you still got to go over there. Denver, although they do have one in their back pocket at the end, which is Portland. The last game of the year, and that really works in the Warriors' favor. The last game of the year is at Portland. And I think that's what, so to me, you get 4 or 5, you get tonight, You get Portland at the end when probably nobody's going to be playing for Portland. You're 42-40 right there. And that probably gets you 7. It might get you 6. It probably gets you 7. And so to me, if you're looking for a template, if you're looking for the boxes to check, to me, that is it right there.
Anthony Edwards, day to day.
Yeah, it wasn't as bad as originally thought.
So
they've also won 2 out of 3 against Minnesota this year.
They have.
Including one of their road wins.
That's true.
Blew them out back
That's
in November
true.
when everybody was watching the Niners. I remember that. Yeah, Sunday afternoon in Minnesota.
That's right. Patrick's in South City. Hey, Patrick, how you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Hanging in.
Guys, I think I really would like to take a look at the bigger picture here.
Okay.
And I also think there's a psychological element to what's going on with this team. For example, night in and night out, when your team is undersized, it's psychologically demoralizing. When you know you're going into a game each night and you're undersized against a lot of these big monsters in the league and you're constantly getting outboarded, you're constantly giving up a ton of points in the paint, don't tell me that it's not going to take its psychological effect over the season. And I think that's what's exactly happening to this team. You can see it. They're psychologically demoralized on the road. They're constantly outplayed and they're constantly outsized. And that's one big issue. Another issue to me is there's a huge fundamental internal issue going on with this team, that you have a head coach that's at odds with the philosophy of the general manager and the owner. Bob Myers and Lacob know this team's undersized. They know that. This small ball, you guys keep saying, well, it's been successful. It's brought us forward. That's true. But don't forget, the 2 years KD was here, he's not usually a great defender, but he played some really good defense. We had Bogut for the first title. We had David West. We've always had at least someone with a heavy presence in the middle that could help us. We don't have that now. And I will argue that is the biggest problem on this team. And until they address it, nothing's going to change.
Thanks for the call, Patrick. Appreciate it. You're right. When they played small ball with Durant, they weren't small. This is the worst small ball 5 they've had to put out there, especially without Wiggins. Like, really, Wiggins allows them to play small more than probably any other player besides Draymond.
Yeah, that's a more normal small ball lineup.
Wiggins at 4.
Yeah, Wiggins and Draymond.
Right.
And then, it's totally different when you're playing 4 guards. You know what I mean? It's really 4 guards if you're playing DiVincenzo and maybe Poole, and it's different. And I know they haven't done that a lot, but it is a different dynamic. Go ahead.
Well, no, just talking about the Warriors and their size, I do think there's something to. They know they're too undersized right now.
Yeah, although I will say I don't know that it demoralizes them. Like I'm not buying that because it's never been a problem before. And
but that's because they were younger and quicker, and they had Wiggins and Peyton.
But I don't think Draymond is sitting there thinking, "Damn it, I need a big." I wish we had Alex Len or somebody.
No. But I think he's saying. I think he's saying. I think there are times he kind of just throws up his hands, like there are things that they can't control.
Yeah.
Because of their lack of size, where in the past they always had something to combat a lack of size, whether it was unbelievable smartness, whether it was quickness, whether it was length, athleticism, something like that. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation. We're talking about the Warriors. Must win tonight. Must win. They got to beat the Rockets in Houston. You can't go to Dallas down 1 game under 500. You can't, can you? Warriors are back. That game starts at 5 o'clock tonight. All the action right here on 95.7 The Game. The segment was also sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture and AC Transit.
Size matters.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Spring Sale.
Hi, I did my spring cleaning, but I still feel I'm missing something.
Don't worry, our spring sale has offers on everything from air purifiers to cabinets, cushion covers to sofas and storage, all to help you start fresh in every part of your space.
You don't know Matt Steinmetz. You don't know me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, no Guru today. He'll be back tomorrow. JD in the house. Warriors, Rockets. Tip-off at 5 o'clock. Warriors live at 4 with Willard and Dibbs. JD and I going till 2, and then turn it over to them. What do you give me for the Golden State Warriors and Farley Dickinson?
Fairly?
Yeah, I call him Farley. Fairleigh Dickinson. Chris. They have five players at 6'2", essentially.
Smallest team in the league.
I'll tell you what, though, they embrace it. The Warriors look like they're a little frustrated by it. They lost, though, right? Fairleigh Dickinson?
Yeah, they did.
Florida Atlantic.
You didn't notice my finally paid off this Princeton sweatshirt. Mm-hmm.
The old 16-9 game last night.
Yeah, who are we? Who we got next game? Princeton.
Princeton?
Yeah.
They're playing
FAU.
Yeah, it's winnable.
Oh,
yeah,
my
it's
gosh.
winnable. Yeah.
Elite Eight.
There you go.
Tigers, here we come.
Put that one in the bank.
The old 9-12 game. Whatever they were. No, the old 9-15 game.
Oh, I'll tell you
tip off too.
This one scares me a little because we were talking about this on Friday a little bit, JD, about what do you do if and when the Warriors lose and when? I want to go to Rico in Boise. It's Boise, by the way, not Boise. Just like it's Moscow, not Moscow, Idaho.
Uh-huh.
Rico, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, Stoney and JD. Hey, I want to say that they're not beating the Rockets tonight. I watch every Celtics game. That's my favorite East team, and they're not beating the Rockets tonight. They just literally the Celtics got beat by them, and they're in the mode that they're at the end of the season. They're number one still in the Victor sweepstakes. And they just want to ruin playoff teams' chances. So they're in that mode right now. That's why the Spurs are beating Denver and stuff like that now. But other than that, I think that unless they add salary to the roster, man, next season, Laker got to open up his pocketbook. They have to add salary. Another thing, did you hear what Bill Simmons said on his podcast a couple days ago after the Curry game against the Clippers? The problem is, he said, the front office failed Curry this season. That's all I got to say, guys. I know I got to go.
Appreciate it, Rico. Princeton plays Creighton.
Spending
nice job,
more
guys.
money. Oh, yeah, well.
9 point dogs.
My fault.
You know what's funny is
lay the Tigers.
I thought they were playing Florida whatever as well, Florida Atlantic or International. Who was it?
My fault.
Yeah. Anyway, and then I thought, wait, that Princeton's a 15. A 15 wouldn't be playing it now. Like I had anyway, it doesn't matter. I got it wrong.
What was our caller was talking?
Warriors got to spend more money.
Like, I hope Warrior fans realize they can't really spend a lot of money.
It does.
How?
Well,
I mean, they could take on more salary.
You can redistribute
with the
money.
trade.
You can redistribute the money in a different way.
Like, what do you mean?
Well, what I mean is you make a trade. You bring similar amounts of money back. You can trade players for other. I mean, you could sign your veteran minimum guys. You can sign a new.
But I think some fans are under the
the
impression the Warriors can sign a free agent outside of the mid-level exception.
No, but I do. When people say you got to open the pocketbook, I mean, to me that's what it. I think it
What
relates.
does it mean?
It relates more to the luxury tax. Like you got to be willing to continue to spend heavy luxury tax on veteran players, even while you're going to have to pay some of your younger players. Like the caller that mentioned earlier, Ryan Rollins is getting this, and Baldwin's a young player under contract, first-round pick, and
I mean one of the reasons they have all those
you could trade
guys.
Jordan Poole. I mean, you could trade Jordan Poole and redistribute that money. You could trade Draymond and redistribute.
You mean
that money.
like trade Draymond for 2 players?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. When I say redistribute, and maybe that's a bad term because that hints at you get that money to spend on anybody you want, which is not the case. So so maybe I shouldn't use that term. Yeah, what I'm saying is you could turn Jordan Poole into 2 $15 million players and pay the same amount.
Gotcha.
You could trade Draymond Green if he makes 27 and opts in and for for a $20 million player and a $7 million player if you really wanted to. Like there are options if you're willing to continue to spend at the same level. To me, it's more that. You're not really spending more, although you may have to spend more on veterans.
Right.
Mid-level one and minimum players. I mean, that's where they've really kind of missed this year in a way is the
let me ask you this.
Minimum players haven't really helped them.
But let me ask you this.
Oddly.
So let's go to Draymond Green. He can opt out at the end of this year or play next year for $27 million. Okay? He's either going to be off the Warriors books this year or next year, depending on what he does, right? What I don't think the Warriors are in the business of anymore would be, you know what? Draymond's walking. We know that. He wants to play for the Lakers. Let's try to do a sign and trade.
Yeah.
But we got to acquire a guy who's got 3 years. I don't think they're going to do that.
Or even a guy that has 1 year. I mean, that...
Well, I think you could do 1 year. You do 1 year because you're not losing... He's just replacing the salary of Draymond next year. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying beyond... Like Draymond controls whether he's under budget or on the Warriors' budget for 2 years from now. So the Warriors, they may have to eat that one. But what I'm saying is, you know, I don't know that they'll sign. Like, I don't know that they would trade in the next year or two an expiring contract for a guy who's got 3 or 4 more years left.
Yeah, you're saying they would let guys go and basically just not fill the...
like Draymond.
Yeah, like that money would just go away.
If Draymond Green says to the Warriors, I'm opting out, what are they going to do?
Well, to me, that's the thing that's the exact thing they cannot do.
Let him go for nothing.
That's really let anybody go for nothing. Like, again, you can repurpose it, right? But you can't...
But
you can try to save a little bit by taking somebody that makes a little less back but still fits in the confines of the ability to make a trade. But you can't just, hey, Draymond wants to go sign with Team X, bye-bye, because that money just goes away at that point. That slot goes away at that point,
right.
And then you're getting worse. So you're still, like, you want to do that, then you're going to be Portland next year. Like, that's just reality.
I think that...
So to me, that's, you can't do that.
But what I'm getting at...
And that's what I think that's what the caller means when they're saying you got to open up the pocketbook, in part.
I wish I had a player. What do you think Nurkic is making? Let's just say Nurkic...
15, maybe?
Okay, yeah.
I can look it up.
My point is this. Let's say Nurkic has 2 or 3 more years. Nurkic and, I don't know, Shaden Sharp. They sign and trade... I don't think they would sign and trade Draymond Green for a player who's got 3 more years on a deal at big money.
Nurkic is making 15-6 this year.
He doesn't
16,
really work.
but he goes up 16-8, 18-1.
I don't know why I picked him. Because he's kind of not useless if he's healthy. But I don't know that the Warriors would do that. You know, take a guaranteed salary beyond what Draymond's length of his contract is. But we'll find out.
Maybe not, but at a minimum, they've got to fill that spot for next year because you're trying to be as good as you possibly can while Steph Curry is still playing at the level that is a real thing. Like
See, I think it's a real thing that they might let Draymond go for nothing.
And you can't and okay. And again, you can do that, but then it's
do you think that's
then it's over.
Well, let me ask you. Do you think that's outside the realm of possibility?
No, I'll give you the literal answer. No, it's not outside the realm of possibility. But if they do that, night.
Okay.
Do you guys think that Draymond Green would agree to a sign and trade?
If it's somewhere he wants.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's go to Ricky. Ricky's in Virginia. What's going on, Ricky?
Hey, guys. I was going to say, Draymond, I think he's going to opt in. I've looked at all the cat space teams for the summer. And all the cat space teams are bad.
What do the Lakers have? What's the Lakers sitch, as long as you've done the homework, my man?
I didn't hear you, Steiny. Say it again.
What's the Lakers situation?
I have no idea.
Oh, I thought...
okay, with the Lakers, I do think that Kyrie will sign with the Lakers this summer because Dallas, he wanted to go to the Lakers, but they didn't expect LeBron to LeBron orchestrate the whole thing. 2 games after he came from Brooklyn, Kyrie asked for a trade. He didn't expect anybody to bid on Kyrie. So that's how I feel about that. But the Dallas jumped in on it, and Mark Cuban, and because Luka is kind of, he wants somebody else, and I get he wants to win.
All right. So you think he's opting in?
That's all I got with him. Yeah. But as far as the Warriors is concerned, I do think that Draymond will opt in, and what I would do though, my sub person is Bob Myers or whoever the GM may be at that time. They need to sign and trade Draymond. He's the weakest link. Sign and trade him to the Nets for Dorian Finney-Smith. Dorian Finney-Smith is making $12 million this season. Sign and trade him. Maybe we can get Cam Thompson. I gotta have a tweet on my Twitter yesterday, literally, and it's Cam Thomas, Dorian Finney-Smith, and another guy, and you can get all that under $27 million. But you got to throw in, of course, you got to throw in a couple first-round picks and Mikal Bridges. But you got to throw in literally your whole draft capital because it's going to take that much to get Mikal Bridges, Cam Thomas, and Dorian Finney-Smith.
All right. I mean, Ricky, that's ambitious.
It's ambitious. And you probably got to throw in Kuminga.
So I'm looking at the Lakers next year.
You're not getting Mikal Bridges from Brooklyn unless you're giving him Kuminga.
Oh. And you got to give him. I'd give him.
I'd need more. And I'll be honest, I'd look at that.
For the Warriors?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
I think Bridges is.
Well, I don't mean straight up. I mean in a massive trade.
No,
there is no way the Warriors are getting Mikal Bridges without giving up Kuminga. And maybe Draymond too, and other stuff.
Exactly.
That's
okay.
We're on the same page. I'm making sure everybody understands that.
So the Lakers next year, LeBron's making 53 and Davis is making 41 essentially. So that's 94. Malik Beasley has a team option at $16 million, so they could tell him,
which they would if they could sign somebody
Mo Bamba
big.
is at 10, and then Vanderbilt and Devin Reed are about 6-8. So it looks like they're 94, 104. So their payroll's only at about 115 for next year, guaranteed. So they'll have some room. What's the salary? I don't even know what the salary cap and luxury tax numbers are now, but nevertheless, let's go to Chucky. Chucky's in North Oakland. What's going on, man?
Hey, it's almost afternoon. Good afternoon to you guys. Love your show, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey, I just want to speak on, man. First of all, it's something going on. It's something going on in the locker room, man. Because I feel that I can relate to a player's mentality, and it's real apparent, man, that there's something going on in that locker room, especially considering their role record. And then, like you said, we got all three, the big three back, and they couldn't even change it. And Curry being a coach, and we give him a lot of props on his coach, I guess, since he's been winning. But being as him being a coach, he couldn't even say whatever words of wisdom he might have in order to turn it around. And I also like to throw Wiggins in there because they brothers, man. When you're a teammate and you with the team more than what you are with your family during the season. And also considering that we won a championship last year, that even make it the bond even more stronger for us. So regardless of whatever the circumstance might be, I don't care how huge or how small the circumstance might be, if you see your brother struggling, you're going to put down whatever it is and going to come back to try and turn things around or help turn things around. And for him to not even do that, that shows that there's something going on behind closed doors. And as far as Curry, JD spoke on a TV shot that you guys spoke on about Curry, right? I'm gonna go a little farther back when they lost to Memphis. I think that's the game Curry went for 50. I saw something that I never seen before in the whole Warrior run. And that's when the game was over, Curry was on that bench, and he had a look on his face that was so dejected. And it looked like he was just so deflated. And that just told me that he know that this is not going to happen this year, that expression that he had on his face.
Yeah, Clippers game.
Yeah,
Clippers game.
No, Steph's looked dejected at various times over the last couple weeks.
Well, he's back, and they haven't gotten on a roll. I mean, that was the whole mantra for really twice this year he's been out for a month, and the whole mantra has been hold it together till Steph comes back. Hold it together till Steph comes back. Hold it together till Steph comes back. And the Warriors have done it twice. Curry's been out a month twice, and the Warriors have been 2 games over 500 without him. And then they're 2 games under 500 for the season with him. Go back to January when he came back. They didn't get on a roll when everybody thought it was coming. And then these last couple of weeks, they haven't been able to get on a roll when everybody thought it was coming. And I think that's, again, not on him, but it's on Clay and it's on Draymond and it's on everybody else because this thing is just not fit together right when they've been close to whole. That's the big rat on the table for this team is the team is just not.
Every lineup, every iteration is essentially a 500 team. You take Curry out, you take Wing, it's like when they're whole, they're not. Some texter brought it up on the Xfinity mobile text line. He noticed a little something that you noticed that Clay's doesn't seem the same once Steph gets back.
There's something. Go ahead.
It's got to have to do with shots. I mean, there's a big difference. When Steph plays, they're out 20 shots when he's out. When he misses a game, they're out 20 shots. Somebody's got to take those.
It's almost as if Clay, when Steph is out, he gets the YOLO ability that he kind of craves and needs to be successful. And so he's able to play more freely knowing that he has to take 1 million shots because they don't have Steph. They're a better team for him taking 1 million shots. So he kind of doesn't have to even really think about how he wants to try to play. He can just go play. But now Steph comes back and his shots have got to be a little different. They got to be a little more in the team concept. They got to and it's almost like that's just too much for him to even give a rip about in a way. And so it's got him kind of just off his game since Steph's been back.
I think there's something to that for sure. Let's go to Alex. Alex is in the Big Easy. What's up, Alex? How you doing, man?
Is this me? Am I on?
Yes, sir.
All right. I just want to say, it's been dejecting for sure these last couple of games, and I'm right there with everybody, but the conversation's a little bit kind of Warriors Twitter personified in that just Wiggins is out and they didn't get GP2 and, we could be on an 8-game win streak or something, if things just go a different way. And then they knocked it out of the park with DiVincenzo. They totally, that's incredible. He's been incredible for the team. So I just think harping on everybody and saying that we don't have a chance. It's just that we've been really lucky in different ways, and this year is not so much. I also say that Kerr, there used to be a joy, and he used to be having fun, and he's not having fun at all. And no. I think he needs a break.
Thanks for the call, Alex.
Well, they're not having fun. Again, I'll go back to
they're not having fun because they're losing.
Yeah. Well, they look like they don't like each other.
They're losing because they're not. No, they. You're right. Here's the thing.
And yes, DiVincenzo's a nice signing, but you're probably going to lose him. Go ahead.
So next year, Curry makes $52 million. All right. Thompson makes $43 million. That's 95. Wiggins makes 24. That's 9. That's 120. Draymond Green, if he opts in, makes 27.5.
Yeah.
Poole will make 28 next year.
Uh-huh.
That's up to about 175. Looney, 8.5.
Okay.
Kuminga, 6. Moody, 4.
Great.
All I'm saying is if Draymond Green were to opt out, I'm not sure they would. I think they'd have to try to make. I don't think they're taking $27 million back for any more than just 1 year.
And all I'm saying is if they decide that they're not taking anybody back, it's over. It's done. They're a middling team at best at that point in time. So, it's one decision to say you're moving off of Draymond. That leads you down one path.
Well, what
if Draymond's gone and you don't replace him?
What if you can't replace him? Like, you can't. He's got a 3-year.
That doesn't mean you do nothing. You at least try.
Okay.
I mean, they didn't replace Durant. It didn't look like they replaced Durant initially.
No.
They ended up replacing Durant.
Okay.
With Wiggins.
But my point
Wiggins isn't as good as Durant. He's good enough.
I get it. The point is if Draymond says, I got a 3-year deal to go to this team.
Sure.
And there's nothing there. You can't do anything.
Yeah. Well, you're screwed.
Okay.
You're screwed.
Okay, yeah,
then.
fine. We'll take back Mo Bamba. Okay, fine. Or something like that. That's great. But they're not taking back $27 million in salary, I don't think.
They may not. Then they're Portland next year. Like, I mean, it's again. I'm not even
Portland this year.
Yeah, they're Portland this year, next year. You know what I mean?
I know, but what I'm saying is, I could say they're really Portland this year too.
They're
500
not. Yeah,
team.
they're not though.
But Portland's usually better than 31 and 38.
But they're worse than they've been. Like, they have a worse coach. They have players that don't fit as well. Like, they're again. It's not about Portland.
It isn't, but
they're not. The Warriors are not Portland. If they were Portland, they would be 13th in the West.
See, I get that, but what I'm also saying is they're Portland every other year. They're the Portland of the last 10 years.
Sure,
with Damian Lillard.
sure, but the 2 seed is what a 6 seed would have been. Like, it's just that's top to bottom.
Right, but what I'm getting at is if the Warriors are Portland, does Joe Lacob look at us and say we're not like? Does Joe Lacob say if Draymond Green opts in, we can win a title? If Draymond Green opts out, we have no chance.
Mm-hmm.
Now the middle ground is Draymond is signed and traded. But that could be dicey unless you have another move like sitting there.
And you better have another move sitting there unless if you want to keep forget about championships, just be a playoff contender. Like there's levels to it. There's championship contender, which is obviously the number one and what you want to be. You want to be a championship contender. If you're not a championship contender, you want to be, let's say, a 4-6 type, playoff contender. And then there's everybody else that's just getting the play-in, get the 10 seed. Well, that to me, you're everybody else if you don't replace them.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number you want to jump into the conversation. I see Steve in Fairfield wants to talk about something on the other side, and it might be time to talk about this on the other side. It was on my list. We just hadn't gotten it today. At 1 o'clock today, we got Keith Smith. He's an NBA analyst, contributor to Sports Track, and he's also part of the front office show. And I want to talk to him about where the Warriors are in terms of salary and what he thinks, because he's a real numbers guy. He's got a real feel for the league. Keith Smith coming up in 1 hour. Don't go anywhere. Back to Wiggins.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided. Plus, the new hire bonus is paid within 12 months. The $2,000 bonus is subject to terms and conditions. For complete details and to apply.
I don't see it, Bob.
Wow, dude.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Mm-hmm. Matt Steinmetz, John Dickinson with good afternoon. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Willard and Dibbs coming up at 2.
Watch yourself.
Easy, Steven. I like him.
You like Stephen A. Smith?
Yeah, I've come full circle. I used to not like him. Then I despised him. And now I like him because this is who he is. Heck, it's who he is. No stick. He knows how to play the game.
You know what that is for me?
What's that?
Too much time worrying about thinking about how I think about Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, no, I just said I like him.
Not you. I'm just like, all right.
Are you sure it's because when he came on, of course, last time to our station, you and he got into a little bit, and he said he still believed in the Warriors. You said you didn't. You told him why. And then it sounds like now you kind of got the better of him to this point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I put him in his place. I'm about to end his career.
I like Stephen A. Smith.
I do
by the
too.
way. I do like him.
You better be careful.
I just don't spend a lot of time thinking about, I'm not coming down your road.
Oh, you better not be.
Not on that. We get 2 hours for some other stuff. But
let's go. Okay, we've been pushing this one off a little bit, but it's a rat on the table, and I'm going to go to Steve in Fairfield. Steve, what's going on, man? We're talking Warriors.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I just want to talk briefly on Wiseman, and then I have a question for Steiny. James Wiseman had 22 points and 13 rebounds last night against a good Miami Heat team. He's adjusting to his new team, I think, well, and his new offense. In the 14 games that he's played for Detroit so far, he's averaging 14 points and impressively 9 rebounds. He'll end up averaging a double-double this year. Now, when I called in last month after the trade, I said he was going to develop in Detroit. I said he was going to start putting up numbers and that he would develop into a perennial all-star and that the Warriors would regret it. So I have a question for you, Steiny, because last month you disagreed with me vehemently. You called my call a hot take, and you said, Steve Wiseman, quote, and I'm going to quote you, stinks. And I'm just wondering if you're ready to start backing off.
No, hold on. Hold on,
Wow.
Steve.
I didn't hear this show.
I didn't either. First of all, there's no doubt that I said Wiseman stinks. So that's off the table. I say that in jest all the time. I'm also on record to say I didn't like the trade. For the 3 years before the trade, I said the Guru, once every 2 weeks, ask me if I think the Warriors should trade Wiseman. He said, Steiny, should the Warriors trade Wiseman? I said, no, not yet. We don't know enough about him. Now, yes, if he's a perennial all-star, I think that's kind of a hot take. He might be, but I don't know. I don't know. Go ahead. You can come back at me.
No,
Steve.
Yeah, Steve. Okay.
I'm sorry if I said that, but I mean, you did say that, but looking at Steve Kerr, I just don't like the way that Wiseman was treated. When he was healthy, Kerr just left him on the sidelines, and really, like I said, it's because he was a victim of circumstance. And what do I mean by that? The Warriors have won 4 championships with centers that basically set screens, make passes, and get rebounds. Wiseman's more than that. And Wiseman sealed his fate when he was more concerned about the roll than the pick. When you have the greatest players in the game, greatest shooters in the game, you got to set that pick. And Steve Kerr gave up on this young man, and I'm telling you, he's going to regret it. He is already going to regret it big time. And as a lifelong Warrior fan, I think we're all going to regret it.
I'm with you, Steve. It's very possible. I wouldn't say it's Steve Kerr though. Only I think it's the front office. It's got to be the whole front office, because if he was traded because he didn't work out fast enough for the veterans, at least, and I think Joe Lacob and Bob Myers, they when you hire Steve Kerr and you watch him coach for 10 years, it became obvious he wasn't going to play Wiseman because he didn't think he fit and he didn't think the veterans respected him and all that kind of stuff. And so the organization then said, all right, let's pull the plug on this. So I don't blame necessarily Steve Kerr. If they really, Lacob could have said to Steve Kerr, you play Wiseman 20 minutes a game or you're fired. If it was really, but doesn't work exactly like that. But Steve Kerr is trying to win games this year, and he didn't think Wiseman was helping him.
I think it's not just Steve Kerr. I think you're right. It's the front office. It's also the big three. Mm-hmm. It's also you have to include the big three in that. And as far as the 22-13 and the overall numbers with Detroit, that's great. Like I mean, and it's especially great for Wiseman to see him go and get opportunities on a team that's actively not trying to win games to further his development. That's what James Wiseman needed to become a better player, and he's able to do it without having to worry about wins and losses with the Pistons. It's a harsh reality, and I want to make this point clear because I'm with you as far as the trade. I think the Warriors panicked on the trade. And I said that from day one, and I thought they especially panicked when Gary Payton II came up as an injured player and they had a chance to back out of the deal after the fact, and they didn't. All of that being said, Wiseman wouldn't be helping this team right now to the level that he, putting up the numbers he is with Detroit. He wouldn't be doing it because he on this Warriors team was pretty close to unplayable. Now, who's responsible for that? We can debate it. We can wonder all about it. But I've been very clear on this one as well. This trade has the potential to look very bad for the Warriors down the line because Wiseman could very well use this developmental time with Detroit to become a damn good player that can impact a winning team 2, 3, 4, 10 years from now. And the Warriors will have missed out on that because they couldn't wait around. To me, they could have not done the trade that they did, brought Wiseman back, not played him still, and figured it out. Maybe you get another offseason in him, you bring him back next year, you change the composition of the team, you continue to maybe next year you develop, but you sacrifice a little bit in terms of winning here and there to get him closer to up to speed, and then you reap the benefits of what he's going to become. There were other options than just, we got to do it right now. Got to do it right now. And I feel like it was a little bit of a panic move, and maybe even a panic move to appease the big three because of who they brought back in Gary Payton II, an injured player, but an injured player who the veteran core championship pieces believe can help him because they just saw it.
Well, and the other thing, JD, is we don't know to the extent money was an issue. They got back Gary Payton II, who's making, what's he making this year?
8 something, almost 9.
8.7. But next year, Wiseman was going to go up to 12, and Payton's still only at about 8.7. So there was a luxury tax savings, absolutely, positively. Now, how much that was needed, I don't know. But I didn't like the Wiseman trade either because I don't think they got Payton. Listen, he's just not good enough. And now maybe maybe somebody
Payton's
would say
not
correct. Maybe somebody says, well, Steiny, he was the best player offered in the last 3 years. I would say fair enough, but that's not enough.
Fair enough, but keep waiting then.
Exactly. Just keep waiting.
And they could have had him under contract again and played it out and been patient. Again, it's a little bit of a panic move, I think. And I'm saying that understanding that Wiseman may become closer to the player that he's been with Detroit down the line, but I'm also saying that knowing that Wiseman would have had very little, if no role at all this year. I would have kept him and just stashed him and continued to try to figure it out behind the scenes and in the offseason.
I mean, any way you look at it, and let's look at it this way.
Nobody says you gotta nobody says you had to do something.
Let's say the Warriors weren't a championship team. They just weren't.
Yeah, everybody knew it.
And they drafted Wiseman, okay? And 2.5 years after Wiseman was drafted, he was traded. This was a monumental blunder. And by trading Wiseman, you ensured that it was a monumental blunder. They hold on to him for another year or so, maybe it doesn't become a monumental blunder because he's not that bad. I hate to say it like that. And of course, and I watched him a lot yesterday. I'll tell you what I told. He doesn't play 7-1 on defense. He plays much smaller than he actually is. But I mean, he's not useless by any stretch of the imagination. So, yeah, that one's going to have to be monitored. But like I said, JD, for me, Wiseman's already done. Like they had a number 2 pick. They don't have that player anymore. If he goes to Detroit and is a star, I guess it hurts more for a Warrior fan, but it's just a mistake at this point that they'll never be able to get back. So, RJ's in New York. What's up, RJ? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. What's up? How you guys doing?
Doing well. Thank you.
I wanted to bring up 2 points. One is to what JD was saying earlier about the Warriors' record without Steph being better. I think that's a flawed stat. They've had the longest win streak this season of 5. They've done it twice, both at home, and they've been without Steph and Wiggins. If you look at the record without Steph, they're 1-9, or I think 1-10 now on the road. So I think that's just a flawed stat. Nobody can really bring that up. And my second point is, I feel like a lot of people are bringing up defense. I live on the East Coast, so I got to sleep early. I can't watch these late-night games. But I wake up in the morning, and I see the Sacramento Kings, and all their scores are like 144 to 137, 135 to 131. They're not a great defensive team. I think they barely got into the top 10 this past week. They just have a lot of offense. The Warriors don't have offense. You got Dante DiVincenzo. He's just like a guy who gives you everything, but he's not going to give you more than 10. Draymond, not a scorer. Kevon, not a scorer. So what they did, like in that example against the Grizzlies, they put, Dillon Brooks, you're going to face guard Steph. Desmond Bane, you're going to do that at Clay. And everybody else will just live with the results. They're going to lose it. That's what happened. Jordan Poole went off. Kuminga went off, and they still lost. They just don't have enough scoring with this lineup.
Thanks, RJ. Appreciate the call on the Big Apple.
Yeah, the point on the record is more that this team just doesn't play like they're just they don't the pieces don't seem to fit properly when they have closer to everybody. It's not necessary. I'm not even saying they're better without. Like I'm not. Yeah, they had their winning streaks without Steph. They had an easier schedule. Like I know all that's true, but it's not even about that. It's more about when they have Steph. That's the problem to me. And again, Steph's not the problem. It's just the way this team functions when they have him. Clay's not as good. And why? DiVincenzo's not as good. Why? Kuminga's not as good. Why? Those are the kinds of things that I think, that it's more than just the overall record. But I digress a little bit on that. As far as the comparison to the Kings and the high scoring, I mean, I mentioned to you and Evan before, I was just going through some numbers over the weekend on them. They are on pace to have the highest shooting 2-point field goal percentage in the history of basketball, the history of the NBA. The Kings are. Like they are a historically great offensive team. So if you're doing that every night, you don't have to play defense, especially in today's NBA where teams don't play hard half the time. Even good teams don't play hard half the time. And so they're efficient. The Warriors are not always efficient offensively. They take bad shots. They don't make them. It leads to bad defense. The game is all connected. And, I think we're so used to the Warriors being great offensively that we kind of think at times. I mean, I had the number, I think it was last week, and this relates because he brought up the Kings. At one point in the last week to 10 days, the Kings had allowed 120 or more points 28 times on the season. The Warriors had allowed 120 or more points exactly 28 times. There was a moment where it was exactly the same. The Warriors had won 6 of those games. The Kings had won 13.
Man.
So but why? It's a historically great offense, not just a really good offense.
707 on the Xfinity Mobile text line, JD. There was a financial aspect to trading Wiseman. His potential money affects Draymond's possible extension. We'll see.
Okay.
Maybe. We don't know that for sure.
We don't, but it's a fair thing to bring up. And,
sure.
And I'm kind of with you. I think the rat on the table is a little bit of financial savings on top of making the veterans happy, on top of maybe you're doing the right thing for Wiseman. Like I kind of feel like that's how this thing was.
Let me ask you this:
how they came to grips with it.
Do you think the Warriors will extend Draymond Green's contract this offseason?
I don't know, man. Right now, I kind of think no.
I would be surprised at this point.
But I also could. That's a tough one for me because I don't view it as a for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I also have a little Stephen A. You better. Be careful. You better.
I mean, I don't think it would be outside the realm of possibility to say to Draymond, why don't you opt out and we'll give you 3 years instead of, he's got
3 and what? 3 and 60?
I was thinking more than that. Maybe 70, 75, 25 about.
Okay.
I mean, I don't.
You get, well, if he opts out, you're giving him his 27 anyway.
If he opts
this
out.
Year, right? To me, that would be part of it. You're going to opt out. That's a formality. But if you opt out, we want to lock you in. We'll lock you in at, 30 next year and then going down?
We owe you 27 next year. So we'll give you next year
27, like 27, 24, 20.
27, 25, 23. 3 for 75.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's possible. I wouldn't do it.
I almost think they have to do it.
Oh, God. I don't know if I would do that. I really don't.
Because then you've still, if you don't do it, you've still got Steph, you've still got Clay, and then what? And then what are you? Like,
I look at this money.
You aren't even what you are now.
I look at this money, and this is why I come back to it depends how this thing ends. If you're telling me this ends in a play-in game, how can you run it back? And I know you're saying, well, what are they supposed to do? I don't know. Everything's on the table.
But why would you not next year try to do everything you can to be as good as possible when you've also now given up on Wiseman? Like to me, like you gave up on Wiseman, so that's a now move, and it's not just a now move for this year, it's a now move for the next 2 years because Gary Payton II's under contract for the next 2 years. So the Warriors gave up on Wiseman to do a now move, a move that would appease the veterans. So you're going to do that and then say we're going to take a step back. Like to me that makes no sense. Like we're not like to me if you got to keep going in.
Well, you know what makes no sense?
The best you can.
You know what makes no sense to me? You know what makes no sense to me?
You can't make the Wiseman move and then in the summer come back and say, hey, we're going to start developing. We're going to pump the brakes on spending.
I don't know.
And try to develop. You do that, then the Wiseman thing looks even worse.
The Wiseman thing looks terrible anyway. It looks terrible.
But don't tell me you're going to not be concerned about winning championships next year when you gave up on Wiseman.
So, right. And I'm telling you, don't tell me you're coming back with this team to run it back when you were 41-41 and didn't even make the playoffs. You lost in a play-in game. So what are you going to do? Draymond says, I'm coming back. So now you have a $180 million payroll. You already had a guy punching up. That's the part.
Pool night might not be here.
Okay, well, that's somewhat important.
And you know what? As crazy as it sounds, when you look at Steph throwing his mouthpiece or Clay passive-aggressive on the court all the time, and Draymond who actually hit him, maybe the three of them are going to be happier if Poole's gone anyway. Maybe, and I'm not saying it's right or it's fair, but you already made one move to make them happier in Wiseman for GP, who everybody loves, GP, vibes, joy, the joy's back. Well, you already made one move to do that, so why not keep making those kinds of moves?
Because you've decided that the big three don't have it anymore.
Huh?
That they can't play a whole season together anymore.
All right.
You're worried because Wiggins, you just don't expect Wiggins to be the player. To me, and we can go back and forth on this, so it can end here.
You know what that is?
You can give one more.
You know what that is? If the Warriors do what they've already done.
What's worse, you trying to tell me that running it back will yield a championship next year? That's where I could be like, hit the bike.
I'm not saying
that's insanity running it back.
I'm
again.
not saying it will. What I'm saying is you got to try. Like at that point, you got to try because making.
I would try to make moves. I wouldn't try to run it back. I would try to have every single thing on the table.
What I'm saying is, you're going to have Wiggins back. To me, I wouldn't have a problem bringing Draymond back. To me, the move is: do you trade Jordan? Do you look to trade Jordan Poole? Do you look to trade Kuminga? I know. Oh God, can't do that. Can't look to trade Kuminga. Would you look to trade future first-round picks? I would be more apt to. I would be more apt to look to do that. Poole, Kuminga, future first-round picks. I'd be more apt to do that than to be like, well, Draymond's gone and Kuminga's in the starting lineup now. And because at that point, you're done. Like at that point, if you make the moves you've already made, and then in the offseason you say, well, now we're going to let Draymond go.
Well, how did it end?
And focus more on development.
Well, how did it end?
You know what that is?
Give me
you do that, it's unserious.
Well, you know what else is unserious is finishing 40-42 and getting beat by Minnesota.
Yeah, well, that ain't going to happen.
To not make the playoffs. And then say, you know what? Well, I think but everything went wrong.
But Wiggins didn't play.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's foolish. Huh? I would rather. I don't know.
I'm just riding.
I mean,
I'm riding with Steph, Clay, and Draymond, even though they have not been perfect, and they deserve, I think, maybe more of the blame for this season than they've. Especially Clay and Draymond, than the Warrior fan base wants to give them because of the recent history and the championships, and they're so beloved. That's fine, but I'm still more apt to ride with those three than not those three.
Does it worry you Does it worry you at all? Because this is my biggest worry. If it's Clay, Steph, and Dre next year, after a 41-win season. And a quick exit. They're not going to stay healthy.
No.
They're not going to stay healthy.
No, but guess what? GM, Bob Myers, maybe not, whoever it is, Mike Dunleavy Jr., whoever it is, you got to build a team that can withstand it, which is why I've also said you got to be careful trading Jordan Poole. But to me, that's the path you examine more than, well, Draymond's going to go and you're just going to be fishing by subtraction because we got to save the money we can't replace.
Nobody says that. Didn't they win 9?
Hint at it a little bit.
They did win 9 in a row, I want to say, last year without him when he got hurt.
Last year.
Okay.
Last year's team was good. This year's team's mediocre.
But yet you want to bring it back.
Correct.
Okay.
Because with those three, you
what?
You got more of a shot with those three than without them, is what I'm saying.
And I'm at the point now where it depends who's not in the big three's place or one of the big three's place. 888-957-9570. Got a half hour, and then we're going to bring in Keith Smith. I'm looking forward to the conversation with Keith Smith because he's an expert on terms of, well, if Draymond opts out, what can the Warriors do? If Draymond doesn't opt out, what are their options? All that kind of stuff. That's Keith Smith. He's an NBA analyst. He's joining us at 1 o'clock. I see full phone lines, so we're coming right back to you on the other side on 95.7 The Game. Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not...
size matters.
This is James Wiseman. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
That's friend of the show, James Wiseman, bringing us back here. Steiny and Guru, 95.7 The Game. You good, man?
Yeah, I'm going to try to get through this segment without sounding
You know, like in a press conference, sometimes player will come in, they're like beads of sweat.
Without sounding distracted.
You need a towel?
You know how I am with my pens.
Yeah, you lost a pen under the desk in here for those watching on YouTube and Twitch.
I thought you just came out of the sauna, Steiny.
Yes.
Now
you
I'm
need
looking
to
at
give my guy a towel. Can we give him a towel?
I'll tell you what. Let's see if people want to see me sweating and see if the YouTube numbers go up.
Big homie's going to be fine, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. I like pens, man. It fell down the back, and everybody's laughing at me, too, now, which I don't like. All right, let me try to get into this. Matt Simon, John Dickinson with you. 12:30, coming up in the half hour. Keith Smith, a NBA analyst for Sport Track, and looking forward to talking to him. We're talking about the Warriors, what's been happening on the road, 3 straight losses. Where do they go from here? Short term, long term. Adam, Oakland, what do you got, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Hey, just wanted to call in real quick. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Nothing's going to happen until they deal with Bob Myers' contract. All right. If there's going to be a new GM, they're going to do what the new GM's going to do. So if they do this, if they do that, it doesn't matter until Bob's contract is settled. You know.
All right. Well,
yeah. Go ahead.
I think they may know. Joe Lacob might know right now, and it's hard to explain, but Bob Myers deserves a lot of credit. But there's always the specter of Joe Lacob. Like, how important is a GM when we know how involved Joe Lacob is?
Well, remember, they have a very deep staff.
They do. But the reason I also ask about that is because I do know Lacob liked Wiseman, and they ended up moving off of Wiseman. So clearly, Joe Lacob, if Joe Lacob didn't want to get rid of Wiseman, they wouldn't have gotten rid of Wiseman. It's that simple. Fuge is in Fremont. What's up, man? How you doing? Hey, talk to me. All right, let's go to Big Dave. Big Dave's in San Leandro. Wants to talk about Draymond Green.
Yep. Thank you very much for taking the call. So let me get this straight. We let Draymond walk. We let him go. The time has come. Draymond's got to go. Mike Dunleavy becomes the GM. Shoot, man, he brings in Troy Murphy and Donald Phil to his staff. I'm sure the Dubs fans would love all that. So Draymond asked for a max. It sounds to me like negotiating. Reports came out saying that the Dubs need to make a decision between Wiseman if they wanted to be able to keep Draymond. Wiseman sucked. GT3 made an obvious impact during last year's playoffs. And even Wiggins' girlfriend just came out and pushed back on those BS internet rumors. So, guys, the cavalry's coming. No matter what happens, we definitely need to run it back. And I'm going to piggyback off what JB said. And if they can package Jordan Poole, Kuminga, and picks for a high-impact player, let's do it. Let's do it for Steph. Let's do it for Dub Nation. We got to do it. That's all I got to say.
All right.
There you go.
Well, first of all, before we do anything, let's see if Draymond will do it for Steph. That's the first thing. Is Draymond going to stay for Steph?
They pay him enough.
Well, what if the Warriors say, you know what, Trey? We're going to need you to play this last year without a contract extension because we need to have the opportunity to be flexible and blah, blah, blah. So we need you to play. We need you to opt in, but not with a contract extension. Can you do that for us, Draymond?
Well, he may not want to do that.
Just for Steph, but for Steph Curry.
Well, no,
exactly.
Yeah, it's for Steph Curry, but it's also business. Like those two things are never fully removed from each other. And if you think they would be, you're fooling yourself. You're not saying that.
No, I'm kind of kidding about the fact that Draymond Green is not going to make a sacrifice for Steph Curry.
Well, yeah, you could also say, hey, Draymond, for Steph, opt out and sign for $10 million. I mean, he's not going to do that either.
Right.
Like, you're going to have to pay. Like, my belief on Draymond just as far as the money goes. Like, let's say he stays.
All right.
Like, let's say the Warriors do, whether he opts in and then they add years or he opts out and then they change it for next year. Whatever it is, my belief is, let's say Draymond stays with the Warriors beyond next year. I'll bet you that number, whatever it is, Warrior fans are going to go, like, wow, that's more than I'd like.
To re-sign him.
Yeah, like I like it, you're not getting. My point is,
Three for 75.
You're not getting Draymond on the cheap.
3 for 75.
Yeah, I bet it's more like 3 and 85.
Okay, so that would be what's 23, 24.
I
So
just did it,
Draymond's
right?
gonna
I
get
just made you kind of go, whoa, that's a lot.
27 when he's 30. See?
Don't talk
See,
about that.
like, I don't know. Like,
I just don't think he's taking a discount, man.
well, and I don't either. But are you?
Guess who else doesn't want to take a discount?
Of course
The
not.
next guy.
But why? Like, are you serious about giving Draymond 3? You know, he plays this year, and then you give him a 3-year, $80 million extension. I don't see that at his age. Like, that's the thing. I mean, even Steph, for as great as he's looked, we don't know what he's going to look like at 38. He might still be really good, and they'll want to offer him another contract. I don't know that I'm extending Draymond Green after the end of this season. That's all. Gary's in San Leandro. What's up, Gary? How you doing?
Hi, this is Gary, but I'm in San Bruno. But nonetheless, I'm a second-time caller. I called back in 2012 when the debacle was going over with the 49ers and the quarterback situation, which has continued. But we're not going to talk about the 49ers. Let's talk about the Warriors. The same thing is happening. Management is at fault for what's gone on. The punch is what started this whole thing. Granted, Clay, you have one of the best teams in the Warriors with their chemistry and their skill, talent, and so forth. But the chemistry was changed in that clubhouse when the punch took place. Management screwed up by not disciplining Draymond Green, probably getting rid of him, because you can't do that in a clubhouse. The whole chemistry has changed. The whole mojo has changed. And granted, Clay and Steph and Draymond, they've lost a step. They're getting older, and they don't have the consistency. They still have great games because they're great players, but the consistency is gone. When you take away the chemistry and you take away the mojo and the emotion, because that's what wins games, when you take that away from the team, it's not the same, and management is to blame for this. Draymond Green should have been probably taken off the team at that point, just gone, or the discipline should have been much more severe.
Appreciate the call, Gary. Problem is they haven't been really doing that his entire Warrior career, disciplining Draymond Green.
Isn't it amazing how many people it comes back to that?
The punch?
Yeah.
Well,
because I still...
It was egregious.
It was, but I still, like, here we are now, 5 months later?
Right.
Something like that. And 5.5 months later, and it's still just, it comes up every single show, I feel like. Somebody calls in and mentions the punch as the thing that is the thing behind everything that's happened to this point. And I think the Warriors are just like almost in disbelief that it's still a thing, but the reason it is still a thing is because they haven't won enough.
And maybe the reason they haven't won enough is because it's still a thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
And they're not crazy about each other. Let's go to James. James is in Berkeley. What's up, James?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me on the show.
Hey.
All right, so here's what I got. First things first, the Dubs cannot win without Draymond Green. He is going to opt in to his player option over this summer. But
okay.
So I'm calling about because I got a hypothetical trade for y'all. But I do agree that the punch has had a lasting impact. So here's my trade. Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, Andrew Wiggins to the Toronto Raptors for Siakam and OG Anunoby. I'll let y'all sit on that and let me know what you think. Thank you.
That's too much for Toronto, I think. Those are Toronto's two best players, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're getting Jordan Poole, offensive player, Kuminga, and Wiggins.
You would. Wait,
I
so you're
wouldn't
saying
touch Wiggins
with
a 10-foot pole.
So you're
right
saying
now.
you would not do that if you're Toronto?
Correct.
AJ.
That's not enough.
Correct.
Okay. I was just making sure.
Do you agree or disagree?
No, I just was making sure that you said that because it was unclear.
If you're telling me the Warriors lose Kuminga, Wiggins, and Poole and get Siakam and Anunoby, yeah, I'd probably do that if I were the Warriors.
Yeah, you'd have Steph, Clay, Anunoby, Siakam, and Draymond.
Yeah.
That team could win.
Mike's in San Jose. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey guys, how you doing? First, two positives. Steiny, love the website. Really like the Don Nelson article.
Oh, thank you.
Things I've read.
Thank you.
Like all the articles on there, actually, for somebody that's been around here a while. So appreciate the hard work.
Sure.
Also, I think the executive show is the best show on the radio. So I appreciate the time you guys put into that. Now, I want to speak a little as a disgruntled Warrior fan who spends quite a bit of money to go to Warrior games.
All right.
The one thing that would irritate me is I've been paying for season tickets now, and they load manage 20 games a year, and then they get to the end of the season and wonder why they're in a play-in game when they look exhausted at the end of the Memphis game. So I don't have no idea what all the load management does. Is pay Draymond, the one guy that when I pay to go see, he actually plays hard. So I'm just a little irritated as a fan that they have taken the Warrior fans for granted, and it just seems like everything this year has went wrong, starting with Bob Myers. Nobody can figure that out. Wiggins, it's a bad year.
Hey, Mike, I got a question for you, dead serious. Looking at it from the outside, would I have a right to say, well, Mike, you guys are spoiled? Or is it the other way and say, no, we've supported this team and they've raised prices while they were winning and now they're not there anymore? You know what I mean? Do I have an argument that Warrior fans have become spoiled? I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, I pay $200 and something per ticket for 4 tickets. I get pretty irritated when I show up, not once,
okay,
but 15 times a year to a G League game and have to hear Steve Kerr talk about the science behind it when they're exhausted against Memphis.
I got you. Hey, Mike, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. That's a part of the equation that I and I'm not right for it, but like that's not part of the equation that comes right to mind. The fact that like load management,
they don't do it a lot at home, though.
No, they don't. But
I think that's part of the reason why they don't do it a lot at home. But what happens is they get bitten in the behind by the fact that they did do it early a couple of times, and they had a crappy record. And then by the time they got their record straight, then they were legitimately hurt. And then you're not playing Clay in back-to-backs, and so it just like it. It's not just the load management. It's the load management on top of the fact that guys are still hurt half the time league-wide that is the biggest problem with load management. It's like, you know what? Guys are going to be out anyway because they're going to get hurt anyway because this is not preventing injury. Like, that's the problem. And let me tell you, I can sympathize with somebody like that. Like, I don't know because I'm not spending $35,000 a year on tickets like this guy, I did quick math on that, is spending based on what he said there. And I just, from a watchability standpoint, even as somebody that's, Cush Media working, paid to work there, from a watchability standpoint, there's a lot of games that stink to watch. Like, straight up.
I mean, of course. And that's, to me, that's a huge problem with the league.
And I bristle at Steve Kerr sitting in the room when he talks about the science. Like, I hate that.
What was the game the other night? The day we were watching. Or I texted you, and it was
the afternoon game.
No Kawhi Leonard.
And what did I say?
Of course not. He doesn't play on noon. He doesn't play on the weekend at noon.
Why would he come up from San Diego to L.A. for a 12 o'clock game when he'd have to be there at 10 o'clock in the morning? He'd have to get up at 7 o'clock.
Chris,
on a Saturday?
Chris is in
Kawhi
Oakland.
on a Saturday to play Orlando? And then, of course, they lost.
Of course. Hey, what's up, Chris?
Hey, I just think that fans aren't spoiled. I think the 82 games are really, really tough to watch, just like John was saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's not enjoyable, and scrappers would be more pleasant. I mean, what was one of our favorite games? I think when the rookies went and played in Miami or something. Wasn't that one of the best?
That was one of the better wins, yeah. Yeah. Thanks,
Cleveland
Chris.
this year, they did that. They did that in Cleveland. One of their 7 road wins. Cleveland. Can you name them? Can you name the 7 road wins? A couple of them have popped up already.
Minnesota.
It's 1.
Cleveland.
Ding!
They won at
it's 2.
Houston at least once.
Ding! 3.
They beat Dallas.
No!
All right.
3.
I want to say the Pelicans handed them their hats.
Yeah, that's not one of the 7 wins, though.
So
you've got Cleveland, Houston, Minnesota. Oh, there's one more. Come on.
Lakers opening night, right?
No,
that was at home. I'm done. You're better at this than me. Go ahead.
Sacramento?
Oh, yeah.
No, they didn't win in Sacramento.
Really?
No, they didn't.
Boston.
All right. So you got Cleveland.
You just want to do this to brag.
No, I don't. We cannot do it. They got Cleveland, Houston, Minnesota.
Toronto.
You mentioned Toronto. Toronto's won. Ding.
They didn't win in Memphis this year.
No.
I want to say New Orleans. They didn't get.
Wait,
they had to beat the Spurs once.
San Antonio only play them once on the road.
How many do we have left?
San Antonio. It's 2 more. 2 more.
They didn't beat Denver.
Give me the Wizards.
The Wizards are right. Ding! It's probably another. Oh, the Nets. Oh no, the Nets beat them by 100. Okay, what is it?
I've actually lost track.
Indiana?
I've lost. No, it wasn't Indiana. Who are the 3 Easts?
Let's go.
Cleveland, Toronto.
Xfinity Mobile text line. What's the 7th road win? Can you get it before JD? Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
I do have it up, by the way.
Okay, so you know.
OKC?
Yes.
All right.
That is it.
Evan.
That is it.
Evan with the win.
Yeah, it was the last one. We forgot about it. It was the most recent one.
That's right. The one that was...
it was the most recent one 6 weeks ago.
Same night as the 49ers lost to the Eagles, right?
Yeah, back soccer season.
7 weeks ago tonight.
Anthony in Walnut Creek. What's going on, Anthony? How you doing? By the way, I got to tell you, I was going to come out, but I was worried about the traffic. Go ahead, Anthony. About Walnut Creek, coming out to the creek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, go ahead. We'll get to that in a second.
Anthony, go ahead, man.
Yeah, this is Joe from Walnut Creek.
Okay.
I think I'm going to make a statement that Steiny will agree with and Tim won't. But teams realize they're done a year too late, and I think we're living through that year right now. To oversimplify this whole season, the reason Wiseman is so frustrating, the trade, the reason their defense is so bad, even the reason they take bad shots is they're just too small at every position, man. They're beat up. They're tired. They can't get any calls on the road. They foul like crazy because they're so small. The small ball lineup used to be a long ball lineup.
Yeah.
Like a lineup without a center. But everyone else was long on that team. And now they are just micro ball, and you can't win. It's fool's gold. And I think that's why this year's so frustrating to watch.
All right.
You out?
I took my headphones off. If you don't know who's on, then I don't like. If you don't know who I am, then I don't really care what you have
You're
to
pretty
say.
tough.
Like,
it's pretty
if you don't, if that's the little T.
When somebody goes, "Hey, I love Guru and Shasky,"
Yeah, well, no, but
I chuckle. I'm not Charles.
Tim?
But hold on. Do you really want to be Shaq that gets mad when somebody
No,
calls him the
although
wrong
I
name?
will say this in fairness, we got his name wrong. So
The caller was
That
not
is
familiar with John Dickinson's game.
in fairness, we got his name wrong. So I almost want to, but yeah, that's. I also want to mention Matt. By the way, you were mentioning Walnut Creek, and that reminds me. I just want to mention Matt from Castro Valley, who I met in Walnut Creek on Friday. I did go out.
Oh.
And yeah.
Friday.
So Matt, it was nice meeting you. He came up, introduced himself, said hi. We chatted for a minute.
Where in the creek were you?
Stadium Pub.
Was it good?
Yeah, it was good.
Wait, St. Patrick's Day was Friday.
Yeah, it was Friday night.
So was it a zoo?
I was day
Not really.
Because I was going to come with my buddy Dana.
It was not a zoo.
But I ended up watching the Warriors game at down the street because I didn't want to drive it.
No, it was not. And then the games were on. That was where I saw the Maxi Kleba hit the.
I saw that too.
The 3 against the Lakers.
I thought Kyrie had used too much clock. I didn't think he was going to get it off.
And then.
By the way, he stinks, Maxi Kleba. He is terrible.
That was a hell of a.
Yeah,
that was a hell of a. No. It was a hell of a play by Kyrie.
I know. I thought he was running out of time.
It was honestly, it was one of those where I was with you. Like I thought, Kyrie's like, but he knew. Like
he cut it close.
I'm not the biggest Kyrie guy, but on that one, I felt like he was in control. Like he knew exactly, like how long he needed, how much he got, and then within 30 seconds, Steiny. I don't even think it was 30 seconds of that shot goes in. Ping, ping, ping,
Spadoni.
Ping. No, you know who it was?
Goo. Of course it's Goo. What did he say?
What is AD doing?
Kyrie knew he had a sniper on the other side of the court, Steiny.
Mystic
with
in
the
San
Lakers.
Francisco.
I love Goo. I love him.
Mystic.
Hey guys.
Hey.
I'm crestfallen, guys.
Oh.
I'm down in the dumps.
How
This
come?
team is awful. And you know what, guys? The two things that are killing this team are the two things that always kill dynasties: ego and age. Our guys don't have the energy to go wire to wire defensively like they used to, or even offensively like they used to. Yet we have been operating as if they can do that. And with the loss of Wiggins, it's only amplified this. And then the other thing, ego. You know what? At some point, youth must be served. The Warriors did not take advantage when they had the number 2 pick. You undertraded, you didn't, and then you didn't play the guy. And now we don't have the energy, the size, and the young guys haven't matured. I'm not saying that you should change the whole offense, Steve Kerr, every time they're in the game. But when they're in the game with second stringers like Jordan Poole and Tyre Jerome, I'm sorry, James Wiseman in the post or Kuminga in the post are better options than Poole chucking up threes after an and one mixtape dribbling routine. That's my take, guys.
Well, I tend to agree with you. One, you use the word crestfallen. It's a great word.
Wiseman and Kuminga are better options in the post than Jordan Poole?
No, ego and age.
Okay.
Ego and age.
I just make sure.
No, when he said ego.
Mystic said a lot there.
I'm with you, Mystic. I'm absolutely with you. All right, here's what we got going. Coming up next, what offseason decisions might the Warriors need to make? We're going to go into it with Keith Smith of Spotrac and the front office show. I'm looking forward to talking to Keith. I promise you he's a hell of a guest. We've had him on before on 95.7 The Game.
Matt, help me.
Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's.
One 888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEX.
do we turn crumpled up paper into three-pointers?
Boom! Nothing but recycling bin.
Why do we use...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, welcome back. Matt Steinmetz, John Dickinson with you. Darryl Guru Johnson will be in tomorrow. And I want to welcome in Keith Smith, NBA analyst, contributor to Spotrac, and he's also a member of the Front Office Show. You can follow him on Twitter at Keith Smith NBA. Hey, Keith, thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
All right. My partner and I were just talking about you, and can you clarify something? So the bubble was your idea?
I don't know if it was my idea per se, but I was the first one to write about it in April of 2020.
I remember.
Yeah, I had worked at Disney for almost 20 years prior to quitting to cover the NBA about 3 weeks before the season shut down. So my timing was impeccable on that one. And then it was just one of those things. I had the idea of, hey, Disney's sitting here empty. They have all the court facilities and everything at the Wide World of Sports Complex. They have the hotel, private property, all that stuff. Put a virtual pen to virtual paper, and then we posted that article. And then it was roughly about 2-3 weeks later that we started hearing news of, hey, this might actually be in play.
Yeah, Keith, it was fascinating to read it and to think through it and go, wow, this really sounds like it could work. And then to have them actually implement it was pretty amazing at a time where obviously there were bigger things at hand, but the way that the league was able to pull it off was pretty incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where it's a once in a lifetime thing. Hopefully, let's all knock on wood and hope we never need to go down that route again. But yeah, it was absolutely incredible that we got here, and it shows the power of what a couple big corporations can do when they want to work together and those kind of things to pull off really great stuff.
You're listening to Keith Smith. He's a contributor to Spotrac, NBA analyst. Let me ask you two questions. A, what do you think is going on with the Golden State Warriors? If you're watching from afar, do you think this is the end of it? And then, you think Draymond Green's going to opt out or opt in?
Yeah, for the Warriors themselves, I'm hesitant to say this is the end of it. I think that they're still going to be a dangerous team, and until they're one of the ones until they're home and other teams are still playing, I'm not going to believe that they're out of it. But they're like two different teams at home and on the road. At home, they're still very, very dangerous. On the road, they're just not very good, and they just can't get it together. The defense has slipped. They on offense, things can be very hard for them. They rarely ever get to the free throw line. Heavily relying on their jump shots. They even more so than they were at kind of the peak of their powers. Now it's if the threes are falling, they're pretty good. If they're not, then they're not always very good. And then defensively, like you said, they're just not that same team. They're kind of middle of the pack to bottom of the pack in a lot of the metrics, and that's just caused them to be a major struggle this year.
Keith, that
and then the Draymond.
No, go ahead.
The Draymond Green part of it, I think he's going to opt out for sure. I think that will happen. I don't know that he leaves though. I think this might be one where he opts out, and then all sides kind of realize, hey, we're better together than we're going to be apart, and they come together on some kind of more reasonable contract that keeps him in Golden State probably for the rest of his career.
What do you think that contract might look like? He's got the $27 million for next year if he opts in. I mean, are we talking $3 and $60? Are we talking $3 and $80? Like, what do you think that looks like to where it would be able to be a done deal?
Yeah, I think we're probably talking somewhere in that $3 and $60-ish range, something like that, because I think what that would do is that allows him to add more guaranteed money than he'd make, obviously at a lower number, which helps the team out, reduces that luxury tax payment, but he'll add more money long term. Because for Draymond Green now, it's starting to turn into a lot more about years than it is about dollars at this point in his career. So I think it'll be, hey, let's stretch this out over the next 3 years, lock up my remaining productive years of my career, and we'll go forward and try to keep this thing moving just like we always have.
Keith Smith joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's an NBA analyst, contributor to Spotract, and also is on the Front Office show. What's your take on, I don't really mean a take so much as, have you ever seen anything like what is going on with Andrew Wiggins before?
Yeah, it's definitely, a different kind of thing here. And it's one of those things where I'm put me firmly in the camp of I don't need all the details. I don't need to know what's going on. I'm sure the team knows everything they need to know. And if the team is telling us, hey, we're supportive of it and he'll be back when he's back, then that's enough for me. But it's definitely an odd situation, where for the Warriors, this team that's trying to defend a title, struggling to, clinch and get back into the playoffs again. And this is a guy that they, inked to a long-term extension that kicks in after this season. So you're kind of in a spot where, yeah, let's get this figured out. And, everything, that we're hearing is it sounds like whatever's going on with him, pretty serious issue, and they've got to get it sorted out, and they're supporting him. So for me, then that's, where it needs to be. It sounds like what he's doing, what he needs to be doing right now. And, that's where it is. But definitely an odd situation for sure.
Can they win it without him if he doesn't come back?
No, I don't think so. They can definitely win maybe 2 rounds in the playoffs, but I think they need him to beat the best teams in the West and the best teams in the East if they were able to get that far somehow. He's too important to the team. You can make a real strong argument that he was the second best player on the team in the finals, and I don't know that too many people would really fight you on that one. He was so good last year as they took down the Celtics, so that's something where they need him, especially if you're going to have to go through some version of Phoenix or Denver or Memphis. You just need him out there on the floor doing the things that he does that are really important to them on the defensive end, and being as often, especially if the jumpers aren't falling, he's kind of their second most consistent offensive player as well. So I think that's where you really do need to get him back and get him going.
Keith, I'll ask you the flip side to the question, which is, can the Warriors win it from the 6 or the 7 seed, assuming they do get Wiggins and maybe Peyton II back and healthy and ready to go?
Yeah, it's going to be hard because then you're playing every series likely on the road, and unless there's some other upsets in the playoffs, and that's 4 playoff series on the road, winning them all. That would be the accomplishment of all accomplishments for what this group has pulled off together. That would really be something. So that's tough. By playing as they have played this year at times where it just seemed like the regular season just something to get through, and they've thrown a lot of games away. They've put themselves in this spot where they're making their path pretty difficult. So I think it's going to be hard to pull that off. If there's any group that you could tell me they're going to be the 6th seed and believe that they're going to get all the way through, I think it's the Warriors. I think you get down into the 7 range, then you got to worry about just getting there at all, because that's one where you have a couple bad shooting games, or Stephen Curry hits a slump at the wrong time.
and all of a sudden your season could be over because that's just the nature of the play-in tournament. So I think, let's get up into that 6th seed if you're the Warriors. If we could climb any higher, that's great too, but let's really try to get positioned there to make our run.
Yeah, and how much of that is the ability that we're even talking about this is just how underwhelming, I guess, the 4 through, 8 or 9 has been in the West. I mean, Memphis is held on. Sacramento's obviously having an incredible season. They've probably made the most of the mediocrity because they've beaten all these teams a ton, and that's why they have the record that they do. But how much of none of these teams that were thought to be contenders other than Denver have truly been themselves gives the Warriors more of a shot?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to that. I think the West has been very kind of compact with all these teams that, we've got, whether it's the Warriors or the Clippers or the Suns to some extent, that are kind of like, just get us to the playoffs. That's all we really care about, where we're not going to worry about all the rest of it. And as you said, teams like the Kings, the Grizzlies early on, then obviously the Nuggets, they took advantage and won a whole bunch of games early in the year to kind of create that separation at the top of the conference. Now, I think that's also feeding into it too, where Denver hasn't done it in the playoffs. The Kings, they haven't been in the playoffs in a decade and a half or so, and that turns into a situation where if you're the Warriors or the Suns or one of these teams more towards the bottom of the playoff picture, you're like, I'm not really worried about going in and winning games on their floor because we feel like we've been there, done that, and we feel like we'll be able to do it again. So I think that is giving all these teams a little bit more confidence than they might have had otherwise.
Hey, Keith, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it, and enjoy the rest of the regular season.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Keith Smith. You can follow him on Twitter, Keith Smith, NBA. NBA analyst, contributor at Spotract and the Front Office Show. He thinks Draymond's going to opt out, but then maybe the Warriors may extend him.
Look, if it's opt out in 3-60, then to me there's nothing to see here.
Maybe
like that. If that's all, if that's all it would take, then I think we got a 3-year marriage coming. Well, 3 years more. It'd be, what? At that point, it would be, 3 years more. It'd be, like a 14-year marriage, 13-year, something like that.
It would also end Draymond's streak of getting a pay increase every single year of his career, which he's had up until this point. And if he opts in next year, it continues.
And like
this year, it's the most he's ever made. Last year was the most he'd ever made. The year before that was the most he'd ever made. I just think that's pretty...
So what are you saying? Draymond wants 27, 30, and 33?
Well, I'm saying that's a great way to manage your career if you can do it.
No question.
You go from a rookie deal to a solid second deal to a big boy third deal, and he hasn't taken a pay cut as a player yet.
0-2. Turner.
Is that the Grand Slam?
You know what? I hit the wrong button. Anyway, what's going on with the WBC? Yeah, forget that. Let's go to Sets. Forget it. Let's go to
USA in the final.
Suge against Fremont. Mark DeRosa's doing an unbelievable job, by the way. Seriously. How do you manage
the final?
How do you manage a pitching staff when nobody wants to pitch? I don't know, but he's done it. Mm-hmm. Mark DeRosa.
Hello there.
You know what? Just a sec, Suge. Not an outlandish idea that he may be the next manager of the San Francisco Giants.
God, when can that happen?
All you, Suge. How you doing, Suge?
Can we do that now?
Hi there. How are you both?
Doing well, thank you.
Great. I just wanted to make not one comment, but several. People are always talking about Jordan Poole, and people are always criticizing him, that it's all his fault. Everyone's saying he should be traded. I'm not a fan of his turnovers myself, but let's face it, there would not have been a championship last year without him and his scoring. Mm-hmm. That was one point that I wanted to make. Then the other thing that I thought was really very silly was Clay's childishness. While he's sitting out there after we lost the game and showing 1, 2, 3, 4, it's kind of embarrassing, to be very honest.
Duh.
That was one thing that irritated me.
Interesting.
And then, another thing that I feel where people were talking about people deferring whether Curry was making things, making others not play as well. But I have noticed, I'm not saying he doesn't make people play better. However, everybody's constantly throwing the ball either to Curry or to Clay, even if they're not in a position to make a shot. And, those days, during the glory days, if you threw them the ball from any angle, they could make the shot. But things have changed. And so, I feel like people should go ahead and make the shot if they're able to. They need to make the decision to do that. And that might be a coaching issue. They've been always told to defer to the two of them, so people are just throwing it to them whether they can or whether they cannot. And the last question that I have is, you guys always talk about trading Poole, trading Kuminga. How about trading Clay? Is that is that not something that can ever be discussed?
Suge. Oh, man.
Suge
right up my alley. And it's that.
That's right. Break up the big three. That is right up Steiny's alley.
Suge gets it. See, she gets it. She says, can we not even talk about it? Like, she's right about that. And she's right about Poole, too. Klay Thompson and Draymond don't have ring number 4 without Jordan Poole.
It's fact. Big fact.
So quit taking it out on Poole.
But how are you going to get better? And that's the thing. And I've said this, too, on Poole. Like, I'd be open to looking at trading him. I think you almost have to.
Right.
Because if you're not going to look at Steph, Clay, and Draymond, and I don't think you want to look at Wiggins either, well, then you have to look at who would be your potential assets to trade, and that would be Poole, Kuminga, and future picks. So you have to explore that if you're trying to find a different way to get better. I've also said, and I still think it, you look to trade Jordan Poole, you better be careful because Poole has, for all of his flaws, been able to help keep this team afloat when Curry hasn't played. And Curry now is probably going to be a player that misses at least 20 or 25 games every single season the rest of his career.
Yeah, Suge, don't be a stranger.
And you can't go 2-18 when Curry doesn't play 20 games.
It's like Steiny's paying Poole for what he did and not what he's doing. Well, first of all, he's still only paid $3.9 this year. Yeah. So if you want to play that game, he's still underpaid. But nevertheless.
Well, yeah, but he did get paid for what he did last year.
Exactly, of course.
And again,
that's why he got paid.
And I'll say this. Like the Warriors, and I mean this, and people can disagree. The Warriors did not pay Jordan Poole what they paid him because they believed he was going to be a superstar. Like that is not part of this equation. Now, I've said, and I'll double down on this, I think they thought, hey, we can pay him now. He's not going to worry about it, trying to get paid, playing to trying to get paid. If he's just what he was last year again, which I think was more than reasonable, then you'd either be A, happy with it, B, he'd be a lot more tradable at $28 million for next year, and then you'd have some options. When he's played as poorly as he's played, it makes the whole thing a lot more difficult to figure out.
I think the idea that he's played terribly is completely overblown.
He's had a down year, though. He's had a down year.
Last year he's playing a little more. He's playing a little more, marginally more. Shot 44.8. Shot 40, so he's down 2 percentage points, just like Clay. 3-point range, he's down 3 percentage points.
Wait, he's down 3% from 3.
Correct. So 36 to 33.
That's significant.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Especially because 36 is, 33 is not good.
Not for him. Let's see, assists are up.
Well, for as much as he shoots the 3, though, 33 ain't good.
Assists are up. Turnovers are up. To me, JD, that's what happens when a guy becomes a little more of a shoot. Like, he only averaged 14 attempts last year. He averages 16 this year, so he's being asked to do more.
So he's shooting it 2 more times a game, and he's missing them both.
Essentially,
from 3.
Yeah. I mean, but that's what happens to a lot of players until they adjust to playing more minutes under a new role. And plus, listen, I'm going to stick up for Jordan Poole. If for only this reason, he's the only guy on this team that's asked to do something different game in and game out. So he's got a reason for maybe having a little bit of a down year because he's been in and out and starting and not starting. Bill's in San Francisco. He wants to talk Jordan Poole. I'm not having slander, Bill.
No. I'm just looking at the facts. You know,
Okay.
I was looking up. Jordan Poole has, I think, 233 turnovers this season. He plays about 30 minutes per game. Okay, which is not like the people that are in front of him, like Trae Young or even Russell Westbrook or people like that. He doesn't play as many minutes either, and yet he turns the ball over like per game. I mean, so much more than anybody. I mean, he's really a liability for what the Warriors are trying to do, and defensively, he's the worst liability on the team. That's all I have to say.
All right, let me look at the turnover leaders in the NBA. Trae Young leads with 4 per game. Jordan Poole's 11th. He's averaging 3.3 in 30 minutes. So he averages about a little under 4 a game. But let me tell you what's more egregious than Jordan Poole falling all over the place. Sorry, I'm going to go here. First of all, Jordan Poole is asked to score, and he's asked to play make. So, by nature, if you're asking a guy to make plays for other people, they're going to turn it over a little more. The stat that blew me away was the stat out Atlanta. How does Klay Thompson even commit 6 turnovers? He doesn't have the ball. He doesn't dribble it. He doesn't.
More than he used to, though.
You're right, but he doesn't assist like a big-time assist. So, like, to me, if Klay has a high turnover game, now we got a big problem. Yes.
Well, I just wanted to add, for some of those out there wondering about, per possession and stuff like that, turnover rate.
Sure.
Would you like to guess who is number 1 in the NBA? He's on the Warriors.
The worst turnover
Jordan
rate or
Poole.
the best?
It's not Jordan Poole. He's 32nd, actually. It's got da-da-da.
Draymond Green.
Yep. It is Draymond Green.
So Draymond Green commits the most turnovers per minute in the NBA. Per possession. Same thing, though, right?
Per 100 possessions, Draymond Green.
Just if you go per 36, Draymond Green. That's a problem. Seriously. That's a problem. Okay, let's go. So Jordan Poole's he's 32nd.
Yeah, right behind your boy Mason Plumlee.
Why'd you do that?
Just stick
it to Plumlee's asked to make plays, too.
Yeah, he is more than he should be.
Now Steiny doing whataboutisms. What does that mean?
What about this? What about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, but Poole doesn't lead the league in turnovers.
What about Jordan? What about Jordan Poole? What about Klay? What about Draymond?
Yeah, they all stink.
I'm just giving you an example of what.
They're all terrible.
There's no opinion to it. You said, what are those? So
Disagree, Steiny. Jordan Poole's not asked to do anything different than he's been doing. He's a scorer. That's all he's been doing. He doesn't rebound and play defense. Not asked to do anything. Wrong. No, wrong. When Steph Curry doesn't play, they want him to score. When Steph Curry does play, they want him to score less.
But be a sixth man that carries certain groups.
Correct. And you know what else I noticed? Here's the thing about Jordan Poole. And I get it. No, like this is where I get it. It's all about the veterans. They have the rings. The hell with everybody else. You know what, though? Jordan Poole's good enough that you need him. To win a title. But you know what? He ain't good enough that you don't have to play him with the Scribinis in a blowout. That's another thing. He doesn't just start and not start. He starts, he'll play big minutes, but then 2 games later, he'll be with Patrick Baldwin Jr. That's not right. He's the only guy that's asked to play with every single guy on the roster. Mm-hmm.
You're on fire this segment, by the way.
Jordan Poole is no more of a problem than anybody else on this team. And I get it. Those other guys are champions. So you're going to take it out on the guy who hasn't been here longest. That makes sense. But the guys who have been here a long time ain't playing like the guys who have been here for a long time. How about that? Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm. Klay and his running fadeaway one-handers are killing me. That from the 5-1-0.
How about the airball 3 that led to Trae Young hitting, I think it was Hunter, in the Atlanta game. This is in the second quarter. Warriors are getting back in the game. Just got back in the game. They're going inside. They're eviscerating the Hawks, and they're just porous defense on the interior. Just one of the softest teams you'll ever see.
Hey.
And so you don't care. I'm talking about Atlanta, not Minnesota.
No, I know.
One of the softest teams you'll ever see. And then Clay just YOLO airball 3 right to Trae Young, who takes a dribble, leads to a dunk, and Steve Kerr's basically at the free throw line calling timeout, grumbling before the ball had even gone through the basket. You think he got into Clay there, or no?
No, nobody can yell at Clay. I mean, 5-1, I can't keep up with Steiny. 1 minute he puts somebody down, and another he said. Now, here's what you need to know about me. I'm not in on extremes. I'm not into the Warriors are 500 because Jordan Poole's.
It's Jordan. No, Steiny, you got to get it right. The Warriors are 500 because of Jordan Poole, because Steve Kerr doesn't know how to coach, because Anthony Lamb is plays ever and should never play. That's why. It's get it right, Steiny. It's the two-way guys. It's Poole and it's Kerr's coaching.
On the other side, I'm going to disabuse John Dickinson of some of those notions.
It's his rotation.
Warriors Houston tonight, 5 o'clock. Warriors Live, 4 o'clock with Dibbs and Willard. All the action right here, 95.7 The Game. Is also sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture. Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. To our Subaristas, it's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek.
Only thing Curry's got on me is a better handicap in golf.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Come to think of it, JD, there's another thing I think I might have had better than Steph. I think my assist-to-turnover ratio was better on the Division III level.
Oh, man. D3.
D3. Actually, it wasn't. I'll tell you why it wasn't, JD, because it was harder to get an assist back in the day. Now they give him for everything. Draymond Green, okay, well, this needs to be clarified. I blew it. You blew it! Draymond Green averages more turnovers per possession than any other player in the league.
Per play.
Per play. Nobody turns it over more than Draymond Green. That means the percentage of time that he has the ball, no player in the NBA turns it over as much as him. That's pretty staggering, don't you think?
Yeah.
That means he's got to be involved in all the plays if he's out there.
It's staggering, but it's not surprising.
I think it is surprising.
But there are a lot of nights where you look up and he's got 5.
No, it's not about the turnovers. It's about kind of how important he is.
Oh, well, that's not surprising either. He's basically their point guard in a lot of ways.
Well, not if Jordan Poole's turning it over. And Jordan Poole's the point guard who can't run a team.
But I think if you dug into the lineups, and I don't have this in front of me either, Draymond is out there less with Poole than he is with Steph, obviously.
Don't get me started on that either. But yes.
Which makes it harder for Poole to function.
Right. Yeah. Everybody.
It's all connected.
90% of the players would love to play. Everybody would love to play with Steph.
Right.
Draymond gets to 90% of the time. Jordan Poole doesn't.
Right. I'm not making a grand judgment on any of it, but it is true.
Jocko in San Francisco. What's going on, Jocko? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Doing great. Entertaining show as always, guys. Before I call out the core 3, I want to preface it by saying that I moved to SF in the 80s. And I remember Steiny coming and, roaming the sidelines wearing his snazzy sport coat and a sardonic grin and having to talk about Andrew DeClerc, Promise, and so I've been through the bad times. And I appreciate Steph, Clay, and Dre for all that they brought. I never imagined any success remotely close to what they brought us. But this year, I feel like they have failed as veterans and as leaders of this team from, I hate to bring up the punch again, but I think that day cast a cloud and they never circled the team. They never circled the wagon and pulled them together. And it's become a season instead of strength in numbers that feels like, I can't win with these cats is from those 3. And I just feel like the Warriors culture has, been put on ice this season.
I don't disagree with that. By the way, I once looked up a stat about Andrew DeClerc. Remember him? Florida? He might win a national championship, Andrew DeClerc. He led the league one year in fouls that led to 3-point plays. So he was basically the worst in the league at the touch foul.
Sure.
Just FYI. Hey, I know what I wanted to say. Did anybody else notice this too? And we always start a conversation about this, man. We love Fitz. Love Fitz. But I'm watching the Memphis game early, got the sound up, locked in, and Fitz made about 2 or 3 references, I felt like, to that the Warriors were ready. They were ready that night against Memphis, that they seemed to know the task at hand. He said that you can tell they're feeling urgency. And I felt like he kind of knew something that was going on with the team that, like, this was going to be the game. It wasn't, but...
Well, was
anybody else locked in like that, and they kind of thought that too? I don't know.
Was it before the game actually started?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I don't.
It was before, and then early.
You don't. Yeah. I'm a tip off at the. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. You don't get me till 10 after.
Look at this. I think we got your buddy here, Matt in Castro Valley. What's up, Matt in Castro Valley? How you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Steiny, I missed you on Friday. What happened?
You know what? Just didn't want to drive to Walnut Creek on St. Patrick's Day and ask for trouble. Not by me, but it's about all the other people's.
He's worried about
irresponsibility.
He's worried about Dana. No, let's be honest.
Listen, I'm responsible, but I can't be responsible for others. Thank you, Jim. So I'll be out there again.
Hey, so I just wanted to talk about Joe Lacob really quick. I think it kind of all stems from him. Back to the championship years, it really felt like one thing that they always emphasized, the Warriors, that is being on the same page, top to bottom. And it really doesn't feel that way this year. And I think it's mainly due to, I think Joe Lacob. I think he's trying to get off the old guys a little too quick. And as a result, it's really created this rift within the team. I think that's what ended up going to the punch. And I think that's the main reason why we're just not playing as a team this year.
Appreciate it, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. And again, nice meeting you out on the creek.
I just saw the worst, and I'm telling you, there have been a lot. I just saw the worst charge block call that I've ever seen in my life.
I wasn't sure which one you were
North Carolina, Ohio State, women's basketball. If you're watching the game, did you just see what I saw? They called it. Ohio State coach is going nuts, and he's got every right to go nuts. Charge block, still ruining the game at every level. At every level, JD.
Well, it's one area. It's one area where you really can impact the game any way you want to, because so many of them are bang bang calls that you could really make a case either way.
Here's my feeling. It's a charge when the offensive player is out of control. It's not a charge when the offensive player tries to make a move to avoid contact. So even if he or she makes a move to avoid contact and there's a little brush, that's not a charge. God. Ruining the game, JD. All right. 888-95. Oh, we got the boys coming in on the other side. Willard and Dibbs. They're going to be here at 1:48, and they've got Warriors Live at 4. Warriors. We haven't talked a lot about the Warriors Houston game. They better
Big
win
game
tonight. They better win tonight, JD. And I was thinking, from a selfish point of view, I do want them to win tonight. Because I think if they lose tonight...
As opposed to other nights?
Most of the other nights I don't care. But today, I'm thinking if they lose, I'm going to get a guru tomorrow that is going to be just so miserable. So he will have quit on their season. He'll be so negative. And I'll have to be like, listen, Goo, I know it looks bad, but they're still a champ.
I hope we don't see that, but I also think I don't know, I think Goo has a tendency to surprise you a little bit. Like, I could see Goo, even if they do lose tonight, thinking they've still got action. You know why? You know why?
Why?
Because of the math. The math works, Steiny.
See why
even if they lose tonight
and
fall under 500 with another road game to come.
Look, they lose tonight. Because then it's like you better hold serve at home. You're one loss to Philly away from 10th, maybe. So, all right, 8-8. Well, no, I shouldn't give out the number because we got the changeover on the other side with Willard and Dibbs. Willard and Dibbs on the other side. Once again, Warriors Houston. That's a 5:00 start tonight. 4:00. Warriors Live with Willard and Dibbs. And on the other side, we're going to talk some Warriors with Willard and Dibbs.
I'm with you, Guru.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS,
You don't know Matt Steinmetz. You don't know me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Mark, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, I knew it.
My man.
That's exactly right.
Mark Willard in the house
Wow,
along with Dan Dibley. 95.7 The Game. Warriors better win tonight, guys.
Whoa, how many games in a row are we going to say that?
I think
I said that was like half our show Friday was that.
But I think today's bigger.
Well, because it's the Rockets.
That's
it's
right.
pathetic if they lose this game tonight. Come on.
It's one of their 7 road wins at Houston,
Rockets,
right?
is a Rockets have some good young talent.
One road win over a team in the top 6 in their respective conference.
Wow. And Stoney, are the
Thank
Rockets
you.
are the Rockets going to give the Warriors their best shot tonight?
I think so.
Is that?
I think so.
Well, I'll tell you why.
And they have the confidence after
last
beating
night because
Boston.
they got beat by the Pelicans. Pelicans can't beat anybody because I think they were saving up for the Warriors tonight, Mark.
My new favorite also is that analytics suggest that the Warriors guard people as well on the road as they do at home. And just by weird luck, it's now, how many road games? 36 times in a row. For whatever reason, the other team's on a heater. Can you believe it? Isn't it crazy the bad luck the Warriors have had this year? Come on, man. What are we talking about?
We broke it down on Friday.
What are we doing?
We talked to Steve Kerr about it. If you look at the metrics on closely guarded, if you look at the metrics on average shot distance, and the percentage is way higher on the road.
You know what it tells me? They should be giving up a higher percentage at home, and they're not.
Yeah.
You know what it
and
tells
a lower
me?
percentage on the road.
Maybe they're
too.
lucky.
Yeah.
Maybe they're lucky at home and not on the road. Maybe that's it. Maybe they're just a crazy amount of missed shots by the other team in all these home games.
Talk to me, Ivy League.
Don't tell me what a contested shot is in the NBA. I'll be the judge of a contested shot. I don't know. Oh, within 2 feet, within 3 feet. It's like, what's their position within 2 feet? It's like,
Is
give
the
me a
hand
break.
up? Is the hand down?
Give me a break.
Because we know that hand down, man down. Yeah, thank you. We know that.
Where's
such a
their
setup.
defense? It's
so funny.
It's like the Kramer thing. You mean to tell me mom and pop opened up a store, a shoe store, built trust for 46 years, and then absconded with all the shoes? No. You're telling me that the Warriors are playing the exact same defense at home and on the road. Just making shots on the road. Okay.
What's the deal with these road losses?
Okay.
I thought you could have gone Jerry there, and it would have really paid off the bit, quite frankly.
Although Willard's coming around on the disgust level with this team.
Well,
just you wait until he starts talking about 1, 2, 3, 4. He doesn't like that at all.
I don't like it.
He don't like it at all.
I don't like it.
I'm surprised.
I got 4 rings. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well,
the Yankees have 27.
I guess I have I have a question for that, which they do have 4 rings.
Yeah.
And they are the defending champs. And Memphis and Phoenix, they are chirpy.
Kavon's got 3.
All of these guys, they're allowed to use whatever they want in the realm of trash talk. I guess, so my question would be, so how long do you get to do this?
Forever.
Is that it? Because I grew up as a baseball fan with family, cousins and aunts and uncles who are Dodgers fans, and they'd sit there and they'd be like, it's about rings. And it'd be like, you weren't born yet when the Dodgers won those rings. You don't get to... Now, this is different because Clay won those
Shout
rings.
out 88.
Right? But, right. That's my point is like, is that just a catch-all? So is that it? You don't ever need to do... You don't need to do anymore? Just hold up 4, and if Memphis and Phoenix don't win an NBA championship, well, that's it. It doesn't
No, they
matter.
have to win 4 of them, Mark.
You can win by... Well, right? So that's my point.
how many?
If Memphis wins this year...
Not 5?
If Memphis wins the ring... Right? And what if they beat the Warriors in the conference finals?
Okay.
4-1. Are Clay and Dre in the tunnel? Just be like, 4.
Well, at that point, the Grizzlies will be able to go, we got a half.
Yeah.
One for the knuckle.
And then when Milwaukee beats them, the Warriors will be talking all that head again the next year because the Grizzlies still have 0.
And how many years do we get to do this forever? Until Memphis wins 4 championships in the year 2182?
At least one. I think Memphis has got to win at least one. And I'm not even defending it, but I think I'm playing devil's advocate as to the thought
I guess
process.
my point is the 4 carries a lot more weight if you're up by 20.
You think?
If you're up by 20, that's when you go, we got you under our thumb.
Yeah.
Not when you're losing your 400th road game of the year and they're scoring 131 again.
Right.
Hold up it's just, look, it's not a criticism. I'm just telling you how I feel as a fan when I see that. It's an unsatisfying a flex. I'll put it that
Dibs,
way.
what would be the equivalent? Like, you know how, let's say you get into a debate or an argument and you just know you're beat, but you just want to get it over with. Your mom wears army boots. And then you leave, what's it like?
It's like I'm rubber and you're glue.
And then leave.
Sure. Whatever bounces off me sticks to you.
Right.
Or your mom wears army boots or any of the rest of it. It's like, oh, yeah, my mom was in the army, actually. She served 2 tours. You're right. She wore army boots for 8 years, defending our country against you.
This is where somebody like Dibs, though, I think would actually be really good at this game. Because it's not about the perfunctory joke. It's about knowing the room so well that you can say the perfect thing for an individual that might actually set them off in the moment where they're about to beat you.
And they set off Klay Thompson to the point where now all he ever does is look for his pinky because that's all he has left. Because the rat on the table,
worst player on the floor Saturday.
I love the fact that you were putting rats out earlier, JD, and I love a good rat on the table. The rat is that Memphis is more likely to win a title in the next 5 to 10 years than the Warriors are. So Klay can talk about 4 and Draymond can talk about 4 all he wants, but Memphis is on the come and the Warriors are on the fade. And that's just a fact.
It is. I was going to ask something with Klay. I thought it was a good question.
And they know it, Steiny. If they didn't know it, they wouldn't rely on the fact that they've won 4.
Yeah, what do you think? JD used this word. Klay seems to be playing with a weight. Like a weight. Like he's weighted down by needing to prove something, and he's bringing everybody. Like he's not having fun.
Well, I've thought that all year. It's not just that's not him. That's the whole thing. Like that's if I asked all of you, let's brass tacks here. Why are they so bad on the road? Give me the reason.
Well,
what is that? Because I heard a caller on the morning show be like, wait a minute, like, so, and this is the cadence we do, right? So now it's a week where we're going to be like, they're awful, they're a terrible team. And then they'll come home, right? They'll probably beat Philly on Friday night. And here we go, we just swing it back the other direction. They're also 29-7 at home. You don't do that and be a bad team. So they're not a bad team. They don't stink. They're not awful. What is it that makes them
you got to
stink when they leave town?
You have to play better on the road to win.
Sure.
You have to play better. Like, they have to play better on the road than they do when they win at home.
But the mediocre teams don't go 29-7 at home, right? Like, even Portland, who's always had a great home court advantage, they don't go 29-7 at home.
I think it's where you see that they have no belief in each other. Because it's just, I'm sorry, I'm not saying the greatest when they're at home at Chase Center and Curry makes it, stuff can kind of go away. You can, even the players can lose themselves in winning and the crowd going nuts. You get down on the road, especially, here's where I think the veterans do deserve some of the blame. Like, they have been around long enough to know when you're in trouble on the road or when you just don't have it. And I think they've kind of given in that, like, we're just not good enough. And whether they know they're not good enough or not, they would have never said that before.
Yeah, and I think it's been a bunch of different things to get more specific with it. Like, at the beginning of the year, I think they didn't play hard enough on the road, number one. Like, the veteran players didn't play hard enough. They were also trying to play the young guys more at the beginning. Got them off to that horrible start. Couldn't beat Orlando, couldn't beat Charlotte, couldn't beat anybody, right? That 0-5 Eastern trip, Detroit. It was all bad. And then I think they tried to get it together a little bit from there and then either weren't good enough, playing tougher opponents. Then they had some injuries that came into it. Then they sort of got a grip on it in the middle. And then I think they almost thought toward the end of January that they had it fixed, that they could kind of cruise again. And then that led down the path of some ugly, poor defensive performances, and then they're banged up again, and it's kind of snowballed on them. They do look like they don't like each other, though.
That's on the road. That's the thing.
That is a fact.
Everything you just said is true, but it doesn't. For me, there's got to be a common thread. There has to be something that goes all the way from October to March when you're 7-29.
Well, to me, the common thread is that they don't have that same cohesiveness. Right. They don't have that same love for each other to want to play defense, because defense takes effort, continuity, and togetherness, and they don't have that on the road. And think about this, guys, in terms of how bad they are. If they were just bad on the road, like Memphis bad, Memphis is 14-22 on the road. Right. That's not good. The Warriors are 7 games worse than that. If the Warriors were just Memphis bad on the road, they'd be the 4 seed. They'd be threatening the 3 seed, and they would be, considered a team that might still be in the championship window. But it's because of what you're talking about, JD.
They'd be the favorites. They'd be the favorites in the Western Conference.
Because they'd be 1 game behind Memphis and 1 game behind Sacramento if they were Memphis bad on the road.
And it's also, I think, on the road, they do give up when things go bad. At home, they don't do that. Like, how many times have they had horrible first quarters at home and they come back and they win? They've done it a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I just don't even understand why they can't stop the bleeding either. So, little guy had a Little League game at 5 o'clock on Saturday. So I pull up.
You get the win?
No. So pull up to the parking lot, and the Warriors are up 16-6. They had that low, right? Good start out there in Atlanta. I'm like, okay. That's better. And then you go out onto the ball field and get all involved in all the junk that's going on there, and you got the kids, and I had no clue. And you get finish the game, and then you get back into the car, and or I guess this was Friday, whatever it was, Friday, Saturday. You get back in the car, and Atlanta's got 71 points at halftime.
Man.
And you're just like, so wait a minute. When that snowball gets going, and you've got this kind of experience, these level championship players, how are you not able to stop that kind of bleeding? It's just like when it gets going in the wrong direction on the road, it's not a 12-3 run, like a 30-7 run.
Yeah, it's 21-3.
Well,
they got
specifically.
Right. I think you got to acknowledge
punch somebody or something.
Oh,
well, I think you got to acknowledge
too soon.
Mark, give somebody an elbow.
They got Atlanta's best shot. I think you got to acknowledge that.
And Atlanta's going to get up for the Warriors. that. Without a doubt.
Now, you know what? Like, I just look at the others. And last year, over the course of the season, the Warriors veterans realized, hey, you know what? Wiggins can help us. Because up until last year, Wiggins is you know what? Gary Payton can defend. You know what? Over the course of the season, Otto Porter, he's helping us. He's helping us. And even Toscano Anderson and Beal, I just think now they look at, DiVincenzo's the exception. But now they just look and they're like, these guys aren't killers. The young players aren't killers.
Right.
Like they know that Otto Porter was a pro. Like he had playoff experience before he got here.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. Like he played 40 playoff games before he ever got to the. They just don't believe, I don't think, in Kuminga and Wiseman and Moody and Poole to some extent.
To a great extent, and I think we're going to learn more about that in the offseason, but there's an expression in sports, and it's stop the bleeding. But you can't stop the bleeding without a stop. And this team can't get a stop. So all those guys you just named, Otto Porter, he's a guy who could at least come out and commit a timely foul. GP2, maybe a steal, a pick 2, or a stop. This team doesn't stop anybody. So if you're not white hot on offense and you're on the road, and like you said, JD, things start to slip away where it's like a 9-2 run, it's 15-3, it's 21-4, and next thing you know, you can't get buckets like you're used to, and you can't get a stop.
Night.
You can't stop the bleeding if you don't get a stop.
Let me throw this one at you, because I don't know how much you guys have talked about this, but JD's, one of the things he believes is how it ends is important. So if you say, okay, the Warriors' season's going to end with a fizzle, and either they lose in a play-in game or they win a play-in game but lose in the first round, or let's say they get to the finals and lose, or Western Conference Finals. Like, to me, if they fizzle, this thing's quick. They go 41-41 and lose a play-in, they're out.
Oh, for shizzle.
Like,
thank you.
I don't see how you can bring back the same team. And JD basically says, how can you not?
Well, not the same team, but the big three was my point. But my point, it wasn't the same team. In fact, I said maybe you look at trading Poole, maybe you look at trading Kuminga. But to me, I'd be more comfortable looking to go down that road as opposed to it ends a certain way. Well, Draymond's got to go, or what do you do with Clay?
That's interesting though, because if you wind up and you win a series, let's say you win 2 series and then you get knocked off by whomever in the Western Finals, but you made a run, you can run it back. I think at that point you can convince Draymond to opt in. You can run it back. If you were one of the last 4 teams remaining in the association, but if you go out straight up fizzle for shizzle and you're a play-in team and you lose like you did last time you were a play-in team, I'm with you, JD. I don't think you can run it back at that point.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station.
No, you're saying you still can run it back,
No.
right?
Yeah. Well, no, I am saying that you can run it back if you fizzle, but my definition of running it back is Steph, Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, Looney.
Right.
But it's not.
See, I'm with you.
Not everybody else.
I'm with you, and this
not
is
Poole.
this
not
is
necessarily. Well, how do you get like? I would be more apt to look to trade Poole than kick Draymond out. For good.
I'm looking at those 3 players, and sure, there's Looney and Wiggins, and who knows what's going on with Wiggins or whatever. But like, you're looking at those players, and I'm not ready to move off of them unless they individually are showing cracks in the cement, and they're not. Steph looks. I forget over the weekend. I know those were not their best moments.
Man.
Steph looks fantastic. Clay has rebounded from that first half and was the best player in the NBA for a couple of months. Draymond looks fine. Like I unless you believe that group has something wrong with the 3 of them as a core, then why would you not keep trying to squeeze that orange for more juice with different surroundings? Because it's clearly to me the surroundings that are leading to this team not being good enough.
Yeah,
it's
it may
not
be
the core.
It may be the core, but it's the core because of the other stuff.
Right.
Whether they're not down with it or they're not complimentary enough to them or whatever it is.
And this is where, to me, they were not lucky last year. But to me, this is where last year comes into play. Were they the best team in the NBA? Look, they won the title. I think they were among the 6 best teams in the NBA, and they won it. But it wasn't a landslide, and it wasn't 2018 all over again. So now they come back this year, and they have this kind of year. My feeling is you go 41-41 and lose in the play-in game. You're really gonna just try to trade Jordan Poole? Because I think it's bigger than that. I think if you go 41-41 and you don't make the playoffs, that's it. Why would you, unless you have to, bring the same team back? They don't like each other. They're all a year older. Somebody's going to get hurt next year.
The whole notion of they don't like each other, who don't they like? And this to me is the most interesting part because I don't think that, and it's not about like-dislike, but what I see on the court, on the floor, if I can Mark Jackson you for a moment,
sure,
it's Jordan Poole.
But
they don't like playing with Jordan Poole.
But it's also the end of the special relationship between Steph and Clay. And it's them
and Steve and Draymond.
And it's them saying Draymond might be on the way. Like, this is the first time they've ever played a season where they might not play together next year.
Right.
Like, they might not.
But Draymond's got the power. Draymond can opt in.
Exactly.
I think it's a little bit more intricate than what you're saying, Dibbs, about Jordan Poole. You're not wrong, but it's that they don't like their supporting cast, and Jordan's the representative at the table. Jordan is the one who's at the podium being like, I'm here to represent the supporting cast. And they're like, fine, so we're going to put our anger toward you because you're standing here. But, like, they disliked playing with James Wiseman at such a level that he's not on the team anymore. Jonathan Kuminga can be trusted sometimes, not others. Moses Moody doesn't even barely get on the floor anymore, and when he does, it usually doesn't look great. So it's all of it. It's 3 players who, at a point in their career where they probably need the most help, because they are getting older, I think they look around and feel like they have the least that they've had in their career.
Right, and that being said, I think you're absolutely right, but I think that Jordan Poole is the centerpiece of what they think that they're missing. So GP2 is under contract, and if Draymond opts in, if they can go to management and say, if you guys can get rid of Jordan Poole and we can get at least one grown man back, even if it means we lose Kuminga, We got GP2. Let's run it back one more time. If I'm Draymond Green and I want to be here for one more year, Clay's got one more year. If you want to give it one last go next year, then to me, Jordan Poole's got to be the guy to go, and you got to bring me a grown man in return.
I got to see who that grown man is,
no
obviously.
Well, right, but I mean,
AJ Anunoby.
And he's got to be good enough to help you as Poole has helped you when Curry's out 20 or 25 games. You have to factor that in the calculus.
True.
What's the alternative? The two timelines are done.
Well, that's
so unless the only reason you would bust up Steph, Clay, and Dre is if you've decided that you look at the Warrior bench and the young players coming up and you're going, we got something here.
At that point, blow it all up.
And who thinks that? They already blew that portion up. Moses doesn't play. James has got a Pistons jersey.
Double machine.
So unless you think there's something on the other side of Steph, Clay, and Dre that's going to look dominant sometime soon, what is it we're even talking about? Of course you go to Steph, Clay, and Dre. And the organization has already made that choice by trading James Wiseman.
You giving Draymond Green a contract extension?
God, no.
You giving it?
What's it look like?
Yeah, maybe.
I'll say it.
3 years, $75 million.
I might do it.
He opts out at the end of the season.
I don't think it costs you that. That's what he's already making.
All right, would you sign him for 3 for $60?
Yes,
maybe. Yeah,
I'll say yes to that.
And I'll say, that's a decision I don't want to make.
We don't have to make it today.
And I know it's only 20. You're right. We don't have to make it today, but
if I'm signing Draymond for 3 years, then I need to know that Jordan Poole is going to be elsewhere. Because it's pretty clear that Jordan Poole with this veteran core, it doesn't work. It's not working. The way he plays runs anathema, Steiny, if I may, to the way that the Warriors try to run the show. Jordan Poole takes bad shots. He is careless with the basketball. He shoots threes when he needs to get to the foul line.
It's also style of it's the actual plays. It's the style of play.
Yes,
but it's also his attitude too. It's the way he carries himself, I guess is probably a better way of putting it. That I think. I mean, we've seen, and this is the part is we've seen Clay a number of different times this year eye roll at things Jordan Poole's done on the court, visibly seen it. We've seen Draymond quit on a play because of Jordan Poole not passing the ball. Draymond punched him, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
Steph got kicked out of a game for throwing his mouthpiece because he was so ticked off at some Jordan Poole. The evidence is there for all of them at how grating he's been specifically to them.
From the Xfinity Mobile text line, this would be a great move. Trade Poole for Mikal Bridges. I like that idea. Who do you guys got today? We'll go catch you on the other side.
Ryan Holland's going to join us today. Short show, Steiny. Short show for us today.
We've been promoting Warriors Live.
Appreciate that.
At 4.
Yeah.
That's us too.
Yeah.
We're going to do Warriors Live.
I know.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
So, just forward promotion. That's
all right.
Keep it moving.
All right. Have a great one, guys.
Their longtime friend. To take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. You say short show. I say, hey, we got plenty of time to get everything out on the table before Warriors Live starts. And a must win against the Houston Rockets tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. I'm kidding. It's not. But it is the annoyance level has to be all the way up if the Warriors can't win this one. I am excited to report that I don't have to die because I would have if the Warriors had won
over Atlanta
on Friday over Atlanta and then lost to Memphis. But no, I knew the road trip wouldn't go that way. I didn't know that it would necessarily go this badly.
I was looking to catch my first body, so I'm a little disappointed that I can't take you out.
Nope, I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. But I look at this whole thing, and we would love to hear from you. Ryan Hollins is going to join us in 15 minutes. Not only has he put on just about every NBA jersey known to man, but he is color analyst for the Houston Rockets. So he's going to join us here in a little bit, but plenty of room for you at 888-957-9570 on reaction to not only what has taken place this weekend, but This is a truth that I never wanted to admit. I don't know if y'all heard this over the weekend. Dylan Brooks said that he's got a lot of real estate here in the Bay Area. And you know exactly what that means. He's living rent-free in our heads, and rent-free in this town, holy hell.
Hard to do.
And you know what? I was sitting there looking at him, my least favorite athlete in all of professional sports.
Wow.
And I'm like, got a point. He's got a point. Which is to say, when you're the big dog, when you're the winner, okay? If you're a big brother or a big sister and the little one comes scratching at your shins, what do? You brush it off, whatever. Why are you making all that noise down there? Go away. I'm busy.
Are you a big brother or are you the youngest?
I'm not. I'm the younger brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
me too.
But why are the Warriors, and by extension all of us, reacting at such a level to the Memphis Grizzlies and the Phoenix Suns, holding up four fingers to remind them what's already obvious and everybody knows? Dylan's like, dude, I'm rent-free. And I'm like, God darn it, he's right.
Yeah, he is.
He's right. Why are we so concerned?
Rent control, too.
Thank you. Why are they, Clay, why are you so concerned with the Suns and the Grizz? You're right, dude. You've got four. So just walk to the locker room knowing you're better.
They can't. They can't, Mark, because they know.
I like it.
They know what Memphis is saying in the moment is true. And basically what Dylan Brooks is saying and what the Grizzlies are saying is you guys are the History Channel. And it's cute. Your 4 rings are great.
Adorable.
Much respect. It is adorable. But in terms of the association this year, it's Memphis. And Golden State, you would be lucky to play us, the Grizzlies, in a playoff series because all y'all, you might not make it there. And for Clay and Draymond to react the way they are tells you all you need to know about their confidence level. They know Memphis is right.
Here's Dylan Brooks over the weekend.
He's got 4 rings. And that's all he was saying. His motivation to us. We want a ring as well, but we need to go through the process of steps that, we did last year and keep going and learning from it all. It's friendly trash talk, but, I just hold a lot of real estate over there in San Francisco.
Yeah, he does. Why are we the Rottweilers? Why are we acting like we need to remind everybody of something? We need something from somebody. We need acknowledgement constantly. Why is that?
We're the Chihuahua, Mark, is what it is. You ever see the tiniest dog who's snapping at the leash and beep, 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 can't wait to come get a piece? It's like, dude, you're 3 pounds, 7 ounces soaking wet. What are you going to do? You're going to come over here and nip at my ankle? That's what it feels like that Clay and Draymond are doing.
I just don't quite understand the dynamic.
Chai huya huya.
I mean, thank you.
Yeah.
They said we're the petty kings. They said we keep receipts. And in the moment when there's confetti on our heads, we all thought that was fun. But now I start to think about it a little further, and I'm like, why? Why is this like this? Why does it feel like the Warriors are the ones with campaign signs on the corner of the street to let everybody know what you've done? That's not the way it works. It's supposed to be the other way around. So I want everyone to be very clear, at least from my standpoint. There's no criticism here. Klay Thompson and Draymond Green and Steph Curry can trash talk and have fun however the hell they want to do it. It doesn't really look to me like they're having fun. It looks like Klay Thompson's really mad. He looks really affected when he plays the Suns and the Grizzlies this year. So I don't know if it's fun, but he gets to do it however he wants. The only thing I can speak to is how it feels as a Warrior fan, and it feels like a very flimsy flex. It is a very unsatisfying flex. It is the old person telling the young person they don't make them like they used to.
Right.
You kids don't understand.
You don't know hip-hop.
You don't know walking to school
all that
uphill
stuff.
Both ways. I know that they're the defending champs, so it was less than a year ago. But quite frankly, in those moments, down by 20 or 30, what has the past got to do with anything? What does it got to do with anything?
Nothing. And, if you're Steph, Clay, Draymond, and Andre Iguodala, you're tied for 27th all time in terms of most championships won in the history of the association. Only 26 players have ever won more chips than you. So do you really need to respond to Dylan Brooks or anybody in Memphis who's chirping at you? You ignore it. If you are really feeling good about where you are this year and in general, you just ignore it. But the fact that they're responding, and this is now Clay, again, second city, second opponent, feeling like he needs to flash his 4. We know you've got 4. Go out and try and win a 5th. And by the way, if you don't win a 5th, and if Memphis gets their first, they're still 3 away from even being able to sniff you.
Exactly. Like I've sat here and we've had all kinds of tongue-in-cheek fun with this adorable thing about the Sacramento Kings.
Right.
That's how you handle it. Tell Memphis they're adorable.
Hello.
Look at you. You're all so cute. None of you have had your 30th birthday. Oh, it's so cute. Dylan, with your jorts that you show up into the arena with. It's adorable.
Shirtless in your vest.
And you're throwing cameramen around and you're just being all hard. Oh, so cute. That's how you handle it. You act like you don't even care. But the Warriors all year long have told the Suns and the Grizzlies, you are way under our skin. Way under our skin. And that doesn't feel, at least for me as a fan, the way I think the Warriors think it feels. It doesn't feel like you're patting them on the head. It feels like they're all up underneath your jersey, bothering the hell out of you.
You're getting down to their level, and their level is a level where they've never even been to a conference final. They've never been to the NBA Finals, let alone won a championship, and yet you feel like you need to clap back at them in the only way you know how. And ultimately, yes, you've got 4 rings. They've got no rings. You win the trash talk argument. Clay, you win. Draymond, you win. They've got nothing to say to that. But the fact that you have to use that nuclear bomb of trash talk, you don't need to get to that level. You're the superpower. They're nobody. They've got no army. They've got no arsenal yet. They coaxed you into this war of words, and you got to go to that level. It's sad, Mark, is what it is.
It just hits.
It's sad.
It hits weird. It really does. It just kind of lands in an odd way at a very frustrating time where the Warriors just cannot seem to get anything going on the road. We'll see if in a few hours it feels a little bit different. You win at Houston and then you win at Dallas on Wednesday night, and all of a sudden this is still a good trip. I don't know who the heck has confidence in that right now, though, based on what we've seen the Warriors do the last few days. 888-957-9570. We'll get Ryan Holland's thought on that coming up in about 10 minutes. But let's go out to the phones. How about Chance in Stockton on with Willard and Dibbs? Now 2 to 6 every weekday here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Chance, what are you doing?
Real quick, my brothers, I just wanted to make a comment. And let's get back to Poole trade. I would send Poole right to Washington, and I would go ahead and bring Porzingis over, and it solves that whole problem of the stretch 5. It's a no-brainer to me. Poole wants to start. Let him go over and start. We need big man that can stretch the floor. Porzingis is the perfect guy. What do you guys think?
Well, Chance, thanks, man. I mean, listen, we're a little early in sort of my brain space for the ESPN trade machine when it comes to Jordan Poole. I think that this is an off-season conversation, and it's not necessarily straight up. Like, look, if we are going to side, and I would side with, as we just discussed in the changeover, Steph, Clay, and Dre. If you're talking about what's the core of the Warriors going forward, I'm going to lean still with the old guys and not the young guys. So, do you split up Jordan Poole and just try to turn him into something? Do you package him and Kuminga?
Yeah.
And Baldwin or whatever. Like, do you package it for an even better player and then fill in with veteran pieces around the arc, like the Dante DiVincenzo's of the world, who they're also going to lose, no doubt. Sorry, I said that so fast. DiVincenzo.
Thank you, restaurant quality.
I don't hate Porzingis though. It's not
making $36 million next year, and it's player option. So Poole making the 27 and change. You'd have to package either Moody or Kuminga in order to get Porzingis, but I do think that if this ends in a fizzle, like JD was talking about, 41-41, a play-in loss, I don't think that you can bring this whole group back with Jordan Poole. If Draymond opts in, I don't think that Draymond and Jordan Poole will both be on this team next year.
Porzingis this year, let's see, he's averaging 23 points a game. He's averaging almost 9 rebounds a game. Yeah, the Warriors need to get taller. They need to get taller. They need to be able to get key rebounds in key moments, all of that. Again, you're at a spot salary-wise where, as you said, that guy's going to take Poole plus. And I don't know. I don't know if that feels great, but I don't dislike Kristaps Porzingis, the player, at all.
It just depends on how you feel about Jordan Poole as an organization going forward, because Jordan Poole's got 4 more years on his deal, which kicks in next year. So if you really, as an organization, feel like Jordan Poole is as good as he's going to be, if this is the player that Jordan Poole is going to be, and you don't feel like that he can be the centerpiece of what happens after Steph, then you probably need to do something.
Let's go to Susie in San Jose. Hey, Susie, what are you doing?
I'm calm because I'm sick and tired of hearing all this bashing of Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole, first of all, we would not have won a championship last year without Jordan Poole. Secondly, and Kuminga and Moody. Secondly, you say he doesn't shoot when he's supposed to go to the basket, he shoots threes. Did he do that in Memphis? No. He was Kuminga and Poole were the only ones that kept us afloat even. Jordan Poole, I think, is a young player who is extremely gifted, and I think that, sure, there's going to be some bumps in the road because he's young, but to get rid of our future, I mean, that's just crazy. Kuminga and him, get rid of them and bring in some old guys. So then we have all old guys. So then what? When all the old guys are gone, we are just a bunch of crap?
Well, so Susie,
Susie,
it's
wow.
a great call. It's a great call.
A bunch of crap really brought it home for me.
Well, listen, there's an emotional side, and then there's the mathematics of it. And I think that's the point here. Susie is put off by the fact that it sounds personal with Jordan Poole. I would combat that by saying it's not. Everything you said about Jordan Poole's true. However, when people go, they wouldn't have won the title without Jordan Poole, I could sub in about 7 names for that. They wouldn't have won a title without Andrew Wiggins. They wouldn't have won a title without Kevon Looney. They obviously wouldn't have won a title without Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson. So we can throw a lot of names in there, but the response to that is, do you think that this is working? Is this working right now? And if it's not working and you want to prioritize Jordan Poole, then you got to get rid of someone else. You want to get rid of Klay? How do you want to do it? All right, we got plenty more time for your calls. Ryan Hollins joins the conversation next as well. Follow Bay Street Emeryville on Instagram for more details about their Bay Break Dining Terrace grand opening event this Saturday. Food fun, local heroes, community support. Check them out on Instagram at Bay Street Emeryville. Ryan Hollins and your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
At Fisher Investments.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
No, you take it away, Steph. You take it. You take it to Houston, and you use it however you need to win a road game. I was looking
Why
at this.
do you laugh?
Because I'm exasperated.
7-29 on the road, Mark?
Okay.
Good God. And you think that my NCAA record of making picks is bad?
Most road losses
dare
in the
you.
NBA. Here are the teams. The Pistons and Spurs have 27 road losses.
They stink.
Then there's the Houston Rockets with 28 road losses.
Sure.
And then the most losses on the road in the NBA. The Golden State Warriors with 29.
And they're sniffing a playoff berth.
Unreal.
Which I wouldn't mind them in the play-in game. That would mean you and I get lumpia from the great listener, Leanna Pons.
Let's find out what we get from Ryan Hollins,
Please.
who is a longtime NBA vet, a very good friend of ours here at 95.7 The Game, and the analyst for the Houston Rockets. So he is in the building right now. My man, Ryan, how are you, brother? It's good to hear your voice.
Doing good. How you guys doing?
Hey, we're doing fine. I want to know your expertise, especially with all your time in the league. What does it mean when a team struggles on the road? What does that say about that group?
You got great home fans. You know that. No, but in all seriousness, when you play on the road, everything has to tighten up. You got to keep the momentum of the game low. You don't want the opposing team's crowd to get involved. You typically like to slow the game down, and you got to execute. You really got to execute even more. Guys play better, and I was always told this: the biggest difference is not the stars. Stars always show up. It's the role players that play better at home. So, from that role players category, some of those guys need to take a leap, but it is much easier to play well at home. And I was on teams that sometimes had the opposite. I remember, if I'm not mistaken, we had a spell there with the Clippers where we played better on the road, and sometimes because you have distractions at home and you kind of get a chance to get away from everything. So I think every team is different. It's unique situations, but I think sometimes you can point to, hey, the role players are different, and opposing teams' role players, they do play better at home. So there's a number of different categories, but typically you like to slow the game down. You don't want the game to be close, and you got to do a little bit more when you are on the road.
Can it get in your head a little bit, even if you're a championship caliber player like the Warriors have, to where you're 7-29 on the road and it feels like almost a self-fulfilling prophecy of negativity going on the road?
It can. And you got to understand, for the Warriors, no matter what condition they're in, there are two tickets that essentially sell out no matter where they are, when the Lakers come to town and when the Warriors come to town. So they're getting everyone's A++ effort. And this is a league, guys, that's younger than ever. A lot of these young guys are playing out of their minds against the Warriors. They grew up watching Steph and Clay. That's their, Jordan and Scotty right there. So they're getting the A++ effort. I tell you one thing, in Toyota Center, this game was marked off for a very long time. And when you are that team also, and Mark, you know this more than anybody, the Warriors had a lot of, when they were really, really rolling, they would smile, they danced, they laughed. So sometimes there's a bit of a revenge tour with the Warriors. You guys have seen that probably the last 3 or 4 years, where finally you get a chance to beat them, and you got guys, it means a little more beating them because the way they celebrated.
Talk to him, Ryan.
Good.
I was trying to tell him, Ryan. I was trying to tell him that all these young teams, they want to give the Warriors their best punch, but Mark didn't believe me.
Oh no, you'll see Houston's best punch here tonight. This game was best at all.
I guess my response would be the Golden State Warriors should be talented enough to handle the best response from Houston or Orlando or Detroit, and they haven't been this year, Ryan, and they've let it bother them. How does it resonate with you when you see the 4-time champs, instead of just brushing their shoulders off, they're letting it get under their skin. They're putting 4 fingers up, pointing them to Dylan Brooks in Memphis, pointing them to Devin Booker in Phoenix. It feels to me like they should just be above it. No?
No, I mean, we can't tell Klay Thompson not to be Klay. Klay's a competitor. Dre is a competitor. Those guys, their attitude can't change whether they're on top or on the bottom or somewhere in the middle. That's who they are. Now, if it gets down to it, this is championship game or moment, you're going to lean towards. But they're not beneath that. Those guys are going to compete. Those guys are going to talk trash. They're a bit of throwbacks, and I never mind the trash talk from the guys who back it up. So I think those guys, out of anybody in our league, those established guys, they have a reason where they can go out and talk and speak. So I don't mind hearing it. I think Clay can talk his talk. Okay, he can go out and do whatever he wants. But obviously, you like to see it backed up. But I think they've done more than that in their time in the league.
Rockets obviously looking toward next year and maybe Victor Wembanyama, but because they're pretty much cemented in the bottom three, knowing they'll have an equal shot at the lottery, are they starting to play with a little bit more enthusiasm here down the stretch?
I wouldn't say so. I mean, listen, man, there's a number of variables that can go into with a record the way it is, but listen, man, you saw San Antonio just full-on treat a couple of these games like Summer League, sitting guys on back-to-backs. It was ridiculous. You haven't seen that in Houston. Our guys are coming out to play. We just don't have a roster that can take injuries. You missed Jayshawn Tate a bit early in the year. Kevin Porter Jr. missed about 20 or so odd games. That really hurt. There's a couple positions that can't be replaced on top of a young team learning to play. So, the fun time about this time of year for the young guys, where you got some of the, the higher caliber veteran teams gearing up. Hey, it's playoff time, playoff mode. You hear LeBron say that. For our young guys, they've turned from rookies into sophomores and sophomores into third year guys. This is where these guys grow up. So our guys are bought in. So I don't think it's a matter of like, hey, let's go win. We cemented where we are. Just a young team is going to take those lumps, man.
Ryan Hollins is with us here on 95.7 The Game, broadcaster for the Rockets, long time in the league as well. Ryan, who in the West is good? You've watched all these teams. I can't wrap my head around any of them going to the NBA Finals. Who do you like?
Man, I mean, we'll sound cliche and say a healthy Phoenix Suns, right? But ultimately, it's up in the air. And, you may have one of these games where there's an upset. Imagine the Lakers getting one of those later seeds and you get LeBron James back healthy. And they're actually better and deeper now than they were in a while. That's a team that can go out and compete. Imagine the Pelicans, who we just saw. You got to play them in the first round, and Zion Williamson comes back from a hamstring injury, man. Like, it is absolutely wide open. And I think that when you look at that number system, man, we may find a March Madness like playoffs from a numerical standpoint. Hey, the Warriors mess around and get completely healthy. So I think more than anything, this is just that time of year where anybody could step up and win a championship this year. And when I say anybody, I mean literally anybody. I've never seen the Western Conference. Forget that. I've never seen the NBA in my experience, my 10 years playing, my time after covering the league, where it was this competitive all the way around.
Is that good for the league, you think, Ryan, the fact that the regular season has been mostly mediocre teams playing other mediocre teams? Is this good in terms of the intrigue, or ultimately is the load management and the fact that the regular season hasn't really had much urgency, is that a problem for the league?
Well, it's better per fan base because you're still in it, you're competitive, you're cheering, where the problem the league was running into, and you just knew the Warriors were going to win the championship. You had the other 90% of the NBA just tuning off and not watching NBA basketball, saying they had nothing to be interested in. So from a fan standpoint, it's excellent. We can go out and, hey, Los Angeles Clippers, you can go and cheer. You can legitimately say that your team has a chance to win the championships. Now, as far as ratings from our standpoint, it stinks. You want to know why? There's nothing better in the league than heroes and villains, because all we get to do is compare these teams to the greatest team that ever played, and or compare what's right, what's wrong. The league star power sells, and I think a lot of these teams don't necessarily have the same pump, the same star power that they had in the past. So from a historical standpoint, no, it's not good. But from a league standpoint, 1 through 10, man, Pelicans are going, man, we got a chance. Get Zion back, we can win the championship, right? Lakers are going, we can win the championship as low as they are, right? So I think it's just an interesting year, man. But what's tough, it was kind of fun, man. It's like the playoffs have started already. Some of these teams could not drop a game or two, man. You find yourself out the playoffs, man.
No joke, which is exactly where the Warriors are, starting 0-3 on this road trip. Hey, man, thank you so much for hopping on. You have a great call tonight, okay?
Hey, Mark, you're still one of the first guys that I got to work with on there. Appreciate you, brother. Always fun getting a chance to work with you, man, and keep up the good work, guys.
My man. Thank you, Ryan.
All right.
There he goes. Ryan Hollins with the Houston Rockets here on 95.7 The Game in Willard and Dibbs. Now 2-6. Your phone calls welcome. 888-957-9570. I guess this, to some, could feel like a saving grace to the Warriors because he's right. Like, whoever makes the NBA Finals out of the West, I will be surprised when they get there.
Right, and they will be underdogs.
No matter who it is.
Right.
Honestly, right now.
If it's Boston, Philly, or Milwaukee,
correct.
I would imagine whoever wins the West will be underdogs in that final.
I feel almost like, a sort of scrunching of my nose at the idea of any individual team in the West making the NBA Finals, and there's only one team who sort of gets a free pass, in my opinion, out of that nose scrunch. And it's the adorable ones. It's the Sacramento Kings, because they are they're the only one who I feel is really squeezing the orange. Like they're getting every drop out of who they are right now.
Right.
I don't think they're there yet. That's kind of the whole point. I don't think it's been enough time. I think they're building something special. I think they can win the whole thing, which is,
adorable.
Anyway,
you can say it.
But the point is they deserve props for being the only team in the Western Conference that's really maximized their potential this year. The rest of these teams, the way Denver's played of late, there's the Memphis Ja thing. Phoenix Suns have not had continuity. The Dallas Mavericks, same thing. Clippers don't even seem to want to play their players. I don't need to tell you about the Warriors. All of these teams, it's like, if you just ask me individually about each of them, I'm like, no, that team's not going to the NBA Finals.
Right. Somebody has to.
Somebody will. Right.
Honestly, if you started to handicap it as we get into the playoffs, it'll be about matchups. It'll be about brackets. And I like what Ryan said in terms of the the NCAA tournament aspect of this, because it might come down to the matchups, who the Warriors draw, who Phoenix draws, what's Denver's path, all the rest of it, because there's going to be an easier path and there's going to be a harder path. And last year, the Warriors benefited from the fact that Phoenix got knocked out. Now, could the Warriors have beaten Phoenix? Absolutely, instead of Dallas. But the matchup with Dallas was much better than the matchup with Phoenix, a 64-win team, would have been. And so this year, I think it's going to break some way for some team that's going to be a little bit better, and it's going to break harder, breaking bad for other teams.
So somebody's going to get healthy and go on a run. Then, yeah, it could still be the Warriors.
And some team is going to have a tough opponent knocked out before they have to face them.
Totally.
And that happens every year.
Nobody is strong enough to just will their way past this whole thing. And so, yeah, that does work as some sort of a backwards saving grace for the Warriors and their fans. By the way, you gave the music there for a sec. The tournament was pretty good this week.
Yeah, it was.
That was a pretty good watch.
A lot of good watches,
that was a pretty good watch. And yes,
condolences to St. Mary's for
that was
unable to make it to a second weekend again. They got beat up by UConn.
I thought that they got a tough draw with UConn. Is a really good basketball team.
Ken Pom.
Thank you. I told you I was going to do my Ken Pom bracket.
Yeah.
I told you I was going to do two. I normally don't do two brackets.
Yeah.
I did two brackets this year, and neither one of them take any thought. I was able to do this in 7 minutes because thinking is pointless. The games come down to 1 point. Someone makes a bucket. Someone doesn't.
Some 19-year-old from Toledo hits a free throw.
I've been watching Warrior games since October. I'm not watching Kennesaw or even Purdue. I'm not watching Purdue. So I did two brackets. One of them was just like, yo, man, just like see where the pen takes you. Like I don't even, right? No thought. Just look at the game and go, that team. And then the other one, I was like, let's Ken Palm this thing.
I love it.
Let's Ken Palm it.
It's Ken Pomeroy, KenPalm.com. He's the preeminent power rankings guru in college basketball.
So I look at the ratings and I go, okay, it's like having analytics in your hand. It's like, yeah, that team's a 4 seed, but Ken Palm thinks that they're actually the 5th best team in the country.
That's UConn.
And Tennessee.
Yep.
And so I took both those teams and I went, you guys are going on a little extra ride this year. And so
forget the seed.
Yeah, forget the seed. Get it out of your head. I picked Arkansas to beat Kansas. I didn't even remember that I had done that until I got home that night.
Our Kansas is better than your Kansas.
Right. And I went, oh my gosh, I picked that game. But I didn't pick that
Shout
game.
out to shirtless E. Muss, right. Eric Musselman.
Amazing.
Let
He's
those
the best.
tatas fly, baby.
Absolutely. And let your Ken Palm fly.
Thank you.
Because I looked at it and I go, not that he had Arkansas ahead of Kansas, but if you see two teams where it's like, oh, here's a 1 seed versus an 8 seed, but they're actually not that far apart.
Right.
Hey, take a shot. And so I did. And my Ken Palm bracket, Dibs, I got 7 of my Elite 8 still alive.
Okay.
I got my whole Final 4 still alive.
Shout out Creighton.
Creighton was in.
Yeah, they're a
San
Ken Palm
Diego
team.
State was in.
Yep.
UConn, Tennessee, like all of this Purdue, Kansas, Virginia mess didn't affect me one damn bit.
That's so good. ...
Ken Palm.
Yes.
Okay?
Thank you.
So thank you. And thank you, Ken.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
And the tourney back on Thursday. We'll have updates for you throughout. I don't know if you saw this, Mark, before we get back to the Warriors. The TCU backdoor cover. I don't know if you saw this. Gonzaga favored by 6.
I got a story for you about it, but go ahead.
Gonzaga favored by 6. Or I'm sorry, by 4.5.
Yes.
They go up by 6 with 1.3 to go. TCU with one of those long dribble inbounds. The kid picks it up from 40 and good. Swish. And they cover.
So I dropped something off last night at the
gambling.
I dropped something off at the lovely Christie's house. I had borrowed something. I go, I'm going to bring it back. And I get over there and I go inside. And I had been watching the Gonzaga game at my place. So I get over there. She goes, hey, can you watch a little bit of the game? She goes, my dad just called and he's got a 4-team parlay and all he needs is Gonzaga minus 4.5.
No, he does not.
And we're watching, and here we get to the point in the last minute. I go, it's really just going to be about free throws and then whether TCU hits weird threes. And they start getting hacked, and it's like up 7, up 4.
Right.
Up 6, up 4, up 7. Up. So then comes the foul with point. They're up by 4. But the foul with
1.3 to go.
0.7 seconds to go. And you're like, this is beautiful. And you know the best thing that could happen was make the first and miss the second, so they don't even have time to shoot, or they got to throw the full length of the court. But the kid makes both, and you're up by 6, and I'm still thinking, okay, he's up 6. The second they started doing what they're doing, I go, oh, no. No. They roll the ball.
Yeah.
Instead, because who cares? Normally,
Gonzaga didn't care.
You inbound it, and they just grab it. The kids are disappointed, and they head for the locker room.
Play the theme,
but
and
they
we're
roll
out of here.
the ball, and it's like bounce, all the way just past half court. And so you could tell the guy that was tracking the ball, I'm like, oh, he's going to shoot it.
Thank you.
Oh, no, he's going to shoot it.
Boy, is he.
And he's not going to shoot it from the other end of the court.
No.
He's going to shoot it from about 35 feet.
It's a grab and shoot.
Crazy.
Totally.
He grabs the ball, and I mean in perfect Steph Curry rhythm, he lets it fly. It looked good the whole way.
It was in the whole way.
And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Scattered at 14 parlay. Gone.
I just texted her. I go, oh my God, no.
Oh,
And
yes.
And she texted back something like, oh, that was amazing. She goes, and to everybody who lives life and breathes air, the moral of the story is this.
Don't gamble.
No, here's the moral of the story.
gamble?
I want everybody, I wish for everyone in life to get to the place that the lovely Christie's dad is. Because the second that ball went in, she called his phone and he picked it up. What do you think he was doing?
Probably screaming in a pillow.
Double over hard laughter. Cracking up. He's fine. Who cares?
Well, then he didn't liquidate all assets.
He didn't. No, he did not.
Probably $5 14er.
He got plenty of assets.
Yeah, he's doing all
so
right.
He thought the whole thing was hysterical, and I was like, man, that's all we need. We just need to get there in life. Because I know other people who would have ripped hair out of both sides of their head.
Oh, my God. How many videos did we see of TVs get punched during the Super Bowl? Philadelphia Eagle fan punching their TV because they lost that game. So, no, that's a great place to be.
Oh, dear.
there are many people out there who did not feel as magnanimous over the fact that the most meaningless 3 of the entire weekend.
I'm telling you, something tells me that game's going to end up with Scott Van Pelt on bad beats.
No doubt.
Because that'll
be
was
tonight.
A bad beat. Marcus in Concord is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Marcus, what are you doing?
Hey, how you doing, guys? I'm a diehard Warrior fan, and my question is this. What had Bob Myers done for us? I mean, his draft picks that haven't been that good. Everybody's out on Poole now. I actually thought Poole was one of his better draft picks that he's done.
He was.
But other than that, what have we done? And, I mean, our core was all about Jerry West. So all he did was maintain that. I think he's a great contract negotiator, but he's terrible at evaluating talent.
Well, wait a minute. What about all of the great free agent signings?
Kevin Durant.
Thank you. But even to GP2 and Otto Porter, why are we, you know what I mean? I got a question for you, Marcus. Why are we 4 rings in and all I'm hearing all day on 95.7 The Game are people turning on Bob Myers and Steve Kerr? What the hell are you all doing? What is this? I don't understand. You got to help me with we've won 4 rings and done everything right for the better part of 10 years, and then it gets a little wobbly, and we're like, what have you all done for us? Is that really a question, Marcus?
Boy, that's a great question.
So can you pick a draft pick that he actually scored on? I mean, Kevin Durant failed to him. Our guys went out and recruited Kevin Durant, so it wasn't like he drafted Kevin Durant or he made a trade for Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant came to us, so you can't give him credit for that.
Well,
you can give him credit for that because he was the GM when they signed him.
And you just mentioned Jordan Poole, and so if you would like to redo your point and be like, Bob Myers is not good at drafting, I'm more apt to listen to that. However, I always think it's funny that people think one person is drafting players. Like that's a collective of the entire organization with opinions everywhere. And if you want to rip the collective of the Warriors, I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, Marcus, thank you. I don't get it. Is that what we're doing? Are we turning on Steve Kerr?
I do get what he's saying. We're not turning on anyone. But if you want to just look at the draft picks that the Warriors have had and the drafted players that they have made, you can look at James Wiseman, and they drafted him number 2 overall, and they gave up on him. So they're admitting that pick was a mistake. You drafted Jordan Poole late in the first round, and he's become something, and you signed him, and whether or not he becomes a centerpiece for the future, that's to be determined. Jonathan Kuminga, that was a good pick. Moses Moody, that's a bit of a head scratcher.
Well, but it's late.
It's a head scratcher.
We can carry this over. I don't really do we hold draft picks against teams when they're picking 28th? 29th?
Moses Moody
30th?
was not 28th.
No,
he was 14.
He was middle of the pack.
Late lottery.
The Wiseman thing, the Kuminga thing, those are fair. And I understand the other guys came before him. You know, Draymond in the second round.
And Steph.
Yeah.
And all the rest of it.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Let's get into that. Are we turning on Steve Kerr and Bob Myers? They stink now? What have they done? Is this what you're all doing?
Janet Jackson.
888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Spring Sale.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that lit him up. And so we'll get out to you here in just a sec. Not just those of you who are listening on the radio, but also Twitch, YouTube, streaming live on YouTube all the time.
YouTube.
Head to youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. See what's going on inside the studio. What color is today's hoodie, Dan? You can play that game.
Yeah.
That's and some people like to play the home version.
Same one as Friday, although it's got more spit up on it than it did on Friday.
You didn't wash it over the weekend?
Nah, I mean...
Did you double up?
Who's got time to wash anything? I got a 6-month-old at home.
Dude.
I'm just happy to make it from point A to point B without spit up on me.
All I do is wash clothes. Like the second I folded laundry, I head downstairs with the next bucket. Like that.
When's the last time you changed a diaper?
When's the last time I changed
2015?
Well, actually, I got you on a technicality.
Uh-oh.
Which is that you know that Penny, the dog, had that problem recently. And
Score one for the dog owner.
2 weeks ago is the answer.
You were changing a doggy diaper?
Dude, she wore a diaper for like a month. It was brutal.
You're changing doggy diapers?
Buddy. Yeah.
What's that like? Because I can at least, like, my daughter's 6 months old. I can hold her feet in one hand, and I can navigate the wiping, the double up of the wipes.
We're heading into TMI, but she wasn't wearing the diaper for the reason that others wear the diaper. She wasn't like going potty in there.
I've never wanted to go to the phones more.
Okay. And scene.
No,
all right.
I like the topic because, and I'm going to paraphrase from Draymond Green at the parade. Can we give Bob some MF and credit? Because I'm with you, Mark. Klay Thompson tears his Achilles.
Hey, can somebody give Bob some credit?
Thank you, Grandy. Draymond. I appreciate that. And, so Klay Thompson gets hurt. He's out a year, and the team says, we like you. Here's 5 years and $190 million. And turns out that was a great deal because he won you another chip.
Thank you. I never understand this stuff. And I'm not here to tell you that Steve Kerr and Bob Myers haven't made mistakes. You know who else isn't here to tell you that? Steve Kerr and Bob Myers. Like, honestly, do you think Bill Belichick's a bad coach? Is that what's happening with the Patriots? We've now decided he stinks. Or is it possible that things evolve each year with your personnel and you do have some misses that are mixed in with your wins? Sure. Steve Kerr, we can question some of the things that have happened this year, but I'm going to push back when it's like, hey, what's this guy ever done for us? What's he ever done for you? I mean, he's been the general manager of a dynasty. That's what he's done for you. And if you think that you can do that without making good moves and without, gathering the respect of the organization, you can't. Draymond Green's not Draymond Green without Bob Myers. They have both publicly discussed this at length. His mental side would not be okay without Bob Myers.
And without Steve Kerr.
And without Draymond's mental side.
Without Joe Lacob.
What do you have? You don't have a dynasty.
No, and the structure all comes from Joe Lacob through Bob Myers and Steve Kerr all the way down to the players. And at the same time, Mark, you don't have a dynasty without having some mistakes. And we can tick off the mistakes all we want. We can look at James Wiseman, bad draft pick. You can look at Moses Moody. Maybe they're not developing him the way they should have developed him. Maybe they shouldn't have paid Jordan Poole as early as they paid Jordan Poole. Maybe Jonathan Kuminga has been in and out, and you don't agree with how that development has gone. They're 36-36 this year, and they're the defending NBA champions. So for me, when in doubt, these guys get a pass, in my opinion.
Let's go to the phones here in a sec.
Let's go to the phones.
With one more quick discussion, though, and I wonder what your response to this would be. I talked to somebody very close to the Warriors organization today.
Look at you.
And this person passed along to me. He said, you know those numbers that James Wiseman is putting up in Detroit? He goes, do you think that surprises us? That doesn't surprise us at all. We knew that. We knew that. We knew that James Wiseman could go to wherever you want, USA, and play games that... Be careful now here. Understand this point. Don't matter. Games that don't matter.
They matter to him.
Nobody is holding anybody accountable in Detroit. Nobody's trying to actually score more points than the other team. So when you get out of that game with 22 points and 13 rebounds, you can freak out if you want, but it's a different scenario.
Of course.
Okay. So,
of course. It might as well be, it's not quite the G League, but it's like the B
it's
League.
somewhere between A and G.
It's the B League is what it is.
What is it? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Yeah, it's like E League.
No, it's the B League.
D League.
It's the B League. It's still the NBA, and you've got NBA players against NBA players. But if you want to talk about Detroit's games that they've played since they've had James Wiseman, they are 1-and the whole season.
Right.
They beat Indiana by 20. Other than that, they've lost 3, 6, 9, 10. They're 1-13.
Perfect.
Mark, they're 1-13.
That's right.
Playing B League games. And I love James Wiseman. And I'm happy. Unlike you, I'm happy that he's out there doing big things. But it's in the B League.
Right. And so the Warriors are not surprised that James Wiseman is able to do that. They would state he needed games. And I know that Warrior fans will go, then why didn't we give him the games? And the Warriors would respond to you and say, because we didn't have the games to give.
Right.
We don't have the games to give. You cannot tell Steph Curry, we're going to develop this guy because he can get 22 and 13 in 14 games where we're going to lose 13 of them and just hang out because we do think that if you're still playing in 2026, we think this could be a good pair for you. Steph's going to be like, we need to have a conversation right now. So the Warriors got stuck in a spot. They got stuck in a timing spot. The injuries to James Wiseman, if you really want to look at why he's not on the Warriors anymore, that's my answer. The injuries derailed the timeline, and the Warriors played better than we thought they were going to play. They were still championship caliber team when people weren't sure that that was the case. And if that's the case, how do you not go for it?
Right.
You have to go for it.
And that's what Steiny has always said, and I totally agree with him in terms of developing young players and trying to win a championship. You can do that as long as you're winning games. And JD mentioned it earlier. When you start the year 3-7 with that dreadful road trip trying to serve both masters, you're trying to develop the young players and win games. When you lose 7 of your first 10 and the veterans are basically saying, we don't want to do this anymore, then the organization has a choice. Either alienate the vets or shuttle the young players to the bench, and that's what they've chosen to do.
888-957-9570. How about Fox in Oakland? Hey, Fox, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My first official call with you guys in the afternoon hours, finally.
Well, thank you for doing it.
Absolutely miss you guys. So you guys may remember me calling during the playoffs last year when the Dubs were playing the Grizzlies, and I mentioned a big thing that Memphis as a whole, both the organization and players, were missing compared to the Warriors. And it wasn't the obvious things, by the way, like experience, pedigree, championships. It was CLASS. Look, the ultra-competitive players and teams are going to trash talk. Div just mentioned it. Willard, you mentioned it earlier. So the trash talking, the chirping, that happens during competition. It's all good, in my opinion, especially when you back it up with your play like the Warriors in the past have typically done. Like, I think Klay was super frustrated the other night. He wasn't playing well, obviously. So he stooped to the Grizzlies' level as a result with the 4 rings thing. I think Klay will turn it around, definitely in terms of his attitude and actions, and hopefully also in terms of his play. But my last quick point, gentlemen, and I'm going to make a prediction right now, so feel free to lock it in. Jordan Poole needs to learn how to improve his overall game, stop dribbling off his leg or ankle, start making better decisions when it comes to shot selections. Oh, and also start showing some more class and humility. And if Jordan Poole's not able to do those things, I think he'll be traded in the offseason. Again, it's nothing personal, like you said, Willard. Thanks so much, Jordan, for helping us win the chip last season. But the red flags are all there with Steph, Klay, and Dre in terms of Jordan Poole. And, you know, like you said, Mark, the Warriors org isn't likely going to split from the big 3 in between this season and next. So thanks for everything, Jordan. But like I said last week when I called in, I'm out on JP. Thanks, gents. Talk to you soon.
All right, Fox.
Thanks, Fox. Welcome to the afternoons. I don't think it's about class as much as it is about the way he plays basketball. And I do, though, think, Mark, that he and Draymond, and I'll give credit to look. Our PD, Matt Nahigian, who tweeted out that he doesn't think that Draymond and Jordan Poole will both be on the team next year, and I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Might be the case.
So if Draymond decides I'm opting in, I think they find a way to trade Jordan Poole.
I don't know how that's going to go. I still think, even in their own minds right now, that's a question for a different day. I think there's a healthy and fair conversation to have about Jordan Poole, but I agree with your point about class. Here's what I see on that one. The idea that Jordan Poole doesn't play with class, no. He plays the same way that Steph, Clay, and Dre do. He just hasn't had the success, and he hasn't been as effective. He is a player that for the season has a minus in the plus-minus collectively for the whole year, and therefore, when he trash talks or when he dances or when he gets in the face of a ref, you don't like it. You don't like it as much. Steph Curry can shimmy all over the court. Klay Thompson can hold up four fingers, and Draymond can be one of the league's leader in technical fouls. But it doesn't bother you because of the success that's attached to those guys. I think that's all it is. And there is something to be said about that factor with everything that involves Jordan Poole. We don't give him a pass because he hasn't led this. I know he was on a championship team last year, but he has not been the key piece to a championship, and therefore you just don't get treated the same by the fans. That's the way it is.
And that's the way it's always going to go here as long as Steph, Clay, and Draymond are part of the organization, and even Kevon Looney and Iguodala's got 4 championships and all the rest of it. Jordan Poole will always be in that shadow in large part, much like Jonathan Kuminga is and Moses Moody. They also have 1 championship. And so in terms of Jordan Poole earning his stripes as a real NBA star, well, he's going to have to wait if he's a Warrior until Steph Curry is gone. And that, by the way, is 3 more years after this one. So if Jordan Poole wants to be that guy, him, as we like to say, that dude, he's going to have to do it somewhere else or wait for a handful of more years.
I like De'Aaron Fox's the other night. Remember last week he hit that buzzer beater in Chicago. Did you read his lips, what he was saying to the camera as he walked back down? I'm pretty nice. I'm pretty nice. Said it like 3 times. I'm pretty
Are you sure
nice.
he didn't say I'm adorable?
I'm pretty nice. He didn't say I'm Vanilla Ice. He said I'm pretty nice. I'm pretty nice.
He is pretty nice.
Yeah, no, he doesn't think he's adorable. I do, though. Jack in San Francisco, next up, Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Jack, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the new afternoon show.
Thanks, man.
2 things. One, just quick shout-out to my 11-year-old son's birthday today, Grayson.
Hey!
And second point, hey!
There you go. You said his name is Grayson?
I hear everything you guys were saying earlier about the Warriors, the big 3 shouldn't be letting these guys get under their skin. They have 4 rings. But I think I would just want to bring up the point that, like, I feel and I think they're getting frustrated with, they're the most disrespected 4-ring franchise in history. Like, no one's giving LeBron flack about this. He has 4 rings. I just feel like they've been super disrespected by the NBA fan base. The Kevin Durant rings don't count. And I don't know, it just sucks as a Warrior fan to see these guys succeed in the best way, but it's still like the year after they win a championship, they're still not getting the respect from the league or the other young players. And I don't know, I just want to get your guys' thoughts on that.
That's interesting, Jack, and happy birthday to Grayson, man. That's awesome. But here's what I would say about that. I think every fan base, you know what this kind of reminds me of? The whole the Joe Buck thing, right? Every fan base thinks that Joe Buck is rooting against them.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
he hates the Giants, Mark. Listen to his call of the Travis Ishikawa home run.
Well, he does.
And then you tell me how much he hates the Giants.
He has bloodlines in the St. Louis Cardinals organization.
Right, and yet Ishikawa walks off his childhood team.
Right.
And he went bananas.
Right, he's Joe Buck. Like, he's a professional.
Better recognize.
He's not.
Pitch, bat, ball, homer. I'm sad.
Giants.
Thank you. That's how I remember the call.
Something like
Ishikawa. I'm angry.
Oh, hey, speaking of calls, do you know, here, I don't want it to derail the conversation. Got to play Dave Fleming's call of Trey Turner's home run over the weekend. We'll do that in a few.
Treja Vu?
Oh, my gosh, that's a 3. So anyway, but to answer the question, I don't think the Warriors are the most disrespected championship team.
4-time championship team.
They're not. We're just sensitive to it. I mean, are we really going to say LeBron doesn't get disrespect? He doesn't? LeBron James is literally like a punching bag around the country for so many things through the years. He's been ripped. The most criticized thing I've ever seen in my life of watching NBA basketball was the decision. That's the most criticized thing.
As it should be.
That's
stupid.
And then Kevin Durant joining the Warriors was next. All it means when you hear all that criticism, it just means that they're very high profile. Do you guys all honestly think that the Warriors aren't respected around the country? People are dying to be the Golden State Warriors. They're dying for a little taste of that.
You know what 4-time champ is disrespected more than the Golden State Warriors? It's the San Antonio Spurs. Tim Duncan is boring.
That's a good point.
And you only won the championship because of the strike-shortened year and all the rest of it. San Antonio gets a lot more disrespect. Manu Ginobili won 4.
And the Warriors are the opposite of the Spurs. Like
they're exciting.
They are the best show in sports. They have been for the longest time. And the Spurs were boring. Nothing I could do about it. They were. They're good, but they're boring.
Duncan won 5. Parker and Ginobili each won 4. And they don't get the same level of respect as other 4-time plus champs.
I agree. I agree with you. I just think every fan base hears their own team in a different way when somebody says something unsavory about it. It sticks with us. It doesn't stick with you when you hear it for anyone else. But for instance, Klay Thompson gets upset with the Phoenix Suns earlier this year. Do you remember what Devin Booker said after the game? And D Book is a trash talker. Don't get it twisted. But do you remember what Booker said? He's literally like, yeah, they've won 4. Like, I wanted to be Klay Thompson. 8 years ago. He's my idol. And we're like, the disrespect.
Nice, Stephen A.
Wait a minute. So it's all heat of the battle stuff. I don't care that Klay put up the 4 fingers. I just, as a fan, put the 4 fingers away and go win a game. That's all. That's my reaction right now. I don't want to see, hey, we won 4. I want you to make the playoffs.
I'm totally with you, Mark.
Make the playoffs.
Yeah, and it reminds me of my Little League career when we won the Fairfax Little League as a 10-year-old. You didn't see me out there pointing to my ring as a 12-year-old when I was getting lit up at Central Ball Field. Nobody cared that 2 years ago we had Adam Klink.
I hope one of your parents would have grabbed you by the ear if you had done that when you're 10 years old.
Well, I was 12, going on 13 at the time, giving up crooked number after crooked number on the bump, but...
Jude was pitching this weekend.
Oh, boy.
My 9-year-old. No,
That's got to be hard as a dad.
No,
luckily neither of my kids ever pitched.
And this was their first.
Throw a strike, son.
It was their first ever kid pitch game on Saturday.
And I saw the opening day parade pics, and your boy looked so happy.
So much fun. And he pitched and he loved it. And they hit the ball a little bit. And I told him that means you're doing a good job because it means you're throwing strikes. But the only thing that happened, because he watches a lot of Warriors. That young man went straight Iguodala.
No, he did not.
On that first base umpire. He got a comebacker. He throws to first. Kid drops it. But then he picks it up with his foot on the bag right before. And he was right. It was an out.
Did you burst out of the dugout, I hope?
Ump called him safe.
How old is this ump?
Oh, God. He's probably 14.
Okay.
14.
I hope you let that teenager know.
I took one step onto the infield and I said, everybody get back to your positions and don't say one word to the umpire.
Your son went double palms?
He threw
God.
I want Iguodala.
He's like, wait a minute, he was out. He was out.
Jude Wadala?
Oh, for sure. I'm like, back to the mound, back to Wiggins. throw your next pitch. Right? Back to Wiseman.
Oh, that's so good.
Okay? We're all good here. Everybody's getting pizza after the game. We're okay. And then they went back to the...
Okay.
He did after the game. Dad, he was out. I'm like, I know he was out. They're going to miss some. It's okay. Back to Wiseman. All right.
What was the final?
A
lot to a little. You guys got run. 10-run rule? Did you get mercied?
Not quite.
Okay.
Not quite. It was 1-0 like in the 4th.
Oh, boy.
And then it wasn't.
Flood
it was like a
games.
Warrior game. It was like, it's good. It's good. No, it's not good anymore. It was like that. Anyway, Grandpa Daddy next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Grandpa Daddy, what you doing?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen? I freaking love you guys, man. You guys are doing a great show.
We love you too, brother.
You know what? Hey, Mark, Dibs, I got to give you props, dude. Hey, I'm changing diapers too, man. Love you. Mark, you're the man, dude. You're right there on the mound. You're out there on the field. You guys make me proud to be a dad. But
appreciate you, brother.
Hey, you know, hey, we do. I appreciate you guys too. But you know what? People don't really realize NBA is a business, bro. Like you said, you guys are so much on point, man. This is a business. Look what they've done. What, Bob Myers and Steve Kerr haven't done anything? Oh, crap. Look what you got 4 weeks. Look what they're doing, man. Hey, everybody makes mistakes. We're human beings. You can't. And you talk about the science of it. That's the science of it. You got to be able to, stroke the egos and everything with the business. And you know what? If you're a 4-time champion and you don't get the same props as a newbie, nowhere, even in the construction field, when a new guy comes on the crew, dude, you ain't been here driving the nails like we've been.
Yeah.
Come on, get it straight, bro. You just don't get it unless you've done it. Experience is the best teacher. When you can experience this, when you've done it, then you can talk to me about it.
Thank you, Grandpa Daddy. Appreciate you. And that's it. And that's where I'm with you, Mark. It's like you don't need to count off rings. You're Klay freaking Thompson. If you think about the modern NBA, how many players have won more championships with one singular team than you? The answer is like 4 or 5 guys. And I'm putting aside the Celtics dynasty from way back. You've got Jordan and Pippen. You've got Kobe and Derek Fisher. And then you've got you guys. Right. Tim Duncan has got 5. And other than that, it's you, Steph, Klay, Dre, it's Iguodala, and it's, that's it.
That's it.
That's the group. LeBron needed multiple teams, and everyone else needs multiple teams. Yeah. You're in a special group.
Thank you. That's I guess in a weird way, and I don't think they necessarily feel this way, but to me, this is how it resonates as a fan. I love that you said it that way, and maybe this is an easier way to say it so that people won't be like, are you telling Klay Thompson how to act? Are you telling him how to trash talk? No, I'd like him to know how special he is.
Yeah. And I forgot Michael Cooper and Magic, who got 5 with the Lakers.
Whatever. You're in rare air.
Totally.
You don't need to freak out about Dylan Brooks, a mediocre player. A mediocre player in Tennessee, United States of America, with 0 rings, bad fashion sense, and 0 court awareness. Why are you worried about him? Now, you want to get into a tete-a-tete with Devin Booker? All right, let's ride, right? That has the potential for being some sort of a lightweight Jordan Kobe thing. Like, these are elite 2 guards changing of the guard. Dylan Brooks, leave him alone, man. He is not worth, and I'm going to listen to my own words here. We have put way too much gas into that car. Dylan Brooks. Ugh. Why are we wasting so much time on this guy? He's brutal. He's brutal to watch. He's inappropriate. God, it was sponsored by 5 Hour Energy. More of your calls coming up next. 888-957-9570. And Warriors Live is on the way here in just about a half hour on Willard and Dibs.
Remember college? 5 Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you
Welcome back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Mark.
All right, let's ride. 888-957-9570. You can tell that everybody wants to get in on this today. And we're talking about the Warrior Road woes. We're talking about Klay Thompson putting up the four fingers in another game where the Warriors are getting raced off the court. We're talking about a desperation sensation.
Cha-ching!
With the Golden State Warriors facing a losing record in a matter of hours if they cannot beat the NBA's worst team, simply because the word chase is not in the title of the arena in which they will perform tonight.
Ironic that the Warriors don't chase wins, and yet they play at Chase Center.
Very
Discuss
ironic.
among yourselves.
Isn't it ironic?
Isn't it ironic? Thank you, Alanis.
Let's go back to the calls, but first I promised this, so let's give it, and it's short, and it's quick, and it's fun, so let's do it. Hey, Dave Fleming on MLB Network. Talk to us about the dramatic Trey Turner flip the game in the USA's corner from the World Baseball Classic over the weekend.
0-2. Turner to left field and deep. Peralta back. It is gone! USA!
So somebody cares.
USA!
Everybody's like, nobody cares. Somebody cares. Who's making all that noise? That's not a laugh track, right? I mean, it's weird. I'm so torn by this, and we don't need to go down the rabbit hole. We can do it tomorrow. And tomorrow, by the way, because none of you know, is the championship game. And
now, was that in the quarters against Venezuela, or was that the semis against Cuba?
No, the semis was not a dramatic game. The United States won by a whole lot of runs.
14-2.
That was in the quarters, and I think we're down by a run in the eighth inning, and Trey Turner
hit the salami.
Hey, boy, and it was gone. It was way out.
Former Dodger, right, Trey Turner?
That is former Dodger Trey Turner. That's him. Yeah.
Current American Trey Turner.
Exactly. Yes.
It's interesting, Mark, because
he hit it so high.
The World Baseball Classic, nobody cares, parentheses, except for the 57,000 people that show up to every game, close parens.
Open parentheses, except for the ratings, it's an odd deal.
Well, I mean, the ratings, are we talking like...
No, look.
As it compares to...
Well, I don't know, other baseball stuff as it compares to the last World Baseball Classic.
I haven't seen the ratings. I've seen a grand total of 0 pitches.
The interest from last World Baseball Classic to this one is like double by metrics. It's huge.
Right.
It's growing. Now,
let me ask you this, because you're known to be Watch Party Willard.
Yes.
You having a watch party for the final?
No.
Okay.
No. I would be more apt to have a watch party. Warriors play Houston on a Monday. I'd be No, I'm not doing that. And
USA!
So I'm so torn because I don't know.
Phlegm.
I don't know anybody that even knows that this title game is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right? But I also know that these players look like they're having a great time. I hate that Diaz and Altuve got hurt. And now, what's his name? Arenado got hurt.
He did?
Yeah, it's not as bad, but
Trey Turner said it's the biggest moment of his baseball career.
And this is a guy who won a World Series.
Yeah. Good little player.
Yeah.
So high!
Thank you.
Totally.
He did. It was way out of here. So I'm really torn. I just know that if a giant torn ACL, I would be livid. I'd be livid. But at the same time, I don't know, who the hell am I to say that they're, shouldn't be playing these games? And it is more than just the United States. These other nations are really into this.
Yeah.
Really into it. So
I think you nailed the slogan for the World Baseball Classic.
What is it?
World Baseball Classic. I wish I cared more. Because I'm kind of with you. Because I see the highlight. I heard the phlegm call. And I thought to myself, man, I wish I cared more where I watched that game because that was a cool moment.
It sounds fun, doesn't it?
It sounds super fun.
Listen again to the crowd.
0-2. Turner to left field and deep. Peralta back. It is gone! So high! USA!
How's that not sound every bit of Juan Uribe's home run in Game 1 against the Rangers in October of 2010? It sounds exactly the same. And we're like, nobody cares.
Yeah.
Somebody does.
No, I mean, people care. And maybe the fact that it's in Miami is especially appropriate and perfect because Miami's got a very diverse population to where the fans came out for the Cuba game against the U.S.
Yes.
And tonight, Mexico, Japan for the right to face the U.S. tomorrow. But this tells me everything I need to know about the relative importance of this game. It's on FS1.
Right.
It's not even on the big Fox. It's on the little Fox, not the tiny Fox.
It's a weeknight. It's a weeknight.
Yeah,
It's a weeknight.
I know. It's a Tuesday night.
March Madness is also on the middle of your cable dial until the weekend. So
Right,
you care
right.
about March Madness. It's not, it's on True TV. I'm
Yeah.
not going to rip it because it's on FS1.
I'm not ripping it because it's on FS1. I'm just saying that this is what Fox thinks of it in terms
sure.
of the import of this game.
I guess you could say it a different way, which is that if they really wanted to highlight this game, they would put it on the weekend.
Right. Or they would put it on the big Fox.
Right.
You know?
Right. This would be on
and
a
have
Sunday.
Tucker Carlson do pregame.
Well, now
Yeah,
it changed.
I know. It just got ugly.
So,
Got
all
awkward.
right.
Seriously.
All right. Ryan in Oakland. Let's get back to Warrior calls.
Let's go to the phones.
Hey, Ryan, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hey guys, I was driving from Santa Rosa. I'm now in the city, just on my way back to SF. I just want to say I'm a big fan and had a couple points to call in about. First point was chatting about the Bob Myers deal. I mean, man, really, if people are true sports fans in the Bay Area and Northern California, you got to give the guy a little props and a little respect, please. If you look at the situation since Mark Jackson was let go and we've acquired Steve Kerr, the Kings have still been in the playoff drought the entire time. So Bob Myers, like you guys said, has quietly been building the dynasty, creating dynasty, won 4 NBA championships since that time. That being said, give Sacramento a little props. They're finally turning things around, pulling for them to pull out of that playoff drought, make it to the playoffs this year. But they've gone through a plethora of coaches. They've gone through a plethora of players. Look at Tyrese Halliburton. I don't think he was happy to get traded knowing what they were doing, but sometimes that's what it takes. I think maybe that's where we're at with Jordan Poole. He's a great player, very talented, got a lot of skill, but might not be a culture fit, might not be an organizational fit, might not be a system fit. Whatever it is, the guy can ball, the guy can play basketball, put the ball in the hoop. We all know that. So just wanted to touch base on those things. Also wanted to quickly say, as a sports fan, been also watching the Baseball Classic, also been watching March Madness, also been watching the XFL. Want to give a shout-out to The Rock for the turnaround that he's doing. They're actually putting up some quality football right now, and it's actually not a bad thing to watch on a Saturday, Sunday during this bad weather we've been having in California with these rainstorms. So just props to you guys. Thanks for everything. Keep the show up.
Ryan, thanks, man.
Thank you, Ryan.
And I first and foremost, I'm jealous. He's got more time on his hands than I do. If he's watching the World Baseball Classic, the NBA, the March Madness, all the way down to XFL.
Yeah.
Do you want to know what has to happen in a day for me to get to the XFL? I mean, 800 things need to be canceled. And even then, I'm like, I might read a book.
Yeah.
I might read a book.
Yesterday, I had a little back and forth between March Madness. Shout out Kansas State on the money line. That was a fun
Good
game.
Really good
And
game.
I'm going to Google the kid's name, but their 5'8" point guard was an absolute joy
the kid
to
that scored
watch.
30?
Yeah, he was unguardable.
Man, he was unbelievable.
Kentucky's got Shebwe, who is like 6'11", 300, absolutely dominating, and K-State's point guard at 5'8", just sliding through, knifing and scoring.
Yeah.
Marquise Noel.
Thank you.
Marquise Noel.
Yes, the first Noel.
He's got the.
Thank you.
No,
It was incredible.
He was great.
But just the juxtaposition of the 5'8" kid against the 7-footer was a lot of fun. But I was also toggling between the Valspar and, I'll admit it, a little bit of live golf.
Oh.
I watched some of the live golf, and I thought, because Valspar, and I love golf, you know, that bunch of no-names. Jordan Spieth was in the mix, I know, but otherwise not a lot of names. And you go over to live golf, and it's like, I know all these guys.
Yeah,
I was a little bit conflicted.
Except for you don't know the guys who have been winning. I saw a stat about live golf over the weekend where all them dudes that we freaked out about, Koepka, DJ, Phil, even down to guys who would still only golf fans would know, but are bigger, Abraham Answer.
Yeah.
And
is DeChambeau even playing?
Patrick Reed and
Right.
DeChambeau. They have all collectively won Bubkiss,
man,
since they went over there. In fact, collectively, that group that I just mentioned has like one top 10 in live golf. where I feel like there's only 18 guys. I mean, honestly,
Yeah.
I'm still turned off by the whole thing.
I'm turned off, but I found myself watching a little bit more of it. And David Flaherty on the call, and
He's
also
fun. He's fun.
Arlo White, Premier League defector, who's on the call as well. I found myself watching a little bit of it as opposed to watching zero of it.
Yeah, which is a change.
It was an uptick. And shout out Jason Dumas. I don't know if you saw his
out there.
his Phil Mickelson exclusive.
I did.
Phil crashed his interview.
Yep. And then Fred Couples, didn't he call Phil like a clown? Or he called Sergio a clown. And I forget what he called Phil, but I'm here for that. I'm here for old golfers name calling. I'm into it. The Warriors are in Houston, as you know, tonight. Warriors Live is going to start here in 17 minutes at 4 o'clock on 95.7 The Game. It's presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. Let's get you back out there. Justin in San Jose. Next up on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Justin, what are you doing?
Not much. Just getting off work, about to go home, get ready to watch this Warrior game.
Let's go.
How you guys doing?
You know, same.
About to do the same, yeah.
Hey, man, but check this what I got. Hey, man, I know we got rid of James Wiseman because he couldn't set a pick and didn't know where to be out on the court. What about Moody? Does he know how to set a pick? Does he know where to be out on the court? And if so, then if not, then why they didn't ship him out with James Wiseman? And then I want to also say, should they start Moody tonight, even though they're going against the Rockets and starting out because he's long and he can defend, and he played good the other day against Memphis.
Yeah, Justin, thank you.
Thank you,
and
Justin.
thank you for using the word should. I really like the word should.
Yeah.
I think should's a
You
good
threaded
word.
the needle right there. Should.
Should the Warriors start Moses Moody?
No,
they should not.
shouldn't.
Like it sounds to me, Justin, like you got a little bit of a Moses Moody thing, and that's fine. We're all allowed to have our favorite players and whatnot. But when I watch Moses Moody, I don't know what happened this year. I remember the guy who showed up in key moments of the playoffs last year and looked like he belonged, looked like the lights were not too bright, looked like he was really going to be a rotational piece. And then this year, confidence did not come with him. And when he plays now, he's long. There are moments. He's a talented guy. We all know that. But it's just too fleeting. It's just not consistent. And I can't put my finger on what's going on there. And I don't think the Warriors can either.
Well, the Warriors don't feel like he has developed enough to where they can play him in any sort of leveraged spot. So he gets mostly either token minutes, a taste, or garbage time. And that's for whatever reason. They feel like he has not developed to that point. Now, is it their job to develop Moses Moody? I think it's partly their job, but it's also his job to get better and fit in where they need him to fit in. And so far this year, he hasn't done that. Jonathan Kuminga has done that. He's graduated from token minutes to, all right, you're now in the rotation. You can even start some games when we need you to start. Why hasn't Moses done that? Is it the team's fault? Is it the player's fault? The truth, I think, always lies in both camps when it comes to the situation.
Yeah, I just think in general, and it's hard for us as fans, we get excited by what's new. And here come, new players, and we enter them into the fray. But if you really think about championship rosters, how many of those rosters are putting 21 and 22-year-olds in key spots? It's very, very rare. And I think that's Steph, Clay, and Dre's point. Like, are we over-dramatizing this? I think the conversation automatically takes it there, right? You've heard all of us and fans and everyone, we're all sort of trying to figure this out, and it leads to sentences like this. You know what? I don't think the Warriors like each other. It's not that they don't like each other. It's not that they're at odds or hate one another. Sure, there are moments. Hell, one of them punched one of the other ones. But do you get what I'm saying? I don't think they dislike one another. There's just a discord in terms of who you can trust to be at a championship level at a key moment. And so whether it's Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody, Poole, or Baldwin or Rollins or whatever.
Right.
I think that's what Steph, Clay, and Dre would tell you in a private moment. There's nothing against the guys. There are guys, but we got to go try to win these games. and they're not ready to make the right decisions.
Yeah.
It's just that. That's all it is.
I think it's more disconnect than it is discord. And I'm with you there in terms of like Jordan Poole and Draymond Green, whatever happened in the preseason, and Draymond lost his cool. I don't know if he necessarily hates Jordan Poole. He may. But in terms of how they play with more of a disconnection than they do an out-and-out discord. And I think you make a great point about all the young players where Steph, Clay, Draymond, by proxy, Kevon Looney and Andrew Wiggins when he's available, and hopefully he's able to play again at some point this year. But you're running out of games, Andrew. You're down to just 10 games left that you could possibly play. Those guys play with a certain amount of maturity because they've done it. And you mentioned it, Mark. What team has won an NBA championship on the backs of a young player? The only team that I could think about is the San Antonio Spurs with Kawhi Leonard, who was 22 years of age when he was the MVP. But that team also had a bunch of OGs. They had Duncan, they had Ginobili, they had Parker, they had Boris Diaw, and they had a core of veterans so that, yeah, Kawhi Leonard was the best player. He was the MVP of the finals, but it wasn't a group of young players led by a young star. It was a group of grizzled veterans led by a young star.
Well, that was Kawhi, who is going to be a Hall of Fame player. Right. So, like, unless that's the barometer here, then, yeah, these guys are not usually ready. The Warriors saw Memphis in the playoffs last year. Do you remember there was a moment last year, and it was due to some injuries here and there, but Zaire Williams out of Stanford, like, he got some run. And people were like, oh, like, look, the athletic gifts we know. We knew about Zaire when he was in college. We knew before that. This was, that kind of a guy, like number one recruit type of a guy. He's an incredible athletic freak. Do you know how often the Memphis Grizzlies play Zaire Williams this year? I know there have been some injuries and whatnot, but, like, not much. He plays, like, somewhere between 0 and 12 minutes a game.
Yeah.
Because he's 21. So not there yet. Unless you show yourself right away to be an incredibly elite player. Like, how old is Ja? How old is Ja?
Probably 24.
23, 24?
Yep.
But he's Ja. You got to show yourself right away as, like, this is a Hall of Fame track type player. Or else and by the way, here's Memphis. All players are in their 20s, and guess what? They haven't won. They can't do it yet.
Exactly.
Too young.
Exactly. And you could look at that, and he is 23. Thank you, JT. And you look across all the teams in terms of young stars. Luka Doncic, also very young, hasn't gotten to that point where he's done it. Nikola Jokic, still a young player, hasn't been able to get to that point where he's led a team to go out and win the NBA championship. And you go back historically, year by year, look at the NBA champions going backward and find a team other than San Antonio. And again, we mentioned all the 30-somethings they had alongside Kawhi Leonard. You can't find a team that was led by a bunch of young bucks going back a handful of years.
And Jokic, by the way, is 28 now. He turned 28 earlier this year. So, I mean, yeah, he's getting into that spot where it's like, now you got to show yourself.
Right.
And we'll see. We'll see if they represent the West this year.
Phoenix is an interesting one because now they have Kevin Durant.
Right.
But before they had Kevin Durant, it was Booker. CP3 is not the leader of that team. DeAndre Ayton's a young player, but now that they have KD, they feel more of a viable title contender because they got some OGs.
Booker's 26, but yeah, still haven't been there, haven't done it yet. Rich in Fremont next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Rich, what are you doing?
I'm sitting in my car listening to you guys and listening to some of these calls come in. I'm about this about Bob Myers and Steve Kerr, that really you couldn't put together a better coaching staff and a better front office in the last 10 years. And I think everybody needs to get off of these guys' back. Putting together a championship team is not easy, because if it was, you have, teams like Orlando winning titles, and you don't see that. So obviously what it means is everybody needs to get off these guys back and understand that, guys, this is the best professional organization that you've seen in the last 10 years in the best basketball professional industry. That's why it's so hard to be able to pick the right draft pick and make sure that the guy you pick is going to help you win the next, 5 to 6 titles.
Yeah, Rich, I agreed. And here's one thing I'll say. And boy, for some of you, I really feel for some of your family members. Like, in other words, if you build up some trust and some cachet with someone, then you should be able to handle it when then that person makes a mistake. Bob Myers and Steve Kerr aren't perfect. And I like, we're here for any conversation about, I didn't like that move, I didn't like that trade, I didn't like that pick, whatever. But I'm hearing people start now down the road of like, Bob Myers and Steve Kerr, what have they done? It's like, hold on. You got it. You let them make a mistake. And in essence, in a sports way, forgive them, because they're all going to make them, but it's Bob Myers and Steve Kerr that you're talking about. Some Johnny-come-lately comes in and starts firing mistakes. Yeah, let's talk about it. But I don't know. Like,
even if they didn't win the title last year, Mark,
right.
I'm still of the same mindset as you, where you would have had 3 championships. So it's not like, what have you done for me lately? And that argument goes out. They're the defending freaking champions. How can they be criticized for virtually almost anything? I don't think that they can be criticized for.
This is an interesting point. Jan in Mountain View wants to make. Hey, Jan, you're on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Well, I'm just waiting to come on board with you guys.
Well, not anymore. You're not.
I love the conversation, but what I was going to bring up was that the other night I noticed when Klay Thompson was holding up his one hand pointing the 4 fingers, I noticed that Steph Curry seemed to look a little embarrassed, like, gee whiz, let's try to get this together. Don't hold up your hand and show off your 4 fingers, Klay. We've been there. We need to try and regroup and get this team together and try to win a championship, and not, unless we're playing up to it. Let's just keep it cool.
Right. Yeah, Jan, thanks. It's interesting because I saw the look on Steph's face that you saw, and I don't know how to read it. It looked a little sheepish, but I'm not going to transfer that to he was reacting to Klay putting up 4. Was he reacting to the scoreboard? Was he reacting to the way his team plays defense? Was he just reacting? I have no idea, but
looked a little sheepish.
I'll agree with Jan that he looked a little
Jan.
like it was just like, what the hell's going on?
I mean, come on. Yes, we have 4, Klay, but we're getting boat raced again. We haven't won a road game since we beat Boston on the road. It's the last road game we actually won.
Seriously.
Good God.
All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. We're an hour away from tip-off in Houston. Warriors Live with Willard and Dibs coming up next.
Honey, come here, quick.
the circle. It's money, cold, hard cash for Stephen Curry.
The NBA champions are back to defend their title. And it starts now. This is Warriors Live.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
It is time for a Texas two-step for the Golden State Warriors, who are leaking oil. Let's be honest, they've lost 3 in a row. They are back to 500. They have fallen back into the play-in tournament. A couple of road victories would, as always, fix everything. Can they start tonight? We're an hour away from tip-off in Houston between the Warriors and the worst team in the league. And in many ways, Dibs, this one feels a little nerve-wracking, not only because they've lost the first 3 games of the trip, but you get to this city and this team, and now everyone's like, well, you can beat that team. So the expectation remains high. They're a double-digit favorite in this game, and I don't, for the life of me, figure out how they're a double-digit favorite against anyone on the road the way they've played. So The Houston Rockets are a young team. Ryan Hollins, one of their broadcasters, told us they circled this game at the beginning of the year. So the excitement level and the effort will still be high from Houston's standpoint, but the Warriors need this game.
They've lost more games on the road than any team in the association, Mark, and yet they're favored by double digits. So that tells you that either the Warriors are coming in highly motivated. I know they're not on the second half of a back-to-back, so that helps them in terms of the freshness of the legs. Steve Kerr mentioned that Steph Curry did look a little leg weary in the second half of the back-to-back against Memphis, so he hopefully is a little bit fresher. They haven't had the same amount of travel, and Golden State knows, Mark, going into this one, just how important it is. They've got 10 games left to go. They've got 5 road games left on the slate, and right now, you're in the play-in. You're not in the playoffs. You're in the play-in. So you look at the final 10 games, 6-4 should be enough to get you a top 6 seed, but 5-5 might not be good enough. You got to get a road win here tonight.
Well, and get some confidence going into Dallas on Wednesday, because the team that has supplanted the Warriors in the 6th seed, who is it? Oh, it's the Dallas Mavericks. So this is a monster game on Wednesday that's going to feel like 2 games. And then heading in, you get this game against the worst team in the Western Conference, and therefore feels like one that you absolutely have to have. This is Warriors Live, and we're counting you down to Houston. Xfinity Internet, better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost, no strings attached. We will continue to take some of your Warrior phone calls that are coming out of our show, Willard and Dibs, which has been going since 2 o'clock, 2 to 6 every weekday now on 95.7 The Game. So the question we've sort of been asking is why? It's a difficult one to put your finger on. The Warriors are 29-7 at home and 7-29 on the road, and with a disparity like that, it makes you want to ask the question, why? I don't really want to hear about injuries. I don't because everyone's got them. And these are all characters we know. The core of the Warriors, all there, all healthy, ready to play. Why are they so bad when they leave town? We asked Steve Kerr last Thursday. He essentially verbally shrugged his shoulders at us.
Yeah.
He's like, there's no good answer. I don't know.
He pointed us to an article in The Ringer that I recounted the next day in terms of some of the disparate numbers about teams are just shooting the ball better on the road against Golden State than they are shooting against Golden State here at Chase Center. And that's with the same amount of open space and the same amount of challenges and closeouts and all the rest of it. Teams are shooting it about 6% better from 3 in their own building than they are at Chase Center. But I see a team, Mark, just the eye test, that doesn't seem to have that same competitiveness defensively on the road. They don't rebound as well on the road. Offensively, they've been fine away from Chase, but they tend to give up $120 on the regular away from home.
I mean, listen, I'm no disbeliever in analytics, but I just don't see how this even makes sense. You can't tell me, and I know it's not 36 times, it's not all 36 games, but raise your hand, Warriors fans, if it feels like 1 or 2 players from the other team absolutely go unconscious from 3 every time the Warriors are on the road. There's got to be a metric to this. There's got to be a method to this. I don't know what it is defensively that's going on, but the idea that the challenge rate, if you will, defensively for the Warriors is exactly the same as it is home and road. I can't figure out how that's possible because teams are making 3-pointers at an absolute breakneck pace when the Warriors are on the road. And so, as I get this conversation with people, it's like, oh, how can you lose to Houston? Houston is made up of what? These are NBA players. They're NBA players. And they've won a couple games just recently at home. They just beat the Lakers. Like, if you don't guard them at the 3-point line, they are going to beat you too. And the more I think about it, with that game at Dallas on Wednesday, and oh, by the way, no cup of coffee when you get home. You get the Philly Sixers shoved right in front of you the second you get home on Friday night. This is a monster game. And the Warriors are going to have to figure out something defensively that slows the other team down.
Right, like getting a hand up and challenging a shooter. And for this Warrior team, it has been a long time since they've actually won a road game. Andrew Wiggins was still a member of this team from an active standpoint. It was January 30th, Mark, the last time the Warriors won a road game. They beat OKC on a Monday night, not unlike this Monday night. And since then, they've lost at Minnesota, Denver, Portland, both LAs, LA again, OKC, Memphis, the other LA, Atlanta, and Memphis. They have lost 11 straight away from home. Oof. It's got to end sometime. And this, by the way, the last of the best possible road games to win. You mentioned at Dallas Wednesday. You go to Denver in the Mile High City on April 2nd. At Sacramento, they might be playing for a seed. And then you end the year at Portland, a Portland team that could still be playing for a play-in spot.
Although doubtful. Portland
they're
now,
fading. They're
they're
fading.
3.5 out of even the play-in tournament, and there's some thought about them sitting everybody down. That Portland game is maybe looking better for the Warriors because Dame Lillard may actually not even be playing by then. So we'll see. We'd love to take your phone calls. Let's give you the injury report first, brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. The report tonight, Andre Iguodala, of course, has the left wrist fracture. Andrew Wiggins remains out for personal reasons. Gary Payton II, an adductor strain. We're supposed to get a reevaluation on him a little bit later this week. Questionable is Kevon Looney with lower back soreness, but is expected to play. So, relative health, at least the health that we've sort of come to know it to be in recent weeks, continues for the Warriors tonight.
Yes, and relative health is all you can expect from the Warriors in terms of, some of the bit players. We know that Iguodala is out. Kevon Looney, you're going to count on him playing because it's what he does. He plays basketball. The big one that's missing is still Andrew Wiggins, out for personal reasons, and we won't speculate on what those personal reasons are. And I know that there was some social media activity from his partner over the weekend in terms of dispelling whatever rumor is out there. It sucks that she felt like she had to go out there and kind of oddly dispel without being specific about what she was dispelling. But bottom line is Andrew Wiggins won't play again, and this team needs him, Mark.
Yeah, we've thought that, I think, collectively all along. That, the Warriors aren't going far in the playoffs if Andrew Wiggins is not playing. Also, a couple of questionable players for the Rockets. Jalen Green with a left thigh contusion, and Alperen Şengün has an illness, and so also questionable for the Rockets.
Jalen Green's a big one because last time they played in Houston, one of the few games the Warriors have won on the road, Jalen Green had 31 in a Warrior victory, 127-120. So that's a big one to watch.
Young, athletic player, exciting to watch for sure, but may not be that exciting for the Warriors tonight. All right, Paul and Cupertino, you're on with Willard and Dibbs on Warriors Live. What's up, Paul? What are you doing?
Hey, I'm just working while listening to you guys. My comment is basically, I know a lot of Warrior fans are living in the past, and Clay is really not what he used to be, and I think there's a personality issue over here too. I want to use the word, he is being petty. And I think not just with the rings and everything, I think he's petty even at times where he pushes Jordan Poole out of the way to take a free throw. He wants to assert the fact that he is back at that level, and he doesn't acknowledge that he isn't at that level. Whereas I think Steph is at a different level. I think he clearly, when he's injured, he'll come off the bench. He is willing to do things, and I think part of the problem might be that Clay is one of those people who is not that grooming towards the younger players, and maybe Kerr has to kind of bow down to that opinion.
Paul, I don't know, but I think that's overthinking it a little bit. I will say this: I do think there are times when it feels like Klay Thompson has an odd need to remind everybody of his resume. I do think that. I wonder why it doesn't. When Matt Barnes came on with us, and remember when he was...
Yeah, it's when Clay was struggling.
Right, and Clay was struggling, and Matt was giving an account. They went out there with the... what's the name of the podcast with him and Jack?
All the Smoke.
All the Smoke. They went to his house, and they talked to him, and Clay was really down. And Matt, all of a sudden, is telling us a story about how he's looking at Clay going, dude, you're Klay Thompson. Like, you're Klay Thompson. And I'm like, Matt Barnes is in your living room having to talk Klay Thompson back up to the pedestal. Like,
Clay, pull out your wallet and let me see your driver's license.
This is wild, man. Like, you're in Tiburon, like having to remind someone, like, bro, like you're Clay. And so I don't know, that strikes me as a mental thing. And so I don't know about all that. But with regard to Clay, I also think it's funny when he says, he's not what he used to be. This has become this week-to-week thing with Klay Thompson. Oh, he's not what he's used to be. Why? Because he had 2 bad games? Because in January and February, he's like the best player in the whole league.
Right.
And we were all shocked that he literally looked as good as he's ever looked in his career. But now we go through a couple weeks of, we've missed some shots, and Clay's not what he used to be, and he never will be again. I don't know. That's the kind of roller coaster I want to get off.
Clay is exactly what he used to be, which is at times the best shooter, maybe the best distance scorer this side of Steph Curry in the history of the game, but also at times a guy who maybe forces the action and hunts for shots too much. This is who Klay Thompson has always been. The only thing that Clay is not that he once was is a great on-ball defender. He's still a good on-ball defender, but he's not as good as he once was. In terms of pushing Jordan Poole out of the way to take technical foul free throws, that's just the pecking order, my guy, and that's the way this goes. And I made the analogy about the Premier League and international soccer. If there's a penalty, you've got an order of operations in terms of who takes the penalty kick. And on this team, even though Jordan Poole shoots a higher percentage from the line than Klay Thompson, it goes Steph, Klay, Jordan Poole in terms of who takes the tech. And that's just the way this goes.
Well, by the way, that was the case last year when Jordan Poole led the NBA in free throw percentage. But if you actually want to get down to the decimal point this year.
What's Jordan at?
Jordan Poole, 87.3% from the free throw line. 87.7%.
I just looked at that.
And now this is the playful nature. We make a big deal out of it, right? We're in sports radio. We're fans. I bet if I'm them, have a playful thing about it. Hey, 0.3, 0.7.
Step aside.
I got this, right?
Yeah.
Right? And obviously Steph is many percentage points better at the free throw stripe this year than
Is Steph
both
at 90 still?
Steph is at 91.3.
Okay. Not leading the league. That would be
not
Kevin
anymore.
Durant.
Is it?
Kevin Durant was leading the league. He was damn near 93.
Does he have enough
I was going to say, I don't know if he qualifies.
Yeah, I don't know if you qualify Kevin Durant.
Speaking of shots, Klay Thompson only shoots 2 free throws a game for his career.
Yeah. I don't know if you notice, he spots up a lot from outside.
Yeah.
Here and there. Yeah, he does. So here, let me. Where is it? I'll get the free throw percentage for the whole league here in a second. But you are listening to Warriors Live. Warriors at Houston tonight. Xfinity Internet, better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost, no strings attached. Let's go to Brian in Palo Alto on Warriors Live with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, BPA, what are you doing?
Not much. Just driving home from work, guys. How you doing?
Yeah,
surviving.
I mean, look, it's there's a lot of wasted emotion and stress for a team that might make the play-in but will lose the play-in if they even get in. What are they? 7-26 on the road.
29.
7 on the road.
7-29.
7-29.
I mean, it's not going to happen with this group. And I'm not going to say it's all over. Everything's over. Steph's still a superstar at any court. Clay is a one-way, one-court player, right? He shoots very well at home. Plays mediocre defense at home. On the road, he's a volume shooter who plays horrendous defense. Jordan Poole, better at home, but generally not very good on any court. I mean, they don't have the guns. And to say, oh, it's all on the court, doesn't matter it does matter. You look at any superstar that's on a contending team, they have great supporting casts, and we don't. And no Wiggins, no GP2. Would it make a difference? Not really. They're not going to win a title even if they're back. Wiggins wasn't very good before he went away. Right, wherever he is.
BPA, I here's what I would say.
Thanks, Brian.
I'm sort of with you that I think it's very unlikely that they win a championship this year. However, when you look at the Western Conference, I'm not ready to start dismissing teams if they get healthy at the right time. Veteran teams that get healthy at the right time. Does Phoenix get healthy at the right time? Does Golden State get healthy at the right time? Does Memphis get ready at the right time? I don't know how this Western Conference is going to go. I also look at it differently, though. This idea that, it's a bunch of wasted stress, they're not going to win a title this year. I don't think seasons are pointless necessarily if you don't win at all. I've never looked at sports that way. If the Warriors can go on a run, and let's say they just go to the Western Conference Finals, and then that's it, that is different to me than losing in the first round.
Or losing in the play-in. Exactly.
That's different to me.
Agreed.
That's weeks of an experience that we have, that they have, that could filter into next year in certain ways. So, I don't know. The defeatist attitude, I'm nowhere near there
yet. And it's not wasted stress to me because you're coming off a championship. If you hadn't won a chip since the last KD year, then maybe the stress that I'm feeling would feel a little bit different. But this, to me, Mark, is kind of a free run at it because you're defending champs and you've gone through struggles and you don't have Wiggins and you traded Wiseman for a guy who hasn't played yet. And you've got all these things that are kind of stacked against you. Yet you look at the odds according to FanDuel. You could pick whatever book you want. Phoenix is the favorite, followed by Denver to win the West. Then the Clippers. The Warriors are right behind it at 5-1.
Yeah.
They're the 7th seed right now, and yet they're ahead of Memphis. They're ahead of Dallas. They're ahead of Sacramento at 25-1. So the odds makers are telling you that this baby is wide open.
Very good. Thank you, Creed. Yeah, Kevin Durant is actually leading the NBA in free throw percentage at 93.07.
As indicated.
By the way, he has made and attempted more free throws than Steph Curry this year. How about that? Even with all the games he's missed. Obviously, Steph has missed some too. Kevin is number 1. Tyler Hero is number 2. Dame Lillard is number 3. Steph Curry is number 4.
Yeah.
At 91.
And Clay, by the way, not qualifying, which is why you won't see him on your basketball reference chart.
Because he does not have enough of them.
2 attempts a game is not enough to get you on the board.
Interesting. So Jordan Poole is technically number 22 in the league. Klay Thompson doesn't qualify, but has a higher percentage.
Right.
All right.
So there you go.
There you go. Okay.
No, there you go.
No, you go. No, you go to Pat. Let's go to Pat.
Let's go to Pat.
Hey, Pat, what are you doing, Pat? Here comes Pat.
Listen to you guys. So thanks for taking the call. Yeah, real quick, it's interesting to see, we've had a lot of real close wins at home, and we've had quite a few close losses on the road. So, we talk about this home and away record and all that, and I get that, but if you took a measly 30 points over the course of some of these games and said, let's take them away from the home victories and let's put them on some of these road losses. I think that home and away thing would start to get real narrow in a hurry. So I think it's a little overdone because there's been a lot of close games we've won and lost, but that's not really why I was calling it. I think, regarding injuries and stuff, I agree that, injuries are part of the game, but, when we got Peyton, no one expected him to be injured, and as far as I know, Wiggins isn't injured. So these are things that are just kind of out of the team control, so it's a little different, and I think if those guys were playing, I don't think there's any question that we would be in much better shape than we're at now.
Okay, Pat, I'm not going to disagree with you, but very good.
Thank you.
I mean, so what do we say about the Lakers who are playing without LeBron, and the Suns who are playing without KD, and the Mavs who have been playing without Luka, and the Grizzlies who have been playing without Ja? And then a Warrior fans over here going, but we're missing Wiggins.
Sure.
It's
the NBA.
That's the deal.
Yes.
That is the deal. And
everybody's missing somebody.
You got to be able to play through that.
Yeah.
And also, sure, a lot of NBA games are close, but 29-7 versus 7-29, that's pretty damning.
Very disparate, Mark, between home and road.
Time for Take It to the Bank prediction, sponsored by Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names. Here's my only prediction for this one. And it is that the Warriors will cover the 11. Why? Because that spread looks ridiculous.
Lean into it.
It looks harebrained. It's pointless. Why would anyone be favored by 11 if they're wearing a Warrior uniform and they're not at home? I don't understand it. It's disrespectful to the Rockets. It makes no sense. So go ahead and bet it, because that means it's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm going to make it even more simple than that. Bet the over. Houston gives up $118 a game, and the Warriors love to give up $120 on the road. Both these teams can score the basketball, Mark, as we like to say.
Yep.
Over under 234 and a hook. I like your Warriors giving 11. I like a 127-110 Warrior win. I'm on the over tonight, Mark.
Okay, all right. So you think they can hold the Rockets to 110 points? That'd be beautiful. That'd be beautiful.
Could be 138-126 just as easily.
I don't want to scare anybody. Maybe I do. Take a look around at this week as the Warriors have arrived back at 500. Take a look at Dallas Wednesday and home to Philly Friday. They better win this basketball game. I don't want to use your phrase, I won't do it.
Thank you.
You better win this basketball game tonight.
It's a you better game tonight. You better.
You better recognize.
You better get this win against Houston, because
win.
It's tough sledding ahead with Dallas and then Philly. The fighting Kate Scott's coming to chase.
Here they go. All right, my friend. More from us 2 to 6 tomorrow right here on 95.7 The Game. But now we're going to go live to Houston as the Warriors continue their road trip on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Bob